na kiumia giki ni kurari kana kiumia kiria kirathirire ni kurari na kigomano kinene muno kuria mwena wa Meru na ni kiraririirie maundu ma bata muno na maundu macio ni turama support na njira nene. Deputy President witu ni turona angithii uguo athiete no ateithie bururi witu na makiria andu a guku kirima-ini tondu guku kahua karia kaingi muno gakuragio thiini wa guku Mount Kenya gatongoretio ni kaunti ya Murang'a. No umuthi tukiaria kaunti ya Murang'a ndina kahua kaingi ta mwena wa Kirinyaga kana ona kuria mwena wa Rift Valley riu ni mahandire kahua muno kuko no try encourage andu aitu otoguo marerwo macoke migunda marime kahua. Ithui turi amika ni tukugeria kumasupport na kumahe mbeca cia farm input tugerie kumateithiriria na guthondeka nginya demonstration farms niguo magege na kundu gwa guthie guthoma. Ni tukoretwo tugisupport andu makauma guku magathie o kuria mwena wa Embu mwena wa Kirinyaga guthoma uhoro wa kahua kana gukuria wa kahua uria mangiongerera production ya kahua. No riu ni tureciria tukunyitanira nao niguo tunyitanire nginya na thirikari niguo makonaga kundu meguthoma na magataririo niguo tuongerere kahua gaitu na njira nene. Koguo ni turageria kwira thirikari ati uguo reka ni reka wega makiria muno undu ukonie kuongerera production na gwetha thoko iria iguteithiriria andu aitu mone mbeca iria igukava cost ciao na magithondeke kindu matekuigua ni maunwo guoko tondu kundu ucio niguo watumire andu aingi matigane na uhoro wa kahua maruta wira munene mwisho wa mwaka mundu agakora ndari na kanyamu ona. Na koguo turanyitanira na thirikari tondu ithui guko twambiriirio ni arimi a kahua na nituguthii na mbere na gwika uguo. Andu aria angi ta andu a avocado ni turama encourage muno magerie kwendia kahua kao thiini wa cooperatives handu ha o mundu kwenderia ma avocado ciake matunda make broker. Twanyitana wega na twendie avocado citu through cooperatives cio ni gucoka ciethe thoko na bei tu ikorwo i bei njega tondu tukuhota kugia na kindu gitagwo negotiation power na tucoke tugie na kindu gitagwo economies of scale. Na mebangite uguo no mahote guka guku gwitu tukamahe mbeca in advance makarihagwo mbeca imwe na in advance tondu arimi a kahua mekaga kana cooperative cia kahua ciekaga. Kahua gatwarwo thoko society imwe ciukaga ikoya mbeca murimi akariaga mbeca etereire kahua kendio. Koguo na avocado magitwara avocado ciao thiini wa cooperatives metereire avocado yendio murimi akariaga kindu. Koguo mibango yo ni turageria ku discuss na andu aria me cooperatives icio cia avocado niguo murimi witu atuike akaya gutuika wa gutekerwa advantage agakorwo ni ona kindu kiria kimwagiriire kuringana na wira uria egukorwo arutite. Riu ithui tukiri amika tukiri na utungata muingi na riu mahinda maya twina branches 17 across Kenya. No tu count thiini wa county ithatu guku thiini wa Murang'a twina branches kana twina honge 15 thiini wa Kiambu kuria mwena wa Thika twina branch imwe na Nairobi twina branch ingi. No iyo toyo njira yo gitukinyira nayo no tukinyire na njira ya mobile banking *298# niyo kodi tu iria ugitukinyira nayo. Twina njira ingi ya agents na twina agents makiria ya 400 koguo wathie across the county na ku Nairobi na Thika na pazi imwe cia Kiambu ni gukora twina agents. Koguo ni njira ingi ya gutukinyira no ndungi twina guona ugite na ngumo muno na uratuma andu maingi marehe mbeca guku gwitu kindu gitagwo free pay bill. Riria charges cia pay bill iracokire ithui turi amika ni tuonire ni wega tutige gucharge na tugithie na mbere na kuhe andu utungata wa free kana utara ma cost kindu. Na koguo ni tuonete utungata ucio tuteithietie na njira nene muno tondu andu aingi aitũ nĩ maraturehera mbeca, customer aitũ nĩ maraturehera mbeca gũkũ, na kahinda ga ta mĩeri ĩrĩ kuma hĩndĩ ĩyo tũrambĩrĩirie kũhe andũ free pay bill, nĩ tuonete over 1 billion shillings irehete cingĩrĩte gũkũ igerete njĩra ĩyo ya free pay bill. Koguo ũkenda kũ deposit mbeca ciaku, wekĩra 4298298 no account yaku ũgwĩkĩra na mbeca ciaku u deposit na ndũkũrĩhio kĩndũ ona kĩ. Ongorwo wĩna nduka no gwĩkĩra free pay bill ĩyo hau ũguo, namba ya pay bill 4298298 na account yaku, mũndũ okorwo nĩ kĩndũ aragũra no gũgwĩkĩrĩra mbeca hau na ikaingĩra gũkũ ũtarĩ kĩndũ ona kĩmwe ũkũrĩha. Koguo macio nĩ maũndũ mamwe ma marĩa andũ maratũkinyĩra na njĩra yamo, na mahinda marĩa tũrĩ andũ aitũ nĩ macenjetie mũno, tondũ andũ aingĩ rĩu matirathiĩ bengi, marahũthĩra njĩra iria ciĩkuo cio motungata marĩa mekuo ma digital, na harĩ andũ 10 no andũ 3 tu matukũ maya maroka thĩinĩ wa bengi citũ physically, andũ 7 marahũthĩra njĩra icio ndaheana, na ingĩ nyingĩ ta cia visa card na njĩra iria na motungata marĩa mangĩ tũhete andũ aitũ nĩguo mahote gũteithĩka na gũ-transact na ithuĩ.
Kaũndũ kau gagatarĩria wega mũno, tondũ ona mũndũ agĩgũthikĩrĩria nĩ arathikĩrĩria akaigua nĩ ma, ndũrabatara gũtinda atĩ ũgĩthiĩ kũrĩrĩria amĩka nũ ambĩrĩirie ha, ekaga atĩa, no atũtarĩria na njĩra nguhĩ na nĩ weka wega mũno. Rĩu nĩ ndĩrenda tũingĩre ũhoro wa budget, tondũ budget nĩ ĩragĩthomwo ũmũthĩ, na hihi inyuĩ ta kana ta sacco o yothe rĩ, he matanya marĩa mwĩnamo mwĩamĩka sacco, inyuĩ he kĩrĩa mũramũrĩka mũkamenya haha tũngĩgerera kana thirikari ĩngĩka ũũ ithuĩ haha nĩ twateithĩka. Ndiramenya we nĩkĩ wĩrĩgĩrĩire nĩ ũndũ wa budget, na nĩ maũndũ marĩkũ mũgũkorwo mũkĩrũmbũiya mũno kũrora atĩ thirikari ma nĩ yahingia budget?
Thengiũ mũno Wambui, ingĩingĩra maũndũ-inĩ ma budget nĩ ngwenda ngwete o kaũndũ kamwe tũkoretwo twetereire mũno gakoniĩ kuma gwĩ thirikari itũ, na kaũndũ kamwe twetereire mũno tũrĩ mwena wa sacco nĩ kĩndũ gĩtagwo hustler fund. Thirikari itũ ya mũgathe President Ruto nĩ yatuĩrĩire atĩ nĩ kũrehe kĩgĩna kĩa hustler fund thĩinĩ wa saccos, na saccos nĩcio institution iria ingĩhota gũteithia mũrĩmi wa kawaida, mwananchi wa kawaida, tondũ ithuĩ tũcambaga mũndũ ũcio wa kĩwango gĩa thĩ, mũndũ ũrenda mbeca ciringi 20,000, 50,000, 100,000 athiĩ agũre ng'ombe njega, 10,000 kana 20 athiĩ agũre seedling cia kahũa ahande. Mũndũ ũcio nĩwe hustler wa kawaida, na hustler ũcio wa kawaida ndarahota gũteithĩka na hustler fund ĩrĩa ĩrahũthĩra njĩra ya thimũ. Na koguo twĩ saccos nĩ twetereire kaũndũ kau, tondũ thirikari nĩ yatuĩrĩire na mbeca icio ingĩũka no ihote gũteithia mwananchi wa kawaida piu, na mũndũ ũrĩa ũngĩteithia economy ĩno itũ gũkũra na kĩwango kĩnene mũno. Koguo kau nĩ kaũndũ kamwe ingĩgweta. Kaũndũ karĩa kangĩ ingĩenda kũgweta, tondũ tũraria ũhoro wa budget na ũrĩa budget itũ ĩgũtuĩka financed, tondũ budget ĩtuĩkaga financed na maũndũ merĩ. Ũndũ wa mbere, budget nĩ ĩtuĩkaga financed na njĩra ya magoti, na ũndũ ũrĩa ũngĩ budget ĩtuĩkaga financed nĩ njĩra ya gũkomba. Koguo thirikari yarĩkia gũcollect mathirĩ kuma kũrĩ wananchi, magoti ti mathirĩ, magoti kuma kũrĩ wananchi, magoti macio matikoragwo maiganĩte maita maingĩ, na koguo thirikari no nginya ĩkombe. Thirikari ndĩngiuga atĩ ndĩgũkomba, na yakomba ĩkombaga na njĩra igĩrĩ mainly, ĩgakomba na njĩra ya gwĩtwo domestic borrowing kana ĩgeka external borrowing, ĩgakomba na kũrĩa nja. No thirikari ĩno ĩkuo ĩkoretwo ĩgĩkomba mũno na njĩra ya domestic borrowing kana gũkomba gũkũ kũrĩ andũ ayo, tondũ andũ rĩrĩa matwara mbeca thĩinĩ wa treasury bills kana treasury bonds, nĩ thirikari ĩkoragwo ĩgĩkomba. Na nĩ ũndũ wa gũkorwo thirikari ĩgĩkomba gũkũ internally, interest rates nĩ ikoretwo cikĩambata mũno, na rĩu ciĩ range-inĩ ya 14% and above. Rĩu interest rate ciambata ũguo, ũrĩa kũrĩ nĩ atĩ nacio interest rate cia bengi ikongerera tũtiongereire interest rate cia andũ arĩa marakomba mbeca. Ona gũtuĩka no tũrongerera, nĩ tuongereire interest rate cia andũ arĩa mararehe mbia, tondũ tũra operate thĩinĩ wa economy ĩmwe. Koguo kaũndũ kau rĩ, tukera thirikari nä kå nindi ä rore å horo wa policy yayo ya economic policy yao ya kana megåthiä na mbere na gå komba domestically interest rate cia mbere cikare igå rå må no economy ikorwo ndirahota gwika atia ndikota gå kå na ihenya å rä a tå ngä enda kana thirikari ingĩenda ĩkorwo ĩgĩkũra na mũkenya wa kawaida akorwo agĩteithĩka. Tũcoka maũndũ macio mangĩ nĩ atĩ nĩ tũrona atĩ thirikari igoti nĩ irongerera na njĩra nene mũno. Ta rĩu NHIF rĩ no ta igoti onokorwo nĩ saving rĩ no nĩ yongererekete na kĩwango gĩa 6%. NHIF rĩ ĩrathiĩ 3%. Nĩ marongerera housing fund kĩndũ 3%. Kana okorwo nĩ ũrĩa marakiuga nĩ maramedi bunge nĩ ĩramedi 1.5%. No nĩ kuga atĩa maũndũ macio mothe magoti macio marongererwo rĩ na magoti ma VAT ta petrol nĩ kuongererwo VAT na maũndũ macio mothe rĩ nĩ kuga atĩa especially direct tax thĩinĩ wa sacco ĩgũkorwo na effect ya gũcokia thĩ kĩndũ gĩtagwo disposable income kana income ĩrĩa ĩratigwo he mũruti wa wĩra ya gwĩka maũndũ make. Koguo mũndũ ũcio ngoro nĩ aracĩbaga 5,000 o mweri thĩinĩ wa sacco yake egũthiĩ akore rĩu ndarĩ na mbeca cia gwĩka atĩa cia kũiga kĩgĩna. Aga kũiga mbeca kĩgĩna rĩ nĩ kuga atĩa capital formation thĩinĩ wa economy rĩ ĩgũthiĩ ĩcokete na thĩ. Mũndũ ũcio nĩ ararĩhaga marũni, mbeca iria aratigagĩrwo athandi ikorwo ningĩ nĩ cieherio gĩcunjĩ nyingĩ kĩnene, mũndũ ũcio aenda gũtigwo na mũcara wake like 10%. Mũndũ ũcio rĩ na nĩ ararĩhaga rent rĩ nĩ ararĩhaga school fees rĩ nĩ arathomithia ciana rĩ nĩ areka maũndũ marĩa mangĩ mothe rĩ egũ survive atĩa. Koguo magoti macio mothe niĩ meciria makwa mangĩrarĩ atĩ thirikari ĩtige kuongerera magoti maya mothe o rĩmwe iongerere maũndũ maya kahora. Koguo ĩyo nĩ effect ĩmwe ĩkorwo ĩ thĩinĩ wa SACCOs na thĩinĩ wa economy nĩ ũndũ wa kuongerera maũndũ macio na njĩra nene mũno. Na kaũndũ kau kangĩ nĩ ũhoro wa taxation kũrĩ arĩmi. Kũrĩ na farm input nĩ ĩrongererwo igoti, yakĩongererwo igoti nĩ kuga atĩa mũrĩmi ndaratuĩka motivated, ndaratuĩka encourage kũrĩma makĩria. Rĩu nĩ kuga atĩ gũthiĩ kũgũra fertilizer kana maũndũ macio mangĩ kana ndawa cia kũhuhĩra mbeca kĩrĩa kĩu nĩ kĩrongerereka na koguo akagĩa na akaremwo nĩ kũrĩma mũno ũrĩa agĩrĩirwo nĩ kũrĩma mũno. Koguo maũndũ macio nĩmo marĩa tũrakĩona nĩ mekũtũ affect mũrĩmi and for now baba ũkinyia hau.
Nĩwaria wega mũno na ndiũĩ kana nĩ kwaria twaria ihinda inene tondũ rĩo kahinda gaitũ na nginya nĩ gathiru no nĩ ngwenda tũtanarĩkio twĩre atĩrĩrĩ nĩ ũrona economy ĩgĩkũra kuma rĩu harĩa tũrarĩ na harĩa tũrĩ no mĩgerie ũgasummarize na njĩra nguhĩ.
Economy ndirona policy cia thirikari igĩteithia mũno gũkũria economy tondũ warora maũndũ marĩa mekuo rĩ marĩa matũmaga tũmenye kana economy nĩ ĩreka wega rĩ interest rates ikorwo ciĩ manageable rĩu ciĩ igũrũ mũno, exchange rate ikorwo ĩ stable, exchange rate itũ nĩ igũrũ mũno kana nĩ very unstable. Koguo maũndũ macio merĩ wa marora inflation nayo ĩ igũrũ. Koguo maũndũ macio matatũ nĩmo tũroraga tũkĩrora ũhoro wa economy na koguo economy itũ tũtirĩ tũramenya ĩgũikara atĩa na policy iria tũrona thirikari ĩkĩrehe tũtirĩ tũrona biũ ĩra address maũndũ macio atĩa.
Mwĩroreri wa Kameme TV ũcio nĩ James Mbue na nĩwe CEO wa gũkũ Amika Sacco na nĩ waigua ena ũgĩ mũingĩ mũno. Ndĩreciria bwana Mbue nĩ tũgũgwĩta o kũrĩa gwitũ gwa Kameme TV tũkũhe mathaa maingĩ nĩgetha ũkorwo ũgĩ ũcio wĩnaguo wĩgiĩ Sacco wĩgiĩ mbeca na ũkũria wa economy kana ũtonga wa bũrũri akorwo agĩũka gũtũtarĩria gũkũ gwa Kameme TV. Nĩ tũgũbanga na mũndũ ũgwĩtwo Salome na nĩgetha tũgĩtigĩrĩre atĩ nĩ akinya akorwo agĩtũhe ndeto ĩyo na njĩra ndaya. Ũtangĩkorwo wĩna kĩũria handũ-inĩ ha mũhũri mbica witũ Alfred Maina kuma Amika Sacco gũkũ nĩ kaunti ya Murang'a wakĩigua kamũhwa ngunyĩra nĩguo ngururĩrie na ngũthererie tondũ gaka nĩ kanyaka ũhoro kuma Metumi Ndigi Magũrũ. Rĩtwa rĩakwa nĩ Sarah Wambui wa Mwangi.
Thengio muno wa Mbui wa Mwangi kuma mwena wa Murang'a na undu umwe na CEO wa Mika Sacco na ni agitariria gati mamwe ma maundu maria mendekithitio thiini wa mutaratara uyu wa kigina kana thiini wa budget iria gukorwo githomwo muthi mari no hoti wa gukorwo makinyihio hoti wa gukorwo na mbeca cia kuhuthira muhuko tohoro wigie gukorwo gukikirwo igoti ria VAT ria gicunji kia 8 thiini wa maguta ma ngari undu umwe na petrol na diesel na maguta ma tawa ni undu umwe ukoretwo kirehe wari mwari muno rira tuthie Nyeri riu tunyitanire na Wahu wa Ngugi. Wahu agikorwo ni urajigua
ni ngatho Njoroge wa Kimani county-ini ya Nyeri na kuo muthi twathio na mbere na guthikiriria hihi mawoni ma aikari a county ya Nyeri ni mariko iguru rigie budget ya trilioni 3.3 iria tanyetwo gukorwo igipresentwo muthenya wa umuthi kana igithomo rira twaranirie na andu maigana na tukigwe nao hihi mawoni mao ni mariko wabena muthuri wi haha kuhi nani wambiririe na maritwa maku ujire hihi budget ino irekereirio kana ino muingi wa bururi ukinengeretwo hihi tarimi we uri umwe wa njira we murimi tarimi igukorwo kimuguna nake kana igukorwo kimuteithia nake hihi ni murona ta muhinyiriirio hihi
maretwa njetago Stephen Gikunju kuma guku Nyeri ni no njuge budget ino ni rahinyiriria murimi tondu irarutire taxes kuma hĩndĩ ya President Uhuru we were zero rated hari agricultural products no riu ni exemption hari kuga exemption ni kuga ndungithie gukiraim the 16% iria gukorwo uinikaite ukirehe product ciaku cia agriculture no riu uguo maramirutire kuma zero rating to exemption kou ni kuga product ciothe cia agriculture ni ciathie iguru na hau ni tugukorwo twina thina muingi muno urimi ni ukugia goro na guo nogo product cigukorwo cihana so thirikari ni yage na bunge itu ni mageire makorwo mari pro anansi nigetha metikire gutetera mwananchi no guo maraturekereirie na iyo finance bill irahitukire uguo noguo maica mararituhire tondu indo riu cia guthi kugura indo cia agriculture cirekoragwo cire 16% na mbere ndirari taxed
na kihonia ni kiriku kana ni ki thirikari igika nigetha murimi akorwo akiona hihi ni ateithiki
thirikari yageire gucokia rates icio haria President Kenyatta atigite ikorwo iri zero rated not exemption macoke makati running cost agikorwo marauga ni kwenda marenda gututeithia ri ni makati usages unnecessary usages cia thirikari na mahurane na corruption then matige kugura kindu uria ni ndingigura maragura maita ta 10 maguo angiko mari na bata na ithuiri ni maguithie uria mara procure indo ciao na hende ono rio mangiko matuteithitie no ringi angiko maraikara maica macio maraikara maiguru muno turona mwakirugaruga guku na ndege ithu turi handu haceke muno
Gikunju Njoroge jaranirie na mwanake wi haha rege maritwa maku na woni waku ni uriku iguru rigie budget ira koirwo irekereirio kuri Wanjiko
maritwa ni David Mathangi Ndirito uri ni ndona thirikari igituhinyiriria biu handu hetu guithirie mutu na maguta iratu ati mwananchi acoke muhuko ni muhuko uri kunge ko shati ni ciathirire karari nguo ni ciathirire ni kakwina muhuko nge thirikari rahera mutu wana mwananchi agicokaga muhuko ni atuguithirie maguta na atuguithirie muturire witu hothe tondu thaa ici maica mari iguru muno budget iyo yoka guturaga
Thank muno maritwa maku na hihi mawoni maku ni mariku megie budget ya mwaka uyu
kwa maritwa njitagwo Mike 4D muthenya ni tura expect we have more high expectation kuma kuri thirikari ati budget ino at least ni guturira thirikari ino igituhoya gite maratwiraga ni thirikari ya mundu wa thi riu ithu turi andu aguku thiri ni turarora tuonekana thirikari ni kurumbuia maundu maria na mostly tukwamba kurora maundu ma urimi na uhoro wa githomo icio nicio indo iria very important tondu nginjira atiriri mabururi maria mangitana guku nja US na kuria kungiri ciana irathoma kina university tuhu no guku Kenya ri kina secondary ukona riu thirikari ino ironeka irahaimbirie githomo kiragia goro ruona kina githomo ni kiri kinya handu gitwike riu kina ni kiraremerera andu na tutikienda gukara bururi ati andu magukorwo mari matari athomu toguo kindu kia mbere marore githomo na marore uhoro wa agriculture urimi urimi ni uheo bia ciothe tondu niguo munyiginyigi wa bururi uyu witu na gutire maundu mangi tungika manene tutambite kuhota kurima wega na urimi urorwo na ritho riria ria mbeca nyingi.
Jaranirie na muthuri we haha Njoroge kurugama hau na urore kamera ino na ringi utwire mawoni maku we iguru ria budget iria ya mwaka uyu ni mariku?
Kwa maritwa njitagwo Andrew Mureithi. Kwa mawoni ma budget ni ati thirikari ni rore priorities. Priority ni kwamba kuhunia mundu nda. Riu ungiakira mundu nyumba na akorwo ndona ni muhutu ri uramuteithia naki. Ningi turakuria we munene wa thirikari atiriri aiko ni uremetwo ni gwakira thigari ri wananchi ni ukuhota gwakira. Koguo nturona budget ino no ya kuhinyiriria mundu ambio tuhunie nda twambe tuhune nda mbere tugicoka riu guthi maundu-ini macio mangi na ndurakuria utige kuriganirwo ni ciaraniro iria weranagira tondu augite ndukambatia tax riu turamiona iguru ugite ni ukugoithia mutu turawona uri o iguru ugite ni ukugoithia maguta mari o iguru niki gwathire kai gwathire atia?
Thank you muno. Njoroge ndikiririe na mwanake wi haha kuhiriria tu haha amaritwa maku na ringi we mawoni maku ni mariku?
Amaritwa njitagwo Hebroni mbere ni mawoni makwa hari thirikari ino ni ati nginya haria tukinyite tutitwaranite wega na riu ona haha ona mangiongerera mbeca ihana atia ndirona ta cingioka ituteithie tondu mwihoko wao wothe kana muoroto wao wothe ni kuhinyiriria mundu uria maugaga niwe mararwira. Githomo ni kiu ni kirabatire riu ndio turithiaga atia ka turithomithagia ciana atia tondu riu haria gikinyite mwana wakwa ingienda atuike ndagitari 600,000 ndio kana mahoya ndikihuthagira maria tweragwo kana ni atia ni getha githome. Twathie tukirora maundu maria mangi no andu ni ndeigua makiaria uhoro wa nyumba ni no ngia kwaria uhoro acio tondu nie ndikire mwandike na hatire mbeca ndirariko hatikire nyumba ngaheo. No riu warora maundu uria tutwaranite thirikari ino tutwarite wega no ngiongerera budget ihana atia icio ti budget cia mbeca iroka kuri mwananchi wa kawaida tondu ona county ni maremetwo kwirihira no mbeca marongerera na kuu nigetha mone gya kuiya na gya guturia. Riu no njuge nie hakwa budget ndire handu irateithia mwananchi wa kawaida ndire handu irahutia mwananchi wa kawaida.
Njoroge macio ni mawoni ma ikari account ya Nyeri na budget ya muthenya wa umuthi county ikoretwo igithukirwo tirilioni 354 icio nicio mbeca iria county ithukeirio nacio thirikari nene kana national government igathukirwo 2.3 trillion na thirikari ikiri na thiri wa kuriha wa bilioni 850. Koko ni county ni ya Nyeri muthenya wa umuthi bathi na mbere na kuoya mawoni ma aikari county ya Nyeri hihi marona budget ya mwaka uyu ihana atia kumanena haha ni gukorwo nginyuruka ngethe arimi mugunda-ini tondu ni waigua maundu maria marahutirio muno gu county ni ya Nyeri ni iguru rigi urimi toko tugether na murimi wa kahua murimi wa majani murimi wa iria na murimi o wothe gu county ni ya Nyeri tumenye hihi o marona maundu maikarite atia nkumo gu county ni ya Nyeri muhuri wa kwa wabisha muthenya wa umuthi tagwo Maina na ni jitagwo wahu wa Ngugi Njoroge wa Kimani ntugucemania mwiroro wa Kameme TV na we mahinda-ini matari kuraihu mwarone waku jitagwo wahu wa Ngugi kuma county ya Nyeri.
Thengio muno wahu wa Ngugi na ni njui wakinya migunda-ini ona kuona tugukimenya na warimi metereire ki niki kiao marona kiriho thiini wa mutaratara kana wa budget ile gukorwo githomo muthenya wa umuthi na muthenya wa ira mwiroreri mwende mutaratara ni uraragiririo kuria bunge kuria ngwataniro ya Azimio ire yumiririe na njira nene ukiuga budget ya mwaka uyu itanyitwo kuhinyiriria mu Kenya na mwena wa thirikari Mubunge wa Githunguri Gathoni wa Mucomba na akiyumiria na kuga ati aikaria Githunguri ni mamwirite ino ugaca haha ni tukuhinyiririka makiria nona kuri uguo mwena wa thirikari ugakiuga ati no nginya maundu maria marekwo mekwo tondu gutire na mbeca cio thiwa na mbere no nginya magoti mabambatirio niguo mbeca cigane. Tukomba gwikirio hanini ndugathie kuraya tugicokerera no tukunyitanira na ndiki aitu na ningi ndina ageni thiine wa studio na meko magituteithia gutaukwo makiria uhoro wigie mutaratara uyu.
Orerorera Kameme TV. Cheza kama wewe na cheza sita. Wehotanira ginyagia maita ngiri 5 ma beti yaku teke teke. Yes, ni uhuthu. Hihinya *675# uthake na namba 6 cia munyaka kumemwe ginya 6. Ikira muigano wa beti yaku kuma 50 tu wehotanira ginyagia maita ngiri 5 hau. Cheza kama wewe na cheza sita. Wigire mweke muhari miekene ya gutuika muhotani. Hihinya *675# uthake o riu. Mundu utakinyetie miaka 18 ndagathake. Thaka na uigirereki. Itangatho riri ni rihitukie ni BCLB.
Coming soon, an all-new Focus on Africa with me, Waihiga Mwaura. I'll be live from our studios here in Nairobi every weekday with deeper analysis, conversations, and explanation. Focus on Africa from BBC News, making sense of stories from the continent and around the world.
Looking for quality tuition for your child? Mwalimu Plus online tuition offers an interactive learning experience. Grade 1 to class 8 learners are taught by expert teachers live on video. For only 120 Kenya shillings per class, your child gets to experience the best online education. Don't be left behind. Download Mwalimu Plus app and start learning.
Cheza kama wewe na cheza sita. Wehotanira ginyagia maita ngiri 5 ma beti yaku teke teke. Yes, ni uhuthu. Hihinya *675# uthake na namba 6 cia munyaka kumemwe ginya 6. Ikira muigano wa beti yaku kuma 50 tu wehotanira ginyagia maita ngiri 5 hau. Cheza kama wewe na cheza sita. Wigire mweke muhari miekene ya gutuika muhotani. Hihinya *675# uthake o riu. Mundu utakinyetie miaka 18 ndagathake. Thaka na uigirereki. Itangatho riri ni rihitukie ni BCLB.
We are back like we never left us action reggae. Mrasta Moches, Mesa Mavela, Mesa Mangone kama nataka kurudumia. Baba Yom, jina bigi nani?
MC Ghetto Chal, bad like 90s dancehall.
Alafu hapo kwenye matiki tiki atatrakwa na DJ
Draga Kenya.
Kila saa to, kuanzia saa 5 hadi saa 7, Indio Mbogi, India Station.
Yes man.
Boogie boogie boogie, a boogie 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 boogie, boogie 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 boogie, you too.
Origi mwirori mwendenga kunyita ugeni guku ni gwa Kameme TV muthenya wa umuthi turakurehe na tafarira ya mwanya imwe kwemwe haria tuko tukiaririria uhoro wigie budget ile tanyitwo guthomwo miaraho ya umuthi. Ino niyo budget ya mbere ya thirikari ya Ndagitari William Ruto, niyo budget ya mbere guthomwo ni Professor Njuguna Ndung'u, na niyo budget ya mbere ya thirikari ya Kenya Kwanza irehoka ati ni kuhota guteithia gukiria bururi haria uri irima-ini ria kibesha kwigita kumana na ngombo iria ikoretwo igithie na mbere kuona ni tukinyetie gikiro gia gukomba na tungikomba makiria maundu no mathuke. Na ino niyo ndeto iria irakorwo igitaririo makiria ni mwaho wa thirikari makiuga tungiaga gwika uu, tungiaga kuongerera magoti maya, igoti ria VAT thiini wa maguta rirauma gicunji kia 8 hari igana nginya gicunji gia 16 hari igana, na kuringana na muikariri giti wa kamiti ya bunge igie kigina Kuria Kimani na noe mubunge wa Moro ni ati marageria kuiganania VAT, igoti ria VAT rikorwo rikiganana. Nguririkanie mwiroreri matuku mathiangu hanini kana ruhonge rwa kurogota magoti guku bururi-ini KRA nira korirwe githundura mutambo mweru wa e-teams uria utanyetwo guteithiriria kurogota igoti riri ria VAT, na kuringana na KRA ni ati o mwaka ni mateaga makiria ma ciringi bilioni 400 igoti ria VAT riri riki, na koguo ni igoti rikireirwo muno na rikyo rikorwo rigananite. Tuguthie tukihutagia gicunje gwa gicunje no kwa hinda ritu ndirera tuthie giikaro-ini kia bunge tunyitanira mwandiki witu Bataru wa Mwangi atutaririe na kuone maundu mariku marathie na mbere heshimwa ni mambitie gwikinyia aria marekinyia kana mekinyetie marauga atia. Bataru eko ni urajigua
togwa kigweta turi thiini wa cikaro cia bunge kuria bururi wogithio gietereire urio kire minister wa kigina akorwa gikinyia guku nigetha akorwa gitutariria kana githoma budget ya mwaka wa kigina wa ngiri na 23 ngiri 2024 na nĩ ũndũ ũgĩkoretwo ũgĩetereirwo mũno nĩ tondũ budget ya mwaka ũyũ nĩyo budget
na lineup. Sio ati ya mtu tofauti, jina tu ndio tofauti, lakini lineup ni mtu mmoja. Na alikuwa yeye mwenyewe amefungua yake hii ya Elgeyo, sasa sijui iliendaje bwana. Si tungefungua hiyo angenipatia ni lani hiyo money.
Twagutukana kwa bica icio tuma na mwandiki witu Bataru wa Mwangi imwe kwemwe kuma giikaro-ini kia bunge acoka kiura ndagika nini tari kuraya ni tuko tugicokereria mwena ucio niguo Bataru akorwo agitutariria maria maragithie na mbere na hihi kana gukiri na andu makiyumiritie a Kenya guthikiriria uria budget ino ikorwo igithomwo ta uria gukoragwo ari mutugo a Kenya ni meyumiragia kaingi kwenda guthie kuigwira ni mehaririria mariko marahariririo mwena ucio na Bataru riu no tucokererie tutaririe maria marahanika mwena wa bunge
agithoma budget ino.
Ni Senator wa Embu County, ni Vice Chairperson ya Agriculture. Maoni makwa ore ningenda ni county cia ndivu county ward mbesa mbega na mwene igi agriculture mwene singi wa education tondu gutai na kithomo thini wa bururi ni wirwamana kire important ni mbesa ya ivitu kiretwe andu metikire kuri bagoti na nigetha bururi wetu wa Kenya ukande kuthie mbere. Ore ningenda kugweta maundu mengi andu ni mathia against maundu macio mbatika kina thina ni gutwika thirikari ya Kenya kwanza expectation ciayo ciari iguru muno no mavinda mathuriwe tukithi thirikari ri ni kwathi ukithwa kuria thini wa treasury gutie mbia na ni meci mathire makoretwo marikuo kwina mathire maria matigwo ni rais wetu wa Kenya to kwa Moi mathire makivake na mauru maundu macio mukithia ni marete mathina mengi muno thini wa mbanjeti ya Kenya kwanza na yo Kenya kwanza kiri bande nicio nwanginya nayo yende mbia cia gusustain thirikari ya mona kuruta wira kavinda kamyaka mwaka uyu.
Bwana Senator no nyende tutaririe tukoretwo tukiona magavana makiendekithia gukorwo makiheo kigina gia ciringi bilioni 425 kwa ihinda riri mahotete kuheo guthukirwo ciringi bilioni 385 na nuthu. Koguo woni waku ni uriku na county cingika atia nigetha onacio cikorwo ciri na kigina giacio?
Thini wa county for 7 ciendaga magavana mendaga 425 billion na icio cia korirwe cie kwa thirwe ikioneka mbesa ici itingionekana na thitwe maseneta twendaga kumanengera 407 tukithunduria twathi turesarire kwa rorua ukioneka mbesa ici itingionekana kukionekana atire thirikari aikuo yavete magovernors 370 billion vitu hizo tukiona tukimongera 15 billion yuka 385 billion na mbesa icio nicio irithini wa budget ino yukite bali vengi ningera kwira mwingi ana mangavana makiveswa 385 billion mangavana ni makorwa makiungania tax collection thini wa county cio nigetha ikande kwirugamia tariwa kwenta thirikari ta ya county ya Embu County ya ikungania 900 million to 1 billion na thirikari ikutene yaungania about per month 10 million ukene kambesa kwa ile sawa kwa thini county government mangovernors nimekwenda marutira mwingi muno wakungania tax collection tariwa kwenta thirikari ya Kenya ya county ya government ya governor wa Embu kavinari gaka every month niwaungania 70 million one kanu kukanda kumiti expectations ya national government nigetha kande gukorwa anaya akirumia to thirikari ya national na ya county inangurani kidogo nwanginya nayo county government siko ikionia wira iraruta tax collection nigetha mbesa itwike tesia kuriwa kowe na wira murito muno governor metike gwitikira mbesa icio to gutio kungire kirwe thirikari ya Kenya kwanza ni rava department cio the mbesa cia national government na ni ariva mathire na ni akanda komiti mbesa icio cia 385 koguo ugu ni gutonie twe ma senator po vengine yara kwaria ni uvororimi thirikari ya Kenya kwanza ikande gutethereria kugwe gukora kwina agricultural officers na extension officers na kwina na fertilizer ikwena raithi yuketene murimi anengerwe nigetha kande kurima tontu ni takiri mundu ature wira imwe cia university atura wira andu monte mundu aritaya kithie kurima andu menge marima na mbura yaura ukethiriria andu ni mekara kurima wega nigetha tukande kuona cash crop mbega bo vengine kana kukanyiriria ni thirikari ya Kenya kwanza itikire gucutha kuria tuikana kwendia cash crop yetu na mbeiria yagirite tariwa kwa ni Embu turima mira tukiriva makandamia tukirima manjani na kaua na magembe na indo icio nithia murimi no akanyirika muno aturite kunwa kwendia na kiguru mbeiria nini nebo kona kwina thini wa maseneta committee ino ya agriculture tukwete tukithiuka kundu kuonthe tukireragia uria murimi arenda kindu kingi thirikari ingika gwi kindu kiretwa ava Food Agricultural Authority gutire rutaga agikwenya mwengi ingithengutua murimi no gutwikwa ku benefit nigetha makandamia matwike bei ya moni mathie guru na kawani kathie guru na mira ni athie guru pau vengi ni tuongerwe mbia cia urimi nigetha tukare kwa kuthie wega. Asante.
Thengio na kiuria kiu nikio nyuma ngorie tondu turona ta gicunje kia 2/100 kia budget ino nikio kirathie hari urimi we ni maundu mari kurona thiini wa ruhonge rwa urimi marabatara kuongererwo kigina makiria
urimi uria wagi kuongererwa tondu kuona mbura nundu wa climate change ni retire thina muno. Every county ikwena ndemu ta 5 na gukwe kuna mboho na gukwe kuna water pans nigetha withie tombura ni nini withiririe maundu mori me kuthie mbere tondu maundu monthe nuwa tucokire migunda ari gutio ningi tungika ta county ria cingi koguo urimi nuwa kuongerwa nundu wa maji macio pau vengi ningera ukanyiria fertilizer ni cokendi na murimi nake nuraramika fertilizer ni yaonekana iraokenjerere koguo ni nguria Kameme secretary wa agriculture budget ino mbesi akiria kuonekana agure fertilizer na murimi atwike wa kunengerwa tene. Kindu kingi uvoro wa dawa itwike niria ciagirikite nigethiririe mimera ndigakwena thina guriwo ningigweta.
Thengio muno, asante sana. Senator ucio ni senator wa county ya Embu agitariria maundu maria magitiganite agikienda magikorwo makiongererwo thiini wa bunge na gugikira uhoro meciria-ini ati ni munini wa muikaririgite thiini wa kamite ya bunge ya urimi thiini wa senate ya bururi wa Kenya ni arakiendekithia kana ni arakihurira ndebe ruhonge rwa urimi rugukorwo rukiongererwo kigina makiria. Ririkana ruhonge ruru rukoragwo ruthukiirwo gicunje kana budget-ini kana mendekithia-ini ma budget maria mariho na maria mahitukitio ni bunge kwa ihinda riri ni gicunje kia 2/100 kia budget ya bururi wa Kenya kiraneanwo thiini wa urimi. Ugikiririkana ati urimi uragicungiriria hari utonga wa bururi, urimi ni hakuhi gicunje kia 50% kia utonga wa bururi. Koguo ni ruhonge rurabatara gukorwo rugigitindikiririo gukiongererwo mbeca ona makiria na ni tugugikorwo tukiona kana hihi ni kari undu ugicenjetie thiini wa mitaratara igitiganite na mamwe no maundu maria turagiterera muthenya wa umuthi ni gukiona hihi ni honge iriku cigukiguneka muno na ni honge iriku cigukioneka ta cia thie muno. Ungirora andu aria tungita top gainers aria makire kuo kwa ihinda no tuone muno ruhonge rwa githomo niruo ruragikorwo rukiendekithirio guthukirwo kigina kiria kiingi muno tondu marendekithirio guthukirwo kigina kia hakuhĩ ciringi bilioni 625 na ino ni nyongerera kuona hau kabere minister wa kigina Professor Njuguna Ndung'u akiugite maheo kigina gia ciringi bilioni 609 no bunge thutha wa gukara thi iri na ripoti kana mendekithia ma Professor Ndung'u igikiuga mbeca ici ciongererwo na hakuhĩ ciringi bilioni 18 nigetha cikinye ciringi bilioni 627. Ruhonge rwa ugima wa mwiri naruo ugiririkana mubango wa UHC na mibango ingi na nginyagia maundu makigi training kana gugithomithia madagitari na nginya nyamu ici cikioikaine ta Kenya Medical and Training Colleges KMTCs iria cikiongererekete na irathie na mbere gwagiakwo. Ruhonge rwa ugima wa mwiri naruo rugagithukirwo kigina gia ciringi bilioni 141. Icio ni imwe cia honge iria cikire na kigina kinene muno makiria. Ariona kaundu senator hutia na ni kaundu karaki affect kana karaki hutia budget ya mwaka uyu na njira nene muno kindu gigitagwo mathiri. Gukinyiria mweri wa gatatu mwaka uyu mathiri maria makiriho gukiringana na ruhonge rwa kigina ni mathire ma ciringi trilioni 9.3. Au ni gukinyiria mweri wa gatatu mwaka uyu wa 2023. Uguo ni kuga mathiri maya no korwo ni mwakiongererekeire rigi magithie guconderia ciringi trilioni 10. Uguo nikio thirikari ikinyihitie kigina kiria irabatara gukomba kana deficit kuma ciringi bilioni 900 nginyagia ciringi bilioni 663. Koguo macio no mamundu mamwe tugietereire minister wa kigina ni agukorwa akigweta na atitirithie na akiuge kana hihi akiri undu ucenjetie. Ndiri nyika guku thiini wa bunge no ya kibururi tondu turi na muthomi witu wa mohoro Mubi wa Chege uria tugikorwo tugikirumirira uhoro wa budget naguo na ni agukorwo agigiuka ndagika itari kunene kuma riu nigetha nake agitaririe maundu matiganite maria makigemainie ona budget ya muthenya wa umuthi maguku bunge Njoki Mwaro kuriwe Njoroge wa Kimani.
Nĩ thengio mũno Bataru wa Mwangi nĩ ũndũ wa riboti ona ningĩ nĩ ũndũ wa kũnyitana na seneta wa Embu na gũkĩarĩrĩria makĩria maũndũ marĩa makĩigĩtwo kana magĩtanyĩtwo gũkorwo makĩhanĩka. Na mwĩroreri mwende nĩ njũĩ no tũgũcoka kwĩ Bataru wa Mwangi bunge nĩguo marĩa mangĩ mangĩkorwo magunũkĩte mwena ũcio tũkorwo tũgĩkĩmamenya. No kwa ihinda rĩrĩ ndĩrenda ngũtware nginya kaunti-inĩ ya Uasin Gishu tũnyitane na mwandĩki witũ Duncan Wanga nake tũthikĩrĩrie aikaria mwena ũcio marauga atĩa makĩria maũndũ-inĩ megiĩ ũrĩmi tondũ kũu nĩkuo irio iria nyingi cia bururi ciumaga. Wanga agikorwo ni urajigua
ni wega muno de county ino ya Uasin Gishu niguo muno arimi guku county ino ya Uasin Gishu makorogo makihanda mbembe iria ikorogo igithie miena na miena thiini wa bururi uyu wa Kenya, na mbembe nyingi iria cikorogo ikendio bururi-ini ikoretwo cikiuma guku Uasin Gishu na Trans Nzoia. No muthenya umuthi ndina onjorithia aria makoretwo makiendia indo cia nyumba na indo ici ikoretwo ikiuma kuma mabururi ma nanja kana importer, na amwe ao makoretwo magicitwara mabururi ma ta Uganda, Tanzania na mwena wa Southern Sudan tondu wa njira ino nene igithiete mabururi macio. Na haha twenja wa umwe uria ukoretwo kirehe indo ici, na indo ici citithondekagirwo guku Kenya. Amwe makorogwo makiruta mabururi ta ma Saudi Arabia, China na ona kuria America, na makoretwo makioya na thogora marauga kuringana na ukoretwo wi munene na ciringi ikoretwo ikigwa muno uguo matikoretwo makiona faida nene muno ona magithie na mbere na biashara ino yao. No marakiuga kuma muthenya wa ira ambunge riria maragikirie kula na marakihitukia mendikithiriria maria marahitukirie, na umuthi makirigirira budget kana ihote guthomwo maundu maria kana thogora uria magukorwo makiendia ihote kugaruruka na mundu wa thi hanini ahota kunyamalika. Na agakiuga thirikari ne bataire icũthĩrĩrie mundu uria munini na aria marakirehe indo ici kuma na nja. Ndi na mugwira uria ukoretwo kirehe indo ici, mugwira ugutwira kana ni kugwira ugwireirwo kana ni kugwira ugwire kihote gutwira biashara ino yaku ya kurehe indo na kwendia indo ingi na kuria njari kuhana atia, kana ni faida kuona kana ni hathara gukorwo ukiona kana ni indo ciaku kuhambia bei na andu anini mahote kunyamarika.
Riu kwa riu ri ni turona at least riu no tuhaicirie bei niguo at least uhote gutwarana na kahinda gaka na mbeca icio riu ciretio, na riu uria ciringi tene icokete gatuika effective, na riu tena budget ni yatuongerera 16%. Wona warora riu 16% thiini wa mawira maria turaruta ukona riu maundu macio ni mathi iguru na gikiro kinene muno, na ona mbere no turageretie tukorwo tukiadjust tondu ni turakoretwo twina biashara citu cigicoka na thi tondu tudipendaga na kindu gitagwo foreign exchange, tondu ciringi itu muno tuhuthagira dollar. Iyo niyo tumaga tugakorwo twina earnings cia kuhota kuiga mirigo, tondu tariu toguo mwaigua na mwataririo ati ithu tutwaraga indo citu nginya Southern Sudan, iria ingi tugatwara nginya Tanzania, nginya iria ingi cigathii Uganda. Riu ciothe tucigeragiria ku tucigeragiria guku, no riu tuthiete tugikurukagia bei na thi o kahinda gwa kahinda, tondu riu o ria ciringi irathie kiambatagira noguo turathie tugikaga atia. Riu tanjira riu twacoka tuongererwo 16% thiini wa taxes, arafu tena indo ici ciothe ici turarehe ndiraiguire ciothe ni cigucoka ciike atia cihaicio bei. Ciarikia kuhaicio bei tondu no muhaka cigataxo, tondu riu taxes ciukaga cie maita maigana. No menya andu aingi matiui taxes ni kuga atia. Turihagio kuma port, tugoka tukarihira income tax, tugoka tukarihira exception tax, tugacoka tukarihira nyamu ici cigicoka kuma haha turiheire karibu hakuhi taxes 8 niguo cigukinyire we ucinyite na moko, to no muhaka tena no muhaka uriha excise duty iria ikoragwo iguru makiria. Riu tena dora igakorwo tena ni yacokia maundu maku tena nathi, tondu gutire kindu kiria urahuthira utakuhuthira dola. Exchange yaku idipendaga na dola. Tariu ungirora riria twanjagiriria biashara ta ici ciari kindu kugura dola it was 70 shillings. Right now ni 150. Riu ucoke wongerere 16% na no renda kukimuta riu ndina makiria maruti ya wira 20 na ni marendekana othe makorwo makirihirwo makirihirwo mbeca cia nyumba. Riu tanjira riu ordinate 1.5% nie mwenyewe ni nie gwakira andu acio na 1.5% ne dinirio kuma poti ni ndoka ni ndarengwo 16%. At the same time ni ndacoka ni ndongerera ni ndongerera 1%. iyo ya gukorwo ngirihira muruti wa wira nyumba na no ararihirwo ne NSSF no ararihirwo ki na takataka iria ingi nyingi riu ri na leba no mureka ate no murarora kiwango kia level ya kuiga mishara yao kuringana na level andu aya ni mendaga kuria o muthenya no muhaka uri mahe ciringi igana rimwe o muthenya mundu agakorwo arite ranji niguo ahote kuruta wira uriku niguo ahote kuruta wira uyu icio ni ciringi 3,000 thiini wa mweri mugima o mundu hari andu 20 ni andu igana tondu mundu nderuta wira muhutu mundu no muhaka arute wira arite riu ri matirekira ta icio turamahe icio cia kuria na cia gwika atia kindu kiria mara include ni 16% iria makuhota ku deduct kuma kuri ithui ngakiuga ti uru no ko ni mararekereirie kwanja thirikari ya betuonie uria irakorire thirikari iria ngi na collection ya 1.6 trillion iria turaiguite ni collection ya mbeca iria cirariho ta riu ndirathia mugunda-ini ndirakorana na andu na ciana cikiuma cukuru cingatitwo na already 1.5 trillion mena cio moko na matiri maraciririze kuri andu ariku matiri maraciririze wona waingira thiini ya account ugakora matiri mararirize mbeca matiri na mbeca cia kuhota kurani counties ungiuka ta Eldoret andu ni ahatiririe muno ginya mathoko maya riu maria mararutagira thiini wa town mothe ni meheririo riu koguo exchange ya mbeca na biashara ciothe cicokete ki thiini wa town ino biashara cicokete thi muno tondu thoko handu hari andu aria maroka kugura indo thiini wa town riu maroka makagurira na kuu icagi-ini magacoka mageka atia magacoka riu koguo ciringi iria turahota guthiururukia nayo mbeca irakorwo ithi makiria
oho mugwira ni ukoretwo kiendia indo cia mbao taite na indo ingi ciigie mbao ta metha uguo ndiamenya mbao ici ukoragwo ukiruta ku na korwo ni na njari ukoretwo ukiriha bia cigana cia mbao na ukoretwo ugietha mbao iria ciumaga guku Kenya na bia cigana uhote gutwira na indo ici cia kuma na njari riu kuhota kuriha mbeca cigana na ugukorwo ukiendia mbeca cigana tha ici
kiu ni kiuria kiega muno tondu kiuria kiu nikio kirarugamana nanie tondu muno ona wira uria ngoragwo ngideal naguo ni wira wa guthondeka furnitures mbao iria nyingi iria twina cio thiini wa bururi uyu kuma riria bururi wahingirwo mititu gutire handu tukoragwo twina miti mbao tukiuga for example mbao ciothe ni kuruta turutaga mabururi ma nanja riu ri maraugire atiriri na maratwira wega piu ati mekuongerera mbao icio cirauma na nja niguo mahote gukimu mundu uria wi guku thiini wake ndirakiuria atiriri tondu ni mwakihinga mititu ri na tutirahanda miti ri na tutireka maundu maria matuigie thiini wa bururi ri miti ino turicokaga tukaruta ku tondu riu ri mbao tutire nacio cia kuhota gwithondekera furnitures na niwera andu ni ukuongerera taxes mwena uria uhote gukorwo ri iguru niguo andu mahote ku balance aya marathondekera local ri makoragwo makiboostrwo niki no riu ri matire na mbao chibodi ira uma iroka kuma China chibodi iyo ona warora ri it is 3,000 kendo 700 or 8,000 warora bei yayo na ira irathondekagwo guku locally ni kambuni iria cirari guku riu kambuni ciothe iria ciari local ciothe ni ciahingire ni tondu wa haro iria makoretwo makihurwo kuma ki ni indo ici ciroka cia bei raithi na cioka cia bei raithi mundu uria roka kwendia nginya agakwenderia thiini wa nyumba ni muki ni mucaina ucio atu affectete na nyamu iyo noyo uricoka onayo na tha iria wathie wa migira ruraya bodi iyo yoka ugikinya Kenya urakora ugaramie mbeca nyingi gukira iria wagirire gukorwo ukigura ko irathondekerwo guku na ira manufacturewo kundu kuriku riu koguo kindu kiria twagirire kwiciria ni mundu ta uyu wa industry kiria mundu ugwitwo kuria ecirie how he is going to facilitate bururi uyu na kugia na industries iria cikuhota kuruta production ya mbao na mbao cigakoragwo ciothe ciragerera process niguo mbao na furnitures iria tugukorwo nacio thiini wa bururi uyu cihote guthie na bei ya thi niguo cigakinyira mundu uria we thiini wa nyumba mundu ucio murenda akirwo nyumba tondu na tariu ni ndirarigwo muno tondu ni muraka nyumba mugwaka na mbao murutite kuna mutitu ni muhingite you see he maundu mamwe muratwira tukaga ku understand to ni mwakihitukia budget iyo na ni mwathi ni mwamihitukia ri na ni mwauga andu aria me mbao matigacoke guthiaga mbao ni cia kuma na nja ni mwaciongerera ri ici cia guku bururi-ini ri ni muonaniriria kuria ciriumaga niguo at least tugakoragwo na handu tukuwa na mbao kuma bururi-ini niguo tukahota kwendia tondu andu aingi ni mahingire iganda ciao aria matinangagia mbao so mills ciothe ni ciahingirwo gutire so milioni imwe rutaga wira no anga ukorire mundu aratinia miti gwake mugunda agoka kwenderia andu na riu miti yo ri ithe ndramenya ni limited titere ekoragwo ya forest riu ni tukwenda andu aya matuhe strategies na matuonererie ni hatukuhota kuhanda niguo tukahota kugetha ni marokire na formula njega muno ya gutuhe fertilizer na bei ya raithi that one is 100% data mukulima that one was 100% na nginya ongirora nginya bebe ciagirite uria mutari muona tondu bebe icio cirirukite wega piu riu maundu macio mangi tugatigira tugatigira Ngai no kuringana na uria fertilizer okire na bei ya thi ungithie migunda-ini iria turimite tondu tani ni nimite makiria ma eka igana ri kindu ni ugukora bebe ni njega piu na ni tukugia na magethi na mbeca iyo tungicoka tumibate tena tugikinya kahinda kau bebe ni aingirire bururi bei tena ni acoka tariu ni turendirie bebe wega muno tondu mundu urendagia bebe na bei ya raithi arendagia na ciringi ngiri cigana 6,000 riu koguo ri angikorwo ari na ngunia ciaku 300 ri 400 ri nduri na milioni ciaku cigana ona muhuko we mundu mutongu na ni wikirite mbeca riu ona ungicoka taxwo mbeca icio ri ni ukufeel there is something emotional era move no riu twagia na indo emotional ni ciratugiririria guthie na mbere ni matuonie tari uguo aratuonereirie kuhanda arabu tugicekia kuhanda tuhote gukuria no riu ona makihinga forest ri na macoke maugenda ni macikire ri furnitures kwaja they depends mostly on forests na forests ciothe ni hinge
ni thengio muno mugwira riu ni kugwira ogwirirwo kana ni kugwira ogwirire
riu ri no nie njugire atiriri ni kugwirirwo ngwirirwo tondu kugwira ko ni kuo ngwirire ri riu ingire iguru muno tondu ndiramenya maundu mothe mangirathie mari iguru tondu biashara kundu guku ni cirutikaga na competition yona yagia ni tugaga ni healthy. Thank you.
Ucio tago mugwira muhuri biashara njorua thini wa kaunti ino ya Uasin Gishu mundu urehaga indo kuma na nja na agaciendia kana agacitwara nja oho ni endagia imwe guku bururi-ini na ni murimi munene muno thini wa kaunti ino ya Uasin Gishu na migunda minene muno iria ahandite gukinya thaa ici na arakiuga thirikari ni bataire rumbuie maundu macio ma taxi icio eigite tondu mundu wa thi kana mundu muruti biashara wa thi ni akuhota kuona thina muno na aria maguraga indo guku bururi-ini ona makuhota kugura indo ici na thogora wa iguru muno thirikari yaga gwika maundu maria yagirire ni gwika niguo mone indo ici itina haica ndina maingi kuma kaunti ino ya Uasin Gishu ndugukorwo tukirora andu angi nao marakiuga atia uhoro wa biru ni rahitukire ira na budget iri gukorwo igithomwo muthenya wa umuthi ndina maingi tio ucokia studio ritorekwa ni Dan Kanwanga.
Thank you muno Dan Kanwanga ni undu wa riboti yo na kwaraniria na mugwira na no akigwa mugwira ni aramenya maundu ria magiikarite no ni turi na ataramu thiini wa studio na tuko tukinyitanira na ndagika itari kuraya hari na igoti rigathikitwo ria 30% ria indo cia mbao iria iroka kuma nja wa bururi hihi nginya mundu kurehe mbao itari njake igukorwo ikiguthwo igoti riri ria 30% mau ni tuko tugithererio ni kimwe gia kiuria kiria giakorwo gikiurio ni mundu gwitwo mugwira kuria mwena wa Eldoret. Ndira tuthie kaunti-ini ya Naikuru tunyitanire na wajeri wa Kariuki tumenye na kuona Naikuru andu metereire ki na hiki kinene muno muthenya wa ira nituronire president muthenya ari kaunti-ini ya Naikuru kuria Naivasha ario mihango-ini ya kuruguria maundu megie ciungano cia ma engineers nigo gutigirira maundu maria meguthie na mbere makiria horo-ini wigie miako ya raithi kana nyumba ici turaka cia raithi ni yakinyanira na njira iria yagiriire na mutaratara utanyitwo gukorwo ukirithondeka mieke ya mawira kuri mbeu njithe milioni 1 o mwaka ukiongerera thiini wa andu aria magukorwo makiruta wira makambuni-ini maria mathondekaga indo cia miako ugakirikana ino na githungu ni eretwo game changer hari guthondeka mieke ya mawira kuri aikari a Kenya. Hihi Naikuru marauga atia Wanjeri wa Kariuki?
Thengio muno Njoroge wa Kimani na wagĩkorwo kiuga ndĩkĩrĩ thĩinĩ mũciĩ mũnene wa Naikuru kuria turakĩhungura kũndũ gũtiganĩte tũgĩthiĩ na mbere na gũkorwo tũkĩmenya ũhoro wĩgĩmainie mohoro maigĩmainie na ũhoro wa maguta. Ngakĩhoya mũhera kũrĩ mwĩroreri wa Kameme nĩ ũndũ wa andũ acio makĩhoro makĩhĩtũka. No tũragĩthiĩ na mbere na gũkorwo tũkĩmenyithia mwĩroreri wa Kameme TV maũndũ marĩa maragĩthiĩ na mbere gũkorwo makĩmenyeka itanya-inĩ rĩa gũkorwo budget ya mũthenya wa ũmũthĩ na ihinda-inĩ rĩrĩ ngoretwo ngĩrũgamĩte thĩinĩ wa kambuni ĩmwe ya ũkuui ya Prestige. Hihi magĩkorwo magĩtwĩra atĩ kĩgĩna gĩkĩ kana fuel levy nĩ yakiuma kuma gĩcunjĩ kĩa 8 nginyagia gĩcunjĩ kĩa 13 kana nĩ magĩkorwo magĩtwara mũrigo ũyũ kũrĩ akui kana athii ao kana hihi itanya rĩao nĩ rĩkũ gũgĩtigĩrĩra atĩ athii ao matinagĩtuĩka a kũhinyĩrĩrĩka. Reke ngorwo ngĩnyitanĩra na ũmwe wa managers a kambuni ĩno hihi magĩtwĩre itanya rĩao nĩ rĩrĩkũ ũhoro wa maguta wagĩkorwo ũgĩthiĩ na mbere kũgeithia mwĩroreri wa Kameme TV. No hihi ũgĩtwĩre atĩrĩrĩ maguta nĩ marongererwo kuma gĩcunjĩ kĩa 8 nginyagia 16. Hihi ũndũ ũcio mũrigo ũcio mũkũkuo na njĩra ĩrĩkũ? No kwa njĩra rĩtwa rĩaku.
Njĩtagwo George na ndutaga na Prestige Shuttles na ithuĩ nĩ tũkwamũkĩra gĩcunjĩ gĩa 16. No wamenya hĩndĩ ĩrĩa mũrigo ta ũcio woka rĩ wĩikagĩrio andũ arĩa marasafiri. So definitely ithuĩ no tũkũ hike fare na twa hike fare rĩ bei ĩgũthiĩ kwĩ mũndũ ũrĩa ũrasafiri. So nĩ gĩkũtũ affect tondũ rĩrĩ rĩu thaa ici current tũrĩhagia 600 rĩu wongerera up to 16%. Ĩyo nĩ kuga bei nĩ kũkindie kinya itha 800 gũthiĩ Nairobi. Ona nĩ gũkorwo so much expensive na mũthii bado na andũ arĩa marathiĩ thaa ici ũngĩrora stage gũtikoretwo kwĩna usafiri mũno nĩ tondũ ũrĩa andũ makoretwo mahinyĩrĩrĩkĩte nĩ tondũ wa indo cia iria tũrahũthĩra commodities gũthiĩ igũrũ. Yes.
Hihi nĩ ũrona ta gĩcunjĩ gĩa faida yanyu gĩkorwo gĩgĩthiĩ thĩ na njĩra kũringana na kuongerera kwa bei ĩno na hihi kana athii anyu nĩ megũgĩkorwo tondũ tũgĩkiuga inyuĩ mũrathiĩ na mbere na gũkua athii kwĩna andũ mangĩkorwo magĩetha alternative. Hihi nĩ ũrona kana mũgũkorwo mũkĩ-lose customers cianyu?
Of course yo nĩ kũ-affect biacara mũno tondũ rĩu angĩkorwo hena handũ hangĩ ingĩthiĩ nyone ngari ya kũndwara na 500 rĩ nona nĩ ho ngũthiĩ. So kĩrĩa gĩgũkorwo nĩ atĩ profit margin ya andũ arĩa monaga mbeca cia matatũ nĩ kũnyiha tondũ ĩkũbidi tũgayane faida ĩrĩa nini tũgayane na mũndũ ũrĩa ũrasafiri na wabici. So of course maũndũ nĩ megũkorwo me difficult. Yes.
Hihi kũringana na ũndũ ũyũ na nĩ ũndũ ũyũ wanagĩkorwo mũkĩona hau kabere nĩ maũndũ marĩkũ mwĩta kambuni mwakorirwo mũgĩka nĩgetha gũtigĩrĩra atĩ ũndũ ũyũ ndũnakorwo ũkĩmwathiri inyuĩ na njĩra nene ũhoro wa lose customers na nginya faida yanyu?
Fare ya haica tũhaicagia in such a way that gĩcunjĩ kĩnini kĩratuĩka catered for na ofici na kĩrĩa kĩngĩ gĩgatuĩka kĩrathiĩ kwĩ mũndũ ũrĩa tũrasafiri. Rĩu tũgayanaga ũguo faida ũrĩa akaruta kanini ithuĩ tũkaruta kanini nĩgetha tũkaigana na handũ atĩ customers itũ no maraigua comfortable gũka na kũruta mbeca iria tũrametia. Yes.
Hihi ũndũ ũyũ nĩ ũgũkorwo ũkĩ-affect nginya andũ arĩa mwandĩkĩte mawĩra tondũ angĩkorwo mũgĩthiaga ta tiribu 20 nĩ gũgũkiuga tiribu no igũkorwo ikĩnyiha nginya tiribu ta 10 ũguo. Hihi nĩ ũgũkorwo ũkĩ-affect andũ arĩa mũkoretwo mwandĩkĩte wĩra-inĩ ũyũ wanyu?
Twĩna mwĩhoko atĩ tũtigũtuĩka so much affected such that atĩ tũgũkinyĩrĩra nĩ tũkũrũgamia andũ wĩra. So tũrarora tu tweterere ũrĩa maũndũ megũthiĩ but our hope nĩ atĩ ndĩgũkorwo margin nene ĩrĩa ĩngĩtuĩka atĩ nĩ kũ-affect andũ arĩa tũraruta nao wĩra atĩ nĩ megũtigithio wĩra. Yes.
Njoroge ũcio nĩ mawoni ma ũmwe wa managers a kambuni ĩno ya Prestige no ĩkorwo akiuga atĩ ũhoro ũyũ wa gũkorwo ũkĩambatĩria ũhoro wa maguta kuma gĩcunjĩ kĩa 8 nginyagia gĩcunjĩ kĩa 16 nĩ ũndũ gũkorwo ũrĩ na hathara nene mũno kũrĩ kambuni yao. No magĩtuĩka kuga atĩ ona faida ĩrĩa marakĩgĩaga nĩ megũtigĩrĩra atĩ matinakorwo makĩhinyĩrĩria athii ao na njĩra nene atĩ ona ĩkorwo ũndũ ũyũ nĩ wagĩkorwo ũkĩgĩrio maguta matigũkorwo atĩ athii ao makĩigua ruo rũrũ na njĩra nene. Reke ngũcokerie mwaro Njoroge wa Kimani rĩakwa nĩ Wanjeri wa Kariuki kuma kaunti-inĩ ya Naikuru.
Thegio muno wa Njeri wa Kariuki na no akigwa ikaria na ikuru makiria aria makirutaga wira ruhonge-ini rwa matatu maraka ya kuongererwo gwa gicunji kia 8 hari kia VAT hari maguta ni undu wa gukiuga ati maguta megukigia goro na maguta magia goro indo iria irakuwa igie goro matinga kana factory ihuthagira maguta nacio igie goro ona thitima irio nawe uhuthagira kugura token ni ukuona component ya maguta ni ambatira iguru na niho tukwamba gutiga kwaraniria na andiki aitu aria mari icigo itiganite no ni tugucokereria niguo tunyitanire nao kwa ihinda riri ndirenda tucenjie gia tuingire thiini wa studio tunyitanire na ataramu aria tunyitanire nao guku niguo tukorwo tugitaukwo ni mamwe ma maundu maria turi namo guku thiini wa studio kurigania nani haha twina ndagitari Moses Mwangi ni mutaramu wa mwathanire mwega good governance na ningi niwe CEO wa Equatorial Nut Processors kuma kuria county-ini ya Murang'a haria mundu ngina macicio na gaturanyitanira na Zaki Ngugi uyu ni economist ni mutaramu wa mbeca tumenye uria budget ino ebangitwo mutaratara wa kigina ni urathomirwo maundu maya uria mabangitwo hihi hari na njira ingi mangirabangirwo mahuthahuthire a Kenya karibu ni guku gwa Kameme TV na tukiambiriria hihi nawe ndagitari no geithie mwiroreri na hihi woni waku wigie budget ino ni uriku tutanarikira gacunji gwa gacunji
ndwega muno bwana Njoroge na session ya Kameme ni kunjita guku muthi uyu wa bata uria budget ya 2023-2024 iguthomwo ndakugeithia muthikiriria wa Kameme handu hothe uri wamukire ngaithi cia Dr. Moses na njuge atiriri overall ni tuge atiriri haria turi tiho turari tondu mwaka ucio rathirire gutirae na mbura njiganu riu umuthiri
yes
kwina mbura gicigo kia Mount Kenya kwina mbura bebe ni njega na kwoguo ona kwagia mathina maindo kugia goro ri mundu rarimite kahari ni ekuhuna no budget ya mwaka uyu gwiciria ni ciririrwo muno ndigwiciria kwi budget ire yaciririrwo finance bill ire yaciririrwo tori andu eciririrwo
niguo
na ni tuithuothe mundu ukoretwo akirumirira
yes
ati budget ino ni kuhinyiriria mu Kenya
wothe
eni tondu riria maguta makiambatira ri no amenya mekuhutia ginya gikombe gia cai ginya fare iri andu marihaga ginya indo iria ithondekagwo kwoguo generally kwambatiria kwa maguta kwa 8% iyo iki igutuma cost of living kana faida wa muturire wiki atia wabatire so generally riu wakiongerera magoti na wandu aria makirutaga wira ri aria agataita gaka gako
yes
na kau gaku
riarore na njira igi
andu marokaga wira mageterera payslip
yes
payslip ne dinie etinetio ikambiriria gutinio ni nyamu iretwo reveanga cia nyumba igathi uguo akorwo ni cost ya energy tondu ikire iguru ri riu payslip mbeca iria uronaga umenye riu ni igukorwo cie nini gukira mbere no menye andu matiriga kuongererwo mushara na gutire kambuni irongerera andu mushara ona thirikari iraremwo ni kuriha civil servants
yes
imageterera mieri mingi
mbeca cigana cia kurogotwo riu cia kinyiha ri na thogora wa batire ri riu ni wamenya mundu wothe no nginya aiguerwo haya tugucokereria hau kurigana nawe wi mutaramu wa maundu megie mbeca kuri na njira ingi ngirathondekirwo kuhuthahuthia budget ino
nyambe ngeithie mutwiroreri o haria ri ni njui kwime guku Kenya ona ta kuria gwitu gikira makigeithike na kwime diaspora
nima
na ni maratwirorera
yes
mukigeithike inyuothe nguhe maundu ni no break na kindu maundu ta matano kana mana maria ndiramenya ati korwo ni maracenjirio tutingiri haria turi na nyambire no ria ndagitari auga wa VAT ya maguta tondu VAT ikasikendaga kundu guothe koguo wekira maguta no igua manufacturing nĩ yarehe thĩna token nĩ yarehe thĩna wathiĩ ũhoro wa fair he mũndũ auga matikuongerera fair it's just a matter of time tondũ ndĩgĩcainĩtwo ũigue fair nĩ yakate
nĩ yambata
harĩa ũrarĩhaga 50 rĩ nĩ hathiĩ 70 koguo rĩu nĩkĩo ũraigua maguta mahutagia mũndũ wothe across board kaundu ga kerĩ rĩ he VAT nĩ ũraririkana indo cirarĩ zero rated na ingĩ irarĩ exempt especially maũndũ ma mũtu cirerwo atĩrĩrĩ cigwĩkĩrwo standard rate waigua standard rate rĩ ũmenye nĩ 16% koguo rĩu naguo mũtu no ambatĩra ũhoro wa fertilizer na indo iria ithondekaga pharmaceuticals na vaccines nĩ ciekate nĩ ciambata kũrĩ andũ matararĩhaga igoti ĩyo nĩ kategori ya gatatũ ta rĩu digital content creators matirarĩhaga rĩu nĩ marĩrĩhaga kĩndũ twĩtaga withholding tax 5% o ta ũrĩa ona ithuĩ professionals tũrĩhaga 5% koguo acio nao nĩ maingĩra nao andũ arĩa mabetaga betting kana nĩ advertising kana nĩ winnings nĩ ũrarĩha igoti na rĩ igũrũ mũno koguo acio nao nĩ mekĩrwo
ndĩrarĩ 20 kamĩtĩ ya mbunge ya kĩgĩna nĩ rendekithie icoke 12%
nĩguo no no aigua no ũkũrĩha haya kaũndũ karĩa rĩu karahutirie andũ mũno rĩ kĩndũ 3.6 million arĩa me payroll-inĩ rĩ nĩ housing levy rĩu ũmenye atĩrĩrĩ no wamba warĩha 30% pay na gũkĩrĩ andũ megũkĩrĩha 32 na 35 ũcoke nĩ warĩha 2.7 ya NHIF ũrĩa ũkũrĩhaga 35 rĩu ĩkĩ 37.7 nĩguo wongererwo 3% ya NSSF
wĩ 40.7
good ũcoke wongererwo 1.5
wĩ 42
rĩu ũguo nĩguo marĩrĩhaga na ũnyite atĩrĩrĩ housing yerĩtwo nĩ levy ĩgĩũka ĩkĩmutate ĩgĩtuĩka nĩ saving ĩrathiĩ ĩramutate rĩu ĩratuĩkire nĩ igoti na ndũgacokerio ti harĩa rĩu weragwo thutha wa mĩaka 7 nĩ ũgũcokerio rĩu koguo ĩno rĩu nĩ tax na nĩ final ũneane nyũmba ciakwo na to mũhaka ũkona na ũhoro ũcio nĩ wekate
nĩ wathira
nĩ wakinya hau rĩu andũ aya 3.6 million rĩ no igua rĩu take home nĩ yanyiha kĩrĩa mũndũ arĩinũkagia rĩ nĩ kĩanyihanyiha no menye andũ aya rĩ mena commitment commitments cia sacco commitments cia maroni ma bengi commitments cia cukuru kwĩ kũndũ marĩhaga cukuru direct kuma payroll nona na mũtũrĩre rĩ nĩguo cio inflation twĩ almost 10% ona korwo ndagĩtarĩ nĩ arauga kabura nĩ gekũrehe relief rĩ tondũ nĩ kaurĩte rĩ rĩu andũ a Nyandarua nĩ njũĩ wiki ĩno no makũhe waru rĩ kũrĩ kũndũ waru irarĩo
nĩguo
cia maitĩka
ona igwĩte raithi mũno
Mũrang'a kwanyu rĩ mbembe cina mĩthuka koguo relief ĩyo nĩ ĩgũka no ũmenye bado tũrĩ hanene koguo korwo maguta matinongererwo levy ndĩnoka ya housing na gũkorwo andũ arĩa marongereirwo tacio 32-35% matinongererwo it would have been better no rĩu thĩna wakwa nĩ mũtu tondũ mũtu wĩna VAT tũtikĩrĩ tu 30 ũngĩkinya 300 ta njĩra mũndũ ta rĩu ũrĩa ũthiaga kĩbarũa kĩa o mũthenya arĩhagwo ciringi 400 kana ciringi 500 harĩa mũjengo-inĩ rĩ ĩyo nĩ mĩtu ĩigana na cukari wĩ for that nĩ ũyũ ona tũgĩcera twaragia ũhoro wa gacukari na kamutu na nĩcio icio ciĩtagwo basic commodities nĩ ciathiĩ igũrũ rĩu nĩ tũgũkĩmenyera gũgĩthiaga magũrũ tondũ rĩrĩ ngari ticio icio koguo budget rĩ ingĩtua kũme analyze yothe rĩ ti kwega
ona hanini
ti kwega
ndena tũgũthiĩ Kĩrĩnyaga ndagĩka itarĩ kũraihu tũnyitane na mwandĩki witũ Wainaina wa Kĩari no twambe tũcoke haha igoti rĩrĩ rĩa housing levy ĩrarĩ levy rĩu nĩ tax 1.5 ndagĩtarĩ wĩ mwandĩkani aruti akua wĩra othe ũturanĩre gĩkabũ kĩmwe o mũndũ mũtarĩre 1.5 nĩ ũrĩ marĩhagĩra nao makorwo makĩrĩhĩra tũrore mwena waku ta mwandĩkani na waandĩkani arĩa angĩ thĩinĩ wa bũrũri aya mandĩkĩte andũ around 3.5-3.6 million hihi nĩ gũkorwo na impact twambĩrĩrie kũigua kwĩna hihi redundancy nĩ ciambĩrĩria kana terms of contract nacio nĩ ciambia gũcenjia
korwo igoti rĩu ndĩrĩte igoti tondũ rĩu nĩ igoti levy 1.5 na he handũ riria rirari 3 ni rirari na cap
Yes.
rigite ndungikiria 2.5
yes
riu cap yo ni reheri so in the end
Yes.
actually especially kuri andu aria mena mushara wi hari ori
yes
ni kuma hit muno ni kumaringa muno
yes
riu koguo ri ni wega to expect korwo uhoro ucio rokire economy njega korwo economy ni rari njega biacara ni irathie wega koguo ni urona biacara ni rakura
yes
ona ni ukubataraga mundu ungi wa kwandika no riu riroka riria biacara cithi riria already no kuria makambuni na matarari na hinya wa kuoya decision riu reke tutume andu amwe mucii tondu biacara ndiragithondeka mbeca tondu economy thi timing ino ni njuru koguo no nginya to expect ati andikani kuri andu amwe marituma mucii tondu biacara cost yo ne aneneha muno riu koguo discussion na haha thirikari egwiciragia ati yongerera 1.5 ni yona mbeca riu andu acio 3.6 acio me mawira megutinagio tondu no maragitinio maundu maya mothe ahota kuona macokete thi riu goal iria marari nayo handu ha ikinyire ya gukinyirika riria effect ya kuongerera kana wongerera magoti muno wahinyiriria andu muno ni to uri ungikama ng'ombe nginya ugikame iria ugikame thakame ng'ombe yo githie to ugikue kuaga kana ekahinja kana ekahitha iria ng'ombe ni hithaga iria ungituika ni urametindika muno ni koguo mahinda maria turorete initially tondu economy ya Kenya na economy ya thi mundu wina kabiacara kanini ni aingi matarahota guthondeka mbeca biacara iria nene kwina mathina maingi muno ungirona magatheti maya mandikagwo gatheti ici ni ukurora page cia andu metagwo auctioneers nio maragura mena page ni ciongererekete tondu maundu methi koguo in the end aruti a wira ni mekuhinyiririka na amwe mahota gukorwo akorwo mundu carbon ciahota kuga ni ikunyihia head count na kuhe andu contract cia thiku cigana ona nigetha mahote kurimira haria kuherehera riria onawe hi wi muruti wa wira utari na mbeca nyingi ri riu wone ukiheoga contract ka mwaka umwe ri tari wegega
kuri kuri kunengerana ire ciothe
iho
haya Zaka tugiuka hari we andu aya ni magererwo igoti kiari na target ire yagire gukorwo ekirize 2.5 trillion thiini wa mwaka wa kigina kuma riu nginya 20 June ya 2024 hihi no tukore this percentage ya 1.5 ni affect nginya pay andu meheretio enyihe kuri uri ra contribute tha ici
kwina uhotekeku tondu wa riri realistically tumite actually tuimire recession 2016 niguo economy yanjiriirie guthuka tugikinya githurano gia 2017 ni undu uria kwageire na mugucanio ri ni uririkanaga kuri mundu wehitithirio na maundu macio economy kirehe thina na kiria giatumire handshake igekwo nigetha egerie gu stabilize economy after that covid ni aingira covid nayo ri yambire gutuhingira ni unaririkana hindi utangiimire nginya Nairobi kugo economy ikikorwo ni ta yahinga especially mwena uria wa transport na mwena wa hospitality industry ukihingwo biu na kuri andu mahingire mikawa hindi iyo matari mahingura nginya umuthi kwi mawabici mahingirwo na matiri mahingurwo nginya umuthi no ririkana haria 2018 ri kwari na retrenchments nyingi ciekikite riu haha na nyite ndagitari mbaru ri turarehe magoti teo riu housing tax the wrong time tondu korwo twamirehe economy at least twina projection tondu projection ino tuheagwo ya 5% ya gukura ri ndionaga realistic na njira ino thaici gutiri mbeca ni uraigua andu magikaya ndu akimona makiuga atiriri kwina kindu ta liquidity gutiri mbeca muhuko gutari mbeca muhuko ni kuga atiriri kiria umenyerete kugura na kamutu karia utwaraga hana na kagwaci na kamukimo ni cieka atia ni cienya riu andu ria mekire ri ni ku adjust lifestyles ukanyihanyihia ungirora ona kuria kurarihwo thukuru na andu makirihwo sub group ine ni njui ni maririkanagio ni arimu ukoraga balances ni nyingi ona ni njiguite makira na atiriri economy ria turi nayo ri ni nditu koguo mundu acererwo ni kuriha school fees ri ndarahurwo muno ta kabere kare tondu andu riu ni manjitie kuhana ni marataukanirwo au turuku yo yothe irakwira atiriri 1.5 wino na maundu mangiri nginya mau ndakugwetera ma muturi na maya turaria ma magutari no megutu hit very hard tondu success rate ya micro small and medium enterprises thaisi is below 30% kulingana na statistics ya KEBS na data aya moyaga census na ona World Bank ni marakwira atiri micro small medium enterprises sitirakinyia miaka 3 cirugamite ni irahwana ruga na andu aya ni warihia igoti kungigia retrenchment ri na gutire na baita ri niki mundu egwika giti gutire andu megukinyihia staff na kuri andu mekuhinga uguo ni kuga KRA ahota kwaga kuhiti 2.6 trillion target twikore ninge twacoka mwena uria wa gukomba na tungikomba uru tukombe commercial ni tuora kuguo tha ici ri na he andu hatagwetagwo na no wega turore budget ino it's a political economy he andu hatagwetagwo uhoro wa ungumania mbeca ici ri ni twakineana cia nyumba na iringi ni ikororwo kana ikororwo ni hiti na ngari
tugucokereria hau president araugire kiuria kia nyumba akoria riwe ciringi ingikariyo na no tugucoka turore wega wa mbeca ici ciatuika ciathie guthondeka mieke ya mawira milioni 1 kuri mbeu njithi iganda iria ithondekaga hinges na cuma na andu indo ciothe cia miako na thimiti nacio ni kuongerera aruti a wira na cimarihe wega koguo economy ya bururi ni gukorwo kigaci ni tugucokereria hau no mwiroreri mwende njitikiria tuthie mwe kwe mwe nginya county-ini ya Kirinyaga tunyitene na mwandiki witu wa Inaina wa Kiarie tugue nao aikaria Kirinyaga nikimetereire makiria kuria Kirinyaga aingi ni arimi a macani undu umwe na kahua tumenye hihi kana ni marona maria rumbuiye na njira ria yagirire thiini wa budget ile tanyitwo guthomwo miaraho ya umuthi wa Inaina ngikorwo ni uranjigua mwaro ni waku.
Aya, thank you muno Njoroge wa Kimani ikomukire na njira njega kuma kaunti-ini ya Kirinyaga na kwa ihinda riri tukiambite hema mwena wa Mwea na uku tugiko tukirianĩria na arimi endia a mucere na kwa ihinda tukirugamite handu hagitagwo Tai Rice Minas atwiko tukirianĩria na muthenya wa umuthi cikigie oro wa budget ino ya muthenya wa umuthi ira tugigitanyite ati minister wa kigina uku bururi-ini niwe Professor Ndung'u ewikorwa ikimerekereria mathaini ma mĩaraho kuria bunge-ini ira niyo budget ya mbere ihinda-ini ria thirikari ya Kenya Kwanza na kiria Kenya ingi na ringi ona ikaria ya Amwe magigeteire muthenya wa muthenya ukimenya mayuko maikigunika na njira hana atia wikirikanete tugiukite ihinda-ini ria thirikari gikoretwo ikigoke na maurito maingi kuma na wagi wa mbeca na mbeca iria igikombetwo ni thirikari guku bururi-ini cigagiko cikire iguru makiria no kwa ihinda ri njitigitukirani nao magitwe mawoni mao na magitwire hi matanya mao ni mariku na niki magikienda thirikari gikorwo igika kwa ihinda ri twikotukirani nao na ukiambia na ritwa riaku ugigitwire we woni wakwa na maria uragitanya muthenya wa umuthi hari budget ino iria niyo budget ya mbere ya thirikari ya Kenya Kwanza rungu rwa President Dagitari William Ruto niki kiu muragigitanya
ni marĩtwa makwa njĩtagwo Samuel Muthua wa Njohi na twendagia mucere haha hetagwo Tai Rice Minas no ũrĩa ithuĩ tũrenda kũria thirikari wa mbere thirikari ya mbere heo time ya kũruta wĩra tondũ mahinda maya tũtingĩhota gũtũra tũkombaga kuma na nja kĩrĩa tũrenda nĩ kuona thirikari ĩkĩethera mbia ciayo kuma kũrĩ andũ nĩgetha ĩhote kũrani maũndũ mayo ma thirikari uguo ni kuga atiriri mbia iria mekuona na mamenyerere itikae kugera marima maria cirigithiaga mahinge marima mothe maria mothe mbia cia uici thiagira nigetha kiria giothe a Kenya maruta matigirire ati ni kiarutithio wira uria a Kenya marenda na budget ya muthenya wa umuthi kuringana na ile bangitwo ni minister wa finance twitikirie thirikari irani maundu mayo kugerera budget iyo tondu gutire njira ingi twinayo ya kuona mbia o tigari njira yo nayo tugwika ati tungiona mbeca nayo
Na kwa ihinda rĩrĩ rĩngĩ Mũkenya nĩ akoretwo akiuga nĩ mũhinyĩrĩku rĩngĩ mũndũ ũrĩa ũrĩ kũrĩa thĩ ũgakora indo ikĩrĩ na goro ona thogora wa mũcere ũrĩa tũrĩ naguo kwa ihinda rĩrĩ ũkĩrĩ igũrũ, mũtu wĩ igũrũ, cukari wĩ igũrũ. Rĩngĩ nĩ maũndũ marĩkũ magĩrĩire gũkorwo magĩkwo? Nĩ ihinda rĩtwagĩrĩire gũkĩhe thirikari ĩno rĩa gũgĩeterera makĩria na andũ aya magĩthiĩ na mbere na gũkĩhinyĩrĩrĩka?
Ta rĩu wa mbere nĩ tũronaga okorwo ta mũtu wĩna goro mũno, na ta rĩu Ngai nĩ aheanĩte mbura, nĩ tũramenya harĩa tũkũgethera indo no cikũgĩa raithi, tondũ indo nyingĩ iragĩa goro tondũ gũtirarĩ na mbura ya kũigana ya gũcikũria. Na ta rĩu Ngai nĩ aheanĩte mbura rĩ, nĩ tũra expect maũndũ nĩ mekũgwa thĩ. Sometimes nĩ tũigagĩrĩra thirikari mũrigo mũnene mũno. Ta rĩu tũrendaga tũtirĩ na mbembe tũragetha, tũtirarĩ na indo tũragethaga tondũ kũrarĩ na kĩangazi kĩnene mũno. Ũguo thirikari no ĩgũrire kuma na nja, na yagũra kuma na nja gũtirĩ ũndũ tũra expect indo cikorwo ciĩna goro. No nĩ tũreterera atĩrĩrĩ, tondũ Ngai nĩ aheanĩte mbura rĩ, irio nĩ cikorwo ciĩ nyingĩ, maũndũ nĩ megũthiĩ thĩ. Ithuĩ kĩndũ kĩrĩa tũngĩenda kuona no atĩ marima marĩa mothe mbia cia ũici irathiagĩra tũtikae kũmona marima macio, nĩ mahingwo mothe nĩgetha tũhote gũ consolidate, thirikari ihote gũ consolidate finances ciayo nĩgetha kuma hau tũhote gwĩka maũndũ maitũ tũtegũtinda tũkĩrira na mbia cia gũkomba. Ũcoke okorwo nĩ ũhoro wa taxes, ona gũtuĩka no twende ciregulatwo itige gũkorwo atĩ ningĩ cikĩrĩ igũrũ mũno, no tũrore kuoneke atĩrĩrĩ, the tax net ya thirikari nĩ araramio nginya kũrĩ andũ arĩa matararutaga taxes. Tarĩu kwĩna anene aingĩ mũno thirikari-inĩ matarutaga taxes. Ona mambunge maya maitũ nao nĩ merwo nĩ Njoroge Ndung'u, etagwo Njoroge Ndung'u, nĩ merwo atĩ nao nĩ manjie kũruta taxes. Nĩ matige gũtuĩka atĩ me igũrũ mũno nginya nĩ mara exempt ndeto cia kũruta taxes. Nĩ manjie onayo kũruta taxes nĩgetha tũhote kuona atĩrĩrĩ thirikari nĩ consolidate mbia ciothe iria andũ marabatara nĩ cioneka kuma kũrĩ andũ nĩgetha tũhote gũteithĩka. Ta rĩu tũngĩtuĩka no gũkomba tũrakomba rĩ, thirĩ tũkarĩha mwaka ũrĩkũ? Heko tũgũtũria na mathirĩ rĩ, tũkahota kũrĩha mathirĩ maitũ ma kuma nja na nja nginya rĩ, tũtigacoka gũtũthiĩ ũguo nginya bũrũri wa Kenya ũtahwo nĩ mathirĩ. Nĩ tũtige na njĩra ya taxes nĩgetha andũ mahote gũconsolidate mbia ciao.
Haya, rĩngĩ mũno tũkĩranĩria na mũikari ũngĩ kwĩrĩria handũ ũngĩkĩaga woni rĩngĩ ikaya rĩaku kũrĩ thirikari mũthenya wa mũthĩ wambĩtie na marĩtwa maku kũrĩ thirikari ĩno tũgĩgĩterera budget ya mũthenya wa mũthĩ gĩthomo nĩ Professor Ngũgĩ Njoroge. We wĩ ta Mũkenya wa kawaida nĩkĩ kĩu ũrenda gĩkorwo gĩkĩrorwo na njĩra nene gũtigĩrĩra atĩ ona mũtũrĩre waku nĩ wagĩrĩra?
Niĩ njĩtagwo Christine Kĩmarũ na ndĩ mwendia wa mũcere mwena wa Mwea, na number 1 no njĩrire Akenya metĩkĩre na macomply na thirikari tongoretio nĩ ndagĩtarĩ William Ruto na mahe thirikari ihinda rĩa gũthondeka maũndũ na twĩna maũndũ no mekwagĩrĩra. No nyende thirikari mũno makĩria ĩgerie kũrũa corruption na marima marĩa mangĩonekana ma kũiywo mbeca na nĩgetha kila Mũkenya akorwo aiganĩire. Yes.
Haya, thank you mũno Njoroge wa Kĩmani tũgĩkorwo tũkĩrenia ũngĩ na
Ucio nĩ mwandĩki witũ kuma kaunti ya Kirinyaga Wainaina wa Kĩaria kĩaranĩria na ikaria mwena ũcio na marauga thirikari ĩheo ihinda ĩhote kwarĩra maũndũ mayo atĩ mwaka ono ũmwe ti mũthiru wa kĩgĩna nĩguo makorwo magĩkĩmenya ũrĩa megũkorwo magĩgĩka, na nĩ njũĩ no tũgũcokereria mwena ũcio rĩngĩ na tũthiũrũrũke icigo-inĩ iria ingĩ tũnyitanĩre na andĩki aitũ a mohoro, no kwa ihinda rĩrĩ rĩrĩa twambe tũikĩrio ndagĩka nini ndũgathiĩ kũraya tũgĩcokereria thĩinĩ wa studio no tũrathiĩ na mbere na ndereti tũgĩtanyaga maũndũ marĩa megũkorwo magĩrĩ thĩinĩ wa budget ĩno ĩrĩa gũthomwo mũthenya wa ũmũthĩ kwambĩrĩria thaa 8:30 cia mĩaraho nĩ Professor Njũgũna Ndung'u, nĩwe minister wa kĩgĩna, nĩyo budget ya mbere yake na nĩyo budget ya mbere ya thirikari ya Kenya Kwanza.
Kameme TV.
Education is changing for the better. Gone will be the days when teachers had to sift through books upon books of homework, when they walked around class just to ensure they connect with the students, when not coming to class meant missing lessons, or when they worked extra hours, usually late in the night, to ensure all students understood. Introducing the Mwalimu Plus Learning Management System, an education management tool that fits in with the country's education system and allows schools and parents to monitor students' progress effectively. From tracking and reporting to providing resources and effective learning tools, teachers and parents alike will be in the loop of each child's progress. With Mwalimu Plus, schools will not need to invest heavily in infrastructure. That's because the system offers the necessary tools, tablets, and the software at a great cost to enable schools get off successfully. Things are changing, and the Mwalimu Plus learning management system is at the forefront of this change.
Family ni kujengana, muturire ni gutwarana hamwe, gukura hamwe na guteithania, kwihokana na iroto citu na kwaga gukua ngoro o mundu na uria ungi. Family ni kurugama na uria ungi nginya mwisho. Nikio twi haha guguteithia gukuria biashara yaku na njira ya gukuhe loan, mieke ya kuonjorithia, kuhuthia utungata wa bengi, guguthondekera mieke ya gucemania na onjoria angi na mangi maingi. Shera ruhonge-ini rumwe rwa honge 93 cia Family Bank. Family Bank iri rungu rwa Central Bank of Kenya.
Ĩĩ no wende andũ arĩa makurigicĩirie, arata hamwe na family yaku muikarage na thayo na mukenete. Nyitanagira nani Ngugi wa Karanja, ngigutereba thiini wa tabara ya kwibanga guku gwa Kameme TV.
Urathie gucokora thimu na thimu yo ti yaku.
Tigai kwaria mbere ya ciana. Athuri mendaga leadership. Koguo angĩkorwo muthuri waku ndoi ikara uguo muri akigu.
Oro muthenya wa kiumia kwambĩrĩria thaa 4 cia ũtukũ nginyagia thaa 6.
Wona thĩna kĩũra rũga. Kũmũtwarĩra ihũa kũmũhe chocolate. O mũndũ ena rũthiomi rwake.
Nĩ mũndũ amenye mutumia wake akenaga rĩ. Tiga guthaka na mũndũ mwari ndugu nake. Angĩkorwo nĩ ũrenda kũrũgamia mũciĩ waku.
Tũkũrehagĩra ageni mwaki magũtara.
It's all about communication.
Kwĩyaria, kwĩitũrũra, ũkahũtha ngoro yaku.
Nawe ũgatigwo ũkĩbanga.
Maũndũ maya no igũbangwo.
Ambĩrĩria
harĩa ũrĩ na kĩrĩa wĩ nakĩo. Good. We wibange.
Orege mwirori mwende wa Kameme TV gakunyita ogeni muthenya wa umuthi tugitanya horo wigie budget na tukiaririria maundu maria mari thiini wa budget ino. Thiini wa studio ndina ageni no ndira twambe tuthie mwekwe mwinginyagia bunge-ini ya bururi tucemania na Mubi wa Chege tumenye hihi hari undu ungi ucenjetie. Rikurari na uregani munene mwena wa Azimio hihi kuri na andu meyumiritie hihi makigeria guthararia igongona riri kuri na atongoria makinyite mwena ucio guthikire na kana hihi atongoria Azimio aria maraunanirie kwa kuiganira mutaratara uyu ni mambitie gwikinyia gweterera budget ithomo. Mubi wa Chege aikorwo ni urajigua. Mubi agikorwo ni urajigua.
Muno makiria Njoroge wa Kimani ndirakwamukira wega kuma cikaro-ini cia bunge guku mucii wa Nairobi. Ano turathie na mbere kurumirira maria mothe megukorwo makihanika. Ririkana miaraho ya umuthi minister wa Kigina Njuguna Ndung'u ni gukorwo akirekereria mendekithia ma budget ya mwaka wa 2023 mwaka wa 2024 na kwa ihinda riri atongoria matiganite ni mareketie gwikinyia na toguo wakorwo kigweta Njoroge ona atongoria a mung'ethaniro kwina aria twakorwo tukiaria nao na makorwo makiuga matiretikirania na budget iria itanyitwo gukorwo igithomwo oro hamwe na ningi uririkane horo wigie mutaratara wa kana mendekithia ma mutaratara wa kigina ma mwaka wa 2023-2024 ni undu ukoretwo kirehe thina muno makiria. Ririkana muthenya wa ira aingi a bunge ni marakorirwo magiikiria kura mendekithia maya riu rirari ikereka ria mbere kana ikereka ria keri gukorwo rigiikirio kura. Koguo hena uhotekeku ati riendekithia riri ni rigukorwo rikihituka no tukirika thiini wa budget ya area iguthomwo muthenya wa umuthi ni tugukorwo tukiaraniria na senator kuma county ya Nyeri, senator wa Matinga no mbere ya twananirie nake hihi ni wega tukorwo tukihutiriria mamwe ma maria tungitanya mbeca iria ciongererekete na hakuhe ciringi bilioni 300 ikiringithanio na budget ya mwaka muhituku yari ya ciringi bilioni 3.3 no ririkane iyo onayo yongererekete na gicunji gikuhiriirie ithano hihi na koguo kuronekana budget irathie na mbere yongererekete na ino niyo budget iria nene muno makiria na ririkane noyo budget ya mbere rungu rwa wathani wa President William Ruto kuhutiriria hanini Njoroge imwe cia honge iria igukorwo igithukirwo kigina kinene ni ta ruhonge rwa githomo ruria rutanyitwo guthukirwo kigina gia ciringi bilioni 627.7 oro hamwe na sekta ya ugima wa mwiri iria ithukirwo ciringi bilioni 141 oro hamwe na ogikorwo ni wabici ya president iria ithukirwo ciringi trilioni 2.1 na ningĩ uririkane uhoro wigie kigina kuri county government ithukirwo ciringi bilioni 385 koguo icio uguo niguo maundu matarie mau ni mamwe maria tungitanya no ririkana ici ni estimate maria tungitanya koguo mundu gwitwo Njuguna Ndung'u minister wa kigina niwe gukorwo ugikira mukonde hihi budget ihana atia mendekithia maya mahana atia na tutekuria maregu Njoroge ni wega tukorwo tukinyitanira na senator wa Nyeri wa Matinga akorwo gituhe mawoni make senator agikorwo na ukuhiriria guko gwa Kameme TV na ni wega muno makiria ni gwitikira kwaraniria hamwe na ithwe ni turamenya ni ukoretwo ukirumirira agikorwo ni riendekithia ria mutaratara wa kigina na maria marakorirwo makiyumiria muthenya wa ira na maya mothe maroka riri mu Kenya arateta ni undu wa garama ya muturire agikorwo ni thogora wa irio na maundu matiganite ni mariku tungitanya muthenya wa umuthi na budget ino igukorwo ikiguna Wanjiku na njira iriku hihi senator
ni thengiũ mũno harĩ marĩtwa ngetwo hamwe Matinga seneta wa Nyeri thengiũ mũno nĩ ũndũ wa kĩũria kĩu nĩ kĩũria kĩega twambe twĩyũrie atĩ mathĩna maya matukinyĩte gũkorwo twĩna mo twambĩrĩrie mathĩna ma gũkomba mũno kũremwo nĩ gũkĩria iganda gũkũ mũciĩ kuremwo nĩ guthondeka ũrĩmi gũkũ mũciĩ maũndũ maya makinyĩte hau tũkinyĩte nĩ gũtuĩka atĩ mũrĩmi kana mũndũ ũrĩa ũkoragwo agĩthondeka economy thĩinĩ wa Kenya atuĩkire arĩriraga na thirikari karehe mbeca cia gũkomba budget ĩno itũ ũrĩa tũramĩthondeka nĩyo budget ya mbere ya Kenya Kwanza nyambe njuge atĩ nĩ ngenete mũno tondũ nĩyo budget ĩrĩa tũrarora gũkorwo tũgĩka maũndũ tũtagũteng'era gũkomba mbeca cia mahũthĩro maitũ na nĩkĩo tũrendekithirie tũkoiga atĩ finance bill nĩ wega twambe twĩtĩkĩre atĩ tukinyĩte bũrũri nĩ ũkinyĩte handũ tũtingĩhota kũfinance na gũkomba tondũ rĩu maũndũ marĩa twĩna mo nĩ merĩ either tũthiĩ twendie indo cia bũrũri kana tũrĩhe magoti twarora ũrĩa tũkinyĩte tũkona atĩ twengĩthiĩ twendie indo cia bũrũri rũciũ rwitũ nĩtwatuĩka kwa kũrũthũkia tondũ nĩ kuuga atĩ indo icio twendie igũkorwo inyitĩtwo nĩ foreigners thĩinĩ wa Kenya koguo tũkauga atĩ ũndũ ũrĩa tũtigĩtwo nakuo nĩ kũrĩha magoti na ngenda kuuga atĩ budget ĩno ndamĩrora nĩ harĩ maũndũ maingĩ mũno mega ĩkĩrĩire no nĩ kũrĩ andũ maragĩthiĩ makarora tũmaũndũ tũrĩa tũrĩ ho tũigana ona tũmaũndũ tũrĩa tũigana ona ithuĩ tũkũnindi gũcenjia hanini no maũndũ marĩa maingĩ ma budget ĩno nĩ atĩ nĩ budget ĩrarora atĩ mũndũ onakorwo nĩ akoretwo akiumia kahinda gaka tũkũumia ro kahinda kanini no twahota kwambĩria kũrĩci mbeca citũ twambĩrie gũkorwo tũtakũgĩa na mathirĩ interest rate tũtakorwo twĩnayo nene harĩ budget ĩno recurrent expenditure ĩrĩa nene nĩ mĩcara na kũrĩha mathirĩ maũndũ macio nĩmo budget ĩno ĩrageria kũhonia atĩ tũkorwo recurrent expenditure itũ tũrahũthĩra ona magoti marĩa tũrarĩha mũtũrĩre wa nĩma nĩ ũgĩte ngarama no nĩgetha tũcokie ngarama ya mũtũrĩre thĩ no nginya twambe twethe mbeca citũ itarĩ cia gũkomba nĩgetha tũkĩambĩrĩria iganda nĩkĩo twari ũhoro wa gwaka nyũmba tũtirauga ũhoro wa gwaka nyũmba nĩ gũtuĩka andũ matirĩ na gwa gũikara tũrari ũhoro wa gwaka nyũmba nĩ gũtuĩka industry ya gwaka nyũmba nĩyo industry ĩrĩa tũngĩhota ona ihenya tũtakũrĩa marĩgu kuthondeka industry cia thimiti cia chuma na maundu mangĩ maingĩ na ona nginya guthondeka mawĩra ma mbeũ njĩthĩ nĩgetha tũgĩthiĩ na mbere tũkorwo twĩkĩra kĩndũ gĩgwĩtwo kũrurumia ngari ĩno itũ yatuĩkire ya kũhora nĩgetha economy yambĩrie gwĩtwara.
Senator no wakorwo ũgĩtetera ũhoro wĩgiĩ angĩkorwo nĩ igoti rĩa nyũmba na nĩ rĩragũithirio na gĩcunjĩ kuma gĩcunjĩ kĩa 3 nginya gĩcunjĩ kĩa 1.5 na maũndũ mangĩ matiganĩte na kamĩtĩ ya kĩgĩna nĩ ĩrakorirwo ĩkĩũngania mawoni kuma kũrĩ mũingĩ no nĩ kũrĩ na mateta atĩ mawoni marĩa maronganirio matinakorwo makirongorerio kana gukorwo factored heno mathĩinĩ wa ũhoro ũyũ na gĩtũmi kĩngĩkorwo kĩrĩ kĩrĩkũ.
Reke tuge nĩ atĩ kwaria ũhoro wa ma nĩ ũĩ atĩ gĩcunjĩ kĩrĩa twaugaga gĩa kwendekithia kĩa nyũmba kĩarĩ 3% no rĩrĩa tũrathirwo public participation andũ marahoya nyihio tuĩke 1.5% na thirikari ĩno ya Kenya Kwanza tondũ nĩ ĩthikagĩrĩria turauga reke tũgĩke 1.5% muoroto witũ yarĩ ikare 3% nĩgetha ũkaiga mbeca thutha wa mĩaka 7 ũngĩcoka wĩtie ĩno koguo ĩrakoragwo hana savings tũrakiuga ĩhĩ nĩ ũndũ wa gũkorwo arĩa maraugire irĩ igũrũ mũno Employers Federation turauga nĩ tũgĩthiĩ 0.5% ikorwo iri igoti no irendekithia ritũ yari ya 3% ikorwo iri mbeca uraiga thutha miaka 7 ugetia ni maundu maingi muno tukorwo tukiaririria ona tukauga ni magoti maingi muno twendekithĩtie na ni undu wa andu uria marasuggestire turauga hihi reke tuthie progressively andu agika mothe hamwe na ni mani turathikiria maoni maitu mandu riendekithia yakwa ndie mta mundu kiumbe ndingiraugire korwo ni twehinyeria kahinda gaka tunyitanyitie mucivi kahinda gaka thutha wa miaka 3 tungihota kuma irima riri tuli no riu kira tugukara tugikara kahinda kana tukauma irima inere tuli tondu turokire turakora tuli irima iriku na handu wa guthina mbere na kuririkia turauga reke twambere tiga gukomba ringi twambirie guthika irima na njira ya guthika irima no gucoka mihuko itu nigetha twambiririe kwendekithia no njugi atiri hari budget ino kwa andu no marore ni turendekithirie na kaundu kau ni kega muno tuheano kigina kia mbeca kiria gikuyo county government o ciothe nigetha ciambirie industrial processing park nigetha tukorwo maundu maria twikaga ma ku import indo ciothe tukorwo ni kuri indo citu turathondeka tuthondeke cottage industries matura-ini nigetha tuhote kwandika andu itu maundu macio ni maundu mega na ni maundu ma gukorwo magitwara economy no na mbere no ni ati andu aria maratu amung'ethaniro mararorwo maundu maria moru na njeri andu aitu mwendi uthaka ndacayaga no nginya twitikire kuinyiriria hanini nigetha rucio rwitu rukorwo rwega na rucio rwa ciana citu rukorwo rucio rwega. Thank you.
Kiuria kia mwisho Senator, ungirora hihi mbeca iria ithukiirwo angikorwo ni mahuthiro ma thirikari nene ni ciringi trilioni 2.5 no mbeca iria ithukiirwo angikorwo ni uthii wa na mbere ni ciringi bilioni 769 na kenda. Niki gigutuma hakorwo na ngurani ino na nigubatairwo hihi tondu muingi ungienda mbeca nyingi ithukirwo uthii wa na mbere.
Reke tuge atiri tutaguthi gukomba mbeca na tukwendia cia bururi ni twi hari mbeca icio cikoretwo igikirathie mwena wa executive iria nyingi ni iria irareha mathire iria nyingi ni iria irareha mishara tumenye ati thirikari ciothe cikoretwo igiuka tukoretwo tukiongerera aruti a wira tutakuongerera iganda na koguo tondu timu tukuhota kuvuta umuthi ri na mathire ni twakombirana no nginya turi first charge thiini wa budget yothe ni kwamba kuriha pending bills na kwamba kuriha mathire maria twi namo koguo charge ya mbere gukorwo ari mathire ya kerere pending bill no ni atiriri kono twambirina nikyo twaguo twambiti turehe magoti twage gukomba ni kuga budget ino ingi tugathondeka kigina kiria gigakorwo githi hari kurihe mathire guthi gicokete thi na kaida ka miaka 4-5 ni tukorwo tucokete thiri ya tukombete thi bio kuma hari icio nacio trilioni 9.6 hiyo tucicokie nuthu na tukorwo twambatia GDP itu nigetha kuga ati ona kono tukombe ringi na hau mbere ni tugukomba twina hinya wa kuriha nikyo thirikari no raugire handu ha ku invest mbeca cia gukomba tuguthia kindu gitagwo public private partnership nigetha tukarehe mbeca cia kuruta wira tutagutwika ati ni turatwara balance sheet ya thirikari mwena wathi maundu macio ndaroranie ngona ati rucio rwitu ni rwega na ni gwenda kwira andu ma support budget ino tondu ndarora ri ebangitwo wega miaka 5 andu ni makuona tigithukania munene muno gatagati ka budget ciothe ciana bangwo neno tubangite rita riri.
Thengio muno makiria ni undu wa woni waku Senator. Aya, thengio muno makiria mau ni mawoni kuma kuri Senator wa kaunti ya Nyeri akirekereria mawoni make megi maine na budget iria itanyitwo gukorwo kana mendekithia ma budget ma mwaka wa 2023 2024 maria matanyitwo gukorwo magithomwo miaraho ya umuthi ni minister wa kigina guku bururi-ini Njuguna Ndung'u twi guku na mundu gwitwo Bataro wa Mwangi no tuguthie na mbere kurumirira maria mothe megukorwo makihanika atutigirira ni twakumenyithia na njira eithiranite mundu gwitwo Njoroge wa Kimani mwaro kuriwe studio.
Thengio muno mubi wa Chege ni undu wa riboti iyo na akorwo akiaraniria na Senator wa kaunti ya Nyeri mundu gwitwa Matinga na akiuga andu manyitie muthiori mwendi uthaka ndacayaga tuhinyirirekio muthi muthenya wa rucio maundu makorwo makiagira imwe kwemwe tuthie Mombatha tunyitanire na mundu gwitwa Ndego wa Gathungu tuigue na kuo Mombatha marauga atia hihi ni maundu mareko mangienda makorwo magikirwo thiini wa budget ino na ni mareko marehoko mari budget ino mataramakenia hihi undu umwe ni horo wigie maundu megi uthaka njuire cio thaka na nderu cia gutumirira mundu umwe na mbutu ni indo imwe cia ire gukorwo ikiguthwo igoti hihi andu marauga ati mwena wa Gicua-ini Ndego wa Gathungu iko ni urajigua mwaro ni waku. Ndego agikorwo ni urajigua ucio ni mwandiki witu Ndego wa Gathungu ngwihoka ni tukunyitanira nake akorwo agitutariria maundu maria mahana atia na ni undu wa thina wa mitambo hanini ni tugucokereria mwena wa gicua-ini no kwa ihinda rĩrĩ tucoke thĩinĩ wa studio nguririkanie thĩinĩ wa studio twina ndagĩtarĩ Moses Mwangi ni mutaaramu wa mwathanĩre mwega na tũrĩ na mũndũ ũgwĩtwo Zaki Ngugi nake nĩ mutaaramu wa maũndũ megiĩ mbeca ndiramenyithio Ndegwa nĩoneka Ndegwa angĩkorwo nĩ ũranjigua hihi mwena wa gĩcua-inĩ andũ marauga atĩa nĩkĩ marehoka kĩrĩ thĩinĩ wa budget ya mwaka ũyũ
kaunti ĩno ya Mombatha hihi makorwo magĩtwĩra hihi matanya mao nĩ marĩkũ hii thĩinĩ wa budget ino.
Kwa majina naitwa Robert Bogita, mkaaji wa Mombasa. Kulingana na mimi hapa Mombasa, hii budget inaenda kusomwa leo na waziri muhusika. Tunatarajia mambo makuu sana. Tumeona jana ile mambo ya levy housing ilipitishwa na kusema kweli ilikuwa juu sana, hiyo 3% from the other side ikawa 6%. Hii kupunguzwa kuwa 3% na hiyo pesa kama itatumika vizuri kama housing finance, hiyo nyumba sichengwe, na kama ni hapa Mombasa wale wakaaji wa Mombasa ndio wasaidike na vibarua, hiyo itakuwa mzuri zaidi. Tumeona kweli also kuna mambo kama ya education, budget imewekwa kwa education kubwa, especially kama mambo ya CPC. Mimi kama mwalimu also nasema government iweke zile policies, hizo pesa zitumike vizuri ili watoto wetu wakitransit from junior secondary to another level at least wako na zile skills zilikuwa zimepangwa kulingana na our president William Samoei Ruto. Kwa hivyo kama mkaaji wa Mombasa, mimi natarajia hiyo budget ikisomwa na iwe implementation ifanywe na pesa yeyote isiwe imetumika vibaya.
Asante sana. Wacha tumsikize mwingine hapa, pengine uanze na majina na pengine utuelezee matarajio yako ni yapi?
Kwa majina naitwa Mwangangi Kadhendu na mimi ni mkaaji wa Mombasa, maeneo ya Kongoya. Kwangu jambo la kwanza nashukuru sana kwa mambo na finance bill na yale ambao kamati ya bunge waliweza kukaa na wakapata kurekebisha kuhusiana na zile sehemu zenye zilikuwa ziko na utata ambazo mwananchi alikuwa anaona kidogo zimemfinya. Hiyo walifanya kazi mzuri na wazidi kuendelea kufanya namna hiyo. Mimi katika matarajio yangu kuhusiana na budget ya leo nilikuwa ninawaza sana kama vile serikali ingeweza kuangazia sana upande wa hii mambo ya ya kilimo. Kama wangeweza kuweka bajeti kubwa kwa upande wa kilimo, kwa sababu hiyo ndio sehemu wanasiasa wanatumia mara nyingi wakati wananchi wanalia njaa. Waweke pesa za kutosha katika kilimo na serikali ichukue hiyo jukumu ya kufanya kilimo ili kulisha wananchi wake kwa njia inayostahili. Na sehemu nyingine ambao nilikuwa naona pia serikali angalie hiyo budget iingie ni kuhusu upande wa kawi energy. Kwa sababu hapo utakuta ya kwamba ikiwa wataweka pesa kwa wengi, wanaweza wakasubsidize maybe mambo ya mafuta, na kama si kusubsidize wakatafuta jinsi gani wanaweza wakafanya production ya mafuta ikarudi chini. So pesa pia inastahili iingiwe sana upande wa energy ili kusaidia mambo na uchukuzi, mambo na kilimo, manake energy ni karibu kila kitu. Education na health, hizo pia zipatiwe kipaumbele. So katika hizo sehemu ine itakuwa ni bora zaidi kuhakikisha ya kwamba zimesaidia sana mwananchi. Healthy, watu wengi tunaenda mahospitali lakini unakuta ya kwamba huduma zenye tunapata haziko sawa vile. Kwa hivyo serikali pia iweke pesa hapo katika mambo ya health, kilimo, education na energy, tutapata kusaidika vizuri sana. Asante sana.
Asante sana. Naam, mwiroreri wa Kameme TV acio ni amwe aikari account ino ya Mombatha magitariria hihi ni maundu mariku maratanya gukorwo mekirirwo muno makiria thiini wa mendekithia mahuthiro ma kigina kia thirikari maria matanyitwo gutabanio thiini wa bunge muthenya wa umuthi. Kuma kaunti ya Mombatha, ritwa riakwa ni Ndegwa wa Gathungu, njokie mwaro kuruwe wiko studio Njoroge.
Thengio muno ndego wa gathungu mwena wa gicua-ini maundu makoragwo ari cece na cati ndugekire moko maraihu ni undu wa urugari ukarengera moko guo coka kira gitenge maundu makorwo mari mega gitenge gitikihutitio na njira nene to turethondekera guku bururi-ini no hii ni undu wa bundi gukorwo na magoti mangi kiahota kugia goro hanini na nikio tugucoka thiini wa studio tunyitanire na ageni akwa. Tuli na ndagitari Moses Mwangi mutaaramu wa maundu megie mwathanire mwega good governance na ningi tuli na Zaki Ngugi mutaaramu wa maundu megie besha aria maratuteithiriria gutaukwo ni mamwe ma maundu ma na tutanaikiria ni ngorirwo ndamwe na tukumurika hanini gicunji giki kia ithatu kia 1.5 kigotiria nyumba hihi the good side wega wakio ni gwaka nyumba ici mieke eno ya mawira kitanyitwo gwaka tukiambiriria nawe Zaki hihi urona atia ni ruo ya Kenya mweme kugerera ni ruiganu ni undu wa mawega maria mekumana na ruo ru
tigano riri na ni wega njugi uguo no na raw materials cia gwaka tugiciui gukiri thimiti kuri kagoto ni kuri mahiga gukiri na mirango ibau gukiri na cuma na maundu macio korwo ciothe no ci produce orokari ciothe na ngiuga ciothe ni kuga nginya injethi ni ukugwetete ciothe cikorwo iruimako guku ni tukugia na employment tondu ona aria maragiaka moko physically ndui no turamabatara nyanake citu na iritu aitu na mafundi na andu a moko na aria makendia irio hau harakirwo na aria makarehe na huiru baro na kiria kingi na kagoto na mahiga na andu a rori othe ni tukumahe wira my only concern ni riri kwiro materials citaiganite cituika no muhaga igirwo nanja na ni cirongereirwo magoti ni undu wa gu protect the local production ucoke unyite thitima ya iguru andu aingi ona aria marahinga na aria mararelocate factory ciao ri mararelocate ni undu wa thitima gukorwo iguru muno matura mahingagirwo ni Kenya Power na gutiri na mutaratara muiganu wa kuhuthira solar kana wind power kana na molasses taru kuri aramisi factory ku riu mundu gwitwo ri ariri kuri agicua-ini ni ramisi ungithitha ici ndiraruta wira na ni mari na agreement ya kuruta thitima ya kuhe nginya the local community na kuhuthira tondu molasses ni hotaga kuruta thitima wathie Mumias ni tukumigwetete ri ugukora kiganda gitiraruruma na kina molasses ni kingiarutire thitima twaga gwikira options ici ri tondu kaingi turarora niki kiroka muno gukira uria tungihota gu produce uria tungihota guteithia the local manufacturer local manufacturer ri umenye tuongerera maguta ni tuongerera nginya thitima na ti kuongerera tuongerera irari goro biu unit imwe ya thitima tha ici ungigura ni ciringi 32 no rio huthagira thitima nyingi no urenderio goro handu ha the reverse tondu nie ndoe njoroge ungikorwo kiendia ngwaci gwaku na mirio ratarura nie uria ngugura ngwaci nyingi ni ukwenderia raithi
uthi ukenderia raithi ri ara tunini
riu ri uria uragura tunini ri niwe wendagirio goro wanyita no riu Kenya Power mekite the reverse nie ndirahuthira thitima nyingi ri na nie ndira manufacture kiganda-ini ri nini ndirenderio thitima at 32 na ni guthii iguru thaici twa biru ino engigacainwo ni president ni guthii iguru kuguo ni kuga atiriri turagutha mwena uria tugeciria ni tukuona benefit ino igacoka ikamerio ni costs tondu ona tariu ingikomba roni thie njige factory ri financing cost ya roni ino iguru muno uguo ni kuga ndongerera thitima njoke nyongerere magoti maya mekirwo maria twagirirwo ni kuriha ito ni mabata okay ngakora kabaita gakwa nako ni gekate ni kanyiha ngeciria Ethiopia ri ingithie kuo ri thina wiha ingithie haha Tanzania kuria mehaka-ini ri andu ona makiraga boda makagura indo mwena ucio ugoka nacio uguo ni kuga on the whole ithui ni to very expensive in terms of doing business very expensive uguo andu no marirokate no korwo no twitikire kurora na ndirera andu aya ni undu wa riri kira kiratuma ndimagwetere tutire turacaina mswado uyu ona budget ndigithometwo uguo twina room ya guikara thi na kwaraniria nigetha turore manufacturing turore production ati mundu uri already ikorofia ri ahuthirite mbeca nyingi gukira kiria gikareho ni ikorofia ririku riu ri mundu uri endia kahua ri ahuthirite mbeca nyingi gukira mbeca iria kona endia kahua karia na macani taguo tairo taguo kabro taguo thimiti same
yes
ugakora ndurona faida no ngithie no ngwirire haha statistically
yes
70% ya makambuni are declaring losses
yes
ni undu wa cost icio toga the cost of production iguru muno cost of goods si iguru muno uguo ri ni wega twicirie tondu tutire turamecaina ri ni hahangi tungihutia o uria gathoni wa mucomba raugire ni hahangi tungihutia na andu acio ni ndiramenda muno andu aria marugamaga taokia o mtata president hau makamwira the truth tondu president no akorwo maundu maria arakinyirio ndarakinyirio horo wa itumbi ria gitaru ndarakinyirio horo wa kigwa kia kuria Mumias ndarakinyirio horo wa ikorofia ri kuria Gidori ndarakinyirio horo wa kahua karia karari mu Kiambu ndarakinyirio wega horo wa macani maria me Meru ni wega eragwo the truth ukamwira angikorwo fiu ni turenda production ni turenda manufacturing ni turenda ku create mawira he maundu ungika na ndana kuhe options njoroge kakwenda tari thirikari ri githematikire na deficit 663 billion be hizo mego ciruta ku na ukomba megukomba itunge mahe options tumere atiriri angoro no muhamu komberi thie mukombe multilateral na bilateral ugathie China ugathie World Bank na kuria kungi ugatiga gukomba guku tondu waingira bengi roko nie na nie mundu uria wi guku Kenya ndikuona mbeca cia gukomba thirikari ndire mawira no thondeka mawira ni private sector thondeka mawira na njira iriku magakomba makahingura mundu uria wahingura mukawa ri ni athondeka githe ti investor uria wathia hingura manufacturing yake ri githe ti investor uria urathondeka iria ri githe ti investor andu acio niyo megutwandikira andu wira no riu ri ni twagikomba rokari ni twamahihinya namba igiri to muhaka mukombe mukiri na assets cia kwendia thirikari ni iri assets he makambuni ndi kana makorwo me 52 maria twitaga parastatal ginya Kenya Power twaga u privatize niki twagirwo tu privatize kwina benefit igiri kana ithatu benefit ya mbere ri ni efficiency ya murutire wa wira private sector ni uyu ri ruta wira githe vendu kiandikitwo ni private sector wira guku ri ni wina performance indicators na usainaga performance contract no ri hago kuringana na kiria wa deliver uguo efficiency ni ekate
ni agira
ni erehe kindu kiria kingi tuguti care of twahegia na efficiency ri ni mathogora efficiency ni rehaga mathogora magaikuruka koguo goods iria tugu produce ri ni ciagea raithi kiasi undu wa gatatu uria tweka ni magoti tuongerera tax base riu tutinongerera igoti no ni twagea na andu aingaingi aria marariha riu tweka ta muhindi uria wetagwo Ndukawara muhindi wa Ndukawara ri agiko ni ikombe ta ici arendia ri auga agikorwo nguonaga baita ya ciringi 10 gwi gikombe ri ngwendia raithi na ciringi 5 nyona 5 nyendie ikombe nyingi neo niyo concept iria nyendaga Kenya ihuthire uhoro wa taxation tiga kuongerera magoti spur growth andu aingi marihe mariha tunini ri we ukona mbeca nyingi na tondu tutikinyite ha gucaina ri marakeigua mutieke guo hena mweke wa gucenjia
kuringana na wenda gitari urona atia cost iria tuguthie ya this 1.5 vis-a-vis faida iria kuonana kana kuria miako-ini
1.5% iria igutinio mundu na kambuni na andikani na omongerere mbeca icio iguthie ku twendeirio atiriri na nginyo na atongoria itu makiario uguo niguo marari concept ya ati mbeca ici ni cia gwaka nyumba na nyumba ni igwakwo na ati nyumba ici nigetha ciakwo ri kwina artisan ukwandikwo kwina architect ukwandikwo kwina ki concept iyo ri neo thiini wa budget ta we uri atiriri bwana Njoroge na muthuri uyu mugi na mbeca riria debate ino irahiuhire biu ri ona ni tuonire mundu uria PS agithithi no guo ri yagita thithi no riria irahiuhire muno ri kwina ciuria nyingi muno iroririo governance ya mbeca ici ri ihana atia mbeca ici tondu ni ciarutwo ri nigetha igatuika ni cia kanyumba ri no gaka ni thirikari gwakae kana ni aki aria metagwo contractors megwakae na marecikinyagira atia tondu ni gwatuika ni nguheana mbeca thutha wa miaka 7 ri ni ngona nyumba kana ngaciona atia ni igakorwo ciina ciuria icio ciothe ciorio ri muico wa uhoro turonire atia muico wa uhoro ri finally kuratuikire ehe mbeca ici ni igoti mbeca ici ri ni levy uhoro wa governance uria mbeca ici ikuramatwo nigetha ituike ni igwaka nyumba andu mone wira happy peo
kuringana na thirikari maratariria PS gagitare na president araugire ni ati ni andu kiumbe maraka no ni marabatara assurance ya thoko ya nyumba ciao koguo kigina giki nikio gikahuthika we nwarikia nyumba eneo eno ni ya bilioni 5 ni ya bilioni 20 ke bilioni ciaku riu tutigwo tugietha ikari aria mekugura nyumba icio
riu ri uhoro ucio wothe kuringana na urathie umutatete kana ucenjetie ri ni kuonania uhoro uyu ndwaciritwo ukahia hatire na system iria iho korwo maundu macio maratuma mbeca icio ciendeke korwo uhoro ucio ni wa biu no tugie na mwihoko ati andu ni mekuona wira na rekei tumenye housing uhoro wa nyumba ti hindu wambiriria kuma 2018 ni gukoretwo giakwo nyumba nyumba ciakitwo cigana no gurite na no tagurite na ni affordable housing na nyumba ti para no uke urehe kiragita kirime nyumba no nginya uigirire ihiga na riria ringi ona ukihuthagira kiria mechanization koguo na target ya nyumba icio irerwo ri ni ndire mwaki no to ndikire architect ndi ndagitari no architect no makwire ni nyumba cigana ingihota gwakika
Kenya
riu he kiuria tutaroria na giki nikio twagirwo ni kuria na ni kihithe
uria
turi ahithire kiihu na kiihu kiria kihithitwo ri tondu ni tukungania target ni kungania 2.6 trillion kuma 2.03 trillion iyo ni increase ya 8% thini wa economy ethi thini wa kundu biashara irahingwo nona handu ha 2.6 trillion ri ni mbeca cigana tukuriha thire debt thire witu ri
turahuthira around 800 billion
thire witu ni 1.7 trillion tukuriha thire out of 2.6 trillion iyo ni kindu 68%. Koguo bia ona ko ni tukungania na ndona tugikinyia 2.6 ni undu ore economy hana ri target icio tutiri hindi tukoretwo tugicikinyira ri wambe weherie almost 70%
ya correction
ya kuri haki
igoti roni
ni roni iria twina cio na roni icio ri nicio nyitete bururi ha
karakara
ni ndirona gaka ka 1.5 gaka ka 1.5 na mukanjuria ni tukire guku gaka no njira ya gwetha mbeca cia kuri haki
roni
ruria tondu sincerely speaking ti mbeca ikoretwo ciagite cia gwaka nyumba tondu housing ikoretwo kuo gutire na governance kana uramati mwega wikiritwo wa mbeca iriku ici thutha wa mieri 3 mieri na mieri 5 twambiriria gutinio ni ukuigua otherwise generally haria mbere njugire atiriri korwo maundu maya mararehirwo riria economy njega ri na maya ma nyumba ri housing levy ri guthondekwo governance nigetha tumenye piu mbeca ici ona tungirarutire nyingi by the way korwo biu mbeca ici irathie kuhuthirwo uguo irerwo ri nigetha economy itu giukire tondu na thirikari cia nanja ta Japan na kuria kungi rimwe ni macoka muhuko makahe andu mbeca nigetha ma stimulate economy na guku kwindi twari na kindu gitagwo economic stimulus nigetha andu magie na economic activity riu gaka ka 1.5 ka housing levy karehetwo tari stimulus no gutiri na mufango mukinyaniru wa gutuma mbeca icio iramatwo wega wa gutuma mbeca icio cia kenyumba kindu kiria turaga guciririra piu na ni kweherera thina ni kindu gitagwo thiri uyu twageire naguo ri na ni uroya percentage nene muno ya bia citu ri ni atia tugwika andu mae kuria gacira kore tungiona mangiona ki
mbeca cia kuriha
na number 2 we muthuri mwega we mundu wa mbeca ibuku ria bururi book accounting book iria i treasury ara makiga mathabu na mathire maria tukoretwo tugikomba kuma riria the ombirwo uria makoretwo twakomba bia icio ni ciukaga gukui nigetha irute wira uria ikombeirwo kana kuri imwe cigeaga maguru nigetha tutuike twina mathire maria twina muri ni habatarite gwikwo audit kwaja twambe tumenye kana thiri ucio turerwo twinaguo ni wa ithuothe kana kwi mundu wakungirie kaugi
agikuwa na ritwa ritu
agitongia na ithuĩ turi hage kwoguo tondu kiuria kiria kinene kana thina uria munene twinaguo bururi wa Kenya umuthi ni thiri na riu njira iria iratheria gwethwo ni gwetha gacira karia kungiunganio mbeca nyingi nigetha tuhote kuriha thiri ucio ni tweranira nyumba fine ni tuge atiriri mbeca citu tondu riu nie ni ngutinio ri na ni ugutinio ri mbeca citu cia uthie gwaka nyumba ri eka atia mundu ucio ugakorwo ni ahuthira mbeca citu uru artisans matinona wira aki matinona wira masons matinona wira na mbeca ni ciarutirwo ri tugeka atia twagirwo ni gukorwo na watho na parliament na nio mararia makiugaga ni wega twike uguo no gutire mundu thondekete watho wa ring fence kana gwikira rugiri rwa mbeca cia housing levy tondu ni igoti tutararutaga riu no ona twatara magoti maitu makinya 42 wakiongerera na thina ni muru tondu thina wa bururi uyu ni uici tarau githu tirega kuongerera mbeca cia NHIF turega kuongerera tukiongerera kuma iria cirarutagwo for the last mieri te tano
ciambirie around mweri-ini wa gatatu hau wa keri
riu NHIF ri twi haha uguo na mundu wina kandi na ndina yo ri wathie thibitari ri urerwo kandi otigana nayo
matirekereirie mbeca
ni tuongereire mbeca icio ri tondu NHIF maruini ri riu ndirahota kuhuhia ri ona turia tunini raheirwo tutingihota gwika atiri koguo thina ti mbeca thina ni governance ni uramati NSSF ni turongereire ona ti tene turongereire 6% 6% ugatinio we muruti wa wira na 6% nake mwandikani kongerera mieri oro riu no gwo turongereire bia icio irathie NSSF na NSSF ri pension scheme ri yagirwo ni kuoya mbeca icio nigetha cibangire nigetha riria ngari taya nawe uritaya ri mbeca ciaku igakorwo iciarĩte koguo kwĩna mbeca available thĩinĩ wa thirikari thĩinĩ wa system citũ mbeca ingĩmobilizewo ciake nyũmba no governance thĩna witũ ũrĩa mũnene gũtirĩ atongoria aya twĩnao aitũ na nĩ kũrehwo ũmũthĩ ũhoro wa ũici na nĩguo tũbatithĩge tũgeta corruption tũka sanitize tũgeta
wa indo cia mũingĩ
tondũ korwo budget ĩno nĩ yathomwo na geria kũrora piu nĩ tũkũhinga marima ma privilege ya mbeca ona tũtingĩabatara kuongerera 1.5 kwĩna mbeca njiganu ingĩaka nyũmba na ciandĩke andũ no marima macio ma ũici rĩu no tuongerera gĩkabu
kĩna indo kĩa matumbĩ
no marima gũkũ rĩ rĩu nĩũramenya ona ũngĩoya jag ĩna marima maĩ megũkinyĩte haha rĩu wongerere nĩ wongerera pressure rĩu githĩ tiguo megũkiuma mũno
aya tũgĩcoka harĩ we ndagĩtarĩ nĩ akorwaria ũhoro thĩna ũrĩa mũnene twĩnaguo nĩ ũhoro wa thirĩ no rĩrĩ twĩna ciringi bilioni 663 rĩu tũĩ kũrĩa ikuma harĩ budget ĩno ĩrathomwo mũthenya wa ũmũthĩ nĩ ũkoretwo waria ũhoro ũyũ na wauga twehere ũhoro wa maroni commercial tũthiĩ concessional loans na multinationals na gũkĩrĩkana iria irahũrahũrwo tũtekĩrĩte mũkonde nĩ ũhoro tarĩ wa VAT ya maguta nĩ tondũ tũracoka IMF na World Bank na moka na conditions tũkũmũhe mbeca na inyuĩ mũgwĩka ũũ muongerere igoti rĩrĩ na rĩrĩ kwega nĩkũ kũrĩa thirikari athiĩ kũrĩa gũkomba na goro yauma kũu yũke kombe kwa IMF na maheane condition tũrenda gwĩkwo ũũ kwega nĩkũ gwa thirikari
no tuge haha nĩ catch 22 but ũhoro wa gũkomba kwa IMF tondũ already nĩ tũheirwo condition ire na nĩ twĩkĩrire VAT ire already tũtikĩhingĩtie ũguo nĩ kuga credit rating itũ rĩ nĩ yambatĩra kĩrĩa gĩtũmaga njuge meherere commercial loans rĩ nĩ tondũ ci goro na nĩ short term cithiaga mĩaka 6 no igua ĩyo nĩ short term kũringana na vision ya thirikari tondũ thirikari yagĩrĩirwo nĩ gũkomba long term money ona ndĩmeraga atĩrĩrĩ ndĩmahe option ĩngĩ gwĩ PPP nĩguo private public partnership to mũhaka kĩrĩa kĩndũ gĩakwo nĩ thirikari ona nyũmba ici ndĩrona cigĩakwo na PPP na njĩra ĩno 1.5 rĩ nĩ ta guarantee it's a guarantee fund
nĩguo
si harĩa nĩ tondũ ũngĩkorwo wĩna fixed deposit na nĩ ũrenda gũkomba overdraft bengi ĩkwĩraga atĩrĩrĩ collateral
nĩ
fixed deposit we ndũkambe gũciruta kinya wambe ũrĩkie karũni gaka PPP rĩ no ĩgwakĩre ta rĩu maĩ githĩ tũtirabatara maĩ nĩgetha ona nyũmba ici tũragĩaka to tũgũgĩbatara maĩ demu water pans na tũmaũndũ tũu tuothe fish pods ciakwo nĩ private sector partner nao magwakĩre bara partner nao magwakĩre nyũmba ici partner nao magwakĩre macukuru partner nao magwakĩre mathibitarĩ nigetha thirikari ĩnyihanyihie magoti marĩa ĩretia tondũ harĩa nĩ twagĩa na guarantee fund rĩ nĩ kuga atĩrĩ mũndũ ũyũ nĩ ekũrĩhwo nĩ tondũ nyũmba ici nĩ ikũgũrwo na iria citaragũrwo rĩ ndũĩ nĩ igũkomborwo koguo mũndũ ũyũ nĩ ararĩhwo no hena guarantee harĩa atĩ in any eventuality wage kũrĩhwo rĩ thirikari nĩyo ĩgeka atĩ nĩyo ĩkoya mũrigo ũyũ ĩyo nĩ njĩra ĩngĩ na nĩ ngũkũhete njĩra ya kwendia assets to mũhaka ũthiĩ IMF na World Bank ũgekĩrĩrwo conditionality twĩna Kenya Power twĩna gwa thimiti twĩna kwa KenGen twĩna kũrĩa kũngĩ no tũhote ona Mumias korwo no ĩneanwo in the market rĩ na arĩa angĩ ya ngoro nĩ tarĩu Ramisi rĩ githĩ matiarĩtie maticokerere agreements iria mandĩkanĩire nĩgetha kĩganda kĩrurume tondũ igwa ikuo mũrĩmi ũcio rĩu aigua rĩ ciraruta mĩthuka na ndarĩ na income nĩ ta kũciarithia kahũa na ndũratwara kana macani na watua ndũratwara harĩa mũtwaraga nona ndũkĩrĩ na mbeca koguo options thirikari actually ĩna options nyingĩ gũkĩra ũrĩa mũkenya angĩciria ĩna options nyingĩ kĩrĩa gĩtũmaga ndĩmaingate gũkũ Kenya rĩ nĩ tondũ wa kũhinyĩrĩria private sector conditions cia World Bank rĩ ĩrĩa tũtamitĩte no ya gũbuta andũ wĩra tondũ nĩ moigaga ũhoro wa restructuring ati wage bill yanyu 52% ri
iguru muno
koguo futai andu amwe meke ati mainuke severance ni mekuheo severance pay ni mbeca iria mundu ari hagwa kĩingatwo kana he cietagwo golden handshake na maundu ta macio meherari ni twanyihia no riu ningi thirikari ina option ingi onao ni mandikiri andu aingi muno ma PS ni maigana 51
yes
ni mabatarainie ma CAS 50 kuri ward royalty no anyita andu acio githe to mararia mbeca to marahuthira mbeca na mari okuhuri wahota gukora kwi aria mamenyerete kuhutangia koguo no meguthi na mbere na kuhutangia hau twerwa governance ni ndagitari na tutirenda ku address corruption na ni ngugwetete uguo tondu mbeca ici ta riu demu ya Kimwarero na Aroro ri ciha ni iri cia hururwo ona ihutire mwogu ati ni haratherio
macira no marekururia magotini
macira maragithirire githe ndurakionirie andu aria marari na macira ndio marapointirwo
Twambe tucenjie gia hanini tuthie butunyitane na mwandiki witu Dennis Fudi na akiatutaririe hihi ni maundu mariku marathie na mbere muingi wa Embu uratanya ki ni turonire kiumia igire ithatu irathie guthira president yale mwena ucio na arathundura waki wa nyumba 5,000 ire igwakwo county-ini ya Embu ihe anakia mwena ucio mieke ya mawira na ningi ikorwo igiteithiriria gutigirira aikari ni magia na kana andu a Embu ni magia na nyumba cia raithi na njega cia guikara itemini ria kugacithia muturire wa Kenya. Fudi agikorwo ni urajigua Embu kuhana atia?
Nwega muno Kimani Wanjoroge tugwa uga nwega ni thini wa tauni ya Embu na makiria thini wa thoko ino ya Embu barandirenda kwaraniria na avuri biashara a thoko ino ya irio niguo kwenda kumanya mawoni mao iguru rigie mbanjeti rira atanyokore kithoma mathari mathakenda thini wa mbunge ya bururi ni mundu ni minister wa kigina nike Njuguna Ndungu na niguo uga niguo thirikari kana president William Ruto no rakoretwo guku methenya simya igiri bitukite na gikura kithunduriria mirandi etikanite ya uthigwa na mbere mbere waka wa nyumba iraretete kana nyumba iretete nderetine kana mawoni matigarete kuma go ya Kenya na makirie muguo akorwo akibingoria nginya waki wa thoko ya kiriu ire ratanya gwakorwo ina thitongirinya no te makirie muguo no twende kwigua karia gugu kana makiria avuri biashara aya anini thoko eno ni atia marenda kwigua kumana na minister wa kigina nike Njuguna Ndungu mathari mathakenda twambererite na marito maku ni mbise no thomete no kegwo voro kana no igwete voro wigie mukana urarekana muno thino mbanjeti ona niki
ni maundu monthe maranirethikania namo monthe ni mega na mamwe ni ndiegwa mai mega negwa makinginyiriria gitumi ta riu sukari taru turanywa nduvia mbere twanyuaga sukari mundu akegwa wega twe atumia sukari na mutumia itiumanagwa riu no amea twaime unjusi twaime yani kivoto yetu ya sukari na tarukirwa nero ngari ciongererwe muno ni menda ya ukuthoko ria Embu na niregwa takwa ningikinyirirwa nuru bukaga na ngari tikwandara uku tauni na ngacoka na ngari riu ngari ni ciongererwa maguta no na tekaga bata ukathoko ri wicariria nuru no andwere ngari ringi ya ciringi igana njoke negana na mbuke ringi thukume magana mairi no na koribia thukumirite ngari ru ni mwena wa maguta ni regwa takwa ni akinyirirwa ngiregwa takwa ni akinyirirwa vanini ndo na maguta mangari mongerwa na ni wangongererwa vonu wanginyigira manyongerere transport na maundu megira guo mutu maturoria nundu ru ni sino anya turie ru twe turenda gwikirugirwa maundu mamwe ni getha tukathoko ri tukora twi atheru tubate kwigurira thamuni tukavota kwigurira mutu tukavota kuruga ingi mundu akagucaria ciana enukire ciana na kindu riu nona ndu ati uke utinde uguo coke utwengarira mbeca icio ucoke utire kindu ya kurugira ciana ingi nini auga ingi turoreria maundu mamwe na mamwe te kwanguga monthe ni mathuku na uvoro wa gwikirwa mai na mumigundari andu aria mari magara thithu kendagia ukuthokorera mekirwe mai ni getha muvote guturimirira indo cia ingi twendagia kindu kiega kironeka ni kiega nundu wa mai
sawa thank you muno sinu muikari kana mwendia wa thoko eno ya thoko ya Embu na nwega tukeranire na wingi mawoni maku ni mariku iguru rigi budget ino ratanya kuthoma muthenya wa muthi kiririkana gwa ngarama ya muturire ni ambatarite na ringi kwina uri muvuti tumita avuri biashara idio ni ata ni maundu mariku ngenda kuigwa kumana na budget iyo
ni uria ni ngiuga riu mwambugire vau tuthiririte tutivandu vega tugwithirwa indo cia kuria maguta mitu misere ngari nacio ni ivandire muno ndwana ni avandithirie maguta bara nyumaga vandu va ciringi 50 na turivaga kibao 30 riu turorerwe nundu ni twathurania andu twathurire matigatuvinyiririe tondu twamathurire na ngoro emwe matutethie tutetheke ndutaga wira thoko rino ya Embu indo twenderio goro kitunguru turathimirwa na ciringi 95 ni endia 120 customer akaigua 120 akathie kaguna ni ndangira customer ni 120 egwa mbai akathie tondu guo turenderwa goro naona kura ni menderwa goro nundu ngari maguta runi no amvoire maguta mangari magwe tugwithirwe indo na nikenda tuvote kuthii na mbere na muturire na tuvote kurera ciana na tuvote kuthomithia na undu wingi turutaga we biashara na maroni ntware monginya ni kuriva maroni tondu ira turaruta mbia tutirona turagaira mbia ile mundu athukuma kwa ni magana maire kana mathatu ukagaira kya kurugira ciana ukona mbia ni ciathira nginya wana kirora thi kugura gitiregana kaguo ni thire ni atigwa na ndukari na thire no ngikamiriva ngwikaranga mwana mundu nake no orenda mbia cia kugura ndwe indo ciake ndukari kaguo ni ngivoya mbanjeti wana ikithomagwa tugwithirwe indo
wega muno maune mawoni mavuri biashara cieri no mawano atuika kugeta undu wa mwanya muno angikura muturire no kuvota gwikurukira thini wa thoko eno kana thini wa indo iria marendia no wega nginya murimi na kuria maturare akora gikirirwa mai niguo na kirima indo kana makigura indo kuyo ngarama ya kugura indo icio korwa inthi muno niguo na mavuta kwendia guku thokori makore mavata kuona ma customers ringi ngwengereria na mundu ya vato mberite na marito maku mbanjeti tugwicinira thoma muthenya wa muthi na wi muvuri biashara wa thoko eno ni mandu mari kweterete kuigwa kumana na mbanjeti yo
Jitagwa James Chomba ndi wa guku thoko ya Embu na maundu maria njeterere kuona thiini wa budget ino ni kuona indo ikigwa nigetha tuvote kuruta wira wega na kuongererwo mawira matuike ma kwagirira.
Thank you muno na ringi ngore ngigwa mawani mengi kuma mundu kwi mundu wa muthia mamu yava budget ni rathoma muthenya umwe na ni twithini wa thirikari ya county ya Embu na ndisi uraugatia kana ungiugatia voro wigi thirikari cia county kugura ikiongererwa mbeca
Ndingiona vaivega ni undu maisha ni maiguru muno.
Na ringi kavinda rigaka murendia muraguraga manyinya tena vumbe na ringi umuthi muramendia tia na ringi ikiririkana gwa indo ino ira mugunda ni maundu mari kungenda kwigwa kumana maravutania na urimi.
Maundu maria maravutania na urimi ningiona maundu mekuruku nthi ma fertilizers ni undu taru aria maratwenderia maratwira mbei iguru indo itiravua wega rumbe iria maratwenderia twendie tu tutirona kindu turona kanyamu kanini kana gagatura
nwega muno ngirikiriria nwega ngore ngiuga ni magweta maundu mega nona kindu kia mbere marauga nwega ngarama no mende kwigwa ngarama ya muturire gikurukirwa na makiria kwi maguta kuona maguta nimo indo cionthe na maguta meguru indo ni gure kivanda na undu ucio ngitwika wa kuvanda ni gukure kimamithiria biashara cio makiria mugo ni marauga maguta nginya meweguru nginya indo cia migunda ria maragura kuma kwi arimi ni gukurwa nacio kiambatire na koguo marauga riera ria biashara ria rithia na kavina riga kana gitanyagwa uria kigena gigi uri guthomwe kiririkana gwa igoro bironi vitukiro ni bunge kuguo ni marona maundu mangerega kugururwa na njira ingi biashara cio ni kura ikiuma na njira itikanite na kuguo ni kuma na gweterera twigo uria minister wa kigina njuguna ndunga korwa akieria uvoro akivesera iguru ya mendekithia make megie budget kuma gogo county Embu ni Peter Dennis Fundi na sokia moro kwe njuguna Njoroge.
Thegio muno Dennis Fundi kuma mwena wa Embu atumia thoko ndumwe na huri biashara mwena ucio magikiheana matanya mao maria mari na mutheini wa budget ile guthomwo theini wa mathaa meri mokite ni Professor Njuguna Ndung'u. Ino niyo budget ya mbere rungu rwa thirikari ya Dagitari William Ruto irakorwo na muigana wa 3.6 almost kana hakuhi kinye 3.7 trillion mbeca iria ikirakirikana 2.5 kana 2.6 trillion igokorwo rogotwo ni KRA na cio icio ingi hakiri na iria tuko tugikiheo ire grant na hakiri iria tuko tugikomba. Ndirenda riu tuthie nyumba-ini ya treasury tunyitanire na PS wa ruhonge rwa kigina guku bururi-ini Dagitari Chris Kipto tuigue maria korwa akiariria andiki a mohoro ndagika nini hituku mehaririria-ini ma gutigirira ati budget ino ni yathomwo na mutaratara na unduire uria ukoretwo gikinyanirio ni minister wa kigina o mwaka.
An additional shock coming from Ukraine-Russia war.
which has affected the supply chain of the commodities, petroleum, food, fertilizer, and these are very important in the CPI, the Consumer Price Index, because we depend on petroleum a lot, so it gets into the pricing. So the pressure has been huge, and because it is a worldwide phenomena, we've seen adjustments by countries to the shock. And what has happened is that the US, like other countries, have had to tighten monetary policy. Everybody is tightening policy to address inflation because prices have gone up. With that tightening, what has happened is that interest rates have increased, and the dollar has become strong. And so almost every other currency has weakened against the US dollar. And there is capital flight actually towards the US because for the first time rates are very high. Of course, the US economy has had its own challenges. You must have been following the great debate in the Senate about the debt ceiling for the US government. Just like the debate here in Kenya, the US has its own challenges and has been battling about how to do more to reduce, to grow the economy while reducing the debt. So we are preparing this budget in an environment where we have faced multiple shocks. As I've said, COVID-19, and then the effect of Ukrainian war. And then back home, we are compounded by the problem of climate change. And climate change is no longer a distant future. It's the reality we see every day. We are facing the worst drought, actually until just 3 weeks ago when we started the rains coming. We have 40 years. This is when we look at the parameters. And clearly, the global warming is becoming a reality each day because the temperatures earlier and the temperatures now across even Africa are quite rising. So what is happening is we are bearing the greatest impact of climate change. You see when it rains, like 3 years ago we had the phenomena called rising lakes, where in our Lake Naivasha, Lake Nakuru, Lake Bogoria, Lake Turkana, because of a phenomena called the Indian dipole, owing to climate change, we had high precipitation in this region and a lot of water came, our lakes rose. Then what happened? We had devastating impacts on the people. Housing around Naivasha, if you went there, there's a village there. Even in Nakuru, Lake Baringo was
Ucio ni PS kana mwandiki mukaru ministry-ini ya kigina guku bururi-ini Ndagitari Chris Kipto agigitariria mamwe ma maundu maria makihaririirie maundu maria mari thiini wa mutaratara wa kigina wa mwaka uyu budget iria guthomwo miaraho ya umuthi na ndiramenyithio tombe tuikirio hanini no ndugathie kuraya tugicokererie tuthie na mbere na ndereti ona ningi tugikiroraga maria mangi marakunuka icigo itiganite ciegie uhoro wigie mahuthiro ma thirikari ma mwaka wa kigina wa 2024 2023 ndugathie kuraya ni ndiracokereria.
Orerorera Kameme TV.
Kila tunapopitia majaribio maishani, sio kutuonyesha udhaifu wetu, bali ni kutusaidia kugundua uwezo wetu. Basi tuzilaki changamoto za maisha, kwani zinatunua na kututayarisha kwa siku za usoni.
Kupata uwezo wetu kama sikiza tune yako, dial *811 *615#.
Tunakujia hivi karibuni mubashara kutoka studio zetu za Nairobi, na hii ni Dira ya Dunia iliyoboreshwa ili kufafanulia zaidi kuhusu dunia yako, itakayofikishwa kwako nami mtangazaji wako kinara Roncliffe Odit, na wewe ni sehemu ya safari yetu. Baki nasi.
tabarĩra ya mwĩgarĩko wa mathako na ĩrĩa ĩgũkinyagira oro mũthenya wa Jumamothi mĩarahũko.
Has a go, brilliant.
Timu ya Manchester United nayo inapoteza ũndũ uga game ithakĩte ina game 12 tarĩ irahotwo cia ligi.
Ndaigua ndagweta ũhoro wĩgiĩ kĩrumi gĩa timu ĩrĩa yahota. Inyuothe mwatheka. Pira kũringana na ũrĩa niĩ njũĩ na watho wa FIFA batiĩ gũthakwo under natural condition. Harĩa tũrehaga athaki timu cia mũbira anyiti itemi ya mathako matiganĩte.
Hii ndio igeni ngumi na ukata kona namna hii.
Na gũkũ tũtioyaga gathako na ithako mathako mothe haha nĩho tũkũrehagira na njĩra ĩrĩa yagĩrĩire.
Na kisha moja kwa moja mtazamaji, basi nakupeleka hapa basi hadi kwa upande wa Japana. Kati huo magaidi wakaanza kuchokoza jamaa fulani alikuwa gaidi ya Zonyoizi na familia yake. Wewe, kwa nini mnakaa kwa meza yetu? Kwa nini mnakuja kukaa kwa meza yetu? Sasa jamaa wetu Taika kuona hivyo akaumwa. Mwanzo hapa mtazamaji ni kwa restaurant, sio kwa nyanya yako. Hii ni restaurant. Mtu analetwa hapa na pesa zake. Haya! Kaona akiwa na umama, akamuita Kamama. Hey. Kamama, pigwa shock. God of Thunder. Akachomoka biguni, akakuingilia. Moyo wake unanyonywa. Cheki venye na ambavyo jamaa anakaushwa. Na Hanzo Hasashi Rauda ako na machungu baya mbovu. Mtu nataka kuja kuuza uoga. Nakuja kuuzia nani uoga? Mimi ni mtu anawakilisha taifa mzima. Alafu mtu anataka kuja kuuzia mimi uoga. Mabirenya kibisa. Abiru chwadi. Kanafurahia mwanzo firirida imewekwa. Wewe, kwanza kanasikia firirida ni ya Monyonyi. Kanasema mambo iko shwari kibisha. Nyitanagira na DJ Junior the Hindi kwambĩrĩria mũthenya wa Kiumia nginya Aramithi ciahanda thaa 4 cia ũtukũ. Nario mũthenya wa Jumamothi nĩ ciahanda thaa 10 cia hwaĩ-inĩ.
Mrasta Moches, Mesa Mavela, Mesa Mangone kama sana kurudumia. Baba Yom, jina bigi nani?
MC Ghetto Chal, bad like 90s dancehall.
Alafu hapo kwenye matiki tiki ya tatrakuwa na DJ
Draga Kenya.
Kila saa to, kuanzia saa 5 hadi saa 7, Indio Mbogi, India Station.
Yes man.
Boogie boogie boogie, a boogie 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 boogie. You too.
Anybody can get stroke.
Hepatitis ona no ũgĩe nĩ kũhutia mũndũ, thigino ya mũndũ.
Kũmenyeka thĩna wa higo ti gĩkuũ. Andũ makoragwo mena perception ati TB nĩ gĩkorora.
TB hatirĩ kĩga gĩtangĩhutio nĩ TB.
Tanuka irio icio wega ũtanameria. Tiga mũkoroko. Tafuna chakula.
Nĩ kũrĩ mũrimũ wĩtagwo broken heart syndrome.
Hala, andũ arĩa mena cancer ya mahũri 85% nĩ ũndũ wa thigara.
To nginya rĩrĩa ũrwarire waigwo gĩtanda-inĩ. No ũke for prevention. Right. It's better than cure.
Nĩkĩo tuga andũ nĩ magĩrĩirwo gũkorwo makĩmenya magĩthiaga check up even at least once a year wathiĩ check up karorwo.
Nĩ tũkwaria ũhoro ũngĩrigitwo atĩa, ũngĩteithĩkĩra ha.
Nĩ ũndũ wa kũramata ũgima mwega wa mwĩrĩ, nyitanagĩra naniĩ wa Gĩcũa Kariuki mũthenya wa Kiumia thinacara nginyagia thaa 1 cia hwaĩ-inĩ haha thĩinĩ wa tabarĩra ya Riri na Ũgima Kameme TV, mũthĩgi wa rũrĩrĩ.
Riukia ngeithi mwiroreri wa Kameme TV haria hothe uranyamukirori miaraho ya umuthi cihandite wega thaa mugwanja cia miaraho guku ni gwa Kameme TV muthigi wa ruriri njitagwo Njoroge wa Kimani mwe kwemwe tuhungure thiini wa mohoro gitau tumenya ni mariko marakunuka icigo itiganite cia bururi mwathiri na njira ciiko ni Nyambura wa Wamusha. Na tukiambiriria ni ati itigarite ta ithaa rimwe na nuthu uguo bajeti ya mbere rungu rwa thirikari ya Kenya Kwanza rungu rwa wathani wa President Ndagitari William Ruto ikorwe githomwo ni Minister wa Kigina Professor Njuguna Ndung'u miaraho ya umuthi na kuria bajeti ino ni ya muigana wa ciringi trilioni 3.6 igukorwo igithomwo. Ndira tuthie mwe kwemwe giikaro-ini kia bunge tunyitane na mwandiki witu Bataru wa Mwangi uri na mubunge wa Kiharu Ndindi Nyoro atutaririe hihi maria matanyitwo na mari thiini wa mutaratara. Bataru aikoni urajigua mweke ni waku.
Thank you muno Njoroge wa Kimani na otogu wake gweta ni ati tutigeritie ota ithaa rimwe na nuthu uguo tugikorwo tugieterera Minister wa Kigina niwe Professor Njuguna Ndung'u gukorwo agigikinyia guko bunge-ini ya kibururi nigetha akorwo agitariria maundu maria makirikuo kana akorwo agitariria uhoro ukigi budget ya mwaka wa Kigina wa 2023-2024. Ino ni budget igikoretwo igietereirwo na njira nene gukorwo ino niyo budget ira nene muno ire gukorwo igithomwo ni thirikari ya President Ndagitari William Ruto ire ragikinyeria muigana wa ciringi trilioni 3.6 uguo tugietereire na njira nene na thiini wa gikaro giki twina amwe aria kana twina abunge aria makire thiini wa timu iria athondekire budget ino kana irakiroraga maundu magitiganite kamenya ni hakuongererwo kigina ni hatagirire kuongererwo na ndirira twaranirie na uri urakire na mwana uyu ugitagwo budget ya kibururi ni muikarigite wa kamiti ya budget bururi-ini niwe Mheshimiwa Ndindi Nyoro ugitwire kana gaka gaku ka budget uthathaurire mu Kenya ona njira nguhi niki agukorwo agitanya kana agieterera kuma kuri kiria Professor Ndung'u agukorwo agithoma muthenya wa umuthi.
Ni thengio muno budget iria turathoma kwa ihinda riri ni ya trilioni 3.6 na hari budget iyo mahuthiro maria kaingi turekereire mbeca iria igukorwo igithie kuguna andu a Kenya turoire kimanjika kia bilioni 630 turatwara githomo-ini thiini wa education sector nikio kihonge kiria gia thirikari turahire mbeca iria nyingi muno gitumi ni tui ati andu a Kenya niyo utongoria munene wa bururi wa Kenya koguo gwikira mbeca githomo-ini ni gutongatongia mundu wa Kenya tondu ni kumuongerera kiria twitaga na githungu productivity. Hari githomo-ini turekerire bilioni 10 ithie thiini wa capitation ya junior secondary schools tunyihanyihirie muciari garama turacoka turoya mbeca ingi bilioni 15 turongerera higher education loans board tumongerera niguo mathie na mbere na go support arutwo aria me universities na colleges niguo garama ageni ya muciari agwe ni turacokire turoya bilioni 250 turatwara thiini wa sector ya barabara na muno makiria kurikia bara iria ikoretwo igithie na mbere koguo bara ciothe ikwamite county ciothe citu bara iria ikwamite ni gukorwo ikirurumuka turaheanire kigina gitari kioneka ringi kia bilioni 250 ni turacokire turoya bilioni 5 turatwara maundu-ini megie fertilizer na ni ngwenda kuhakikishira arimi othe ya Kenya kimera kiria giguka kinini na kimera kinene makorwo makigura fertilizer na bei ya thi gukira iria maragurire rita riri ya 3,500 ni turoire bilioni 141 turekira ugima wa mwiri kana health na kaingi ni iria itigaraga national government ni tondu na hari health ingi county government turamahire hamwe na mbeca iria tuheanaga ni turoire bilioni 385 turatwara county government iria itagwo equitable share na hari mbeca ingi turongereire cia bata muno mbeca cia kuhe arutwo aria me universities kanya ga kwirutira thirikari-ini iria itagwo internship tugukorwo tukioya arutwo 8,000 aria mararikia universities new graduates makaheo mweke wa kuheo cia thirikari-ini na mundu akaheo mucara wa 25,000 oro mweri turi na maingi ni njitwo na kanya ni nguthathaura makiria.
No nyende Mheshimiwa tutaririe riria budget ya mbere yarehirwo ni Professor Ndung'u akiendekithĩtie korwo ya ciringi milioni 3 turuma ndiakinyitie ciringi milioni 3.6 ututaririe niki muongereire na ni muigana wigana atĩa na ni honge irĩkũ ciagunĩkire kumana na gĩko kĩa bunge.
Actually uria twikaga uthondeki-ini wa budget to ni oi ona ndi chairman wa budget turi thiini wa thirikari budget tuthondekaga twĩ hamwe na treasury. Professor Njuguna Ndung'u actually he's a very good finance minister kana treasury minister. Tuikaraga thĩ tukarora nĩkĩ hihi tũrariganĩirwo kĩna bata. Bilioni ici 80 kũrĩ indo cia bata mũno tutahete mbeca njiganu. Na mbemwe nĩ JSS. JSS yahetwo bilioni 15.5, tukioya bilioni 10 tukiongerera. Mbeca cia HELB ona cietiarĩ nyongerere, ciarĩ bilioni 17, koguo ciongereirwo o bilioni 2, tukiongerera bilioni 12.5. No kĩgĩna kĩrĩa kĩrarĩ kĩnene nĩ kĩa subsidy ya maguta marĩa manĩrĩirwo nĩ thirikari rĩreherire, ĩkĩra andũ a Kenya nĩ yaheanire subsidy kana mbeca cia kũnyihia ngarama ya maguta. Ũma nĩ atĩ matiarĩhire mbeca icio. Mbeca icio nĩ ithuĩ tũrarĩha na nĩcio tũrongereire kĩmanjika kĩa bilioni 25 kũrĩha maguta marĩa meragwo ma subsidy thirikari wengĩ tarĩhire na maũndũ ta macio magĩtiganĩte.
Ũndũ wa mũthia igũrũ rĩgiĩ ngombo na deficit ya budget ya mũthenya wa ũmũthĩ, no nyende ũgwete kaũndũ kanini kegiĩ kaũndũ kau.
Ngombo, reke twambĩrĩrie deficit, tondũ deficit nĩyo yũkaga ĩgatuĩka ngombo yongerereka mĩaka mĩingĩ. Deficit nĩ rĩrĩa tuongania igoti na tuongania mbeca cia kũbandi thirikari, harĩ mbeca citigaraga itiramenyeka ikuma kũ cia gũthaĩrĩra. Rĩu icio nĩcio ciũkaga kaingĩ tũgagĩcoka tũgagĩkomba. Mwaka ũcio ũrahetũkire wa gĩthirikari, wa thirikari ũrahetũkire, mekĩrĩte ithenya ĩyo ĩtagwo deficit bilioni 860. Twaingĩra twaikarĩra gĩturua, twaguria mabuku ma thirikari, tukiona nĩ mahũthĩrĩte bilioni ingĩ 200 matekĩrĩte mabuku-inĩ. Koguo budget ya mwaka ũcio yarĩ na ithenya rĩa tirilioni 1.1, na mũno makĩria nĩkĩo kwĩna thĩna wa exchequer. Ũkona kaunti itiraheo mbeca na maũndũ ta macio, tondũ he mbeca moete makahũthĩra na njĩra itarĩ budget-inĩ. No tũtikũkĩarĩrĩria acio maumire rĩu twĩna kahinda. Rĩu kahinda karĩa twĩnako, tondũ tũtirenda bũrũri wa Kenya ũthiĩ na mbere na gũkomba makĩria, tũrarutire mbeca icio kuma ithenya rĩa tirilioni 1.1 tũrarehe thĩ harĩ bilioni 718. Tũrakomba gũkũ thĩinĩ wa bũrũri wa Kenya 80% na 20% tũtanyĩte gũkomba na nja. Na gĩtũmi tũrakomba thĩinĩ wa bũrũri nĩ tondũ thĩinĩ wa international market cia kĩmbeca nĩ gũkoretwo kwĩna mathĩna maingĩ mũno, nĩ gũkoretwo kwĩna mathĩna maingĩ mũno thĩinĩ wa financial markets, na koguo tũrona tũtingĩkĩra ũhoro wa gũkomba mbeca na kũu nja, ũkombe mbeca na nja na thogora wa igũrũ mũno. Nĩkĩo mbeca nyingĩ tũrakomba thĩinĩ wa bũrũri wa Kenya.
Yes. Thengi mũno mheshimiwa, na ũcio nĩwe mũikarĩri gĩtĩ wa kamĩtĩ ya bunge ĩgiĩ kĩgĩna kana ĩgiĩ budget thĩinĩ wa bunge ya kĩbũrũri Honorable Ndindi Nyoro nĩ agĩkorwo agĩtarĩria maũndũ magĩtiganĩte nĩ gũgĩkorwo we nĩ ũmwe wa arĩa marakĩrĩ na itemi inene mũno rĩa gũkĩnyita thĩinĩ wa ũthugudi na ũthondeki na gũkinyanĩria nginyagia kũhĩtũkia kwa budget ya mwaka ũyũ. Koguo nĩ agĩtarĩria atĩ ona thĩinĩ wa ngombo iria cikuoyo kana thĩinĩ wa deficit ĩrĩa ĩrĩho thĩinĩ wa budget ĩno ya mũigana wa ciringi tirilioni 3.67 nĩ ciringi bilioni 718. Icio nĩcio thirikari ĩkũmatha gũkorwo ĩgĩkĩetha kana ĩgĩgĩkomba na gĩcunjĩ kĩa 40 kĩa mbeca ici igĩkuma gũkũ bũrũri-inĩ. Njokie Mwaro, studio Njoroge wa Kimani.
Thengio mũno Bataru wa Mwangi nĩ ũndũ wa riboti ĩyo. Ũcio nĩ mũmbunge wa Kĩharũ na nowe mũikarĩri gĩtĩ wa kamĩtĩ ya mbunge ĩgiĩ budget Ndindi Nyoro agĩgĩtarĩria maũndũ matiganĩte marĩa marĩ thĩinĩ wa budget ya mwaka ũyũ. Kuma hau nĩ hĩndĩ minister wa kĩgĩna Professor Njuguna Ndung'u areharĩrĩria kwambĩrĩria thabarĩ yake kuma nyũmba-inĩ ya treasury gũthiĩ nginya gĩikaro-inĩ kĩa bunge ya bũrũri kũrĩa gũkorwo agĩthoma budget ya mbere ya thirikari ya Kenya Kwanza kuma hĩndĩ ĩrĩa thirikari ĩno yathurirwo hĩndĩ ya gĩthurano kĩnene kĩhĩtũku. Budget ya mwaka ũyũ nĩ ya mũigana wa tirilioni 3.6 na rĩu rĩrĩa tũnyitanĩra na mwandĩki witũ Maura wa Gunya ũrĩa ũrĩ ministry-inĩ ya kĩgĩna nĩguo tũtarĩrie marĩa marathiĩ na mbere na kana hihi nĩ macemanĩtie na Professor Njuguna Ndung'u na korwo nĩ arĩtie nĩ marĩkũ atarĩirie. Gunya angĩkorwo nĩ ũranjigua, Mwaro nĩ waku.
thegio Njoroge wa Kimani na togwa ikorwo kiugane ati tukiambite hema witu thiini kana nja wa wabici cia minister wa kigina Florine Professor Njuguna Ndungu togwa rakiona ha ndikirugamite ndikiri mbere ya wabici yake iria turagitara o ndagika nini kumagia riu nigetha akorwo akiyumiria na gukorwo agithie kunyitanira kana gukorwo agitongoria bururi hari guthoma budget ya thirikari ya mwaka wa kigina wa 2023 na 2024 no kwa ndagika ino Njoroge ngikumenyithia uria maundu maragithie na mbere ko makihana ni ati riu no ndagika nini turagitara o ndagika yothe Professor Njuguna Ndungu akorwo akiyumiria nigetha gukorwo akinyitanira na timu yothe yake kuma ministry ya kigina bururi-ini ari hamwe na mwandiki mukaru thiini wa ministry ino ni Dr. Chris Kipto udomwe na maabitha ngenene thiini wa ministry ino ya kigina nigetha makorwo magithie imwe kwa imwe nginya bunge ya kibũrũri nigetha gukorwo makinyita itemi hari gukorwo agithoma budget ino ya mwaka wa kigina wa 2023 na 2024 na kwa ndagika ino Njoroge ni ati haria nja kana nja wa wabici cia ministry ya kigina muingi ni uthite na mbere uko kiyumiria andu ni mathite na mbere uko magikinya haria nja wa wabici cia ministry ya kigina nigetha gukorwo makinyita itemi hari igongona riri gikorwo rikihanika rimwe o mwaka gukorwo makirorera na gukorwo makiona maundu ria magukorwo magitabanio toria kaingi tukiona minister gikorwo akiyumiria na gukorwo agikinya haria nja wa wabici cia ministry ya kigina na ngari iria igikoragwo ikimukua muthemba wa Passat iria onayo nginyagia ndagika ino nirikitie gwikinya agikorwo akiingira na gukorwo agithie na njira bacirire muno kumagia guku wabici-ini ici cia ministry ya kigina imwe kwa imwe gukigerera barabara ya Harambee Avenue nginya cikaro-ini cia bunge ya kibũrũri kuria na gukorwo akiamukirwo ni atongoria a bunge ya kibũrũri na toria tukiwita mutugo gukuria magikorwo makihura mbica na gibeti kiria giake kana iria tugitaga briefcase rekionereria kia muthenya munene wa gukorwo agithoma budget ya thirikari ya mwaka wa kigina turorete no guo gukorwo akiingira thiini wa cikaro cia bunge gwikinyeria mathaine ma thaa 8 na nuthu cia miaraho ya umuthi nigetha gukorwo akiambiriria gutariria bururi uria thirikari ikihariirie gukorwo ikihuthira kigina kia muigana wa ciringi trilioni 3.67 iria ikihariirio ta budget ya thirikari ya mwaka ukite wa kigina na toguo ugikoretwo wakikorwo kijuria ni ati ni tugukoretwo tukigia na mweke gukorwo tukiaraniria na mwandiki mukaru thiini wa ministry ino ya kigina ni Dr. Chris Kipto na gikorwo gitariria mutaratara wothe wa budget wa kuhariria budget ino uria makoretwo makinyitana na maabitha atiganite thiini wa thirikari ari kuma maabitha a ruhonge rwa kungania magoti bururi-ini udumwe na bunge a kamiti ya bunge ya budget nigetha gukorwo makihariria budget ino na nigetha gutigirira muthenya wa umuthi maundu meguthie na mbere hatakiri na muhingo wothe gukorwo kiyumiria nigetha gutigirira ati budget ya mwaka wa kigina turorete ni gukorwo igithomwo na muingi gukorwo ukimenya mubango wa thirikari hari gukorwo igitabania kana gukorwo ikihuthira mbeca ici muigana wa ciringi trilioni 3.6 na maria turagitanya gukorwo tukiona thiini wa budget ino ukiririkana niyo budget ya mbere ya President William Ruto ni imwe cia tabarira iria turagitanya gukorwo ikiona igwikirirwo thiini kana igukorwo ikiheo kigina kiria kinene thiini wa budget ino kiririkana hindi ya kampeni ciake ni akorirwo agikirira muno njira cia gukorwo akinyitirira ari kana onjoria anini kana mukenya wa gikiro gia thi nigetha kumunyita guoko na kumukiria nigetha kumukuria kiwonjoria no guturagitanya gukorwo tukiona honge ici itiganite iria ciothe akorirwo agikirira thiini wa kampeni ciake cia githurano kia mwaka muhituku igukorwo ikirorwo na njira hana ati hari kigina kiria igukorwo ikigairwo thiini wa budget iria tugitanyite korwo githomo miaraho ya umuthi magituragitanya gukorwo tugithikiriria kuma kuri Professor Njuguna Ndungu ni uria thirikari ikihariirie gukorwo ikiungania mbeca cia gukorwo ikirugamirira budget ino kiririkana thirikari no nginya korwo ikiungania muigana wa kigina kana ruhonge rwa kiari rukihariirie kana rugitagitite gukorwo rukiungania muigana wa ciringi trilioni 2.8 hari mbeca iria magitanya kuungania ta magoti udumwe na sekta ingĩ iria makoragwo makinyitanira nacio hari kuungania mbeca cia gukorwo makirugamirira budget ino ya thirikari ya mwaka ukite wa kigina iguru riguo ndukariganirwo hari kigina kiki ruhonge rwa kiari iragikorwo igitanya kungania ukiri na ithenya riria rigukorwo rigitigara hari kuihuriria budget ino ari muigana wa makiria ma ciringi bilioni 710 iria nacio turagitanya kuigua Professor Njuguna Ndungu egukorwo agitariria mubango wa thirikari uhana ati hari kungania kigina kana hari gukinyaniria kigina giki ukiririkana kigina kiria thi bururi utigiti hari kiria bururi ngihota gukomba nigetha gukorwo kihuri ithenya riri 2 ni kinini gukira kigina kiria gikire ithenya-ini ria budget ya mwaka uyu ukiririkana thirikari igitigetie o kumweke unyihire ciringi bilioni 600 nigetha ukorwo ukihingia haria ukoragwo ikirite kana iria tugitaga limit ya ciringi trilioni 10 iria bururi ugikorwo ukioya ta ngombo guku bururi-ini. Koguo macio ni maundu maria turagetanya gukorwo makiyumiria hari budget ino turagetanya ikorwo igithomwo ndagika yothe togwo ndagika ngikumenyithia nti turagithie na mbere gweterera ndagika yothe kumagia na riu minister wa kigina bururi-ini Professor Jogona Ndung'u ni gukora kiuma thiini wa murango uyu rakiona thutha wa kuona ikorwo agikuruka kuria kianda nigetha gukorwo akinyitanira na bururi na gukorwo agithimwe kwa imwe nginyagia cikaro-ini cia bunge nigetha guthoma budget ya mwaka wa 2023 na 2024. No kwa ndagika ino Njoroge macio nimo turagithie na mbere ukorwo tukirumanira na muno na nginyagia riria Professor agikorwo akiyumiria kumagia wabici-ini ciake turigikorwo tugitigirira na tukurehera na njira ya imwe kwa imwe kuma guku wabici-ini cia ministry ya kigina. Kwa ndagika ino Njoroge nda gucokia kuri studio.
Thengio muno Mwaura wa Gunya ni undu wa riboti iyo, na ni njui Minister Professor Jogona Ndung'u agituika wa kwambia thabari yake guthie bunge ni ugukorwo kinyitanira na ithuĩ niguo tutaririe maria mangi megukorwo makihanikite, na tukienda kumenya kana mwiroreri mwende nake ni njui ni etereire kumenya kana hihi eguthie na ngari kuma wabici-ini ya Treasury guthie bunge ni handu ha 5 kilomita uguo, kana hihi eguthie maguru toria twakionire ukuria tani budget ya muthia ni ria thire na maguru kuma wa nyumba-ini ya Treasury nginyagia kuria giikaro-ini kia bunge. Hihi Professor Jogona Ndung'u kwambiriria thabari yake ya kigina na ikinya ririku? Mau ni kahinda gatari kuraya tondu tuko tugikurehera imwe kwa imwe. Tugithie na mbere ni ati munini wa president Rigathi Gachagua ni oritia igithia kuma mabũrũri ma nanja maigithie guku bũrũri-ini, akiuga kuri na riera riega ria wigithia riria rigacirithitio ni thirikari ya Kenya Kwanza. Akiaria hindi ya kigomano kia igithia ruhonge-ini rwa waki wa manyumba gitaro-ini kia Afrika, Gachagua ugite thirikari ya Kenya Kwanza ni yarire mitaratara miega iria ikuhotithia aigithia gutwarithia biacara ciao na mbere o ũndũ ũmwe na gutigirira ni magunika naguo bũrũri ũgunĩkĩre oho.
To assure you that Kenya is the destination of choice in matters investment. To start with, Kenya is the anchor state in matters peace and stability in a very volatile region, the Horn of Africa. We boast of excellent security here in Nairobi and elsewhere in the country. Again, I want to invite you to invest in this country, in real estate, because labor is not expensive. We have a very vibrant workforce with good work ethics. The Kenyan people are workaholics. They work hard and they take pride in their achievements. All our agencies, all our cabinet secretaries have clear and equivocal instructions from the president not to subject investors into unnecessary bureaucracy and red tape, and to fast track whatever licenses that they require, whatever legal framework that needs to be put, so that investors can have an easy time.
Kugina kuo mutongoria wa bururi Ndagitari William Ruto ni atugirite ikinya ria board ya engineers guku bururi-ini ria guthurima na guikia ja engineers aria maratakinyanirie ikiro. Mutongoria wa bururi ugite hari na bata ruhonge ruru gukorwo rukigathika mawatho na mitaratara ya gikiro kia iguru niguo kugiririria mitino teri ikoretwo ikihanika kumana na kumomoka kwa manyumba.
Akiaria hindi ya kuhingura kigomano kia ma-engineers mwena wa Naivasha kaunti-ini ya Nakuru, mutongoria wa bururi William Ruto nionanitie kwaga kuiganira na ugitiri wa miako ya manyumba kurumirira mitino iri ikoretwo ikihanika.
Structures collapse. Engineers are quick to say this is the job of quacks. Quacks are quick to say this is job of engineers. And today, Your Excellency, we want to have a registration portal where engineers will be registering all the projects they are involved in, and therefore there will be no excuse.
Ruto augite kuhingurwo kwa rurenda rwa kwandikithia ma-engineer aria makinyanirie ikiro niguo guteithiriria thirikari guthingatithia mawatho maria mabatie kurumirirwo. Mierio iria nyititwo mbaru ni muikariri giti wa gikundi kia ma-engineers bururi-ini Erastus Mongera.
All projects that are being undertaken
both by government of Kenya or by even the private sector, that a portal will give us who the engineers, who the professionals are, so that we can hold them to account.
Ruto ni atũgĩrĩtie itemi rĩa gĩkundi gĩkĩ akiuga nĩo megũkorwo marĩ a mbere kũgunĩka na tabarĩra itiganĩte iria thirikari ĩrambĩrĩria.
All the components that we put in place need the support of professional bodies, need the support of engineers in all their aspects, whether it is our digital superhighway and even the component that we are looking at in housing. We will need a whole array of engineering capacity and professionals to support this endeavor.
On a highway from Mombasa to Malaba, Honorable President, Your Excellency, to make it sure that we use private sector. Our argument in the ministry is that as we bring private people to partner with us from out of the country, we will be strict to ensure that local partnership is adhered to.
Ona kũhanũra ũguo akĩmũria gũthundũra ũtaaramu wa kĩrĩu ũrĩa ũkũnyihia gharama ya waki wa barabara.
Innovate around e-mobility, about what we can do with renewable energy. We have huge resources of wind, we have huge resources of solar, and we can power our economy, especially around the mobility space, using renewable energy.
Handũ-inĩ ha Kameme TV gĩtagwo Ngena wa Waduro.
Kamĩtĩ ĩrĩa yombirwo nĩ President Ndagĩtarĩ William Ruto kũngania mawoni ma mũingĩ megiĩ ũrĩa makanitha mangĩramatwo nĩ ithaganĩtie gĩikaro na nyiti itemi matiganĩte kaunti-inĩ ya Kwale nĩguo kwamũkĩra mawoni kuma kũrĩ atongoria a makanitha. Hĩndĩ ya gĩikaro kĩayo mũthenya wa ira mamwe ma mendekithia marĩa maraheanirwo nĩ gũkorwo na ministry ya kũnyabara ũrĩa makanitha maratwarithia wĩra wao na mbere, wabici cia mwandĩkithia watho thaita ihingũrwo matũũra-inĩ o ũndũ ũmwe na kũgathĩka gĩkĩro kĩa mathomo marĩa mũndũ agĩrĩire gũkorwo namo nĩguo etĩkĩrio kũhingũra kanitha.
Yaandika kama mali ya mtu binafsi. Hilo mtajua wakati ambapo mtatembea na kuweza kuuliza hili ni kanisa fulani, usajili wake ni huu, mali yake yamewekwa kwa jina la nani na yanatumiwa vipi?
Sababu tunataka tuone kwamba dini inadhibiti. Na tunaona kwamba pale kwenye katiba imewekwa kipao mbele. Na kwa sababu watu wote wana imani ile moja, mbali na kule kuabudu. Kwa sababu sisi tunataka kufuata ile imani moja ambao dini zote zinafundisha usalama na amani.
Tuache maneno ya education, watu wajiregulate wenyewe. Hayo mambo mengine hata sijui uko na degree na nini, wenye degree ndio wabaya sana. Pengine mimi ni mbaya na nina degree kadhaa. Tusiangazie maneno ya education sana. Tuangalie utu wa mtu. Does it have that humanity in it? Is he doing the right thing? Wangapi hapa hivi wako na makanisa, hata tukienda kwa watu wa kaya na watu wengine traditional religious traditions zingine local kabisa, hawana education. Ni wazee ambao wamekuwa machifu kutoka kitambo, pengine babaka alikuwa chifu akaendelea kuwa machifu na nini. Ile title
tugetigana na icio nĩ kwĩyumĩrĩtie ndũgamano ĩgiĩ mũgũnda gatagatĩ ga kanitha ũmwe mwena wa Thika kaunti-inĩ ya Kiambu na gĩkundi kĩa mbeũ njĩthĩ. Kũrerĩkana mũgũnda ũyũ ũkoretwo ũkĩhũthĩka nĩ mbeũ njĩthĩ gũtabania mathako matiganĩte, kũrĩa rĩu ũrũgamĩrĩri wa kanitha wa Gospel Revival wĩyumĩrĩtie na kuga atĩ mũgũnda ũcio nĩ wao. Wambui wa Njũgũna na riboti ĩno.
Ndũgamano ĩno ĩrĩa yumĩririe rĩrĩa ũrũgamĩrĩri wa kanitha ũyũ wa Gospel Revival mwena wa Thika ũrambĩrĩirie mĩhang'o ya kũiriga mũgũnda, na hau nĩho gĩkundi gĩkĩ kĩa mbeũ njĩthĩ arĩa makoretwo makĩhũthĩra kĩharo gĩkĩ marataũkĩirwo kũrĩ na maũndũ matarathiĩ wega. Kũringana na gĩkundi gĩkĩ makoretwo makĩhũthĩra mũgũnda ũyũ gũtabania maũndũ matiganĩte ma mathako, undu uria ukoretwo ukimeherania na kwĩingĩrania na maundu ma wagarari wa watho na kũngĩkinya atĩ nĩ megũkorwo magĩtunyũkithio mũgũnda ũyũ iheo iria makoretwo makĩrutithia wĩra ciaya kũrĩra thĩ.
Community ya area nĩ yonaga handũ ha kũhurũka na imona igakorwo ciĩ busy ciaima thukuru handũ ha gũthiĩ ndawa-inĩ kana maũndũ marĩa mangĩ kana okorarĩ makahota kũhorera na magakorwo mena discipline.
Mwena-inĩ wao ũrũgamĩrĩri wa kanitha ũyũ ũkinyĩrĩirie atĩ mũgũnda ũyũ nĩ wao kuma mwaka-inĩ wa 1993 na kĩrĩa makoretwo magĩka nĩ gwĩtĩkĩria mũingĩ ũhũthĩre kwa ihinda.
Na kĩwanja gĩkĩ ti kĩgayanie ũguo kĩhana tondũ korwo nĩ kĩgayanie tũtingĩrĩ haha ona ithuĩ akorwo nĩ gĩa community.
Ona kũrĩ ũguo gĩkundi gĩkĩ nĩ kĩũrĩtie thirikari kũingĩrĩra ndeto ĩno na kwenjera kĩhoto nĩguo kũmenya kana mũgũnda ũyũ nĩ wa thirikari. MCA wa wadi ĩno Peter Mburu akĩranĩra gũthingata kĩhoto kĩa mũingĩ.
Tũkũrira na original subdivision map ĩrĩa yagaire block 6 ĩno.
Mũruta chifu no ahote kũmenya kiwanja kĩrĩa reserved for community, mũruta MCA no ahote kũmenya angĩenda ũmũthĩ angĩenda kũmenya no amenye nĩ kĩrĩkũ. Koguo nĩ magĩrĩirwo nĩ gwĩka ũguo.
Handũ-inĩ ha Kameme TV rĩtwa rĩakwa nĩ Wambui wa Njũgũna.
Bunge ya kaunti ya Kiambu nĩ hĩtũkĩtie bajeti ya kaunti ĩno ya mũigana wa ciringi bilioni 21 kĩgĩna kĩrĩa gĩkũhũthĩka harĩ mwaka wa kĩgĩna wa 2023 na 2024. Rũhonge rwa ũgima wa mwĩrĩ kaunti-inĩ ya Kiambu nĩ rũthukĩirwo mũigana mũnene wa kĩgĩna gĩa ciringi bilioni 7.7 gũkũ waki wa barabara ũgĩthukĩrwo ciringi bilioni 2.6.
The current budget
ni bajeti ĩrĩa ĩrĩkĩtie kũhĩtũkio nĩ bunge ya kaunti ya Kiambu ya mũigana wa ciringi bilioni 21 harĩ mwaka wa kĩgĩna wa 2023-2024. Rĩu bajeti ĩno ĩkĩongerereka kuma ciringi bilioni 13.4 mwaka-inĩ ũrĩa ũrainĩkĩrĩra wa kĩgĩna. Rũhonge rwa ũgima wa mwĩrĩ rũkoneka gũkua kĩgĩna kĩrĩa kĩingĩ mũno kĩa mũigana wa ciringi bilioni 7.69 gũkũ rũhonge rwa waki wa barabara rũgĩthukĩrwo ciringi bilioni 2.6.
Roads, we have a Bibilioni level 4 hospital, we have a Rari level 4, we have the equipping of Githongori.
Tũgĩthiĩ na mbere na ndeto ĩngĩ nĩ atĩ itemi-inĩ rĩa gũkinyanĩria kĩoneki kĩa ũhandi wa mĩtĩ bilioni 15 gũkinyanĩria mwaka wa 2032, atongoria a ndini itiganĩte kuma kaunti-inĩ ya Naikuru nyitanĩri-inĩ na ministry ya marĩa matũrigicĩirie nĩ mambĩrĩirie mĩhang'o ya ũhandi wa mĩtĩ icigo-inĩ itiganĩte kaunti-inĩ ya Naikuru. Akiaria hĩndĩ ya mĩhang'o ĩno mwandĩki mũkaru ministry-inĩ ya marĩa matũrigicĩirie rũhonge-inĩ rwa kũramata mĩtitũ ndagĩtarĩ Gĩtonga Mũgambi nĩaugĩte nĩ mekũgacĩrithia ũgitĩri wa mĩtitũ nĩguo gũtigĩrĩra mĩtĩ ndĩnathũkangio. Kwa ihinda rĩrĩ ngũcũnge mũhera tũtikwamba gũkũhe riboti yo ndĩra tũthiĩ ĩmwe kwa ĩmwe nginya nyũmba-inĩ ya Treasury kũrĩa rĩu minister wa kĩgĩna Professor Njũgũna Ndung'u nĩambĩrĩria thabarĩ yake ya kuma nyũmba-inĩ ĩyo erekeire bunge meharĩrĩrio ma gũthoma bajeti mĩaraho ya ũmũthĩ. Tũthiĩ mwe kwa ĩmwe nginya nyũmba-inĩ ya Treasury. Na ndarĩ arauma biũ no tũgũcoka kũu acomoka athiĩte na koguo rĩu tũkũmuonera bunge kĩrĩa tũgwĩka nĩ gũcokereria mĩtĩ-inĩ tũhande mĩtĩ makĩria. Reke tuone riboti ĩno ya ũhandi wa mĩtĩ kaunti-inĩ ya Naikuru.
Mũthia-inĩ wa mwaka mũhĩtũku mũtongoria wa bũrũri Ndagĩtarĩ William Ruto nĩ arugũririe tabarĩra ya ũhandi wa mĩtĩ bilioni 15 gũkinyanĩria mwaka-inĩ wa 2023 itemi-inĩ rĩa kũhĩtana na ũcenjia wa rĩera. Na nĩguo gũteithĩrĩria gũkinyanĩria kĩoneki gĩkĩ atongoria ndini tiganĩte kuma kaunti-inĩ ya Naikuru ũnyitanĩri-inĩ na ministry ya marĩa matũrigicĩirie nĩ mambĩrĩirie mĩhang'o ya ũhandi wa mĩtĩ icigo-inĩ itiganĩte kaunti-inĩ ĩno.
We intend to plant trees in our the spaces that are in our places of worship, our schools and any other space that the religious fraternity holds. Not in Nakuru only, but even in the outskirts of Nakuru.
We started in a Catholic church compound in Nakuru. Then we went to the Muslim cemetery in Nakuru, planting and growing trees here at this Hindu temple.
Akiaria hindi ya gutwarithia na mbere mihang'o ino, mwandiki mukaru ministry-ini ya maria maturigicĩirie ruhonge-ini rwa kuramata mititu Dagitari Gitonga Mugambi niugite ni mekuongerera aramati ya mititu niguo kugitira mititu kumana na turia nime na oho kuria muingi gukorwo mari maitho kuhitana na aria marathukangia mititu.
We are putting all the measures in place to ensure that the management of this of our country forest is up to what is expected to be.
Mugambi ni arutite mukana muhiu kuria othe mekunyitikana magitema miti mugaru na watho gukorwo makioerwo makinya marumu ma kiwatho.
Once we catch up with them, it will not be business as usual. Forest is an economic activity.
Handu-ini ha Kameme TV jitagwo Gathoni Wang'ang'a.
Shira wa kuragwo kwa muhuri biashara mwena wa Isili Abdulfatah Hassan no uthiete na mbere na guthikiririo kuri afitha munene wa uthuthuria Alan Otieno auma wa ica ikuhĩ kuruta wĩira wake wĩgiĩ njũragano ĩno ĩrĩa yahanĩkire mweri-inĩ wa kenda mwaka mũhĩtũku. Mũira ũyũ nĩerire igoti atĩ we mwene nĩekinyirie nginyagia harĩa njũragano ĩno yahanĩkĩire na kũrĩa ningĩ athikĩrĩirie mĩario ya Mohamed Farah akĩruta mũkana wa kũraga Abdulfatah.
Matukio tofauti ilifikaje ukaamua kwamba ni yeye ndio alikuwa anafaa kushikwa?
I got information from son to the deceased, namely Hassan, who confirmed that as he was going through his deceased father's mobile phone, he came across an audio file on WhatsApp communication, which was dated 11th August. So, in the audio, the audio is in Somali language. The audio had been sent.
Kũngĩnakuo mutumia wa munini wa president Dorcas Rigathi ni ahinyĩrĩirie oho magarũrĩre mĩtugo gũkinyĩria ihinda rĩrĩa magĩrĩirwo nĩ kũrekererio thutha wa kũrĩkia kĩoho kĩao. Akĩaria hĩndĩ ya icera rĩake njera-inĩ ya Kiambu, Dorcas nĩ augĩte nĩ kũrĩ mũtũrĩre ũngĩ thutha wa mũndũ kuma njera na ũguo matiagĩrĩirwo nĩ kuona tarĩ guo mũico wa mũtũrĩre. Icera rĩake njera-inĩ ĩno nĩ ũmwe wa mũbango ũrĩa akoretwo agĩtwarithia na mbere wa gwĩkĩra hinya mwana wa kahĩĩ. Hĩndĩ icera rĩake makiria maoho 850 ni maragunĩkire na irio iria araheanire gũkũ akĩranĩra gũthiĩ na mbere na kũmarũmbũiya.
Kazi yenu si ati tu mutoke huku mupige kura, nataka
Gaucunga mwera ni undu wa gutukana kwa bica icio. Mwiroreri mwende ni mutumia wa munini wa mutongoria wa bũrũri Dorcas Rigathi agĩkĩtarĩria kana akĩaranĩria na ohwo njera-inĩ ya Kiambu kũrĩa arekinyĩtie muthenya wa ira na arakĩmatuga na irio o ũndũ ũmwe na kũmoria metĩkĩre kũhĩmbĩria gũcenjia mĩtugo na mĩikarĩre yao hĩndĩ ĩrĩa mũndũ arakinya ihinda rĩa kũrĩkia kĩoho gĩake. Na mwiroreri mwende, hau nĩho tũgwĩkĩrĩra gaturumo mohoro gĩtaũ. Ndiramenyithio tunakaa hapa utiri kundu turathie koguo ndagika itari kuraya ni gukorwo ngigucokia metha-ini yakwa ya ndereti kuria tugukorwo tukinyitanira na ataramu aria ndiri nao thiini wa studio tukimurika maundu matiganite maria mari thiini wa mutaratara wa kigina wa mwaka uyu. Ni tugukorwo tukirora mbeca iria iragairwo thirikari cia matura kana cia county. Thirikari cia county igukorwo ikiamukira ciringi bilioni 385 mugaru na ihoya riao riria mendaga ria ciringi bilioni 425 na mugaru na riendekithia rireheanitwo ni kamiti iria ramataga gai wa kigina ria ciringi bilioni 405. Mau ni tugukorwo tugikirora. Ona ningi ndiramenyithio CS Professor Njuguna Ndung'u ni ambiriria thabari yake. Reke tumuone akiuma nyumba-ini ya Treasury. Mwirori mwende ungirora haria ni mbica imwe ni nja wa ministry ya kigina nyumba-ini ya treasury haria urakiona mehaririria mothe ari ni hamwe na gugitandika mugeka mutune mehaririria mothe ni mahariririe niguo ndagika yothe minister wa kigina Professor Njuguna Ndung'u no akorwo agikiuma erekeire nyumba-ini ya bunge kuria thaa 8:30 kana ndagika 30 ni agitanyitwo gukorwo agikiambiriria guthoma budget ya kigina ya mwaka uyu wa kigina wa thirikari na nituko tukinyitanira nake ndagika itari kuraya no thini wa studio no ndiragithie na mbere na kwaraniria na ataramu aria ndikire nao ndina ndagitari Moses Mwangi ni mutaramu wa maundu megie mwathanire mwega na ningi ndina Zack Ngugi nake ni mutaramu wa maundu megie besha na tugithie na mbere tugitagirira minister akorwo agikiuma hari na uhoro wigie besha iria ikigairwo thirikari cia county ni irakoretwo igitete na njira nene muno ciongererwo kigina giki nginyagia bilioni 425 no thirikari irauga tutingihota ona revenue allocation commission of revenue allocation nirakoretwo ikiuga no ikinyo na bilioni 405 kuringana na mathabu maria makoretwo magikanamo no oho ni turona maundu mamwe ta agriculture ni maundu devolved na health ona ni devolved no karora besha iria ciatigara kuria thirikari nene ni besha nyingi muno hihi tukiambiria na ndagitari woni waku ni uriku wigie gukorwo ati maundu mamwe ni marekwo kuria thirikari ni cia matura no besha nyingi cia gukinyania maundu macio na mare gatiba-ini ciratigara kuria thirikari nene
ungirora uria mbeca kana budget ino iragaya mbeca in my opinion counties ni irahinyiririo na angikorwo hari undu mwega wekekire na katiba njeru ni kwambiriria devolution tariu president kiumio giki arari Kirinyaga kuhingura thibitari njega muno yakitwo na yakitwo na mbeca ciuganitio kuma tura-ini ungithie county imwe Northern Kenya ona kundu kuingi ni ugukora kwi maundu 47 counties gwi taoni 47 thiini wa bururi wa Kenya riu umuthi ni taoni nene kwina supermarket kwina mathibitari kwina andu aya metagwo middle class meku na kwa ni mkurabatara manyumba you know ma kirathi kiega so commitment ya thirikari ino hari devolution ri I question it
niki
ni undu wa riri thirikari nene roya ki out of 3.6 trillion thirikari nene roya 2.16 trillion 47 county governments tondu ni thirikari uko twe thirikari 48 national government ni thirikari na thirikari ya county ni thirikari they are 47 mekugayana bilioni
matatu maite
na so in a way girigasha ni devolved na riu girigasha ri nio yagirwo ni gukorwo igituma economy ya bururi ikure kwina thina wa kindu gitagwo food security tariu na haha border-ini ya Tanzania marori marite raini marori maingi makiuma Tanzania kurehe mbembe tondu ngirigaca guku tutimirorete uria yagiriire na mundu wa county government thirikari ya county government ni magirwo ni gukorwo mena andu metagwo extension officers magiteithiriria farmer kuria thi uria mekurora mbembe ikurorwo wega uria iria rikurorwo wega uria economy gukura so in my view it is not fair thirikari imwe national ikue 2.16 trillion na thirikari 48 cia county igane only 385 billion it is not fair na revenue allocation committee ya revenue allocation mathabu maria ikaga mbeca icio ni nini gukira recommendation so in my view how tutineka wega budget yo
ndiguteithia bururi uria ingiateithia bururi korwo county ni ciagairwo mbeca nyingaingi ona ciagirwo niyo ndingiuga ciagirwo ni kuheo 400 ciagirwo ni gukinyirio 500 600 uyu akiri na 2.16 trillion ri
yes
ni mangiraheirwo mbeca nyingaingi so for me it is not fair to devolution no guo ni kuga no turie kiuria atiriri thirikari ino ni serious tondu mwananchi wa kawaida
yes
ni arateithikira muno kuria thi
mashinani maendeleo mathie
na county government iria iraruta wira wega ri na ciiko iraruta wira wega ri impact ya wira uria mararuta ri ni ironeka kuria mashinani so we need to look at that again.
Okay. Tugiuka hari weza kiwoni waku ni uriku?
Hari na proposal. I believe yagiukite through BBI ya 35%.
Yes.
Na 35% ino ni ya the whole collection. Ati tutiguge komba tumane.
Yes.
No kiria giothe kioyo ni KRA tari turari uhoro wa 2.6 trillion iria targeted ri 35%.
Iyo ni makiria bilioni 900
cithie thini wa county. Na ni ndari umwe wa go support uhoro wa 35%. Tukiaria muno turi nawe forums nyingi.
Yes.
Number 2, ino 35% ri ira support maundu maria mothe devolved. Tondu twatigire tu security na uhoro wa githomo no na githomo giki kia ECD umenye ni devolved. Kugo maundu maria matigitwo national government ri ni manini gukira maria maikurukitio kuria mashinani. Na ungithiuruka counties ini ni gukora riu ni kwahingukire tauni ta Nyeri itari na economic activity nyingi ri riu ni yahingukire tone yageire headquarter ya county kundu ta Kiambu ni kwa ndandukire riu maundu maku nginya biashara ri ni njega barabara ni njega nigetha county ici ihote kuheana barabara ri tariu kuria gwitu ri ni gubataire rami ndia ni gubataire rami kuria kwanyu ni gubataire rami niguo nigetha tutige kuga turikagira o maramu tugathondeka rami to rami ni kuragia handu na ihenya
na kiro kinene
thitima igigikinya riu mwanake ni kuhota ukihingura kiganda muiritu ni kuhota kuhingura handu tondu kwina thitima thaa ici turari uhoro wa formula ya working from home ri riu ni hindi tondu covid yoka ri ni ekire recalibration maundu maingi ri makicenjia riu thaa ici murutire wa wira ri titoria wa tene nginya micemanio ri ni tuhota kumeka virtually nuona riu maundu maya moka na kigina ni megwika wega riu kindu kiria tumeraga haha senate ri ni inyu musetaga formula ya kugayana mbeca iriku ici to nio makiroraga uhoro wa counties formula eno ri no muhaka muongerere strength kana weight ya population nigetha twari uhoro wa one man one shilling niguo tondu services ri citiheanagwo mugunda ciheagwo andu tukiaria uhoro wa health ni andu tukiaria uhoro wa githomo ni andu tukiaria uhoro wa security ni andu tukiaria uhoro wa girigaca turari uhoro wa andu na umenye ni tukinyite handu haria tuga population trap ire ya Dr. Mathus atwirite atiriri population ri he handu igathie ikire production na yakira production ni tukahuta nayo niyo twetaga population trap riu niho tukiri tondu uririkane season ta 3-4 tutihotete gukuria thaa ici twina thina nikio raigua marori marauma Tanzania nigetha marehe mbebe guku na riu ningi ni twauga finance bill ini ri ni tukurihia VAT ya mutu ati nigetha tuiganane ati standard rate VAT ciothe iri chargeagwo ri cikorwo ci 16% across board ati gutiri zero rate na gutiri exempt ciothe ni standard nikio ndira support uhoro riu wa counties ni manengerwo mbeca kuguo na ni twagiriirwo atiriri andu aya maranjiriirie tondu twarinaria conversation ino ya one man one shilling ihinda inene muno na Mount Kenya ri aria maraigua ruthiomi ruru ndiraria ri nio mangikorwo me beneficiaries aria nene mena Kakamega to turari uhoro wa Nairobi county niyo nene Kiambu county igacokerera tugathi Kakamega county in terms of population
Yes,
niguo
yes.
gitigo kiuga ithuĩ gũkũ nĩ twa mention Nyeri nĩ mekuongererwo kĩndũ kĩnini Kiambu nĩ mekuongererwo kĩndũ kĩnene Kakamega nĩ megũikĩrio tondũ ĩyo ĩngĩ nayo rĩ nĩ Naikuru nĩwe coka namba 5 nao nĩ megwĩka atĩa nĩ mekuona kĩndũ rĩu twagĩrĩirwo twanjĩrĩrie conversation ya rĩrĩ tondũ nĩ twakĩona mbeca nĩ twarutwo mũhuko rĩ ithuĩ tũtiagĩ produce keki ĩkĩgayanwo rĩ tũgayane na formula ĩna population weight nene nigetha rĩrĩ aya mararuta rĩ na aya ingĩ maraheo service rĩ makorwo nĩo marona mbeca iria nyingĩ kĩndũ kĩrĩa tu ngũmera nacio ihũthĩrwo wega nĩ tũkũgwetete kamũgweto karĩa ga corruption twauga ũici wa mbeca rĩ nĩ tũbatithagia tũkawĩta corruption no ndũĩ nĩ ũici wa mbeca tũgacoka tũkauga mwizi wetu rĩu ithuĩ tũthuraga aici arĩa tũĩ biũ nĩ maiyĩte rĩ nĩo twendaga rĩu haha naka Wanjikũ nĩ agĩrĩirwo erore mũno tondũ acokaga cycle ĩno ya mĩaka tũhanaga gĩthurano rĩ mwaka ũmwe wa campaign mĩaka ĩna ya gũ-complain rĩu ĩno mĩaka ĩna rĩ tũgũ-complain na budget tũkiugaga nĩ tũkamathengia kana nĩ tũkarehe andũ arĩa maretwĩciria no twakinya harĩa gĩthurano-inĩ ningĩ twakinya irebe-inĩ rĩ meciria marĩa makariganĩra tũgathurana na kĩndũ gĩtagwo wave rĩu angorwo wave ĩgakorwo ĩ ngirini
nĩ ũguo
rĩu nĩ twaheana wave yatuĩka nĩ yerũ rĩu nĩ wave tugacoka ningĩ gũ-complain mĩaka ĩna rĩu haha nĩ twagĩrĩirwo tũrore thaa ici rĩ twĩna elected leaders andũ arĩa mangĩhota gũ-petition formula ĩtwarwo 1 man 1 shilling tũgĩthiĩ harĩa 2024 rĩ nĩ tũgũkorwo na boundary review haha naho no mũhaka tũheane sentiment citũ tuge nĩ 1 man 1 vote nigetha nacio wards cingaingĩhe nacio constituencies cingaingĩhe ta rĩu gwitũ Kiambu ngĩmatetera rĩ ithuĩ nĩ tũbataire constituency ingĩ 9 rĩu kũrĩa cikuma rĩ niĩ ndirenda kũmenya no ithuĩ nĩ tũneo constituency citũ 9 cioka constituency 9 nĩ kũmini nĩ ciarehe services nĩ ciarehe angorwo nĩ NGCDF githĩ to yake ingĩ hamwe na witũ conversation niyo ri no muhaka tumĩarie tondu uhoro wa budget ni undu political na we undu political thindo rakiona ora drive ni politicians na bunge we undu political ri no muhaka na ithuĩ rĩu twarie politics cia atiriri ni tu contributaga ni twarehire mutu ona Ndendenyoro ahuthagira gakima ni twarehire maĩ ma kuruga gakima tukirehe mutu wa kuruga gakima tugithie mugunda tukireherwo nyeni twa kuria gakima karigu gaka tutingituika ningi gakinya kuihurwo metha-inĩ ri ati ithuĩ ni ithuĩ turi na yago karia kanini no muhaka tugie na conversation ya kuga atiriri uhoro wa representation tukorwo twi namba ĩmwe uhoro wa 1 shilling wa kugayana mbeca to ni tu contribute tukorwo twi namba imwe nigetha tutige kuhinyiririo ni andu aria matari na population tondu ona he mundu uga atiriri tutiraroraga ngamira ticio turataraga turataraga andu na andu ni mekirwo census by the formula yagirirwo ku basewo na census iria iriga kurika ya 2019 riu haha kiria mara adjust tondu figures cia 2019 ni tuciuiri na ni twacionire ri formula based on figures icio nayo population ili eheo weight nene population ni onegeheo weight ya 60% ile no gene muno no riu ukoraga ringi 18% kungikairwa kari 20% ni nyendaga ikorwo ya handu kuma 40 guthie 60 nigetha uyu mari aingiri akorwo niwe waneo irio iria ci nyingi ona we korwo nowe mugai wa irio ona aria magikoragwo na atumia ingire kuria kwina ciana nyingi tikuo mundu akeneanaga
ngunia ya extra ni ciongagirwo
ni tondu thani iria ri ni nyingi kuri ici koguo fairness niyo
tugicoka hari we ndagitari uhoro wa urimi niguo munyiginyigi wa economy ya bururi gicunji kinene kia Kenya ni aria mategemeaga urimi ni undu wa irio cio muthenya na mieke yao ya kuhotona kwigacĩria kana nĩ ũrĩmi wa mbembe kana nĩ wa ng'ombe kana nĩ wa macani kana nĩ kahũa hihi kũringana nawe ũrĩmi nĩ ũraheirwo priority ĩrĩa yagĩrĩire nĩ thirikari?
Ũrĩmi ndũhetwo priority ĩrĩa yagĩrĩire tondũ toguo twauga ũrĩmi nĩ responsibility ya thirikari cia county ũrĩa mũingĩ na thirikari cia county nĩ wona percentage ya mbia iria maheo nĩ nini koguo wira uria mangihota kuruta na urimi atangikorwo tondu ni ukuona tarua agenda ya fertilizer na ni njega ya fertilizer subsidize
yes
ni njega gutire bururi ngirigace kinyukia na njira nene gutare na kindu gitagwo subsidy kana kunyihia gu subsidize thirikari kuruta mbeca ciganona
cia kuhuthahuthia
ngarama tondu urimi naturally especially wa murimi munini inputs kana indo iria urahuthira ni tuge ni thumu iyo ni fertilizer ni tuge ni mbegu ni tuge ni dawa ya kuhuhira ko ni ukubatara kuhuhira ona githomo technical advice
yes
maundu macio ni magiriirwo ni kuhuthirio murimi no riu uria turona ni ati national government kana thirikari nene ni irareheana ki subsidy ya fertilizer
yes
no cio tuwira wa thirikari nene ona korwo mbia ikirio cituri ucio ni uhoro wagirwo ni gukorwo ikuria county-ini no matikire na mbeca cia gwika uguo tuko hope mbia ici 2.16 trillion ciatigwo thirikari nene ri tondu county government matire na nyingi ri ati oro hau naho ni hekuongererwo kindu gitagwo subsidy ya mbegu ya kuhanda tugie na subsidy ya mbegu ya kuhanda subsidy ya fertilizer ikari oho na tucoke turore inputs iria ingi irabatarania nigetha riu andu mahote kurima tondu ugikora arima bebe na muico wa kurima muico ndu kuona andu ingi ni meko abandon na ni turabatara kuria so in my view korwo 2.16 trillion no harorwo iria iguthiaga ngirigacai cikirio counties na programu irorwo wega ati ciathie thiini wa mbegu tondu ona kuria county ona kuo rimwe ukiri ona maundu makuo ma maundu maya uitangi na kwaga kurugamirira wega na nie ni njui riria tukarora ngirigaca wega bururi uyu no gukinyukia ugakinyukia tondu ona mawira maria maingi tigana na uhoro wa housing no wega ni ukurehe nyumba no makorwo twarora ngirigaca kuu kwina maundu maingi megega tondu ni tukwandika andu aria ingi undu ucio ungi ni uguo twari uhoro wa extension officer
yes
riu tondu county thirikari itikire na mbeca nyingi ri tugutwara extension officers kuria macina-ini atia na no guo health o haha hekirwo mbia ici ri health nayo ni devolved
yes
ungithie right now thiini wa bururi wa Kenya kuria thibitari-ini cia kuria thiri thibitari macinani na nicio ikire nyingi kwina thina gutire dawa cia kuigana system ya kugura dawa ona ta ya KEMSA haha ni ukuona thigithigithia iria ikoretwo kuo kuoguo ona county government makiendaga ri uria mangihota gu stock thibitari na dawa ri mbia ni icio ni cianyiha na andu ni marabatara urigitani megwika atia so Senate
yes
process ya budget ino ri hari undu thirikari irariho yahitirie iyo irahitukire kwina handu yahitirie
hari ku hau
hakwaga ku involve Senate no horo wa budget budget igituika ni wira wa National Assembly Senate itariho na Senate ni ti wira wayo ri uria munene ri ni wakuruirira devolution kuruirira bia iria iguthie county riu by the time revenue ra mbeca ici rakigayo ri Senate riu already ni njohe tondu riu bia cia county ri ciekiritwo
haria budget-ini
riu ona mageria kuongerera ri no amenya already ni ohe tondu haha hena watho urahituka wa finance bill ni watiga gutuika bill gutuika ni watho riu wone o uria twanagia thigithigi riria mbeca cia account iragayo noguo tukugia na akorwo senate ni kurugama tondu nao no ukorwo mahota guthiorwo uguo turonire National Assembly ukona andu riu ri ona meciria mao ni mateire na kuunja riu no gucokerithia rwimbo ta gitiro gucokerithia ni twahitukia ni andu anini muno mararugamire guciririra na nginya ona andu aya Azimio nao ri no nyende gukimera atiriri ni marakinegenire wega andu 81 MP marariku ao matigira kiriku riu inegene riri gucoka Senate ni twagireirwo na no njuge thiini wa life ya parliament ino ri ni twagirwo ni gucokia ati wona bill ya finance ya thira through National Assembly itwarwo Senate nigetha how to ensure ni twaring fence besa jiganu
cia guthie
county itaithie ngirigaca itaithie health na maundu maria mangĩ
ni tugucokereria twambe tuikiria ni na tugicokereria Zack gukorwo gitutariria indo imwe cia indo iria ihuthikaga raw materials cia guthondeka indo cia kuhurana na tutambi fertilizer na indo ingĩ ni irarutirwo ha zero rating iratwarwo ha exemption kuringana na ataramu akimbeca tawe ni ati riu ni hindi ikuge na ithuĩ twĩku exempt ni kweheria ni ugututariria gathina kau karaumana na mwiroreri mwende njitikiria twambe tuikirio hanini rugathie kuraya ndagika cia gutaririra itigarite ikinye thaa 8:30 tuko tugithie mwe kwa mwe nginya bunge no mbere yo tukugeria gukorwo ni twataukwo ni maundu mothe maria mari thiini wa budget ino guku gwa Kameme TV twambe tuikirie ndagika imwe.
Kameme TV.
Life ina move fast, una hustle, una work hard. Na ukifika home, it's the place you can just be na DSTV family. Na feel the drama with captivating novellas. Na feel the joy and laughter wakilearn.
Really?
Na feel the cheer with heart-pumping sporting action. Na feel your stories with African enjoyment at its best. Na feel entertainment with so much more. Na feel home with DSTV family.
Cheza kama wewe na cheza sita. Wihotanira ginyagia maita 5,000 ma beti yaku teke. Yes, ni uhuthu. Ihinya *675# uthake na namba 6 cia munyaka kume 1 nginya 6. Ikira muigano wa beti yaku kuma 50 tu wihotanira ginyagia maita 5,000 hau. Cheza kama wewe na cheza sita. Wigire mweke muhari miekene ya gutuika muhotani. Ihinya *675# uthake o riu. Mundu utakinyetie miaka 18 ndagathake. Thaka na uigiririki. Itangatho riri nirihitukie ni BCLB.
Mpira unaupenda sana. Huo mpira umelandi.
Tuko na KD, tuna magwanda, tuko na Mbajoka, unaweza tusponsor hivi vile tuko mtu tatu.
Hapa tunaingia ligi ya kibuda.
Majol kwa nao maboy. Wewe ndo unaingiza kwa ingori yote.
Huyu ndiye anayewachochea vijana wetu huyu.
Coming soon, an all-new Focus on Africa with me, Waihiga Mwaura. I'll be live from our studios here in Nairobi every weekday with deeper analysis, conversations, and explanation. Focus on Africa from BBC News, making sense of stories from the continent and around the world.
Cheza kama wewe na cheza sita. Wihotanira ginyagia maita 5,000 ma beti yaku teke. Yes, ni uhuthu. Ihinya *675# uthake na namba 6 cia munyaka kume 1 nginya 6. Ikira muigano wa beti yaku kuma 50 tu wihotanira ginyagia maita 5,000 hau. Cheza kama wewe na cheza sita. Wigire mweke muhari miekene ya gutuika muhotani. Ihinya *675# uthake o riu. Mundu utakinyetie miaka 18 ndagathake. Thaka na uigiririki. Itangatho riri nirihitukie ni BCLB.
Education is changing for the better. Gone will be the days when teachers had to sift through books upon books of homework, when they walked around class just to ensure they connect with the students, when not coming to class meant missing lessons, or when they worked extra hours, usually late in the night, to ensure all students understood. Introducing the Mwalimu Plus Learning Management System, an education management tool that fits in with the country's education system and allows schools and parents to monitor students' progress effectively. From tracking and reporting to providing resources and effective learning tools, teachers and parents alike will be in the loop of each child's progress. With Mwalimu Plus, schools will not need to invest heavily in infrastructure. That's because the system offers the necessary tools, tablets and the software at a great cost to enable schools get off successfully. Things are changing, and the Mwalimu Plus Learning Management System is at the forefront of this change.
Mwirari mwende ringi ngakunyita ugeni thiini wa Kameme TV muthenya uyu wa mwanya muno tariki 15 mweri wa 6 muthenya uria budget ya bururi ya thirikari ya mahuthiro ma mwaka wa kigina wa 2023 uria ukambiriria tariki 1 mweri wa 7 nginyagia tariki 30 mweri wa 6 mwaka wa 2024 igukorwo githomwo muthenya wa umuthi haria ni nja wa nyumba ya treasury haria barabara-ini ya Harambee Avenue toria gukwirite hau kabere kuri andu aria marakibingana na budget ino gukorwo igithomwo no ucio ni mundu umwe wa rurungani aria maratie ingi no gutikiaga mundu umwe eri aria maragithie gutuma ndumiriri kuri minister wa kigina undu umwe na thirikari maundu ni maritu maundu mamwe mari thiini wa budget ino ni mekuhatiriria mukenya makiria twahoya tuhuthahuthirio garama ya muturire na ninde twirakorirwe kiariririo muthenya wa ira ni atongoria makiria azimio thiini wa bunge magikiuga ati kuringana na mamwe ma maundu maria mari thiini wa budget ino na kuringana na uria bururi wikarite kuringana na mutongoria wa aria nini thiini wa bunge Opio Wandai arakiugire ona andu no magie na kuregana na thirikari kana kugia na revolution andu magigikaya ni undu wa magoti maria megukorwo magikiuma na ndumire na budget ino na ni thutha wa gukorwo gikihituke muthenya wa ira ni rahitukire second reading finance bill muthenya wa Jumaine kiumia giukite kuratwikire riu igaikirio kahengere gwa kahengere gacunje gwa gacunje kura handu ha guikirio iri yothe na niguo gukimenya kana ni gukihituka no kirigana uria maundu maragiikarire muthenya wa ira irari kura 81 kwa igana ria 70 na koguo maundu macio hari na bunge hakuigana rimwe matarari bunge kuria marari gutiri mundu no tugugieterera gukiona uria maundu magugithie tugiingira kiumia gigiukite hindi iria ndeto ino igakorwo gikiariririo ngari nona haria mwena uyu ungi naho ni nja wa bunge ni horo wa gukihaririria barabara riu gutigirira ati hindira minister regetua gukorwa gigingira bunge ni thaa 8 riu na ndagika 7 uguo koguo thiini wa ndagika 23 ciukite ne gukorwa gikinya bunge na koguo gitigirira barabara ni agikorwa ri theru mbica eno ingi ne urona mugeka mutune ni nja wa treasury gugieterera minister agituike agikiuma thiini wa nyumba ya treasury umuthi ni muthenya wake umuthi ni muthenya wa minister wa kigina maitho mothe niwe marorete iguru niki kiri thiini wa budget ya kigina ya mwaka uyu na ni urakiona ona kwaye kiri hau uguo maundu mahiu bururi ukwaya ni ciukaga wega uhoreria mechini hari kwaya ari famous muno ya Bomas
Chebukati
iyo ndio nile kwa Chebukati ndio nile onaki iyo yari kiugo-ini
ona ndio nile nginya iteci
gikio ndio nile onaki hatiri handu ni boro kwambire onere ndege kwambite tutana ikiria mwirori mwene ndagoro ndera zake ni agututariria tondu thiini wa mamwe ma mendekithia hari na kigo zero rating na exemption na indo raw material iguhuthika guthondeka ndawa cia tutambi fertilizer na ndu riria twikire exempted no kuringana na ataaramu murauga ni ikugia goro tatutaririe
ni ngugutariria nigetha ngutaririe ri ni ngucoka ha agriculture kaundu kamwe tu
hatiri thina
kuria mashinani he kindu gitagwo research tondu riu ni twageire global warming ikirehe climate change kuringana na kurathi na ni tuwe atiriri climate change yoka ri ona production kana ukuria wa irio ni uthiete thi na ni ngukwirite uhoro wa population trap riu ni twagirirwo twiciria atiriri research ri ni ri kwigwikwo nigetha tureherwo irio cirikuraga na thina uyu twinaguo tureherwo irio cirikuraga uria kuhana tariu mbembe ri yoyaga mieri 7 mieri 8 ndungimikuria no rugari uria wikuo ndikiheano mbembe ona ngoro ni ya mieri 4 koguo research no muhaka ikirirwo na nikio tura insist counties ni irorwo cineo mbeca to ni twa madivoveire ri nao maikare thi maturehere irio iria tungihanda kuringana na haria turi tucoke haria ha VAT ikoragwo i category 4 ni kuri zero rate ni lowest ni kuri exempt the second lowest ni kuri VAT tariu ino e maguta-ini currently ni nyanya gwe kundu kungi wigua kurarihio 4% koguo iyo riu ndikinyite area standard category ya kana ni standard riu area ya 16% ati indo ciothe although ni twakimirehete hindi ya covid igoka 14% no ni yagicokire 16% icio nicio VAT nya utiganu ni uyu standard ni kuga atiriri we with the highest urariha 16% na indo nyingi riu nginya mutu urorete hau kuringana na finance bill ino wa thoma maguta matigugithie 16 na indo iria ciothe igichanjagwo VAT ri cigucanjwo standard riu iyo ya 16 ino ya gatagati Kenya bendigane nayo tondu iyo kaingi thia na categorization ya maguta irari 8% na dithuru na ki exempt na zero rate ri hau niho hakorwo na kizungu mukuti we warutwo category ya zero rate utwaro exempt umenye ni kwagia goro na njira ino kindu zero rated ri kiragwa atiri tondu VAT ni kuri input na output input ni ri urihire ukigura output ni ri wariha kana warihwo waneo ni mundu ukiendia okay input VAT is zero rate ri ni ukiremaga VAT refund area ya input ukameclaim from KRA to ne marihitwo okay ukameclaim koguo ni kuga atiriri ni uguithagia thogora wa exempt VAT ri ndungiclaim input VAT koguo waga kumeclaim ni kuga atiriri ukumenyita o uwe ri ume pass on to the consumer hau niho turauga thogora ni wekate ni wabatira koguo twagirirwo tungienda mutu ugwe o materials iria ithondekete mutu kuma mbembe nginya githii nginya thitima nginya ki ciagiriirwo gukorwo ci zero rated nigetha uguithie tariu ungienda manyumba makuona aru ri uthiaga gwi production ini value chain iyo ri ukame zero rate kana ukame exempt handu ha VAT standard ni wanyihia thogora significantly riu turakushonetwo kaundu kega ati haria ha fertilizer haria ha pesticides haria ha mutu indo irari zero rated githe tutikiugire yo niyo the lowest niyo huthu muno riu citiagiuka exempt thogora automatically no wabatira na nikio ngwirire atiriri turaheana na guoko guku tugacoka tukatunyana na ukungi waikirio ndeta haria ni ta uria nguku itagwo kurukuru na mbembe
ukanyita ukang'ea
nera twambe tuna report ye haha tugicokereria tururi horo wa kwandandura tax base niguo gutigirira ati hihi thirikari ni maundu mariku mega yagire gukorwo igika ma kwandandura andu aria marihaga igoti maingihe niguo namo magoti manyihanyihe murori mwerereke twambe tuna report ye haha ya indo imwe iria ikoretwo ikiehererio magoti.
Nidakugeithia na ngeithi cia biashara we mwiroreri wa Kameme TV na muthenya wa umuthi ngwirire ni kurathomwo budget ya bururi uyu witu wa Kenya na niturenda kumenya hihi utonga witu wa bururi ukinyete ha no guku ni kundu kuria twendagia irio kenjehere ikinya rimwe tu nigetha ukorwo ukiona guku ni thiini wa supermarket ino ni supermarket iguku tauni-ini ya Murang'a itagwo Magunas Teke na ĩrĩ thĩinĩ wa taũni ya Murang'a, na gũkũ nĩ kwendagio irio cia mĩthemba yothe. Ndoka haha nĩ ũndũ wa kĩndũ kĩmwe tu gĩgwĩtwo irio. Ũngĩrora thutha wakwa nĩ ũkuona kwĩna maguta, harĩa thutha biũ kwĩna mĩcere, kwĩna mĩtu, kwĩna cukari, na kwĩna nginya indo ici ciĩ tũkĩhakaga maguta maya tũkĩhakaga mĩgate. Na ũngĩthikĩrĩria a Kenya makĩaria nĩ mararia maũndũ maingĩ mũno megiĩ thogora wa irio gũkorwo ũthiĩte igũrũ. Na ndĩrenda tũkorwo tũkĩaranĩria na manager, na tũtanaranĩria nake ngĩgweta ũhoro wa irio. Haha ndĩna keki, nĩ keki ya o gũkũ supermarket ĩno ya Magunas, na ndĩrenda tũkorwo tũkĩaria rĩu ũhoro wĩgiĩ irio. Ndakwĩra gũkũ tũkire nĩ ũndũ wa irio, tondũ Mũkenya we ũratwĩrorera wothe gũtirĩ mũndũ ũtaracaya nĩ ũndũ wa thogora wa irio. Nguhĩrĩria haha manager wa Magunas Teketeke, nĩ mũrutaga wĩra mwega, mũkire mũgĩtheca taũni ya Murang'a gatagatĩ ka ũkorwo haha, ũkorwo ũgĩtwĩra twĩre rĩtwa rĩaku tũkũmenye nĩgetha tũcoke twarie maũndũ megiĩ irio.
Thengiũ mũno, haha marĩtwa makwa njĩtagwo Geoffrey King'ori, na nĩ niĩ manager nduka ĩno ya Magunas. Tũkoragwo haha Murang'a town. Murang'a town tũkoragwo tũrĩ branch 20 thĩinĩ wa bũrũri wa Kenya, na Murang'a nĩ tũkĩrĩ arathime twĩna branch 3. Harĩ ĩmwe ĩ Keno ĩtagwo Keno branch, harĩ ĩngĩ haha Mũkũyũ, na tũkĩrĩ na ingĩ Meru, Maua, na Nairobi tũrĩ nacio twĩna Jogoo Road na Utawala, na ingĩ Sagana. Yes.
Na kaingĩ Magunas hihi nĩ tũmũĩ nĩ mwendagia irio, na no ũtwĩre inyuĩ nĩkĩ kĩmũtongoragia mũno gũkorwo makĩria mũno gũkorwo tũgĩcaĩra Wanjikũ ũrĩa wĩkuo thaa ici, tondũ nĩ aracaya mũno nĩ mũhuko?
O toguo oiga, Maguna nĩ koretwo ĩgĩciria mũno ũhoro wa Wanjikũ, na ũngĩrora bei ciayo kuma tene gũtirĩ nduka ndingiuga na ti kwĩgana kana kĩ, no nĩ tũkoragwo tũgĩcaĩrĩra Wanjikũ mũno. Bei citũ nĩ ikoragwo cirĩ thĩ, na nĩ twendaga kũmaririkana. Na kwanza rĩu ta ihinda rĩrĩ ũguo tũrathiĩ gũthoma budget mũthenya wa ũmũthĩ, ndĩnama Wanjikũ nĩ akũrorwo, na Maguna hau mbere mũno ĩrore Wanjikũ.
Ta twĩre nĩ wagweta budget, na budget ĩyo nĩyo yatũma tũke tondũ tũrenda tũhũnie nda citũ, na nĩ mwĩkĩte wega, ndaigua nĩ mũhingũrĩte branches nyingĩ. Kilele kũrĩa Keno mũkĩhingũra, twarĩ hau na tũgĩtangatha. Kameme TV nĩ mũnyitanagĩra na ithuĩ na nĩ tũkenaga. No nyende ũtwĩre atĩrĩrĩ, mũrerĩgĩrĩra kĩ budget ĩno ĩrathwo mũthenya wa ũmũthĩ, makĩria mũno mwena-inĩ wĩgiĩ kũhũnia Wanjikũ wa gatagatĩ?
Tũgĩcoka hau rĩ, ũngĩrora Wanjikũ nĩ hinyĩrĩrĩkĩire kiasi, ta mwaka ũmwe mũthiru ũngĩrora ũrĩa twendagia indo hau thutha-inĩ, indo irarĩ na raithi. No rĩu kũringana na ũrĩa ũcumi ũrathiĩ ũhanĩte, indo nĩ igĩte goro mũno. No Maguna nĩ tũrũgamĩte, tũkarũgama nginya na supply itũ, nĩ tũrageria mũno tũkaranĩria nao atĩ o weekend nĩ tũrekĩrĩra Wanjikũ kanyamũ ka offer, atĩ ndarĩ hĩndĩ angĩikara atarĩ na mũtu, atarĩ na maguta, tondũ icio nĩcio indo cia o mũthenya. So nĩ tweteire budget ĩno thirikari nĩ ĩkũrora indo cieherio ikorwo itarĩ na VAT, nĩgetha itige kũhaica ũguo Wanjikũ atige gũtinda akĩrĩra mũno. Yes.
Ihoya rĩu rĩaku nĩ rĩega, na ta tũtware gathabarĩ kanini tu tũringithanie harĩa kabere harĩa tũragũraga indo, tũtanagia na maũndũ maya maingĩhĩte ma VAT. Nĩ ũrona cukari nginya guo nĩ ũrathire goro, na tondũ nĩ ũkoretwo thũgũrĩ-inĩ ũyũ gwa kahinda karaya, ta tũhe karũgano kanini kana ũtũtware gathabarĩ kau kegiĩ ũrĩa mũragũraga indo hau kabere kuma kũrĩ wholesalers arĩa mamwendagĩria, nĩgetha na inyuĩ mũke mũtwenderie gũkũ na retail, na nginya thaa ici ũrĩa mũragũra no harĩa mũraigua hihi nĩ mũhihinyĩtwo.
Ũngĩrora hau kabere rĩ, hĩndĩ ĩrĩa tũngiuga ũciumi ndũrarĩ mũritũ ũguo rĩ, nĩ ithuĩ tũrathiĩ tũkaria na wholesaler kana supplier magatũgũrĩra. No rĩu onao nĩ maramwĩra ona kwao no kũritũ, tondũ rĩu ona nĩo maroka gũtwetha tũthiĩ tũkamagũrĩre. Rĩu nona mũtũrĩre ũcio ũguo ũhana, no tũkĩrĩ na mwĩhoko budget ĩno nĩ gũcenjia maũndũ macio, na andũ ũcumi nĩ gũkorwo ũkĩagĩrĩra.
Haya, na ũingĩ kana flow tũwĩtaga na gĩthũngũ flow, no reke twarĩrie Wanjikũ wa Kameme TV tũmwĩre ũhoro wa ũingĩ wa andũ kana wa agũri arĩa maragũra gũkũ Magunas Teketeke taũni-inĩ ya Murang'a. Ũingĩ ũngĩringithania na hau kabere na thaa ici, kwĩna ũingĩ wa andũ mena mbeca?
Ũingĩ wa andũ kana ũrĩa ithuĩ tugaga customer numbers, ngora customer ũingĩ wa andũ kũringana na ihinda rĩrĩa rĩrarĩ ho nĩ ũcokete thĩ. Nĩ kuonania mũhuko wa Wanjikũ nĩ mũhinyĩrĩrĩku kidogo. Na rĩu kĩrĩu mũthenya ta ũmũthĩ ũrĩ wa bata ũguo harĩ Wanjikũ kana ona mũrĩmi o wothe kana ona mũhũri wa biacara, ona arĩa marĩ na nduka iria ingĩ no makwĩre. No rĩu tũkĩaria ũhoro wa gũkũ Maguna nĩ kũmenya na mbere ĩrarĩho ya customer mbere nĩ ũrona nĩ icokete thĩ na nĩ ihoya ritũ Wanjikũ thirikari irore Wanjikũ wega nigetha customer ũcio macoke gũkũ na nĩ tũkũmathuthuria wega.
Na angĩkorwo Wanjikũ ndarongerereka na ndaroneka akĩgũra irio ũrĩa maragũraga hau kabere-rĩ, hihi thĩinĩ wa supermarket kwendagio indo nyingĩ, nĩ kũrĩ nguo, nĩ njũĩ nĩ mwendagia nginya indo ta fridges, indo kana electronics, TV. Angĩkorwo irio itiragũrwo-rĩ na indo ta electronics iria tũĩ wega nĩ irĩhagĩrwo igoti nginya cikĩingĩra bũrũri-inĩ ũyũ-rĩ, icio irathiĩ hihi na percentage ĩrĩkũ?
Ũngĩtara indo icio tene irakoragwo irahana nĩ irarĩ na
Mwirori mwende ucio ni mwandiki witu county-ini ya Murang'a wa Mbui wa Mwangi supermarket-ini ya Maguna kuria aragithie na mbere na kwaraniria na rugamiriri supermarket iyo horo igie mathogora maido na rurira gucokia mwe kwa mwe nginyagia haria giikaro-ini kinene kia ministry ya kigina treasury niguo ngorogi kuonie bica ile irathie na mbere. Minister Professor Njuguna Ndung'u riu ni hindi arambiriria thabari yake ja wa wabici yake riu niwe ucio agikiaria na ndikia mohoro tikanie kwaraniria gwitikira kwaria kuma hau ni kuharuruka kana kuhuthira lift kana stairs ginya haria ja haria gwikorwa gikiingira ngari na haria ja niho tukugia na mweke wa gukiona modo yake ya gukua kana gukua budget ya mwaka uyu wa kigina ire gugikorwa gigithie gutariria kuria thiini wa bunge kana kumithoma ari murugamo wa thirikari wigie mahuthiro make. Thutha wake ni mwandiki mukaru ministry-ini ya kigina Ndagitari Chris Kipto, nake ni umwe wa aria magikoretwo muhari-ini wa mbere gugitetera thirikari na gugitigirira ati mitaratara ya kigina ni yagithingatwo uria kwagiriire. Hau thutha hanini ni turona Ndagitari Patrick Njoroge ni governor wa Central Bank uri urarikia itena riake ria wathani kana gukorwa rutongoretie bengi nene ya bururi ni ihinda ria miaka 10 ikoretwo na maundu matiganite megie gukorwa kikigeria kugacirithia ruhonge rwa mabengi guku bururi-ini, kuhonokia mabengi maria makoretwo magigicungirira kugona ningi kugitira ciringi ya Kenya gukorwo igikihotomio makiria ni dola ya America undu umwe na mbeca iria cia mabũrũri ma nanja. Itena riake ni rirakinyire muthia na riu rigukorwo kana mweke ucio ukorwo gikioyo ni Kamau Thuge ni mutaaramu wa maundu ma kimbeca na kwa ihinda iraya aragikoretwo ari mwandiki mukaru ministry-ini ya kigina na thutha wa Ndagitari William Ruto gukiyukia matamu ma wathani ta president wa gatano wa bururi uyu ni aikorirwo akihe Kamau Thuge mweke wa gukorwo ari umwe wa atari ake akimbeca na riu ni gukorwo agigithinga ithenya ria Patrick Njoroge uhoro-ini wigie gukirugamirira mabengi guku bururi-ini na tuko tugikiona maundu maria megugithie na mbere magikiyumagiria na thiku citari kuraya no tugietereire urugamiriri mweru wa ruhonge rwa kurogota magoti guku bururi-ini KRA ukiririkanere commissioner general ria wakiriho ni erega gukorwa gitiga wira na koguo mihango ya gugietha commissioner general ria gukorwa agiikarire giturwa kiu wega tiga kwa ihinda ni gukorwa gikiambiria tondu acio nio mari na wiki na itemi nene gutigirira mbeca ni ciarogotwo uria kwagiriire. Ica ikuhi no turonire KRA gigikathika mitaratara etiganite makiria gukigacirithia mitambo ya kiriu na president yagikiaria arega guthie kuihuria maratathi make ma tax returns ni agitariirie ati kuri na andu thiini wa KRA makoretwo mari muhinga wa uhuthiri wa mitambo ya kiriu iria arauga no iteithiririe bururi wa Kenya kurogota nginyagia makiria ma ciringi trilioni 5 o mwaka mitambo ingihuthirwo na andu othe aria magire gukorwo makiriha magoti makorwo magikiriha magoti. Haria riu ni nja wa nyumba ya treasury iri haria barabara-ini ya Harambee Avenue. Ucio ni Professor Njuguna Ndung'u ni mweke wa gukihura bica niguo gugikionia Kenya thabari ya guthie guginengerana kana guthoma budget ni yambiriria na kuma haha ni tugukiona kwa ihinda ria makiria ma miaka 10 ngari ire koretwo ikihuthika kuma hindi ria president wa kana wa bururi Uhuru Kenyatta ari minister wa kigina ngari muthemba wa Passat na gitumi kia ngari ino gukorwo ikihuthika kiari kuonania ati thirikari ni yerutira kunyihanyihia witangi no uhuthiri wa mbeca nyingi maguta-ini magwikira ngari ici nene inyua maguta taruru niru na wale mutaratara umwe wakirehetwo hindi ya minister kana hindi ya president Uhuru Kenyatta minister wa kigina mbere atuikite minister munene kana atuikite president heyo ni bica riu acio ni maabitha arutia wira agikiro kia iguru thirikari-ini magikuria ministry-ini ya kigina undu umwe no horo igie kurogota mbeca muthia haria ni turona mundu witwo Kamauthuge uriu niwe gukorwa ri agukorwo ari munene kana governor wa Central Bank ucio nake mariganetie nake ni professor kana ndagitari Patrick Njoroge nake niwe urakiehera gituro-ini kiu kia governor wa Central Bank turakiona mundu witwo Chris Kipto nake ni ndagitari nake riu niwe minister kana mwandiki mukaru ministry-ini ya kigina na kia gikinyitite ithanduku ni Professor Njuguna Ndung'u na hau kabere agikoragwo akiri governor wa bengi nene ya bururi na mbere yo akiri mwarimu wa economy kuria university-ini ya Nairobi na thutha wa gukiuma wira-ini wa governor wa Central Bank agituika mutaramu wa maundu megie mbeca na honge itiganite cia kimabũrũri riu ni mweke wake gukorwo agigitongoria ruhonge rwigie kumenya uria mbeca igukuthika guku bũrũri-ini na hari mbeca iria cigitwo keheri-ini ruhonge rwa KRA mwaka uyu ni rukuheo ciringi bilioni 1.2 mbeca ici kuhuthika kwandika andu aria marithiururukaga magichunguzaga tuceru twa kumenya ng'ania thukumaga atia arihaga igoti rihana atia niguo kuhitiriria kindu giothe gia kaisari kana gia thirikari gituike ni gia huthika kana thirikari ni yarihwo magoti mothe maria makiagirire gukorwo magikirihwo niguo gutigirira ati thirikari ni ona mbeca cia kuigana cia gugitwarithia na mbere tabarira itiganite ciringi trilioni 3.7 nicio irabatarania gukinyaniria maundu maria mari thiini wa ithanduku riri ria Professor Njuguna Ndung'u kwa ihinda ria thikũ 365 ciukite thikũ ya mbere gakorwo ari tariki 1 mweri wa 7 mwaka uyu na koguo thutha ucio maundu magakorwo magikierekeire bunge kuria tugukiona hihi ni maundu mariku megukorwo magikihanika ni twakorwo hau kabere tuona mururunganio mwe hau akiri na ibandiko cia gukionania ndaiganĩire na maundu maria makiri thiini wa mutaratara uyu ritukuona thabari ya kuma treasury guthie bunge igukorwo ihana atia na ningi nitugukiona ona thiini wa bunge na kuo hihi kwana corona ihisha jama mahinda matiganite atongoria makiria mwena wa mung'ethaniro magikiugiriria gukiregana na maundu maria maragithie na mbere muthomere wa budget ino no tugugikorwo tugigitanya ugukorwo ugihana atia hihi riera riria rigukorwo thiini wa bunge rigukorwo rikihana atia Professor Njuguna Ndung'u riu ni ihinda ria kuingira ngari-ini na mugaru na aria magikoretwo hau mbere minister wa muthia mbere yake arari ndagitari Ukur Yatan na kaingĩ nĩ rĩrĩa agĩthiĩ guthoma budget ĩno arahiũkaga hau maguru ni thabarĩ ya kilomita ya nuthu kilomita ũguo kana ona itikinye mita 300 kuma harĩa treasury kuingira bunge no Professor Njuguna Ndung'u we agĩthiĩ na ngari na ndakonda gutarĩria ngari ĩno gĩtũmi kĩarĩa kĩatũmĩte thirikari ĩhĩmbĩrie ngari ĩno yarĩ kĩonanĩrĩria atĩ nĩ twatigana na wĩitangi no mũgarũ noguo ũrakora matukũ maya ngari iria iratwarithio nĩ ngari cia gĩkĩro kĩa igũrũ ni ngari cia kunywa maguta na ukimenye maguta maya niwe murihi wa igoti ukoragwo gikirugamirira na ndiwe kurigana nawe ndagitari na tugicoka thutha makiria miaka 10 ngari ino ni huthikite kuruta wira uyu na yari kionania kia ni twerutira kugitira indo na kwaga guitanga hi woni waku ni uriku ati ngari ino ihuthikaga haha yakinya bunge to tikuona igicoka imeria cia maguta ikoerera
well hideo ngari ino yagurirwo Uhuru ali deputy prime minister
yes
ali minister wa finance na ni kwari na kindu gitagwo austerity measures cia kunyihia uhuthiri wa mbeca ona thini wa thirikari ni ukuririkana na ngari iria ciathiana na borithi ni moimira Land Rover magithie Land Cruiser o hau ona ministers thini wa thirikari hindi yo ona ni ngari iria nene ni ciendirio makigura ici nini no riu thutha ucio maundu macio ni macokire magicenjia riu koguo umuthi ri ona kuhuthira ngari ino ri ino no show
yes
ino ino ti reality ino ni show
ni kabisa
korwo tondu riu ri ni uri cemania na professor Ndungu na akiri murata wakwa ni wa gwitu Murang'a ino tio ngari ria thiaga nayo
acha
ngari ria ithiaga na ministers
yes
riu twacokirio haria tuimite
yes
na korwo meciria macio mari na thirikari yo ya tondu yari thirikari ya nusu mkate hindi yo korwo ona budget ino ni twekira kindu gitagwo austerity measures tondu kwina thina bururi tumenye ati hindi ya kwenyitia muthiori
yes
nigetha riu tuhote ku release mbeca cia guteithia Wanjiku no riu mbeca iria nyingi ri ti cia guteithia Wanjiku mbeca iria nyingi ni cia ma ministers 50 CAS na CAS ciacio nao mena ngari gasra PS makiria ma 50 guja ni 51 mena gasra cia kunywa maguta na niguo mekugia goro you know
yes
no maya mari meciria mega na kwi mundu wari president wa bururi kuria West Africa etagwo Thomas Sankara na Thomas Sankara president
yes
wa bururi adu ministers mathiaga na Volkswagen
yes
tondu mageretie kurora uria manginyihia cost ya gutwarithia thirikari na kiari kioneria kwega ona kwina president ungi thiini wa South America ona akiorari mundu na bururi wao nirokirite tondu kana kangari akunya gotayo gacau kanini ri karoraga uria nyine racokia mathagumia nako gakambiria gwika atia gwika guo riu ngari ino yari example na thirikari hindi yo ni yatuikire o niguo tukwenda no riu uria thirikari ino twinayo iratuonia ri uhoro wa maundu manene makari manene onaga budget ciiriga kuheo nginya na deputy president cia kugura ngari njeru na ngari iria ingi iri okuo riu maundu macio ri andu atongoria aria nini aria angi onao mona ri kana ni governor kana ni MCA kana ni andu aria mekore ithu to gwikopia riu tugatuika andu wasteful kana andu akwananga indo iria nake muthini uria wi haria munini uria ungiateithika hagakorwo no guthina areka atia arathina riu tungirora andu aria matari aria mekuria aria metagwo Wanjiku na nio metagwo hasara hasara fiu
yes
maundu mao no guthuka mareka atia marathuka na waya me iguru ri na tondu marakihuthira magoti maitu ri na no gutonga mareka atia maratonga riu ukona bururi witu wa Kenya disparity kana ngurania Wanjiku uria wathi na wagio uria wathi wagiekire biu na aya me iguru riu ukona ni ta maraturathi different
yes
na tureciritie thirikari ino ni gwiciria uhoro wa Wanjiku riku tondu tungia kurora Wanjiku ucio na niwe muingi niguo muingi uria wikuria thi bururi witu tutingiuga ni urakinyukia riu ni ingiuga atiriri ngari ino ri na niguo rakioneka njega ri no uria rathie kai example etangigituika yo niyo standard ya thirikari
okay
ni PR
wewe kugate hii
public relations hatiri undu marirumirira by the way he andu maratuiguithia atiriri aingi supporters ya Kenya Kwanza ati tugucafa hanini gucoke kwagire.
Yes.
Wamoria gukwagira riri makwira tuhe miaka 2.
Tuthina tu twa mathire
tunyihanyihe mwaka wa gatatu ri ni ukona change. But what have they done differently? Tiga riu public relations he undu mekite differently. Tondu riu ni ndakwira indo iria cieheririo exemption ni uracinyita cioka cieherio zero rate cioka exemption na iria ingi ciathie standard. Wathoma bill iyo waigua kiugo standard VAT ukamenya ni 16%.
Yes.
Koguo ndirona ni kindu mekite different tondu ona mathire no muhaka makiriho. Riu ona kindu kiria ndiyuragia ni uhoro wa trust. Ni marehokwo ni investors. Number 1 ati ni maramenya uria mareka. Number 2 ati matigwika ungumania. Number 3 ati environment ya gwika biacara ri ni gukorwo iri njega na ningi ni wega kurora the global outlook. Mundu ndakarore o economy haha umenye tariu ni tura importaga grains nyingi muno ta ngano kuma Ukraine.
Yes.
Ukraine mena ngano, mena cotton, na no tukigiraga, mena nuclear, na maundu mangi, iyo na maguta, maya ma kuruga na maundu ta macio. Sunflower. No on a global stage ni turamabatara. No riu ni kuhurwo marahu ni kuhurwo marahu na kwina itumi njiganu cia uria haro iyo yekire atia yambiriirie tondu ni mweranite kwi pact yandikirwo tene ni twarwa bara na tutikwenda kurwa ringi riu ni tuthondeke kindu gitagwo North Atlantic Alliance nigetha twigitire nigetha Russia matikanende kurwa mahote kurwa na Russia makiuga ona tutire na thina na inyuo kugia na NATO no mutigatukuhiririe
karaiharaihu
ikinye Germany ithirire hau tondu uria maroka na guku ri noguo America iragia na influence ikarehage bases ciao ikarehage military power yao o haha ritho na iniuru riu America matigagithire NATO igi-extend nginya igikinya Ukraine. Koguo aya makiona defense itu ri ni guthira irathi na thu itu ri haha next door. He mundu wandaragiria wana kuu akanjira atiriri ni ta we na your spouse na mugikoma bedroom imwe gitanda kimwe no haha rungu rwa pirori ena kahio igite guku gutigithigagirwo waru bedroom ona gutikeragirwo nyeni riu kahio kau kangikorwo ge gake riu uguo niguo America yekire ni igite kahio rungu rwa piro na riu Muracia ni araigwe threatened Muracia akiuga ehe riu ngukiremu territory tondu ona haria Crimean Sea ri niho makigeragia indo ciao na riu ri America yagikuhiriria na ige base hau ri indo ciao ni igagithie maguta mao ni magagithie gas yao ni igagithie na iria iroka ri cikagera ko tondu Russia ni kuhehaga muno koguo handu haria hahuthu muno ni hau riu nikio mathire go take back riu menye riri ino ni proxy war irarwo kundu kuriko tukirakirite ri China ni arenda kuingira Taiwan ona ni maheanite timetable
2025
makauga atiriri kuma 2025 nginya 2027 ri ni turoya Taiwan. America ina submarines hau ina meri hau na ni yugite ni ka defend Taiwan iyo ti bara na China riu ri tukirana ati ni kwagira kuragira ri ni turarora the global outlook kuhana atia nigetha tumenye tondu twana advice thirikari tukamera atiri na ni ndana mera specifically agoro ni maguta maya mwenda magweri aria ina Saudi Arabia aria ina Libya ona no uthi haha Gabon githi gutikire na maguta aria na Russia ithu twina na aligned aria na India maguta mangiaga kugerera mwena uria wa Japan ri no magere India haha ni hakuhi mokeo haha Lamu port itu tuhote kuona maguta mena raithi ni mekire wega ni guthie Saudi Arabia mutigithie kundu kungi na kungi nigetha maguta maitu mekete magie raithi gas the same aria na Russia aria na India haha Mozambique ri North Mozambique kwi gas nyingi gukirere ya Russia thina wao na no terrorism handu hariku handu hau tungikuruka hori tumere ni tukuma support kuhurana na terrorism ri na ithue matwikirire kamuberethi Mozambique ti haraihu
haha
kangi uko haha Mombatha na turehagire gas kana ona tugakigira o uria tukimenyerete kugira na containers. Those are strategic partnerships tondu
ona South Sudan
kwina maguta no menye twetikiria Sudan iria ĩ rugongo erwe tutiuria guguthie South Sudan tondu no murimu uhanaga ta covid ni infectious nayo bara ari noguo ni infectious na hindi no kwina bara ari umenye niguo mihaka ituika porous ukaigua micinga ne yaingira na ne yauma kwi andu ariega yathie gwitoi riu maundu maya mothe no muhako marore. So strategic partnerships for us nicio igututeithia ku manage economy. Toguo turaugire atiri DR Congo ni mari magabebe wega muno ni mari magabebe magaturehera handu ha kurirae na Tanzania. Kuria Zimbabwe ni kurerekaga bebe na Malawi ni kurerekaga bebe ni twarie nao nigetha bebe gwitu kungiaga thina itondu honestly ri haria tuga kiariki kimwe ri kiarariirie ndutura karimu kugo no muha ukorwo na ciariki nyingi guku gwitu kungiaga guciarithia ri tungika atia tukwaria na aria
mwiroreri mwende Minister Professor Njuguna Ndung'u ni akinya thiini wa giikaro kia bunge na riu ndagika yothe ni ukorwo agikingira thiini wa wabici tiganite cia bunge na ni ukorwo agikiamukirwo ni speaker wa bunge ya bururi Moses Wetangula uria ucoka akimutware nginyagia thiini wa giikaro kia bunge kuria ukorwo agithoma budget ino ya mwaka uyu wa kigina na no tugikorwo tugigutwarana nake kuu thiini. Tugicoka hari we ndagitari na Zack ni akorwo arehe uhoro wa maundu megie global effect ya haria turi na ni ukurigana turari na thina muno kana no tukoretwo na thina wa ndora kuma kiambiriria kia mwaka uyu na gitumi kimwe giatumire tuthie Saudi Arabia tukiguithania na turiguraga maguta ma raithi na ngombo ni kunyihanyihia pressure demand-ine ya maguta tondu kuringana na ataramu ni ati maguta nimo manahuthagira mbeca kana ndora iria nyingi no handu ha gucuka riu twi mweri wa keri kuma kana wa gatatu kuma twambia kuhuthira mubango ucio wa gukomba maguta twi mweri-ini wa keri ndora no kwambatera bata bengi imwe iramendia nginya ciringi 150 Central Bank marame average igana 39 hihi turorete atia compare the global economy
global economy toguo twataririo ni Zack maundu maria marekika Ukraine bara ya Ukraine na Russia na Ukraine niwe rutaga grains iria nyingi muno thiini wa thi riu akorwo ni cost ya bebe guku muno ni affected ni undu wa bara ya Russia na bara
ya
Ukraine no menye guku ni turakire na miaka 10 uguo hakuhi na gutari mbura riu ningi nayo famine igakorwo ni rake affected production na ithuĩ tũrĩ andũ a kũruta agricultural producers tugakiendia macani maitu na kuuja tukendia kahua gaitu na kuuja tukendia mahua maitu na kuuja turendia ri ni undu wa covid iria yokire ri hot on the hill bara ya Russia ri na Ukraine ri riu gakorwo ona buying power ya andu aria twendagiria ri ona yo ethi America ri ciuma igire thiru ri Biden atinirie rugendo rwake ari kuria Japan nigetha mbe acoke mathie makaiguanire na mundu gwitwo Makathi speaker maiguanire uhoro wa kindu gitagwo debt ceiling uria mekwambatiria nigetha America ndika default na riu economy ya US dola niyo ihuthagirwo na akorwo ningi na ni maiguanire koguo ni mambatirie debt ceiling no riri interest rate ya America ikoretwo ikiambatira kwi hindi yari 0 point 1 point riu ikinyite na kuu 5 point na riu uria interest rate irambatira US ri no guo dollar ireka atia iranyiha circulation ya dollar ri ni nini riu no umuthi ri ni ukuona ati macani maitu maria twendagia Pakistan ri ni maraga kwendeka tondu gutire na dollar mabururi mothe ni manyitetie uhoro wa kuheana dollar ciao riu ma kuheana dollar ciao ri ito ni nini riu ugakiona exchange rate ya ciringi ya Kenya no kwambata reka atia tondu circulation ya dollar ni nini demand and supply niguo yetagwo riu koguo ri impact ya ciringi exchange ya dollar ri Kenya ri onakorwo ni hari na effect ya bururi witu ri effect iri nene ni ya global economy no ria America irathaka mubira nduriu America maundu mangithuka no ma print dollar no ma print beca no ma print no nigetha ma control kindu gitagwo inflation na marigiririe bururi wao guthie recession makoretwo makiambatia interest rate makamop dollars ikaga gukorwo ci available na ginya riu ukona conversation area president witu rega kwambiriria is a good conversation rega kwaria thiini wa forum ya African uria mabururi ma Africa tungiguanira tugie na currency tungihuthira twendanirie na currency citu akorwo turagura Tanzania ni matige gutwitia dollar ni tumarihe na ciringi tugie na thiini wa ciringi no iguthie na mbere kugwa na riu maundu maria mekirwo thiini wa budget ino na measures iria ciona ri itinateithiriria ku address issue ya ciringi uria ngituika stabilized ingituika stabilized na koguo ni important agikohe maundu tukubatara gwika ni gwiciria uhoro wa ithuĩ tũrĩ Africans uria tungi trade kana tungiguranira indo na njira ingi kana ni ciringi citu kana ni kindu gitagwo cryptocurrency ciroka no nginya twethe undu what we call the global south the global south uria tungihota gwiteithia twaga gucira cira ucio tugutura tuhinyitwo
mwiroreri mwende uria ni speaker wa bunge ya bururi Moses Wetangula ni arikia kuingira thiini wa bunge niwe ucio ni akinya giti-ini giake haria thutha ni urakiona minister Professor Njuguna Ndung'u haria giikarite guoko-ini kwa motho kwa speaker ndumwe marekiri na mafitha gikiro kia iguru thiini wa ministry ya kigina na thutha wa gutongoria mahoya ma miaraho ya umuthi ikinya riu ringi gukorwo riria gwita minister Professor Njuguna Ndung'u niguo agithome budget ya kigina ya mwaka uyu na reke twambe tuthikiririe hanini maria marathie na mbere bunge
na kufikiria mambo yote yatakayofikishwa mbele yetu kwa njia ya haki na uaminifu ili utukufu na sifa zako ziendelezwe na ili kustawisha amani, ufanisi na heri ya nchi yetu na wale ambao haja zao umezikabidhi mikononi mwetu. Amen.
kuringana na uria maundu maikarite kuria bunge riu ndagika yothe budget ni gukorwo igithomwo na gukorwo ri budget ya mbere rungu rwa bunge no ya 13 na gukorwo kiri budget ya mbere ya thirikari ya Kenya Kwanza. Guku kuma studio nira kunengera ageni yakwa mundu mweke wa ndagika imwe tuko tukirikia hihi tugitiriha ndagitari Moses Mwangi hihi woni waku ni uriku guthie na mbere.
Rekei tuthikiririe andu aitu ohoro wa budget uria guthomwo na akorwo maundu mothe ni tukimoe tondu makiri thiini wa finance bill
yes
na ona thirikari ya guthikiriria ohoro wa maguta maikare me iguru no ohoro wa magoti macio marongereirwo maikare o uguo maratua ona akohe na kahinda ga gucira ri niĩ nĩ ngwenda kuga atiriri na nĩ ngucokeria Ngai ngatho atiriri ati Ngai nĩ atũrathimĩte na mbura na we wĩ mũrĩmi ugerie gwĩka ũrĩa ũngĩhota nĩgetha mũgũnda waku ũrore nĩgetha ũgĩe na kĩndũ gĩa kũrĩa tũnyihanyihie uhoro wa kwenda kũrĩaga irio cia nduka tondu icio guthie na mbere kwambatĩra na kwĩ nyeni nyingĩ ikũraga na to nginya mũndũ arĩe ngima nĩ twĩcirie uhoro wa mĩanga twĩcirie uhoro wa ngwacĩ twĩcirie uhoro wa indo iria tũkũragia nĩgetha economy yambatĩra na indo ciagĩa goro ũguo iragĩa goro rĩ tutigae tuike no gũkĩrĩra no nayo thirikari mwĩtĩkĩre mũthikĩrĩrie uria Wanjiku aroiga mutige kuhinga matu pio tondu inyuĩ nĩ mweranĩire mukirira Wanjiku
aya ndererwo uwire andu o kwa heri tu
ona noguo
ndakena yes
chance iyo nĩ tuga ati thuoge muno no nĩ mutuhea chance ya gutariria Wanjiku koguo asante sana na ari othe makire haria behind the cameras na behind the studio nao nĩ ndakena magaithike asante sana
tugakena muno ni undu wa gukorwo mukite mwiroreri tumana ndagitari Moses Mwangi ni mutaramu wa maundu megie mwathanire mwega na Zaki Ngugi ni mutaramu wa maundu megie kigina riu gugutwara bunge tuthikiririe maria marathie kuo no ngirona mbica icio ni ugukiona kuri na bunge ingi matekinyitie tondu gukiri na ite nyingi ironekana itari na andu makiria mwena wa mung'ethaniro no imwe kwemwe gutware mwena ucio kuma hau muko mukinyitana na Kimani wa Ngunjiri thutha wa budget guthomwo ari na ageni angi itagwo Njorogo wa Kimani ugie na miaraho na miaraho ko miega reke tuthikiririe budget ya muthenya wa umuthi na Ngai akurathime. Thank you.
Thursday 15th June 2023 one report of the National Government Budget Implementation Review for the first 9 months of the financial year 2022-2023 from the Office of the Controller of Budget. 2 County Government Budget Implementation Review report for the first 9 months of the financial year 2022-2023 from the Office of the Controller of Budget. 3, the performance audit report of the Auditor General on construction of small dams and water ponds by the Ministry of Water, Sanitation and Irrigation and implementing agencies for June 2023. And lastly, 4, the annual report and financial statements for the financial year 2021-2022 from the Office of the Auditor, Office of the Controller of Budget. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Chairperson, Special Funds, Accounts Committee. Go ahead, Honorable Fatuma.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I beg to lay the following paper on the table of the House today, Thursday, 15th June 2023. First report of the Special Funds Accounts Committee on its consideration of the report of the Auditor General on the financial statements of the Women Enterprise Fund, Coffee Sherry Advance Revolving Fund, Strategic Food Reserve Trust Fund, Equalization Fund, Mechanical and Transport Fund, National Research Fund, Youth Enterprise Development Fund, Uwezo Fund, and Civil Service Housing Scheme Fund. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Fatuma. Next order.
Order number 6, notices of motion.
Under this order, Honorable Fatuma. Give notice of motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Notice of motion. Chairperson Special Funds Accounts Committee. Consideration of the report of the Auditor General.
Honorable Fatuma, I say I beg to give notice of the following motion.
Thank you, sir. I beg to give notice of motion. Consideration of the report of the Auditor General on the financial statement for Women Enterprise Fund, Coffee Sherry Advance Revolving Fund, Strategic Food Reserve Trust Fund, Equalization Fund, Mechanical and Transport Fund, National Research Fund, Youth Enterprise Development Fund, Uwezo Fund, Civil Servants Housing Scheme Fund. Honorable Speaker, I beg to give notice of the following motion, that this House adopts the report of the Special Funds Accounts Committee on its consideration of the report of the Auditor General on the financial statement for the Women Enterprise Fund, Coffee Cherry Advance Revolving Fund, Strategic Food Reserve Trust Fund, Equalization Fund, Mechanical and Transport Fund, National Research Fund, Youth Enterprise Development Fund, Uwezo Fund, and Civil Servants Housing Scheme Fund, laid on the table of the House on Thursday, 15th June 2023. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Fatuma. Clerk. Order, Clerk.
Order number 7, questions
Hold,
and statements.
Clerk, hold. What Honorable Fatuma has given us notice, you expunge the first statement she made, then start in the Hansard with I beg to give notice. Right, so that the record is proper. Thank you, Fatuma. Next.
Order number 7, questions and statements.
Honorable members, we have no questions, we have no statement. You have your Thursday statement, Majority Leader.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, pursuant to the provisions of Standing Order 44-2A, I rise to give the following statement on behalf of the House Business Committee, which met on Tuesday, 13th June 2023, to prioritize the business for consideration during the week. Honorable Speaker, as members are aware, this week the House concluded the general debate on the budget estimates of revenue and expenditure for the financial year 2023, 2024, and the medium term, and adopted the annual estimates with amendments in the Committee of Supply. Additionally, the House concluded the second reading of the Finance Bill 2023 after the Departmental Committee on Finance and National Planning tabled its report on the bill. I would like to commend the committee and indeed the House for the steadfast commitment and participation during this important business, which has sometimes gone late into the night. Honorable Speaker, members will note that I had previously conveyed that the Cabinet Secretaries for Labour and Social Protection and the Cabinet Secretary Lands, Public Works, Housing and Urban Development were scheduled to appear before the House on the afternoon of Wednesday, 14th June 2023, to respond to the questions in the plenary of the National Assembly. However, due to priority business before the House, this has been postponed to a date that shall be communicated. Honorable Speaker, with regard to the business for Tuesday next week, the House is expected to consider the Finance Bill 2023 at Committee of the whole House in the course of the week, and the Appropriations Bill 2023 also in the course of the week at all stages, once it is published. Debate on the following business will also continue next week. 1. Report of the Departmental Committee on Environment, Forestry and Mining on the ratification of the Kigali amendments on the Montreal Protocol on the substances that deplete the ozone layer. 2. The report of the Departmental Committee on Environment, Forestry and Mining on the ratification of the Bamako Convention on the ban of the importation into Africa and the control of transboundary movement and management of hazardous wastes within Africa. 3. The report on United Nations Convention Against Corruption, UNCAC, and Global Parliamentarians Against Corruption, GOPAC, Annual General Meeting, and 4. The second reading of the Statutes Law Miscellaneous Amendments Bill of 2022. Finally, the House Business Committee, Honorable Speaker, will convene on Tuesday, 20th June 2023 to schedule business for the rest of the week. And I wish to lay the statement before the table of the House. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. Next. Yes, Junet, what is...
Mr. Speaker, in line with the statement that has been tabled by the Majority Leader, I think now there is clarity in the House that the finance bill is coming up for the third reading on Tuesday next week. Because, Mr. Speaker, you know, yesterday when we were debating the finance bill in second reading, for the second reading, there was a lot of confusion that people didn't know, and many members are saying did not know that the question will be put, even though we have standing order 95 that allows anyone to stand up and ask for the mover to reply. But now with clarity and with a statement that now has been tabled by the majority leader, there is clarity that the third reading is going to happen next week on Tuesday, and members must be aware of that, especially members on our side. Now you can prepare properly. Thank you very much.
Yes, Chungwa.
Honorable Speaker, you know my good friend, the Honorable Junet, might not have heard me clearly. I said from business beginning on Tuesday, in the course of the week, next week, we will have the third reading and the appropriations bill, should it be published over the weekend. But that is not to say it could be Tuesday, and the Honorable Junet is a member of the House Business Committee, and he knows it is a House Business Committee that schedules business for the week, and I believe when we meet on Tuesday 20th, we'll be able to schedule business for next week. Two, Honorable Speaker, there should be no excuse for any member of parliament to be anywhere else other than in the National Assembly, in chamber, debating, and therefore there were no surprises yesterday. Every member of parliament who's been elected by the people of Kenya from the constituents we are elected in, we should be in the House from Tuesday to Thursday. And it's a very short 4 hours in the afternoon, another 8 or so hours on Wednesday, Thursday another short 4 hours, and we are off to our constituency. Honorable Speaker, let me just say, in the course of next week, between Tuesday and Thursday, when the House business schedules and the order paper will be published, Honorable Speaker, by Monday night, actually. Then the House business schedules when we transact what business.
Junet, you want to pursue that?
So, there is clarity now, but you know, Mr. Speaker, the course of the week is a course that you have to, with your indulgence now, Mr. Speaker, and the mood of the House is that on Tuesday we have the finance bill. Can we agree tentatively here and ask the House,
Order, Honorable Junet. Order, members, order. For avoidance of any doubt and Honorable Junet's point of order, many members thought that by your vote last evening, you concluded the finance bill. You didn't. There is still the committee of the whole. The bill as you passed yesterday is the bill as published. The committee itself has proposed amendments. There are many members, I believe, who will also bring amendments to the bill. And that will be in the committee of the whole, depending on what the House Business Committee, in which Junet yourself sits, you will give direction as to whether to start on Tuesday or Wednesday or whichever day. But I believe that in the course of business, we should be able to start on Tuesday and proceed until you finish. If you want to truncate the process, you can finish on Tuesday. If you want to mount spirited competition, including but not limited to divisions, then we may be able to go on up to Thursday. But be aware that the finance bill is not done yet. Order. No more points of order. Yes, Senior Counsel.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I need your guidance on a procedural matter, unless it escaped my attention at any one point. I'm looking at Standing Order 244C in terms of the order in which things are to be done. It suggests to me that the budget highlights and revenue-raising measures which would be presented by the Cabinet Secretary comes first under 244C1. On the same day, under 244C4, on that same day, then the Cabinet Secretary will then present a legislative proposal. It is that legislative proposal which, once presented under now Standing Order 245, constitutes and becomes the finance bill, which then is later discussed. So, Mr. Speaker, I want to understand a situation where the finance bill was already introduced, has already come to the second reading, and the budget proposals have not been made, and the proposal by the cabinet secretary has not been presented. What then were we discussing? It is my understanding that if we go that way, then it means we have dispensed with the presentation of the budget proposal by the cabinet secretary, in which case I will seek your guidance on why the business you had indicated that will be undertaking from 3 p.m. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Senior Counsel, the standing order you are citing was actually rendered negatory by a decision of the court that has been the creation of the process that we are undertaking. So this process is not against any law. I hear somebody saying that you participated in the court case that rendered the standing order negatory. So what we are doing is procedural, and we are not in any way flouting any standing order. It wasn't. Honorable members, I have a short communication. And Senior Counsel, we may pursue that argument later in my chamber if you so wish. And it's in relation to interruption of business, pronouncement on the budget policy highlights, and revenue-raising measures for the national government for the financial year 2023-24. Honorable members, Section 40 of the Public Finance Management Act 2012 and Standing Order 244C require the Cabinet Secretary for the National Treasury to make a public pronouncement on the budget policy highlights and revenue-raising measures for the national government each financial year. In this regard, and as communicated earlier, the Cabinet Secretary will be making this pronouncement shortly. Honorable members, I wish to recognize the dignitaries present in the galleries today. They include members of the Cabinet, led by the Prime Cabinet Secretary, the Honorable Dr. Wycliffe Musalia Mudavadi, EGH. Other guests present today include Principal Secretaries, Chairpersons and Chief Executive Officers of parastatals, senior government officials, members of the Diplomatic Corps, and the development partners. On behalf of the National Assembly and on my own behalf, I welcome all of you to the National Assembly. Honorable members, before I invite the Cabinet Secretary for the National Treasury and Economic Planning to make his pronouncement, I wish to remind the House that in accordance with the provision of Standing Order 244C3, the Cabinet Secretary shall be heard without question or clarification sought. Further, the provisions of the Parliamentary Powers and Privileges Act 2017 do apply to the Cabinet Secretary during this sitting. Not all Cabinet Secretaries present, but only the Cabinet Secretary for the Treasury and Planning. Honorable members, I now interrupt the business of the House to allow the Cabinet Secretary for the National Treasury and Economic Planning to make public pronouncement on the budget policy highlights and revenue-raising measures for the national government for the year 2023-2024 and the medium term. Cabinet Secretary for the National Treasury and Economic Planning, Professor Njuguna Ndungu, CBS, you may now proceed. The floor is yielded to you.
Mr. Speaker, it is a great honor and privilege for me to present to this august House and to the people of the Republic of Kenya the first budget of the Kenya Kwanza administration that the
Order, members.
Okay.
Minister, proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It is a great honor and privilege for me to present to this august House and to the people of Kenya the first budget of the Kenya Kwanza administration under the leadership of His Excellency Dr. William Samoei Ruto, the President of the Republic of Kenya and the Commander-in-Chief of the Defense Forces. I do this in compliance with the Standing Order number 241 of the National Assembly and Section 40 of the Public Finance Management Act of 2012 that requires the Cabinet Secretary for the National Treasury to make pronouncement of the budget policy highlights and revenue-raising measures to the national government. This being the first budget following the conclusion of the general election held in August 2022, allow me to congratulate all the honorable members who are re-elected and those who are serving for the first time in this august House. I look forward to working closely with all of you as we implement the bottom-up economic transformation agenda designed to achieve a sustained economic recovery for improved livelihoods for all Kenyans. Before I proceed, Mr. Speaker, allow me to take this opportunity to express my deep appreciation to His Excellency, the President, for appointing me to the Cabinet Secretary, to the position of the Cabinet Secretary of the National Treasury and Economic Planning, and entrusting me with the honor of overseeing the management of macroeconomic policy and public financial management for this great nation. I also wish to extend my sincere gratitude to His Excellency the President for his wise counsel during the preparations of this budget policy highlights and revenue-raising measures that will lay a strong foundation for our socio-economic transformation. Mr. Speaker, the financial year 2023-2024 budget has been prepared against a background of a challenging external and domestic environment. In addition, the COVID-19 pandemic, Kenya has, over the past years, suffered and also a series of devastating negative and persistent shocks that include the worst drought in decades, as well as adverse spillover effects of the conflict in Eastern Europe and a tight global financial market condition. The combination of all these negative and continuing shocks are what we describe as a perfect storm that has confronted this new administration. The extreme climate change events have emerged as key drivers of food security and increased cost of living. Indeed, our people are currently confronted with increasing higher prices of basic foods, commodities, energy, and transport. This calls for urgent and decisive interventions, especially on our supply side response. Mr. Speaker, in fulfillment of the requirements under the Constitution on public participation, we accorded Kenyans an opportunity to share their views on issues that needed to be addressed in this budget. Mr. Speaker, we received from many Kenyans proposals and suggestions that have informed the priorities outlined in this budget statement. The key concerns raised by the public can broadly be clustered around 5 issues. 1, the high cost of living. 2, the high cost of unemployment. 3, and this is mostly among the youth. 3, the high tax burden. And 4, the wastage of public resources. And finally, the high public debt. Mr. Speaker, having listened carefully to the concerns from the public and taking cognizance of the socio-economic and environmental challenges facing the country, the budget policy highlights seeks to provide solutions to the said concerns as we all work towards accelerating economic recovery. Proactively, the Kenya Kwanza government has begun the journey to bring down the cost of living and improve the livelihoods, while at the same time fostering a sustainable, inclusive economic transformation. The government has taken the long-term sustainable approach of subsidizing production of goods instead of consumption to respond to the rising cost of living. In this regard, the government has instituted immediate interventions that are aimed at providing short-term solutions to the high cost of living, while at the same time building a momentum for the long-term economic vibrancy and transformation. In particular, the government has covered the following areas. First, through the e-voucher fertilizer subsidy program, availed to 6 million of 50 kilogram bags of subsidized fertilizer worth 15 billion that are retailing at a cost of 350 per bag, a reduction from the market price from 6,500 per bag, representing a subsidy of Kenya shillings 3,000 per bag. So far, the government has registered 5 million farmers nationwide and issued over 2.5 e-vouchers to registered farmers. As a result, Kenyan farmers have been able to plant at least 200,000 additional acres of food this year and used 2 million more kilograms of seeds, and that is expected to improve the agricultural yields. Second, the government has granted duty waivers for importation of key food products such as white maize, rice, yellow maize, soya beans, soya bean meal, assorted protein concentrates, and feed additives effective from 1st February to 6th February, 1st February this year to 6th August 2023. This has been done in order to bridge the food stocks deficit and will lower the cost of food prices. As a result of the drought, third, the mitigation measures and the climate adaptation programs, the government initiated a national tree planting campaign that seeks to enhance our national tree cover from 12% to 30% through a target of planting 15 billion trees by 2032. In addition, the government has initiated new dam constructions to address the drought concerns and ensure Kenya has enough harvested water to facilitate a water management strategy for irrigation and food production. Fourth, the government has invested very heavily in biotechnology research and uptake of drought-tolerant crops to promote food security, particularly in marginalized areas. In the current year, over 250 metric tons of assorted drought-tolerant seeds valued at Kenya shillings 50 million have been distributed in Embu, Meru, Makueni, Machakos, Tharaka Nithi, Murang'a, Nyeri, Siaya, and Busia counties. Fifth, the government has reformed the National Health Insurance Fund to meet the urgent needs of Kenyans at the bottom of the socio-economic structure by actualizing its purpose as a social medical insurance facility. In addition, the government has committed to deliver universal health coverage to ensure that every Kenyan attains dignified health care at a minimum subscription fee. And finally, the government has reviewed the policy on the energy sector with the aim of developing and diversifying this market further by improving the sourcing and supply of cooking gas that inevitably has resulted in high costs that drive domestic inflation. This has allowed for additional players to be licensed and to set up liquefied petroleum gas facilities. A common use of bulk storage and even handling facility for LPG will be constructed through a private sector participation framework to enhance market certainty and stability in the use of LPG. This will cut costs of handling and evacuating gas from ships to the mainland, and hence allowing dealers to pass through the cost of relief to consumers. Mr. Speaker, in order to improve service delivery and support livelihoods and businesses, as well as strengthen governance institutions, the Kenya Kwanza government has, since assumption of office, established Financial Inclusion Fund. This is commonly known as the Hustlers Fund, that was set up in November 2022 to provide access to affordable credit to individuals and MSMEs, medium and small enterprises, and to encourage savings. This is an intervention that will remain at the bottom of the pyramid in order to access borrowing under the fund. A customer only needs to register through his or her mobile phone. Since the launch of the first product, the Hustler Fund Personal Loan Fund, the government has invested a total of 11 billion shillings. This money has been revolving within the fund, providing low interest rate at 8% per annum, and so far 16.07 million Kenyans, of which 7.1 million are repeat customers, have actually accessed the fund. So far, 30.8 billion has been borrowed from this revolving fund. In addition to borrowing, the fund is designed to encourage savings. To date, 1.5 billion has been saved as a mandatory savings, while Kenya shilling 17 million has been saved on a voluntary basis. We have witnessed a phenomenal growth in the number of transactions that currently stand at 43.5 million transactions. The largest number of the times a single customer borrower has borrowed from the fund is about 50 times, indicating strong traction of the Hustlers Fund. To further empower the medium and small enterprises, the government on 1st June 2023 launched the second product of the Financial Inclusion Fund that is aimed at facilitating Kenyan access funding through groups. This follows the phenomenal success of the personal loans products under this initiative, and this will allow lending groups such as chamas and SACCOs and SACCOs. The groups can now borrow loans from between 20,000 shillings to 1 million shillings. Third, we have redesigned the competence-based education curriculum to make it responsive to our education needs. And fourth, I've employed over 30,000 teachers in a historic and unprecedented drive to improve the national teacher-pupil ratio and enhance performance. Fifth, government has introduced new funding model for higher education that will make the universities and technical training fully inclusive, financially self-sufficient, and also capable of competing with their peers globally while contributing to our national socio-economic transformation. Sixth, the government has established the National Open University in order to make higher education inexpensive, affordable, accessible, inclusive, and attainable to all. The university will create its charter before the end of this month, that is June 2023. Seventh, the government has launched several affordable housing projects across the country, translating to about 36,000 housing units in just 8 months. Eighth, the government has proposed and moved with digitalization, and the digitalized and automated services to the tune of 3,570 of government services through the eCitizen platform that has enhanced access to government services and brought greater convenience to citizens. The government targets to bring on board close to 5,000 services on the eCitizen platform by the end of 2023. Number 9 is the government has launched data protection registration system to provide digital identity to all Kenyans in order to facilitate the transactions between the government and its citizens. Finally, returned the port operation from Mombasa and Naivasha to Mombasa. Returned the port operations from Nairobi and Naivasha to Mombasa in order to revamp the coastal economy and give importers, especially the business community, a choice on cargo clearance. The government has introduced a G2G, a government-to-government arrangement for oil importation to provide a longer-term supply of fuel and ease the monthly demand of US dollars in a situation where global dollar shortage was ensuing. Government has also appointed 4 Court of Appeal judges and 2 judges of the Environment and Land Courts in line with the recommendations of the Judicial Service Commission to strengthen the judiciary. Further, the government escalated the actualization of the judiciary fund that will increase the allocation of resources towards enhancing the access to justice. And finally, the government has enhanced the independence of the National Police Service by granting them financial autonomy as envisaged in our Constitution. Mr. Speaker, while we celebrate these achievements, we are aware that a lot remains to be done in order to decisively deal with the pressing socio-economic challenges. First, to reverse the effect of the recent past negative shocks that have been persistent. And second, to improve and accelerate the betterment of the livelihoods of Kenyans. It is for this reason that the government is implementing the bottom-up economic transformation agenda, popularly referred to as BETTER, which is geared towards economic turnaround and inclusive growth. It is aligned to this agenda. It is in alignment to this agenda for this year's budget theme carries that spirit. This year's budget the theme is bottom-up economic transformation and climate change mitigation and adaptation for improved livelihoods of Kenyans. Consistent with this, the government will scale up implementation of policy priorities and structural reforms under the bottom-up economic transformation agenda, as detailed in the 2023 budget policy statement and the 4th medium-term plan, MTP4, which is currently under development, and that it will guide the attainment of these development objectives, as well as a continuation of the Kenyan Vision 2030 and Sustainable Development Goals. The strategy will involve increasing investments in 5 strategic sectors that have the largest impact and linkages to the economy, as well as on household welfare as the starting point. These 5 sectors include agricultural transformation, micro and small medium enterprise economy, housing and settlement, healthcare and digital superhighway, as well as the creative industry. Special focus will be placed on the interventions that reduce the cost of living, create jobs, achieve more equitable distribution of income, enhance social security, and expand the tax base for more revenues to finance development. And finally, also geared towards increasing foreign exchange to give us flexibility in that market. Mr. Speaker, we intend to implement the policy priorities within a sustainable fiscal framework. Overall, we have moderated our spending to ensure the value for money and enhanced the revenue mobilization efforts to ensure that our public debt remains on a sustainable path. Prioritization is critical because resources are scarce, thus limiting our capacity and desire to cover everything at once. In this regard, the budgeting process for the priority programs under the bottom-up economic transformation agenda will be managed through a value chain approach. This has ensured that the resources allocated along the value chain are allocated to all the components along the value chain, thereby eliminating duplication of roles, removing any funding gaps, and enhancing efficiency in the use of available budgetary resources. Mr. Speaker, it is now my privilege and honor to present the economic and fiscal policy underpinnings the government's bottom-up economic transformation agenda for improved livelihoods to Kenyans. Thereafter, I will broadly outline the proposed resource allocations and revenue-raising measures that the government will implement in the financial year 2023-2024 budget. But before I proceed to elaborate on programs, let me start by highlighting the economic context in which this budget has been prepared. Let me start with economic policy context and focus on the global economy. Mr. Speaker, the financial year 2023-2024 budget has been prepared against a background of increased uncertainties in the global economic outlook, reflecting continued geopolitical tensions, particularly the ongoing conflict in Eastern Europe, and the pace of monetary policy tightening amidst concerns about financial sector stability in the advanced economies. As a result, the global economic growth is projected to slow down to 2.8% in 2023 from 3.4% in 2022. Economic prospects are also expected to slow down across regions and countries. Nevertheless, the commodity prices in the global markets, particularly oil and food, have been easing due to improved and functioning supply chains. Let me turn to domestic economy. Mr. Speaker, on the domestic scene, the economic growth for 2022 slowed down to 4.8% from 7.6% in 2021 due to adverse impact of the multiple shocks that affected the economy. Kenya's growth in 2022 was supported by growth in the services sector, while the agricultural sector contracted for the second consecutive year due to the prolonged drought effects, but that also contributed to a slowdown in the growth of manufacturing sector as well as that of wholesale and retail trade sectors. Mr. Speaker, the economy is expected to rebound and expand by 5.5% in 2023 up from 4.8% in 2022. And it is supposed to maintain that pace over the medium term. The growth will be supported by a broad-based private sector-led growth, including continued strong performance of the services sector and the recovery from the agricultural sector due to improved weather conditions during the March-May rainy season. This growth outlook will be reinforced by interventions being implemented by the government under the bottom-up economic transformation agenda that include the provision of subsidized fertilizer and seeds to farmers during the planting season. Further, economic activity is expected to improve and drive aggregate demand expansion as the international community, international commodity prices is coupled with improved exports and resilient private sector consumption, as well as the ongoing public-private investments. Mr. Speaker, the government will continue to support economic recovery by pursuing prudent macroeconomic policies geared towards reducing debt vulnerabilities and supporting sustainable and inclusive development. Inflation rate has remained above 7.5%, which is the upper bound target since June 2022. This is driven mainly by high food prices and energy prices following the adverse weather conditions and high global oil prices, but also compounded by the pass-through effects from the domestic currency depreciation. In order to anchor inflation expectations, the Central Bank of Kenya, through Monetary Policy Committee, tightened monetary policy during the last 1 year by raising the central bank rate to 9.5% in March 2023 from 7.5% in May 2022. This monetary policy action, together with improved agricultural production occasioned by the long rains and supported by fertilizer subsidy program and the ongoing importation of key food items, particularly maize, cooking oil, rice, sugar, at a duty-free window, are expected to ease the domestic prices and basic food items. Already, the inflation pressures are easing with inflation rate at 8% in May 2023 from the highs of 9.6% in October 2022. Inflation rate is expected to return to the target range within the second quarter of financial year 2023-2024. Also, in addition, credit to the private sector has grown by 13.2% in the last 12 months to April 2023, and this is supporting economic activity. Most sectors of the economy continue to receive positive credit flows. Mr. Speaker, to further anchor inflation expectations, the Central Bank of Kenya will continue to implement reforms outlined in the White Paper on modernization of the monetary policy framework and operations that are aimed at enhancing the effectiveness of monetary policy formulation and implementation to prevent monetary policy falling behind the curve. These reforms include refining macroeconomic forecasting frameworks in line with the changing structure of the economy, improving the functioning of the interbank market to strengthen monetary policy transmission, and continued improvements of communication on monetary policy decisions. Mr. Speaker, the fiscal policy stance over the medium term aims at supporting the government's bottom-up economic transformation agenda through growth-friendly fiscal consolidation plan designed to slow down the annual growth in public debt and implement an effective liability management strategy without compromising service delivery to citizens. This will improve the country's debt sustainability position. Mr. Speaker, I now turn to the policy priorities of the government for fostering economic transformation and improved livelihoods. The policy priorities and structural reforms for improved livelihoods start with the bottom-up economic transformation agenda. Mr. Speaker, this year's budget places special emphasis on priorities at the bottom-up economic transformation agenda, which is detailed in 2023 budget policy statement that was approved by this House in March 2023. This agenda is premised to address the challenges of the economy is facing, to stimulate economic recovery, bolster resilience while building on the success realized over time. The strategy will involve increasing investment in at least 5 sectors envisaged to have the largest impact and linkages to the economy, as well as on household welfare. The priority programs are classified under 2 categories, namely the core pillars and the enablers that aim at the creation of a conducive business environment for socio-economic transformation. Mr. Speaker, as indicated earlier, in this statement, the core pillars include agricultural transformation, micro, small, and medium enterprises of the economy, housing and settlement, healthcare and digital superhighway, and in creative industry. In order to make this program feasible, the government will implement strategic interventions under the following key enablers. First, the infrastructure, manufacturing, the blue economy, the services sector, the environment and climate change, education and training, women agenda, youth empowerment and development agenda, social protection, sports, culture and arts, as well as the governance. Mr. Speaker, in order to realize the aspirations of the bottom-up economic transformation agenda, the government will first continue to maintain macroeconomic stability and enhance the security to foster and secure conducive business environment for all Kenyans and their investment. Second, the government will intensify national infrastructure development and connectivity of roads and port, energy and fiber optic infrastructure to lower the cost of movement of people and goods, lower the cost of doing business, thereby enhancing profitability of businesses. Third, the government will enhance investment in key economic sectors for broad-based sustainable economic recovery by promoting agricultural transformation, growth in manufacturing, environmental conservation and water supply, food security, climate change mitigation and adaptation, tourism recovery, and sustainable land use and management. In this regard, food security and climate change will also become a focal point for policy formulation going forward. Fourth, the government will expand access to quality social services in health, education, and appropriate social safety nets for the vulnerable population. And finally, the government will support the youth, women, persons living with disabilities through government-funded empowerment programs that leverage on partnership with private sector organizations. Mr. Speaker, the government, under the support of the development partners, is implementing a program that aims at boosting revenue mobilization to reduce total expenditures as a percentage of GDP, thereby providing growth-friendly fiscal consolidation plan designed to slow down the annual growth of public debt and implement an efficient liability management strategy, without at the same time compromising service delivery to citizens. The fiscal consolidation plan targets to gradually reduce the fiscal deficit, including grants, from 6.2% of GDP in the financial year 2021-2022 to 5.8% of GDP in the financial year 2022-2023 to 4.4% of GDP in financial year 2023-2024, and further reduce the fiscal gap further to 3.6% in financial year 2025-2026. Mr. Speaker, we are truly grateful as a nation to our development partners who have over the years provided financial resources to support the implementation of government programs, government policy, as well as structural reforms. In particular, allow me to single out the multilateral institutions, specifically the World Bank and the International Monetary Fund, the European Union, the African Development Bank, and the many bilateral donors, institutions, and governments that have walked the journey of socio-economic transformation with Kenya. Mr. Speaker, Kenya has continued to successfully implement the Extended Fund Facility and Extended Credit Facility, EFF and ECF arrangements supported by the IMF, the International Monetary Fund. We concluded the 5th review of the program in May 2023, and we agreed on the augmentation of access under the program of 75% of the quota, that is SDR special drawing rights for 407.1 million, or which is about US $544.3 million, an extension of the duration of the EFF, ECF arrangement by 10 months to April 2025 to allow sufficient time for meeting the program objectives, and on a new 20-month Resilience and Sustainability Facility, RSF, arrangement that will allow us to access 75% of our quota that will run parallel with the EFF, ECF program arrangements until April 2025. Once approved by the IMF Executive Board in July 2023, Kenya will immediately access SDR 306.7 million, which is about $410 million, including from the augmentation of the access under ECF, EFF. This will bring the cumulative IMF financial support disbursed under the EFF, ECF program arrangements to SDR 1.509 billion, or about $2.017 billion. And for us, that's why we are appreciative of this multilateral institution. The government will also access additional SDR 407.1 million, about $443 million under the new 20-month Resilience Sustainability Facility arrangement upon successful next review. Mr. Speaker, when combined with RSF support, the cumulative IMF commitment to Kenya will be about SDR 2.633 billion, which is about $3.52 billion by April 2025. Mr. Speaker, as a stopgap measure to ease the pressure on the domestic supply of petroleum products, as well as ease pressure on the Kenya shilling arising due to the global shortage of US dollars in the domestic market, we have introduced an innovative new government-to-government arrangement for fuel importation through Regal Notice number 3 of 2023. That Regal Notice allows us to import the importation of petroleum products by private sector through the current open tender system, OTS. To date, the monthly importation of petroleum products is approximately 740,000 metric tons, of which 60% is consumed in the domestic market, while 40% is for transit markets in the region. This product is currently paid for using United States dollars, which puts strain on foreign exchange availability and pressure on nominal exchange rate and ensuing exchange rate volatility in the market on a monthly basis. Mr. Speaker, to contain the pressure of the US dollar availability in the market, as well as exchange rate volatility on a monthly basis, the government entered into a memorandum of understanding with governments of oil-producing countries, under which framework agreements have been signed with petroleum exporting companies for the supply of petroleum products on extended credit period of 180 days. The objective of this arrangement is first to ease the monthly demand of the US dollars in the foreign exchange market that is driven by petroleum imports, and by extending time required to source the US dollars from the current 5 days to 180 days. Second, to allow space to activate the interbank foreign exchange market and thus stem currency speculation, it was necessary to enter into this program that we intended to reduce the cost of petroleum products by lowering the economies of leveraging on the economies of scale that arise from having longer supply contracts up to 270 days with potential suppliers. And fourth, we wanted to make sure that we avoid supply disruptions by safeguarding longer-term supply contracts for petroleum products. And finally, it has allowed us to structure, in the future, to structure the fuel pricing mechanism that will be dependent on market conditions. Currently, the fuel pricing mechanism coordinates expectations of price revisions on the 15th day of every month, a situation that does not reflect appropriate market conduct, as well as encourage diverse market development paths in this subsector. I now turn to climate change mitigation and adaptation. Mr. Speaker, the climate change has become a pressing issue globally. Like other economies, Kenya economy is vulnerable to its ravaging impacts. Indeed, we have just come out of the worst drought in 40 years, which has claimed lives of people and livestock, while at the same time threatened the livelihoods of millions of Kenyans. Given our vulnerability to climate change, it is imperative that we build a more climate-resilient economy. For this reason, the government has stepped up climate adaptation and mitigation efforts, including green energy, smart agriculture, decarbonized manufacturing, e-mobility, and green building. All these are aimed at the attainment of zero carbon by 2050. The government has committed to secure our future and to achieve a clearer and safer environment for all Kenyans by reducing greenhouse emissions, halting and reversing deforestation, biodiversity loss, and land degradation. In this regard, issues of climate change, mitigation, and adaptation have been mainstreamed in all government programs and across all levels of government. As part of drought mitigation measures, and the climate adaptation program, the government is implementing a national tree planting campaign which is championed by His Excellency the President and seeks to enhance our national tree cover from 12% to 30% by year 2032. This will entail planting at least 15 billion trees over that period. Mr. Speaker, climate financing has emerged as a very important means of implementation of climate change and for promoting sustainable development and financial sector development. To enhance financial flows from the Green Climate Fund, GCF, the government will continue to implement National Green Climate Fund strategy, which provides an elaborate framework of coordinating and attracting resources from the Green Climate Fund. The government will also implement financing locally led climate action, we call it FROCA, program in collaboration with county governments and development partners to manage climate risks. Further, to support our climate change efforts and characterize additional climate finance from other official and private partners, we have agreed with the IMF on a new 20-month resilience sustainability facility arrangement that will run in parallel with the current program arrangement until April 2025. Mr. Speaker, the government last year committed to fast-track the enactment of Disaster Risk Management Bill and finalize the Public Finance Management Disaster Risk Management Fund regulations. These are meant to strengthen the disaster risk management in the country, given that Kenya is predisposed to various disasters, some of which are exacerbated by the ravaging effects of climate change. These disasters often have a huge negative impact on the economy. I wish to report that the relevant departmental committee of this House is in the process of considering registration on matters relating to disaster risk management. I urge this House to prioritize this matter to enable Kenya have an overarching framework on disaster risk management. I will later be submitting to this House for consideration the Public Finance Management, into brackets, the Disaster Risk Management Fund Regulations 2023 that will enable the establishment of the Disaster Risk Management Fund. Let me turn to legal and policy, legal and institutional reforms. Mr. Speaker, the government's bottom-up economic transformation agenda, BETTER, will be underpinned by sound and appropriate policy, legal and institutional reforms that are aimed at improving the business environment, increasing the efficiency of public service delivery, and strengthening the accountability and transparency in public finance management. These reforms are outlined as follows. First, the procurement reforms. Mr. Speaker, on a continuous basis, the government reviews the procurement policies and procedures to ensure that we achieve efficiency and transparency and enhance good governance and promote savings in the procurement process. This is one critical area that government can achieve efficiency and unlock savings given the limited financial resources and fiscal space. With this in mind, Mr. Speaker, last year the National Treasury committed to this House to roll out an end-to-end e-government procurement system, EGP, with a pilot phase commencing in July 2022 and a target date for full rollout to all ministries, departments and agencies in January 2023. I wish to report to this House that the process is still in progress, albeit with some delays. The system will be rolled out by December 2023 to both national and county governments. Once rolled out, all government procurement and asset disposal procedures and processes will be managed online through the system. The system will enhance efficiency and transparency in the procurement functions. The system will also ease cost of doing business with the government and has the capabilities of monitoring and tracking all public procurement and asset disposals. Mr. Speaker, the government remains committed to facilitate access to government procurement opportunities and empower the MSMEs owned by women, youth, and persons with disabilities. This remains a key priority of government under the bottom-up economic transformation agenda. For this reason, the National Treasury has re-engineered the access of government procurement opportunities, AGPO, portal to enable real-time registration and monitoring. The National Treasury has also directed all procuring entities to ensure prompt payment of all contracts successfully implemented under the AGPO that will enable businesses owned by the target group access liquidity promptly. Mr. Speaker, a large number of state corporations rely on the exchequer funding to service their payroll and other expenses. Over the years, bloated payrolls have remained a large burden to the exchequer, resulting in accumulated unserviced statutory obligations and also pensions liability running into billions of Kenya shillings. It has also been established that in most state corporations, a huge proportion of the staff complement comprises of support staff with a thin complement of technical staff. This gravely affects the core service delivery. To address this challenge, the State Corporations Advisory Committee, SCAC, will immediately embark on an aggressive program to rationalize staff establishment to keep them lean and strictly adhere to 70-30 ratio of technical staff to support staff. In addition, the National Treasury shall henceforth only approve budgets for hiring staff for only state corporations that have received approvals from the State Corporations Advisory Committee, the Public Service Commission, PSV, and Salary and Remuneration Committee together jointly. This requirement is in addition to confirmation of the requisite funding. Mr. Speaker, to support the restructuring of the state corporation, the Cabinet approved the Privatization Bill 2023. It seeks to repeal the Privatization Act of 2005 and streamline the privatization process and in order to restructure the state-owned enterprises. This was subsequently submitted to this House by the National Treasury in May 2023. The bill, once enacted, will enable the selected state-owned enterprises to achieve their full potential by entrenching commercial principles and reduce their reliance on the exchequer funding. I urge honorable members to support the government in this endeavor. Mr. Speaker, in financial year 2022-2023, the government initiated a number of reforms in Kenya Power and Lighting Company, KPLC, and Kenya Airways, KQ, aimed at improving their efficiencies, reducing costs, and increasing revenues. To further enhance KPLC's financial sustainability, the government will restructure the balance sheet, mainly focusing on the huge loan balances, payables, and receivables. This will in turn address the current huge liquidity gap at KPLC. Towards this end, the government will implement a 4-point action plan focusing on, first, transfer of all transmission asset/lines to Kenya Electricity Transmission Company, KETRACO. Second, the government will settle outstanding rural electrification schemes, RES operations and maintenance costs, which has a deficit of 19.4 billion as of June 2022, and ensure that KPLC and Rural Electrification and Renewable Energy Corporation enter into a commercial contract for the future rural electrification schemes maintenance costs. Third, the government will develop and implement a turnaround strategy that includes the reduction of system losses from the current 22.4% to 14.4% by end of June 2025. Fourth, the government will establish a new governance structure of KPLC to give private sector stakeholders fair representation reflecting the company's shareholding structure. With regard to Kenya Airways, the government's policy stance is to turn around the airline and position it as a Pan-African carrier that will ensure it is run with profitability and sustainability objectives, eventually reducing the airline's dependency on budgetary support. Let me turn now to pending bills for the national and county governments. Mr. Speaker, the total outstanding national government's pending bills as of 31st March 2023 amounted to 537 Kenya shillings 537.2 billion, comprising of 450 billion for state corporations, semi-autonomous government agencies, and Kenya shillings 79.3 billion for ministries, departments, and agencies. During the same reporting period, the county governments reported pending bills of Kenya shillings 159.7 billion. The management of the pending bills is a challenge. In the public eye will form an important benchmark, and in the public eye it will form an important benchmark upon which the overall integrity of government style of financial management will be tested and judged. The delay in settling payments of pending bills has led to deterioration of financial positions of businesses, in particular micro and small medium enterprises, including business owned by women, youth, persons with disabilities. In view of the above, the National Treasury has prepared a cabinet memo requesting the cabinet to approve the establishment of a pending bills verification committee to carry out a thorough analysis of the stock of all pending bills and advise on how the bills would be settled. Once the outstanding pending bills are cleared by the verification committee, the National Treasury will direct all entities to ensure strict adherence to Public Finance Management Act of 2012 and clear pending bills as a first charge on the budget of the concerned entity in the subsequent financial years. Let me turn now to financial sector stability and development. Mr. Speaker, the banking sector remained stable and resilient in 2022. Deposits held by the sector increased by 12.3%, while pre-tax profits increased by 22.0%. On the other hand, gross non-performing loans for the sector stood at 13.3% in December 2022, a decline from 14.7% in June 2022. The need to build resilience and to exploit emerging opportunities has led to increased consolidation as well as regional expansion through acquisitions. This has led to strong institutions supporting the stability of the banking sector. The sector is therefore expected to remain sound and stable in 2023, building on the reform initiatives and buffers that have been built over the years. Mr. Speaker, in order to address consumer protection concerns arising from unregulated digital lenders, the Central Bank of Kenya introduced Digital Credit Providers Regulations 2022 that were approved in May 2022. They provide regulations and guidelines for the licensing and oversight of previously unregulated digital credit providers. I'm happy to report that by the end of March 2023, 32 digital credit providers have been licensed, while others are at different approval stages. More importantly, the Central Bank of Kenya is working with other agencies and regulators, including the Office of the Data Protection Commissioner, to ensure all digital credit providers are brought into the regulatory perimeter to protect consumers. Mr. Speaker, in an effort to transform Kenya's financial markets, the central bank will soon launch the upgraded Central Securities Depository Code named DAO CSD. The upgraded Central Securities Depository will improve financial market liquidity, enhance operational efficiency in domestic debt market, further promoting market deepening, and also broadening financial inclusion through expansion of digital access and position Kenya as the preferred financial hub in the region. The Central Securities Depository will also scale up services to the public sector, to the public market participants, and support our diaspora investors via a versatile and highly scalable digital solution with capacity to deliver seamless investor experience and convenience. Mr. Speaker, since the launch of the National Payments Strategy 2023-2025 in February 2022, the Central Bank has implemented major initiatives to improve quality, access, and affordability of payment services to Kenyans. These include implementation of mobile money interoperability, licensing of new payment service providers, and rollout of key standards that increase convenience of payment services in line with global best practices. Building on these gains, in the financial year 2023-2024, the Central Bank, together with other stakeholders, will first undertake a comprehensive review of the National Payments System Act of 2011 and National Payment System Regulations of 2014 to modernize Kenya's payments legal and regulatory framework in line with emerging trends, innovations, and enhanced oversight for improved service delivery to Kenyans. Second, it will develop and implement an interoperable payments platform to unlock cost-effective, real-time, and retail payments across banks, payment service providers, card schemes, and other regulated financial institutions. This will further contribute to lowering the cost of these services, increase choice, competition, stability, and widespread adoption of digital payments among Kenyans. Mr. Speaker, in order to reduce money laundering vulnerability, the Central Bank has reviewed and enhanced the banking sector Know Your Customer (KYC) and Customer Due Diligence (CDD) processes. This will further strengthen the effectiveness of the banking sector, anti-money laundering, and combating of financing of terrorism and the proliferation of financing (PF), risk-based supervisory framework. Indeed, AML CFT PF regime is important to uphold. Let me turn to deposit insurance reform. Mr. Speaker, financial stability risks have increased rapidly as the resilience of the global financial system has been tested by high inflation and rising interest rates. In order to enhance protection of the depositors, the Kenya Deposit Insurance Corporation is in the process of reviewing the current coverage limit of 500,000 with a view to ascertain its adequacy in protecting the micro, small, and medium enterprises. In addition, the corporation has developed an alternative dispute resolution mechanism and framework to address disputes between financial institutions that have been closed and their respective stakeholders, thereby fast-tracking release of available resources and winding up those banks under liquidation. Let me turn to Capital Markets Authority, Mr. Speaker. The Capital Markets Authority, capital markets remain a critical catalyst in mobilizing of savings and investments towards productive enterprise in Kenya. In order to support micro and small medium enterprises, access to financing via capital markets, the Capital Markets Authority has developed the Capital Markets Public Offers Discount Regulations for 2023. These regulations will enable MSMEs raise debt and equity capital via Nairobi Securities Exchange. The authority is also implementing the Capital Markets investment-based crowdfunding regulations 2022, and that will support Kenyan startups to raise finance from both global and local investors. Mr. Speaker, as part of these initiatives to support the real estate sector, the LAP Trust, Imara Real Estate Investment Trust, late, has been listed in Nairobi Securities Exchange following the approval of the Capital Markets Authority. This will provide investors with a unique opportunity to invest in a diversified portfolio of income-generating real estate assets. Let me turn now to pension reforms. Mr. Speaker, pension coverage in Kenya currently stands at 22% of the working population, leaving majority of Kenyans without a pension cover. This underscores the need to extend pension coverage to the informal sector, which constitutes the majority of our workforce. To this end, Mr. Speaker, the government is working on a national pensions policy to address key concerns on coverage, portability of schemes, reciprocal arrangements to address concerns of Kenyans in the diaspora, and mitigate the fragmentation in the sector. In furtherance of the ideals at the bottom-up economic transformation agenda, the National Treasury has established an innovative scheme, the Kenya National Enterprise Savings Trust, KNEST, with a focus on the population in the informal segment of the economy. In order to promote uptake of the scheme, we will deliberately form strategic partnership to facilitate voluntary pension contributions for individuals in this sector and to continue to explore options to provide diverse pension solutions for self-employed individuals. Mr. Speaker, to effectively administer the public service pensions, the National Treasury will invest in modern technology and digital solutions to streamline pension processes and improve service delivery. In this regard, public service schemes will provide user-friendly online platforms that allow the pensioners to access their pension statements, make inquiries, and update their personal information conveniently. The government continues to implement public service superannuation schemes with the end goal of easing the burden of pension payments by the government. Me turn to insurance reforms, Mr. Speaker. In the past 2 years, the insurance sector has grown by 36 billion shillings from a premium of 273 billion. The industry has also attracted investment from key multinational players. In order to further enhance the growth of the sector, the Insurance Regulatory Authority has rolled out a micro-insurance framework that will contribute to increase penetration coverage for the individuals with low incomes. The authority will strengthen private insurance's role in the universal health care coverage, promote crop and livestock insurance, as well as support insurance for MSMEs. Mr. Speaker, there are no deterrent measures under the Insurance Act to motivate accountability and observance of directors' duties as well as senior managers' professional responsibilities. To address this shortcoming, I have submitted to this House Insurance Amendment Bill 2023 to provide for offences relating to the management of an insurer. In addition, the bill will contain other amendments aimed at enhancing the efficiency of the Insurance Regulatory Authority in regulating the insurance industry. Let me turn to SACCO societies reforms, Mr. Speaker. The SACCO industry is characterized by many small and medium-sized SACCOs that find it difficult to effectively compete in the deposit-taking and credit markets. To address this challenge, the SACCO Societies Regulatory Authority, SASRA, is working on amendments to SACCO Societies Act 2008 that will provide the licensing and supervision of shared SACCO services platform. This initiative will improve the efficiency and competitiveness of SACCOs through establishment of cost-sharing digital platform to enable small SACCOs to achieve economies of scale, while at the same time mainstreaming regulatory compliance in a cost-effective manner. Mr. Speaker, 12 years ago, the government introduced prudential regulation to secure financial stability of SACCOs and boost savings for members. However, there has been a lack of a resolution mechanism for financially distressed SACCOs. In addition to addressing these challenges, the SACCO Society Regulatory Authority has proposed amendments to the SACCO Societies Act 2008 to provide for a framework for appointment of trustees to the Deposit Guarantee Fund for SACCOs in Kenya, DGF. Let me turn to Unclaimed Financial Assets, Mr. Speaker. The Unclaimed Financial Assets Authority Act does not provide for claimers to designate a beneficiary of their assets or to a cause of their choice, and therefore any claim must be paid to the claimant. To address this, I have proposed to amend the Unclaimed Financial Assets Authority Act so as to empower claimants to designate beneficiaries of the unclaimed asset or to a cause of their choice. Let me turn to ease of doing business, Mr. Chairman, and consumer protection. Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, in order to ease the cost of doing business and minimize compliance costs for micro, small, and medium enterprises, the Competition Authority of Kenya will exempt MSE, medium and small enterprise sector from merger notifications, thus enabling startups, digital businesses, among others. Further, the authority will monitor and conduct surveillance audits specifically in the manufacturing and agro-processing sector so as to protect MSMEs from incidences and abuse of buyer power. Second, implement codes of practice. The Competition Authority will implement codes of practice to ensure that MSMEs in the retail and insurance sectors are protected from powerful buyers. The Competition Authority will screen and investigate infractions such as suspected cartels or abuse of dominance conduct, such as excessive pricing, price discrimination, predatory pricing, margin squeeze, to ensure a level playing field. And the Competition Authority will actualize and initiate actualize the initiative started with the National Assembly to address the issue of price fixing by professional services to make the fees competitive and improve the quality of services. On consumer protection, the authority will monitor and investigate emerging consumer issues on the utility sector, pharmaceuticals, digital financial services, e-commerce, insurance, aviation, and safety of basic commodities. In addition, the authority will seek redress through replacement or refunds to customers affected by dark commercial patterns, scams, fraud under the digital economy. Let me turn now to the fiscal framework, Mr. Speaker. The government fiscal policy for the financial year 2023-2024 and the medium-term budget aims at undertaking a growth-friendly fiscal consolidation plan to ensure debt sustainability. This will be achieved through improved revenue collection, primarily through broadening of the tax base and containing overall expenditure to target set, while prioritizing higher impact social and investment expenditure. Mr. Speaker, the fiscal policy targets to grow total revenues to 17.9% of GDP in financial year 2023-2024 and above 18.3% of GDP over the medium term. As part of the economic turnaround plan, the government will scale up revenue collection efforts by the Kenya Revenue Authority, KRA, to a target of Kenya shillings 4.0 trillion over the medium term. In order to achieve this, the government is undertaking a combination of both tax administrative measures and tax policy reforms. Mr. Speaker, regarding tax policy, the government will implement the national tax policy and finalize the medium-term revenue strategy for the period financial year 2023-2024 to 2026-2027. The national tax policy, which is before this House, will enhance the administrative efficiency of the tax system, provide consistency and certainty in tax registration and management of tax expenditures. The medium-term revenue strategy comprises rigorous administrative and policy measures to reform the tax system, which is expected to boost tax revenue over the medium term. On tax administration, Mr. Speaker, the Kenya Revenue Authority is implementing reforms to move towards seamless taxation by ensuring that its systems, taxpayers and businesses are integrated to allow for the automatic movement of data through machine-to-machine based processes, and where appropriate, shift to real-time processing. This will enable KRA to monitor business transactions in real time, therefore sealing revenue leakages through tax avoidance and evasion. On the expenditure reforms, Mr. Speaker, the government will sustain efforts to improve efficiency in public spending and ensure value for money by eliminating non-priority expenditures, retiring expenditure and unsustainable consumption subsidies, reducing tax exemption, scaling up use of public-private partnership financing for commercially viable projects, and rolling out end-to-end procurement system. Mr. Speaker, to address the challenges of perennial low absorption of development partners' funds that have denied Kenyans the full benefit of this financing, the government will put in place policies and administrative measures to minimize payments of unnecessary fees and charges. Let me turn to revenue projections, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, supported by the tax policy reforms and administrative measures highlighted above, we project total revenue corrections, including appropriations in aid and grants for the financial year 2023-2024 budget, to be Kenya shillings 2.96 trillion, and that is equivalent to 18.2% of gross domestic product, GDP. Of this, ordinary revenue is projected at Kenya shillings 2.57 trillion, equivalent to 15.8% of GDP. Ministerial appropriations in aid is projected at Kenya shillings 348.7 billion, and grants are projected at Kenya shillings 42.2 billion. Expenditure projections, Mr. Speaker. Total expenditure projections in financial year 2023-2024 budget is projected at 3.7 trillion, equivalent to 22.6% of GDP. Of these, recurrent expenditures will amount to Kenya shillings 2.53 trillion, equivalent to 15.6% of GDP. Development expenditures, including allocation to domestic and foreign financed project, contingency fund, equalization fund, and conditional capital transfers to county government, is Kenya shillings 743 billion, equivalent to 4.7% of GDP. Equitable share to county governments is projected at that 385.4 billion shillings. Mr. Speaker, I now turn to fiscal balance. Mr. Speaker, given the projected revenue and grants against the projected expenditures, the fiscal gap of fiscal deficit is projected to decline from Kenya shillings 718.0 billion, equivalent to 4.4% of GDP in financial year 2023-2024, from a projected Kenya shillings 840.9 billion, equivalent to 5.8% of GDP in financial year 2022-2023. The fiscal deficit will be financed through net external financing of a Kenya shillings 131.5 billion, equivalent to 0.8% of GDP, and net domestic financing of 586.5 billion, and that is equivalent to 3.6% of GDP. Mr. Speaker, our medium-term fiscal consolidation policy targets to progressively reduce the level of fiscal deficit from the expected 5.8% of GDP in financial year 2022-2023 to 3.6% of GDP in the financial year 2026 to 2027. Let me turn to public debt management, Mr. Speaker. Kenya's public debt remains sustainable, but with elevated risks of debt distress due to persistent global shocks that adversely affect the liquidity ratios. The depreciation of the Kenya shilling against major currencies and the rise of interest rates have elevated cost of debt service. Further, the depreciation of the currency has increased the size of the public debt stock, as half of the public debt is actually denominated in foreign currency. Although the debt burden has risen, Kenya has not accumulated debt service arrears, and the government is committed to honor all public debt obligations as they fall due. Over the medium term, revenue-driven fiscal consolidation policy stance is expected to improve further the country's debt sustainability ratios and debt carrying capacity. Mr. Speaker, the current limit of the debt as approved in 2020 by this House is Kenya shillings 10 trillion. Guided by the best practice, the government intends to change the public debt ceiling from a numerical number to a debt anchor in the form of a ratio of public debt to GDP in present value terms. The proposed change to the debt ceiling provides an appropriate guide for optimal level of public debt based on the country's ability to pay. This is the debt carrying capacity that can objectively be assessed, as well as provide directions on information on debt accumulation or reduction from time to time. In order to anchor debt ceiling in a statute, the National Treasury developed a Public Finance Management Amendment Bill 2023, which has been submitted to this august House for enactment. The bill was subjected to public participation in line with the requirements of the Constitution of Kenya on transparency and accountability in public policy formulation. I urge the honorable members to prioritize and consider this bill favorably. Mr. Speaker, the external debt service is projected to increase to Kenya shillings 475.6 billion in financial year 2023-2024 from Kenya shillings 242.1 billion in the financial year 2023, for financial year 2022-2023, mainly reflecting redemption of the US dollar 2.0 billion Eurobond, which is approximately 241.8 billion with the current exchange rate. In preparation for the redemption of this maturing bond, the National Treasury and the Economic Planning issued an expression of interest to bring on board a lead manager to advise the government on liability management options towards the resolution of the Eurobond 2024. Mr. Speaker, I wish to assure Kenyans and investors that our fiscal positions remain strong and the government remains committed to meet all maturing obligations as and when they fall due including the maturing Eurobond for June 2024. Mr. Speaker, due to the limited fiscal space, the government has strengthened the public-private partnership (PPP) framework to leverage on private sector expertise to deliver projects that have strong economic, commercial, and environmental benefits that are also aligned to our national priorities with sustainability and climate change as key considerations and drivers. To ensure the sustainability of PPP projects, the Projects Facilitation Fund, PFF, has been operationalized. The fund will support project preparation, provide viability gap funding to projects, as well as a source of liquidity to meet fiscal commitments and contingent liabilities that may arise from PPP projects. Mr. Speaker, with the fund in place and the robust legal and regulatory regime, the private sector has the necessary confidence and security to invest in PPP projects. Indeed, in the last financial year, the National Treasury successfully mobilized Kenya shillings 15 billion by achieving financial closure of 2 clusters of urban roads projects under the Roads Annuity Program. The projects are currently in the construction phase. Additional projects that have closed include 2 renewable energy projects with a combined installed capacity of 70 megawatts. Further, to contribute towards government's agenda on bulk water supply and food security, several high-impact projects have been appraised and approved to proceed to the project development phase under the PPP model. These projects will provide production of additional 51,000 hectares to further strengthen the food security agenda, which is a high priority for the Kenya Kwanza administration. The bulk of water will increase potable water. The bulk water will increase potable water supply by an estimated 200,000 cubic meters per day. The National Treasury and the Ministry of Water and Sanitation have developed a water purchase agreement which will pave way for the private sector to develop projects in a sustainable way. The National Treasury is in the process of developing a 10-year infrastructure plan that will be cross-cutting across various ministries to support delivery and prioritization of projects. Mr. Speaker, to build on this, the National Treasury plans to mobilize an estimated Kenya shillings 100 billion in private sector capital through various priority sectors. The focus will be on priority investment and underlying key projects and programs in each sector that deliver nationally significant infrastructure drive growth and also unlock private sector investment with greatest potential benefits to Kenyans. These sectors will include airports, seaports, blue economy, water, agriculture, industrialization, that is special economic zones, energy, including transmission lines, and digitalization, among other key sectors in the economy. Inclusion of local goods, works, and services will be emphasized for each project to contribute to overall economic growth by encouraging local investments in PPP projects. To also strengthen local investment, the National Treasury will be holding a series of roundtables to build local capacity in the financial sector so as to increase local financing of PPP projects. The National Treasury has embraced the climate resilience and adaptation framework for public-private partnership projects. This is to ensure that infrastructure projects are aligned to the realities of climate change. To achieve on the PPP mandate of scaling up private sector capital, the National Treasury will leverage on the continued support from development partners as well as other key institutions, both in public and private sector, including capital markets, pension funds, and commercial banks in scaling up the private sector capital under the PPP framework. Let me turn to public investments management. Mr. Speaker, in 2022, the House approved Public Investment Management (PIM) regulations 2022. The objectives of the regulations is to provide the national and county governments and their entities with a standardized approach in project cycle management to enhance transparency, accountability, prudent use of public resources, and public participation. The government will continue implementing the regulations to enhance efficiency in identification and implementation of priority social and economic investment projects. This will further curtail runaway project costs, eliminate duplication, and improve working synergy among implementation actors for timely delivery and development of the development projects. In the financial year 2023-2024, the National Treasury will develop and roll out the Public Investment Management Information System, PIMIS or PIMIS. It automates public investments management processes as outlined in the regulations to ensure that only projects with highest socio-economic returns are undertaken and prioritized for completion. Let me turn to resource allocation under the bottom-up economic transformation agenda. Mr. Speaker, the highlights of the budget allocation in the coming financial year are provided in recognition of the need to restrain borrowing and utilize the revenues and grants projected and in the fiscal framework. The proposed total programmed expenditures spending for the financial year 2023-2024 has been capped at 3.68 trillion. The bottom-up economic transformation agenda, Mr. Speaker, as I mentioned earlier, the government will implement strategic priorities under the bottom-up economic transformation agenda that is geared towards economic turnaround and inclusive growth. The agenda focuses on 5 sectors that have been outlined, and they have been outlined because they give the largest impact to the economy as well as households, as well as lays the household's welfare. This includes, for purposes of repeating, agricultural transformation, micro, small, and medium enterprise economy, housing and settlements, healthcare, digital superhighway, and creative industry. Mr. Speaker, to ensure the effectiveness and efficiency in the planned investment in the 5 sectors, Kenya Kwanza administration has adopted the value chain approach to budgeting. In this regard, the government has identified 9 key value chain areas for implementation, namely leather, cotton, dairy, edible oils, tea, rice, brew economy, natural resources including minerals and forestry, and building materials. This will ensure that there is no break in the value chain, there is no break in the cycle of resource allocation for value chain, and that in the value chain, and that adequate resources are allocated to the entities along the value chain. And of importance, Mr. Speaker, this will eliminate any form of duplication of both roles and budgeting to ensure that there are no gaps and thus ensure efficiency in resource allocation. Agricultural transformation and inclusive growth, Mr. Speaker, the government will implement interventions to ensure food security in the country through climate change, mitigation, and adaptation, thereby reducing the cost of living. As part of the country's long-term food security plan, the government, working with private sector, will continue to subsidize fertilizer in order to make it available and improve productivity in counties. This intervention is also aimed at creating jobs, as agriculture has the highest employment multiplier effect owing to its strong forward and backward linkages to other sectors of the economy. Mr. Speaker, in order to support our aspirations of attaining food and nutrition security, I propose to the National Assembly to effect budget allocations of Kenya shillings 49.9 billion to relevant programs in this budget. Out of this, 5 billion shillings is proposed for fertilizer subsidy program, 8.6 billion for the National Agricultural Value Chain Development Project, 2.7 billion for the National Agricultural and Rural Inclusivity Projects, 2.1 billion for the Kenya Cereal Enhancement Program, 2.8 billion for the Emergency Locust Response, 1.4 billion for small-scale irrigation and value addition programs, 1.3 billion on food production and nutrition security program, 500 million for agricultural sector development support program, and 596 million for the food security and crop diversification projects. Mr. Speaker, to improve livestock production, I propose to the National Assembly to effect budget allocation of Kenya shillings 3.7 billion to de-risking, inclusion and value enhancement of pastoral economies program. Kenya shillings 2.1 billion for livestock value chain support project. Kenya shillings 1.5 billion for Kenya livestock commercialization program, and Kenya shillings 166 million for the embryo transfer project. I also propose to the National Assembly to effect budget allocation of Kenya shillings 350 million for the development of the leather industrial park at Kinani. Kenya shillings 220 million for livestock production, and Kenya shillings 132 million for leather value chain. To enhance animal disease control, I propose to the National Assembly to effect budget allocations of Kenya shillings 130 million for sustainable sassafras and trypanosomiasis-free areas in Kenya, and Kenya shillings 135 for the establishment of liquid nitrogen hydrogen. Mr. Speaker, the realization of food and nutrition security also relies heavily on the sustainable utilization of the blue economy, resources. To promote this, I propose to the National Assembly to effect budget allocation of Kenya shillings 2.6 billion for the acquisition for the aquaculture business development projects. Kenya shillings 3.5 billion for Kenya marine fisheries and socio-economic development projects. Kenya shillings 1.2 billion for marine fish stock assessment. Kenya shillings 580 million for capacity building in deep sea fishing. Kenya shillings 142 million for the rehabilitation of fish landing sites in Lake Victoria. Kenya shillings 141.5 million for the aquaculture technology development and innovations transfer. Kenya shillings 500.7 million for Liwatoni ultra-modern fish hub, and Kenya shillings 88 million for the development of the blue economy initiatives. Mr. Speaker, in order to increase agricultural productivity and enhance the resilience to climate change risks in targeted smallholder farming and pastoral communities in Kenya, I propose to the National Assembly to effect budget allocations of Kenya shillings 1.5 billion for climate smart agriculture productivity project, Kenya shillings 625 million to enhance drought resilience and sustainable livelihood program, Kenya shillings 318 million towards adding drought emergencies in Kenya project. In addition, I propose to the National Assembly to effect budget allocations of Kenya shillings 300 for the crop insurance scheme to reduce the vulnerabilities of Kenya farmers to disease and natural disasters. Mr. Speaker, to ensure legitimacy of RAD ownership, I propose to the National Assembly to effect budget allocation of Kenya shillings 1.2 billion for processing and registration of title deeds, Kenya shillings 2.6 billion for the settlement of the RAD race, Kenya shillings 755 million for digitization, Kenya shillings 755 million for digitization of RAD registries, and Kenya shillings 138.3 million for the construction of RAD registries. Mr. Speaker, transforming the macro, small and medium enterprises, MSME economy Mr. Speaker, this is going to help us and to tackle the key bottlenecks of MSMEs on limited access to credit. The government rolled out in November 2022 Financial Inclusion Fund, popularly known as the Hustlers Fund, with an initial target budget of 20 billion shillings in the current financial year. As an intervention to correct market failure problems at the bottom of the pyramid. This program aims to lift those at the bottom of the pyramid through structured products in personal finance that includes savings, credit, insurance, and investment. This, together with other affirmative action funds like the Youth Enterprise Fund, Women Enterprise Fund, UESO Fund, and MSME's Credit Guarantee Scheme, will increase access to affordable credit to targeted persons and sectors, and thereby increase their investment and allow for private sector-led growth. To further support MSMEs, women, and the youth of this country, I propose to the National Assembly to effect an additional budget allocation of Kenya shillings 10 billion towards the Hustlers Fund, Kenya shillings 300 million to SMEs in the manufacturing sector, Kenya shillings 182.8 million for Women Enterprise Fund, Kenya shillings 175 for Youth Enterprise Fund, Enterprise and Development Fund, and Kenya shillings 192 million to UESO Fund. These allocation will inevitably guarantee access to affordable credit to the hustlers, households, MSMEs, and therefore accord them an opportunity to make their rightful contribution to nation building. Let me turn to housing and settlement. Mr. Speaker, the cost of housing is a heavy burden to the majority of Kenyans and is the main factor driving the proliferation of slums in the country. The government's commitment is to turn the housing challenge into an economic opportunity to create quality jobs for our over 100,000 young people graduating from TVETs every year, directly in the construction sector, and also indirectly through the production of building products. This will be achieved through, among others, facilitating the delivery of 250,000 houses per annum and enabling affordable housing mortgages. To ensure success of this initiative, I propose to the National Assembly to effect budget allocation of 35.2 billion for the housing program. This includes 7.3 billion under the Kenya Urban Program, KENAP, Kenya shillings 5.5 billion to Kenya Mortgage Refinance Company for enhancement of the company's capital, as well as for on-lending to primary mortgage lenders, Kenya shillings 3.2 billion for construction of affordable housing units, as well as Kenya shillings 3.3 billion for the construction of social housing units. Other key proposed allocations to the housing, urban development and public works sector includes shillings 5.5 billion for the Kenya Informal Settlement Improvement Project Phase 2, Kenya shillings 5.2 billion for the construction of markets, Kenya shillings 932 million to the maintenance of government pool houses, Kenya shillings 1.1 billion for the construction of housing units for the National Police and Kenya prisons, Kenya shillings 637 million for the Kenya municipal programs, and Kenya shillings 150 million for the construction of footbridges, and Kenya shillings 300 million for the development of appropriate building technology. Enhancing the quality and affordable health care. Mr. Speaker, the Kenya Kwanza administration is committed and determined to realize the constitutional right to health in the shortest time period by delivering a universal health care coverage USA system. This entails promoting access to quality and affordable health care through the universal health care coverage program. Towards this end, Mr. Speaker, I propose to the National Assembly to to effect budget allocation of Kenya shillings 141.2 billion to the health sector to support various programs aimed at supporting universal health care coverage. Mr. Speaker, specific proposed allocation for the various activities and programs include Kenya shillings 18.4 billion for the universal health care coverage, Kenya shillings 3.7 billion for the Kenya COVID-19 emergency response project, Kenya shillings 4.1 billion for free maternity health care, Kenya shillings 5.9 billion for the managed equipment services, as well as managed equipment services MES, as well as Kenya shillings 1.7 billion to provide medical cover for the elderly and severely disabled persons in our society. Mr. Speaker, to lower cases of HIV/AIDS, malaria and tuberculosis in the economy, Kenya shillings 24.8 billion is proposed at a global fund, and Kenya shillings 4.6 billion to enhance vaccines and immunization program. Mr. Speaker, to promote early diagnosis and management of cancer and reduce the burden of treatment among Kenyans, I propose to the National Assembly to effect a budget allocation of Kenya shillings 1.9 billion for construction of cancer center at Kisii Level 5 Hospital, Kenya shillings 500 for strengthening of cancer center management at Kenyatta National Hospital, and an additional Kenya shillings 155 million is proposed for the establishment of regional cancer centers. Further, to improve the health service delivery, I propose to the National Assembly to effect a budget allocation of 21.6 billion for Kenyatta National Hospital, Kenya shillings 12.8 billion for the Moi Teaching and Referral Hospital, Kenya shillings 8.8 billion for the Kenya Medical Training Colleges, Kenya shillings 3.3 billion for the Kenya Medical Research Institute, Kenya shillings 2.4 billion for the construction of the Kenya National Hospital burns and pediatric centers, Kenya shillings 1.4 billion for the equipping of laboratories and classrooms of KMTC, Kenya shillings 1.1 billion for the renovation of Kenyatta National Hospital, Kenya shillings 1 billion for the procurement of family planning and reproductive health commodities, Kenya shillings 1 billion for the procurement of equipment for the National Blood Transfusion Service, and Kenya shillings 352 million for the digital health platform. Let me turn to digital superhighway and creative economy. Mr. Speaker, the digital superhighway will play a critical role in enabling the government to achieve the objectives of bottom-up economic transformation agenda, as well as in enhancing revenue collection via automation of VAT systems. Digitalization and automation will increase productivity and competitiveness through providing quick access to the market and reducing information asymmetry, as well as improving risk management. Promotion of music, theater, graphic design, digital animation, fashions, and craft, among others, will increase employment for the youth. Mr. Speaker, the implementation of these interventions is expected to stimulate economic recovery, while at the same time securing sustainable and inclusive growth amidst emerging challenges. But more importantly, improve the quality of growth from the public sector investment-led growth to a dynamic private sector-led growth. To achieve these aspirations, I propose to the National Assembly to effect budget allocation of Kenya shillings 15.1 billion to fund initiatives in the information, communication, and technology sector. Specifically, Mr. Speaker, this proposed allocation includes 600 million for the government shared services to fast-track the development of the Concert Technopolis city. I propose the National Assembly to effect budget allocation of Kenya shillings 4.8 billion for the horizontal infrastructure phase 1, Kenya shillings 1.2 billion for Concert data center and smart city facilities, and Kenya shillings 475 million for construction of Concert complex phase 1B. Mr. Speaker, other proposed allocations include 5.7 billion shillings for the construction of the Kenya Advanced Institute of Science and Technology at Konsa Technopolis, Kenya shillings 1.3 billion for maintenance and rehabilitation of the National Optic Fiber Backbone Phase 2 expansion cable, and Kenya shillings 583 million for the maintenance and rehabilitation of the last mile county connectivity network. Mr. Speaker, having highlighted expenditures under the 5 priority sector areas of the bottom-up economic transformation agenda, I now turn to other proposed areas of expenditure in this budget that will support our path towards sustainable and resilient economic growth trajectory. First, let me turn to investing in critical infrastructure. Mr. Speaker, the government will continue to expand critical infrastructure in roads, railways, sea and airports to create an enabling environment for economic recovery and employment creation. Towards this end, I propose to the National Assembly to effect budget allocation of Kenya shillings 244.9 billion to support construction of roads, bridges, as well as their rehabilitation and maintenance. Mr. Speaker, to expand the railway transport, I propose to the National Assembly to effect budget allocation of Kenya shillings 37.4 billion for the second standard gauge railway. For the standard gauge railway. Kenya shillings 579 million for the rehabilitation of the locomotives. Kenya shillings 889 million for the development of Nairobi Railway City. To facilitate movement of goods and people, I propose to the National Assembly to allocate Kenya shillings 1.1 billion for the Nairobi Bus Rapid Transport Project and Kenya shillings 300 million for the acquisition of ferries for Lake Victoria. I have proposed to the National Assembly to effect a budget allocation of, I have also proposed to the National Assembly to effect a budget allocation of Kenya shillings 727 million for the construction and expansion of airports and airstrips. Kenya shillings 500 million for the smart driving license, and Kenya shillings 2.6 million for infrastructure development in Dongo Kudu Special Economic Zone. Mr. Speaker, to support the production of reliable and affordable energy, I propose to the National Assembly to effect budget allocation of Kenya shillings 62.3 billion. Out of this allocation, Kenya shillings 33.8 billion will cater for the national grid system, 12.1 billion will cater for rural electrification, Kenya shillings 11.4 billion will be for development of geothermal energy, Kenya shillings from 3.2 billion will be for alternative energy technologies. Let me move on to improving education outcomes, Mr. Speaker. The ultimate means of ensuring an equitable society is through investment in education as part of human capital development. For this reason, the government will continue to address inequalities in our education system so as to level the playing field for all children irrespective of their background. Mr. Speaker, to improve the education outcomes in the country, I propose to the National Assembly to effect budget allocation of Kenya shillings 628.6 billion to the education sector. Out of the proposed allocation, Kenya shillings 12.5 billion will cater for the free primary education, Kenya shillings 65.4 billion for the free day secondary education, including insurance under NHIF for secondary school students, Kenya shillings 25.5 billion for junior secondary school capitation, Kenya shillings 5 billion to support examinations fee waiver, Kenya shillings 4.8 billion for recruitment of 20,000 intern teachers, Kenya shillings 1 billion for the promotion of teachers, Kenya shillings 4.9 billion for the school feeding program, and Kenya shillings 940 million for the provision of sanitary towels. In addition, Mr. Speaker, I propose to the National Assembly to effect budget allocation of Kenya shillings 1.3 billion for training of teachers on competency-based curriculum, and Kenya shillings 400 million for the digital literacy program and ICT integration in our secondary schools. To support infrastructure development and ensure safe learning in schools, I propose to the National Assembly to effect budget allocations of Kenya shillings 6 billion for primary school and secondary schools infrastructure, including classrooms for junior secondary schools, and Kenya shillings 1.9 billion for construction and equipment of technical training institutes and vocational training centers. Further, 1.8 billion is proposed to increase access and improve the quality of technical and vocational education training programs under the East Africa Skills Transformation and Regional Integration Project. Mr. Speaker, I propose to the National Assembly to effect budget allocations to the education sector to include 316.7 billion shillings for Teacher Service Commission, Kenya shillings 97.5 billion for the university education, Kenya shillings 30.3 billion for the Higher Education Loans Board, Kenya shillings 2.7 billion for Kenya Secondary Education Quality Improvement Project, and Kenya shillings 5.2 billion capitation for TVET students. Mr. Speaker, Kenya shillings 980 million is proposed for technical vocational education training and entrepreneurship, Kenya shillings 1.5 billion for promotion of youth employment and vocational training, and 749 million for the research, science, and technology and innovation. Let me move now to supporting manufacturing for job creation. Mr. Speaker, in order to improve productivity in the manufacturing sector, as earlier indicated, the government has adopted a value chain approach through bottom-up economic transformation agenda. This will address bottlenecks that impede the growth of the manufacturing sector in order to create jobs and enhance the economy's competitiveness. To further promote local industries, I propose to the National Assembly to effect budget allocation of Kenya shillings 26.9 billion under the various implementing ministries, departments, and agencies. Out of this allocation, 4.7 billion will support establishment of county integrated agro-industrial parks, Kenya shillings 3 billion for construction of 6 export processing zones flagship projects, Kenya shillings 3.1 billion for supporting access to finance and enterprise recovery project, Kenya shillings 500 million for the development of special economic zones textile park in Naivasha, and Kenya shillings 1.8 billion for the construction of an effluent treatment plant at Kameme. In addition, Mr. Speaker, in order to maximize the benefits from our cash crop, the government will make further investment towards the revival of and enhancement of output. In this respect, I propose to the National Assembly to effect budget allocation to the revitalization of the cash crops. Kenya shillings 120 million for cotton, Kenya shillings 62 million for coconut, Kenya shillings 35 million for cashew nut, and Kenya shillings 150 million for pyrethrum. Mr. Speaker, I also propose to the National Assembly to effect budget allocation of Kenya shillings 100 million for the modernization of cooperative cotton ginneries, Kenya shillings 134 million for the National Edible Oils Crop Promotion Project, and Kenya shillings 270 million for Sugar Reforms Support Project. Mr. Speaker, to equip the youth with essential internship opportunities, I propose to the National Assembly to effect budget allocation of Kenya shillings 1.5 billion for the Kenya Industry Entrepreneurship Project, the Kenya Industry and Entrepreneurship Project, Kenya shillings 300 million for the Kenya Youth Employment and Opportunities Project, Kenya shillings 332 million for the construction of industrial research laboratories, and Kenya shillings 182.9 million for the constituency industrial development centers. In addition, improving security, Mr. Chairman, the security is critical for creating a safe environment for the investment and protection of our citizens and their property. For this reason, I propose to the National Assembly to effect budget allocations for Kenya shillings 338.2 billion to support operations of the Kenya Defence Forces, the National Police Service, the National Intelligence Service, and the prison services. Mr. Speaker, the proposed allocation include 144.9 billion for the Kenya Defence Forces, Kenya shillings 98.6 billion for the National Police Service, Kenya shillings 44.3 billion for the National Intelligence Service, and Kenya shillings 31.3 billion for prison services. I have also proposed Kenya shillings 8.8 billion for the leasing of police motor vehicles. Mr. Speaker, for better equip the National Police Service, I have proposed an initial allocation of Kenya shillings 500 million for the police modernization program. Mr. Speaker, I will later be requesting this august House for enhanced funding approval once the ongoing discussions on a comprehensive police modernization program once it is concluded. In addition, Mr. Speaker, to step up war on crime and enhance support to administration of justice, I propose to the National Assembly to effect budget allocation of Kenya shillings 856 million to equip National Forensic Laboratory. Mr. Speaker, the improvement of the welfare of our disciplined forces is at the center of the Kenya Kwanza administration. To improve housing accommodation for our defense forces, we shall fast track the delivery of staff houses through public-private partnership framework. We have already around Kenya Defence Forces to retain Kenya shillings 534 million currently collected from rental income and applied towards repayment for the houses once complete. In addition, Mr. Speaker, as you are aware, His Excellency the President appointed a task force to review the terms and conditions of police, prisons, and national youth service. We shall be presenting a funding proposal to this House once the discussions are concluded and adopted within the government. Mr. Speaker, other proposed allocations include 2.9 billion for group personal insurance for police and prison services, and Kenya shillings 5.8 billion for medical insurance for police and prison services. Mr. Speaker, I move now to protecting the vulnerable groups. Mr. Speaker, at the heart of the government's development agenda is the inclusion in society and employment opportunities for the vulnerable groups, vulnerable members of the society. In this regard, I propose to the National Assembly to effect a budget allocation of Kenya shillings 38.2 billion for the social protection and affirmative actions in this budget. Out of this proposed allocation, Kenya shillings 18 billion will cater for cash transfers to elderly persons, Kenya shillings 7.9 billion for the orphans and vulnerable children, and Kenya shillings 1.2 billion for persons living with severe disabilities. Mr. Speaker, to ensure the elderly and other vulnerable groups under the cash transfer program do not take long waiting for their cash payment and cash transfers will be prioritized and paid alongside the monthly government payroll as and when it is due. Mr. Speaker, the proposed allocation for the vulnerable group members of our society also includes 5.6 billion for the Kenya Hunger Safety Net program, Kenya shillings 3.3 billion for Kenya Social and Economic Inclusion Project. In addition, Kenya shillings 900 million will go to Child Welfare Society of Kenya, Kenya shillings 400 million for the presidential bursary for the orphans, and Kenya shillings 459 million for the National Development Fund for persons living with disabilities. These allocations shall remain ring-fenced from any budget rationalization and will be fully funded in order to achieve the desired results. Let me turn to equity, poverty reduction, women and youth empowerment programs. Mr. Speaker, the most pressing challenge in our country at the moment is lack of job opportunities for the youth. This has been exacerbated by the hard economic times following several negative shocks explained earlier in the statement. In order to empower the youth and support businesses owned by youth and women, I propose to the National Assembly to effect budget allocation of Kenya shillings 81.9 billion for these initiatives. The proposed allocations include 13.1 billion for the National Youth Service, Kenya shillings 602 million for the Kenya Youth Empowerment and Opportunities Project, Kenya shillings 300 million for the establishment of youth empowerment centers, Kenya shillings 229.7 million to implement the Vijana Vuka na Avya, that is Viva youth program. To support the film industry, I propose to the National Assembly to effect budget allocations of 100 million to strengthen the film industry in Kenya, Kenya shillings 49 million for film location mapping, and Kenya shillings 100 million for the Kenya Film School. Mr. Speaker, women participation in the key sectors of our economy is critical for the economy. For this reason, the government will sustain the increased incomes for women through employment creation and supporting women-led enterprises. We will further strengthen women participation in decision-making in our governance and political institutions, as well as reduce sexual and gender-based violence, provision of affordable houses, affordable health services. To further empower our women, I propose to the National Assembly to effect budget allocation of Kenya shillings 245 million to strengthen prevention and response to gender-based violence in Kenya, Kenya shillings 3 billion for the national government affirmative for the Kenya Government Affirmative Action Fund. Mr. Speaker, to promote global equity, reduce poverty, and embrace social development, I propose to the National Assembly to effect budget allocations of Kenya shillings 53.5 billion for the National Government Constituency Development Fund, as well as 10.9 billion for the Equalization Fund to finance programs in previously marginalized areas. Let me turn to stimulating tourism, growth, sports, culture, and recreation and arts. Mr. Speaker, the government has prioritized expanding the space for creativity, including freedom of expression and protection of intellectual property rights. We will also strengthen mainstreaming of arts and culture infrastructure and support cultural production and creative economy. We are also cognizant of the brand value of Kenyans participating and excelling in international sports arena as of ultimate importance to us. To support tourism, sports, culture, and recreation, I propose to the National Assembly to effect budget allocation of Kenya shillings 12.5 billion. This includes an allocation of 6.4 billion under the Sports, Arts, Social Development Fund, Kenya shillings 4.1 billion for the Tourism Fund, and Kenya shillings 2 billion for the Tourism Promotion Fund. Let me turn to environmental protection, water, and natural resources. Mr. Speaker, environmental conservations, and response to the impacts of climate change are the center of government's socio-economic transformation agenda. To expand access to clean and adequate water for domestic and agricultural use, I propose to the National Assembly to effect budget allocation of Kenya shillings 43.3 billion for water sewerage infrastructure development, Kenya shillings 12.4 billion for water resources management, Kenya shillings 1.6 billion for water storage and flood control. In addition, I propose 19.7 billion for irrigation and flood reclamation, and now 1.9 billion for water harvesting and storage for irrigation. Mr. Speaker, in order to support the environment and water conservation and respond to climate change, I propose to the National Assembly to effect budget allocation of Kenya shillings 14.4 billion for forests and water towers conservation, Kenya shillings 3.8 billion for environment management and protection, Kenya shillings 3.6 billion for the Kenya financing locally led climate action project, 1.5 billion for meteorological services. In addition, I have proposed an allocation of 1.1 billion for human wildlife conflict compensation, Kenya shillings 800 million for wildlife insurance, Kenya shillings 400 million for maintenance of access road and airstrips in parks, Kenya shillings 319 million for drilling of boreholes in protected areas for provision of water for wildlife, and 226 million for wildlife research facilities. Let me turn to improving governance, sustaining the fight against corruption. Mr. Speaker, the government is committed to scale up the implementation of the provisions of the 2010 Constitution, strengthen the rule of law, increase access to justice, and ensure respect of human rights. Mr. Speaker, to enhance good governance and scale up fight against corruption, I propose to the National Assembly to effect the budget allocation of Kenya shillings 3.9 billion for Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission, Kenya shillings 3.6 billion for the Office of the Director of Public Prosecutions, Kenya shillings 8 billion for the Criminal Investigation Services, and Kenya shillings 8.0 billion for the Office of the Auditor General. In addition, to embrace the oversight and legislative role of Parliament and access to justice, I propose to the National Assembly to effect budget allocation of Kenya shillings 41 billion for the Parliament and Kenya shillings 23.2 billion for the judiciary. Completion of planned projects, Mr. Speaker, in order to ensure the value for money and timely realization of budgets of benefits accruing from budgetary allocation and implementation of planned projects, ministries, departments, and agencies have identified projects for completion in the course of the financial year. The projects will be fast-tracked and protected from any adjustment. The National Assembly is requested to support this endeavor as this is consistent with the resolution of this House. Transfer of national government to county governments, Mr. Speaker. The county governments will receive a proposed allocation of 385.4 billion as equitable share for the financial year 2023-2024. This is 23% of the financial year 2019-2020 shareable revenue, which is the most recent audited and approved revenue by the National Assembly. This is above the minimum threshold required under Article 203, Section 2 of the Constitution. In addition, the county equitable share, the county governments will receive additional, conditional and unconditional allocations amounting to 56.7 billion. This brings total allocation to the county governments in the financial year 2023-2024 to Kenya shillings 442.1 billion. Part of this include 425 million for the transfer of library services being a devolved function. Kenya shillings 2.9 billion as outstanding mineral royalties share to 32 county governments as stipulated in the Mining Act 2016, a consolidated grant of 100 million Kenya shillings per county for the aggregated industrial parks program, which is meant to assist the farmers in the value addition and market access for their products. Let me turn to Equalization Fund, Mr. Speaker. In line with the Article 2004, Section 1 of the Constitution of Kenya, Kenya shillings 7.9 billion has been allocated under the Equalization Fund in the financial year 2023-2024. This represents 0.5% of the financial year 2019-2020 revenue, which is the most recent audited and approved revenue by the National Assembly. Mr. Speaker, in addition to this, we have allocated 3 billion to cater for part arrears for the previous years, bringing the total allocation under the Equalization Fund to 10.9 billion shillings. Let me turn to transfer of functions between national government and county governments. Mr. Speaker, the National Treasury and Economic Planning, in collaboration with the Council of Governors and other institutions, developed a draft registration to operationalize Article 187 and Article 189 of the Constitution. This is on transfer of functions and cooperation between national and county governments and amongst county governments themselves. The proposed registration has gone through public participation with the county government executives, county assemblies, development partners, among others. Mr. Speaker, I will shortly submit the bill for the cabinet approval and onward transmission to Parliament. Let me turn to measures to enhance county government's own source revenue. Mr. Speaker, the National Treasury and Economic Planning, State Department of Lands, Council of Governors, and other stakeholders have developed the National Rating Bill 2022, which went through the first reading on 8th March 2023 in the National Assembly, and thereafter was submitted to the National Assembly Committee on Lands. The bill provides, among others, standards in the way rating and evaluation is conducted in the country, how to deal with the properties cross-cutting in more than one county government, procedures for claiming and payment of contribution of real rates, and timely updating of valuation laws by the county governments. More importantly, the bill will repeal the outdated valuation for Rating Act Cap 266 and Rating Act Cap 267 and align property rating legal regime with the devolved system of governance. Our appeal to the House is to consider and fast-track this bill to unlock revenue potential to the county governments from property taxation as it was envisaged in Article 203, Section 3. Let me turn to sharing of mineral royalties revenue. Mr. Speaker, Mining Act 2016 assigns 70% of the mineral royalties collected from mining companies to the national government, 20% to county governments, and 10% to communities. Since 2016, county governments and communities have not received their share of these royalties. To address this matter, I have submitted a framework for sharing 2.9 billion shillings among 32 county governments for mineral royalties outstanding as of 30th June 2022 for consideration and approval by the Parliament. Mr. Speaker, during the Intergovernmental Budget and Economic Council, IBEC, 17th Ordinary Session held on 31st May 2022, IBEC considered and adopted a report and a framework for sharing of funds arising from contravention of county government registration. In the next financial year, the National Treasury has proposed Kenya shillings 108 million to be shared among the beneficiaries of county governments. Mr. Speaker, enhancement of county government has its own challenges. One of such challenges is multiplicity of fees and charges imposed by county governments that increase the cost of doing business and negatively impacts on our competitiveness as a country. Some county governments have imposed charges in a way that prejudices national economic policies, economic activities across county boundaries, or the national mobility of goods, services, capital, and even labor. As a result, the National Treasury and Economic Planning has been receiving a lot of complaints from the ministries, departments, state agencies, and the private sector relating to the uncoordinated manner in which counties are imposing multiple fees and charges. Mr. Speaker, some neighboring countries have also complained that some of the charges imposed by the county governments are against the East African Community Customs Management Act and East African Community Common Markets Protocol, and may result in retaliatory measures and trade disruptions between Kenya and other partner states in the East African community. To address these issues, the National Treasury and Economic Planning has resubmitted the county government's revenue raising process bill of 2023 to Parliament for consideration and enactment. I urge this House to expedite the enactment of this bill in order to promote the competitiveness of our country in doing business and open up the country for investment. Mr. Speaker, I now turn to taxation measures. Mr. Speaker, I will now turn to 2024 budget. I will begin by highlighting the key measures on custom duty as agreed by the ministers responsible for finance and economic affairs in the East African community during the pre-budget consultation meeting that was held in Arusha in May 2023. Mr. Speaker, during the East African Community pre-budget consultations meeting, the ministers noted the significant contribution of manufacturing sector to job creation and economic growth in the region. The ministers therefore agreed on measures to prevent the proliferation of cheap imports into the region so as to protect local manufacturers from unfair competition and enable them to access raw materials and inputs at affordable prices. Mr. Speaker, the agreed custom measures shall become effective from 1st July 2023. Mr. Speaker, one of the success stories of the East African community is the establishment of the East African Customs Union as a single customs territory. In order to streamline importation of goods into the customs territory, the East African region completed the comprehensive review of the Common External Tariff, CET, and this has been under implementation from 1st July 2022. The revised tariff has a 4-tariff band structure compared with the earlier 3-tariff band structure. In the new structure, raw materials, that is, as well as inputs and capital goods, are imported duty-free. Intermediate goods are imported at a rate of 10%, while finished goods, which are not available in the region, are imported at a 25% tax. Finally, Mr. Speaker, all finished goods which are available in the region in sufficient quantities attract a common external tariff rate of 35%. The revised tariff bands are meant to cater for goods with long value chains which require differentiated rates to promote investments. Mr. Speaker, despite rice and wheat being among the staple foods in our countries, Kenya's production of these food items does not meet the domestic demand. In order to meet domestic demand, Kenya will import rice at a rate of 35% instead of 75% under the EAC Common External Tariff. Further, in order to ensure that there is enough wheat to meet local demand, while at the same time protecting wheat farmers from unfair competition, imported wheat, Kenya will import wheat at the East African Community Duty Remission Scheme of 10% instead of 35%. The importation of wheat will be undertaken upon recommendation of the Ministry of Agriculture, who will ensure wheat millers, as a priority, purchase local wheat before they are allowed to import. Mr. Speaker, in order to support local automobile industry assembly in the region, the East African Community Partner States agreed to continue with the importation of raw materials for manufacture of parts used in the assembly of motor vehicles, and especially leaf spring, radiators, and wiring harness under the duty remissions. In addition, the region agreed to extend importation of completely knocked down kits for assembly of motorcycles at 10% under the duty remission, as the region awaits the finalization of the East African Community Assembly regulations. Mr. Speaker, Kenya has suffered capacity to manufacture various products in the metal and allied subsector, thus providing employment opportunities to many Kenyans, thus failing to provide employment to so many Kenyans. In order to continue safeguarding this sector, the East African Community Ministers agreed that imported iron and steel products shall continue attracting a duty rate of 35% with the corresponding specific rates for a further 1 year for Kenya. Mr. Speaker, our hard-working farmers are capable of producing enough food to satisfy domestic demand. In particular, local demand for most vegetable products has been adequately served by our farm produce over the years. To protect these farmers from cheap imports, Kenya has been around to extend the import duty rate of 35% in addition to the specific import duty rates on vegetable products for a further 1 year. Mr. Speaker, the high cost of inputs of animal feeds, coupled with other factors like unfavorable weather conditions, make the locally manufactured animal feeds expensive and hence contribute to food inflation. In order to promote the local manufacturing and make animal feeds affordable to farmers, Kenyans will import inputs for manufacture of animal feeds duty-free at the East African Community Duty Remission Scheme for 1 year. Mr. Speaker, last year we allowed the manufacturers of baby diapers to access inputs for manufacture of baby diapers duty-free. This was meant to lower the cost of manufacturing these essential products. I'm happy to note that many companies have responded to this incentive by increasing production. In order to continue making these products affordable to our babies, the East African ministers allowed Kenya to extend the duty-free importation of inputs for manufacture of baby diapers for a further 1 year. Moreover, to protect these manufacturers from competition from imported products, the region allowed Kenya to extend charging imported baby diapers at a rate of 35% for a further 1 year. Mr. Speaker, leather industry is one of the priority value chain under the bottom-up economic transformation agenda. In order to support local value addition and protect the industry from unfair competition, the East African Community Partner States agreed to retain the import duty on imported leather and footwear products at a rate of 35%. In addition, Kenya was allowed to extend the duty-free importation of raw materials and inputs for manufacture of footwear products. Mr. Speaker, Kenya has adequate capacity to meet local demand for roofing tiles. In order to facilitate access to Kenyan-made roofing tiles at affordable prices, Kenya was granted extension of a duty-free window for importing inputs for the manufacture of roofing tiles for a further 1 year. Mr. Speaker, in order to protect the Kenyan producers of paper and paper products from the proliferation of cheap imports, Kenya was allowed to import these products at a rate of 35% for the next 1 year. Mr. Speaker, in order to protect local production of safety matches, particle boards, plywoods, among other goods of timber, Kenya was allowed to extend charging of specific rates of import duty in addition to ad valorem duty ranging from US $120 per metric ton to US $200 per metric ton on these goods. This is also meant to curb the ad valuation of goods and safeguard revenues further. Further, Kenya was allowed to charge a rate of 45% on imported furniture in order to protect local manufacturers and producers. Mr. Speaker, Kenya has sufficient capacity to manufacture plastic and rubber products to supply both the domestic and regional markets. In order to protect local manufacturers, Kenya was allowed to impose import duty rate at 35% on these goods for 1 year instead of 25%. Mr. Speaker, in order to protect local assembly of smartphones and other mobile phones, Kenya was allowed to extend the import duty rate of 25% on smartphones and other telephones for cellular networks or other wireless networks for 1 year. Further, Kenya was allowed to extend duty-free importation of inputs for assembly of smartphones and other cellular phones. Mr. Speaker, Kenya has capacity to produce billets for manufacture of wire rods and other similar products to meet the local demands. In order to protect the local manufacturers of these goods, Kenya was allowed to charge an import duty of 10% on billets. Mr. Speaker, I now turn to tax measures proposed in the Finance Bill 2023. Let me start off with amendments to the Value Added Tax 2013. Mr. Speaker, I now embark on measures proposed under the Value Added Tax 2013. Mr. Speaker, the high cost of liquefied petroleum gas, LPG, contributes to the escalating cost of living and continued use of firewood and charcoal, which negatively affects our forest cover. In order to make LPG affordable and promote its uptake, as well as encourage the use of clean sources of energy, I am proposing to the National Assembly to zero-rate VAT on LPG. Mr. Speaker, currently, exported services are subject to VAT at the rate of 16%. This has caused an increase in the cost of exported services, hence affecting the competitiveness of our services in the global market. In order to increase competitiveness and encourage exportation of taxable services, I propose to the National Assembly to remove VAT on exported taxable services. Mr. Speaker, currently, tea purchased for local value addition, either from the factories or tea auction centers, is VATable, affecting the cash flow of the tea exporters. In order to encourage local value addition, of our tea, I propose to the National Assembly to remove VAT on tea purchased from factories or tea auction centers for value addition and subsequent export. This will improve the cash flows of tea exporters involved in local value addition. Mr. Speaker, currently helicopters, aeroplanes, and other aircrafts are unladen and other aircrafts of unladen weight not exceeding 2,000 kilograms are subject to VAT. Further, some spare parts of tariff numbers 8803 are expressly exempt from VAT. However, VAT exemption on any other aircraft spare parts imported by aircraft operators, all persons engaged in the business of aircraft maintenance is contingent upon recommendation by the competent authority responsible for civil aviation. This process creates administrative burden on the taxpayers to comply with the requirements. Mr. Speaker, we have also noted that the cost of aircraft maintenance and training activities has been high, prompting airlines to prefer undertaking these activities in other jurisdictions. In order to ease the process of VAT exemption on aircraft spare parts and encourage investment in this area, I propose to the National Assembly to remove the VAT on all aircraft simulators for training our pilots and aircraft spare parts. This proposal to expressly exempt from VAT on all aircraft and spare parts of Chapter 88 will spur the growth in the aviation sector and reduce the administrative burden of accessing its VAT exemption. Mr. Speaker, the international best practices is to charge VAT on all goods and services, and especially those that have undergone some form of processing. This is not the case in our VAT regime, as some of the goods have undergone some processing are also exempt from VAT, while others are zero rated. This has impacted on the tax expenditures. In order to bring down the tax expenditures and also align with the international best practices, I propose to the National Assembly to rationalize goods and services in the first and the second schedules of the VAT Act by transferring some goods and services from zero rating to exempt status and from exempt status to taxable at the standard rate. Mr. Speaker, over the years, the petroleum products have received preferential tax treatment, gradually transitioning from exempt status in 2013 to 2018 and 8% at VAT from 2019 to date. This is irrespective of the fact that suppliers of petroleum products claim other input tax at the general rate of 16%, which means that the government has been sharing the burden of the input tax with business by subsidizing the difference of the general rate of 16% and the preferential rate of 8%. As a result, these practices and outcomes, the oil marketers have been in perpetual credit position and not paying VAT to the exchequer. This practice is discriminatory, and as business in other sectors of the economy bear the input tax by recovering the same from output VAT charged on the final consumer. Mr. Speaker, on reviewing the VAT rate on petroleum products to the standard rate, such business would at the onset recover the VAT credits that they have been carrying forward over the years, and government would end up correcting the VAT after some time. Mr. Speaker, if the anomaly is not corrected, at the earliest stage, the build-up of credits will continue to increase, and should the government seek to charge VAT at the standard rate in the future, it would take years for the government to collect the much-needed revenue from this sector, since the credits have to be exhausted before businesses start paying VAT. The continued practice by government to subsidize cost of fuel by levying a preferential rate of 8% distorts the market, yet the economy should be operating on the principles of demand and supply. Mr. Speaker, in this respect, I propose to the National Assembly to amend the VAT Act to remove the preferential rate on the petroleum products so that the products will be subject to the standard VAT at 16%. Mr. Speaker, the brew economy remains largely untapped despite its huge potential. This is particularly due to low investments in maritime activities over the years. In order to spur investment and attract international sea freight in this sector, I propose to the National Assembly to zero-rate inbound international sea freight offered by registered persons. The government will continue exploring ways of providing more incentives to promote investment in this sector. Mr. Speaker, currently, machinery used by pharmaceutical companies are exempt from VAT on importation. This is meant to complement government's effort to ensure that all Kenyans have access to affordable health care. However, we have received numerous petitions to extend the exemption to locally purchased machinery to further boost access to health care services. In this regard, I propose to the National Assembly to amend the VAT Act to extend the exemption to machinery and equipment purchased locally for use in the manufacture of pharmaceuticals. Mr. Speaker, in order to address the escalation of tax expenditures and foster prudent utilization of fiscal resources, I propose to the National Assembly to remove VAT exemptions in respect of taxable services supplied for construction of specialized hospitals, goods and services for the construction of tourism facilities, goods worth more than 2 billion purchased by manufacturers, as well as plant, machinery and equipment used in the construction of plastic recycling plants. Mr. Speaker, currently, transfer of business as a going concern is subject to VAT at a standard rate. Taxpayers have raised concern that this discourages business reorganization and sale of businesses. In this regard, I propose to the National Assembly to amend the VAT Act to exempt transfer of business as a going concern. This is expected to encourage mergers and acquisition, hence boost growth of businesses as well as their efficiency. I now turn to the amendments to the Excise Duty Act 2015. Mr. Speaker, I will now highlight tax measures proposed under the Excise Duty Act. The Excise Duty Act provides for remittance of excise duty to the Kenya Revenue Authority, KRA, by the 20th day of the following month. In this era of technology, there is no justifiable reason for waiting for 20 days to report transactions to the KRA. In order to cure the delay, I propose to the National Assembly to amend the Act to provide for remittance of the excise duty on betting and gaming activities within 24 hours after closure of transactions by the betting and gaming companies. Mr. Speaker, betting and gaming, prize competition, and even lotteries are addictive in nature and have negative socio-economic consequences to the society. To discourage participation in these activities by Kenyans, and especially school-going children, I propose to the National Assembly to increase the rate of excise duty on betting, gaming, prize competition, and lotteries from the current 7.5% to 12.5%. Mr. Speaker, there has been an increase in the importation of fish into the country, which has negatively affected the local fish industry. To promote and protect local fish industry, which provides livelihood to many Kenyans, I propose to the National Assembly to introduce an excise duty on imported fish at Kenya shillings 100,000 per metric ton, or 10% of the excisable value, whichever is higher. Mr. Speaker, the government charges specific excise duty on juices per litre. However, there has been an increase in supply of juices in powder form, and based on the current tax regime on juices, the powdered juice is not subject to excise duty. And this creates an unfairness in taxation of juices. In order to cure this problem and to create a level playing field, I propose to the National Assembly to introduce excise duty on powdered juice at a rate of 25 shillings per kilogram. Mr. Speaker, currently, specific rates of excise duty are subject to annual adjustment for inflation. However, taxpayers are concerned with the frequent changes in specific rates of excise duty through annual adjustment, creating uncertainty in the prices and distorting the markets. Therefore, in order to create certainty in excise duty tax regime, I propose to the National Assembly to repeal the provision for annual adjustment for inflation. Mr. Speaker, consumption of sugar has been associated with various ailments such as diabetes, which has become common in many families. To discourage consumption of sugar, I propose to the National Assembly to introduce excise duty on imported sugar at a rate of 5 shillings per kilogram, including sugar, but this excludes the sugar imported or purchased locally by registered pharmaceutical manufacturers for use in the manufacture of pharmaceutical products. Mr. Speaker, consumption of alcohol, betting, gaming, and lottery and prize competition are extremely addictive and result in harmful repercussions in the society, especially the youth. In order to discourage these activities and consumption of alcoholic beverages, I propose to the National Assembly to introduce an excise duty rate of 15% of excisable value of fees charged on advertisement by all televisions, print media, billboards, and radio stations in promotion of alcohol, betting, gaming, lottery, and prize competition. Mr. Speaker, to promote inclusion and enhance access to internet data services, I propose to the National Assembly to reduce excise duty from 20% to 15% in respect of fees charged for telephones, internet, data services, and fees charged for money transfer services by banks, money transfer agencies, and other financial service providers. Mr. Speaker, in the same spirit, I propose to the National Assembly to reduce excise duty from 12% to 10% of the excisable value of the fees charged for money transfer services by cellular phone services providers or payment service providers licensed under the national payment system. This will encourage retail transactions at a more affordable rate and promote economic activity at the MSME and individual levels. Mr. Speaker, locally produced cement has been facing stiff competition from imported cement. To protect from the unfair competition and promote this industry, I propose to the National Assembly to introduce an excise duty on imported cement at a rate of 10% of the excisable value, or Kenya shillings 1 Kenya shillings 1.50 cents per kilogram, whichever is higher. Mr. Speaker, there has been an increase in the importation of furniture, especially office furniture, which has negatively affected the local carpenters and artisans, considering that there is enough local capacity to make furniture. In order to protect local carpenters and artisans, I propose to the National Assembly to impose an excise duty on imported furniture at a rate of 30% of the customs value, excluding furniture originating from East African community countries. Mr. Speaker, Kenya has sufficient local capacity to produce paint, varnishes, and lacquers. However, proliferation of cheap imports has reduced competitiveness of locally produced paints, varnishes, and even all the other products associated. To protect the local paint manufacturers, I propose to the National Assembly to introduce excise duty at the rate of 15% of the excisable value of imported paints, varnishes, and similar products. I now turn to amendments to the Income Tax Act. Mr. Speaker, let me highlight the proposed changes under the Income Tax Act. The current interest deduction restriction based on earnings before interest, taxes, depreciation, and amortization was introduced in 2021 to discourage tax planning. This restriction currently applies to both local and foreign financial institutions. Mr. Speaker, I have received proposals from taxpayers who borrow loans from local financial institutions indicating that the restrictions discourages their access to credit. To address this concern, I propose to the National Assembly to exclude interest on loans borrowed from local financial institutions from interest deduction restriction. In addition, Mr. Speaker, where interest on loans borrowed from non-resident is disallowed, I propose to the National Assembly to allow businesses to carry forward that interest for deduction in the next 5 years, subsequent years. This will align to the international best practice. Mr. Speaker, in 2016, the government introduced simplified tax regimes, tax regime that requires landlord to pay tax on residential rental income at the rate of 10% per month. In order to enlarge compliance and encourage more landlords to pay tax under this regime, I propose to the National Assembly to reduce the tax rate for this regime from 10% to 7.5% per month. Mr. Speaker, in order to support startup companies, I propose to the National Assembly to amend the Income Tax Act to defer the taxation of gains on shares offered to employees in lieu of their salaries in a startup company for 5 years, all till the date employment ceases, or till the date of sale of the shares, whichever comes earlier. Mr. Speaker, upon retirement, most senior citizens have no access to medical cover and spend their literal savings on healthcare services. In order to encourage employees save for their post-retirement needs, I propose to the National Assembly to provide tax relief of 15% of the contributions to a post-retirement medical fund, or Kenya shillings 5,000 per month, whichever is lower. In addition, Mr. Speaker, I propose to the National Assembly to exempt from income tax the investment income earned by post-retirement medical fund. This will reduce the pressure on the government expenditure on the medical care and accord the retirees access to dignified health care. Mr. Speaker, we have noted that family members have been using exemption from capital gains tax on transfer of property between related persons as an avenue to reduce their tax liability. In order to remedy the situation, I propose to the National Assembly to change the base of capital gains tax from the sale of property to be the original cost before the transfer to the family member in instances where a property is transferred to a third party within a period of less than 5 years. Mr. Speaker, despite the advantages brought about by the digital platform, the transactions usually conducted under the platforms are not in the tax net. I propose to the National Assembly to introduce a digital asset tax at a rate of 3% on the value of the digital asset transferred or exchanged. Mr. Speaker, to further create equity and fairness, I propose to the National Assembly to introduce withholding tax at the rate of 5% of the gross payment in respect of digital content monetization. This will apply to incomes generated through media and digital platforms. Mr. Chairman, currently non-residents pay withholding tax on payments in respect to sales, promotion, marketing, and advertising services. In order to harmonize taxation treatment for residents and non-residents and ensure equity, I propose to the National Assembly to introduce withholding tax on the same services to residents at the same rate of 5% of gross amount. Mr. Speaker, resident companies currently pay 30% of corporate tax, while non-resident with permanent establishment pay 37.5% of their gains on profit. This creates an impression that Kenya discriminates between residents and non-residents. In order to harmonize taxation treatment for residents and non-residents companies, I propose to the National Assembly to reduce the corporate tax rate for non-residents from 37.5% to 30%. Further, in order to ensure that there is level playing field, I propose to the National Assembly to introduce tax on repatriated profits at a rate of 15%, which is equal to the rate charged on dividends paid to non-residents. Mr. Speaker, businesses deduct diminution value of implements, utensils, or even similar articles used in the production process over a period of 3 years in determination of the taxable profits. But in order to increase working capital for the businesses, I propose to the National Assembly to amend the Income Tax Act to provide 100% investment deduction of the value of these items in the first year of use. Mr. Speaker, in 2020, the government implemented various measures to cushion businesses from adverse effects of the COVID-19 pandemic. This included providing tax incentives during the period. With easing of the COVID-19 pandemic and recovery of businesses, I propose to the National Assembly to lower the upper thresholds for turnover tax from 50 million to 25 million and retain the lower threshold of Kenya shillings 1 million. In addition, I propose to the National Assembly that the turnover tax rate for this sector to be at 3%. Mr. Speaker, last year, the government provided various tax incentives to promote local manufacturing of human vaccines. That was applied in order to further support these manufacturers. So in order to continue supporting these manufacturers, I propose to the National Assembly to exempt the manufacturers in this sector from withholding tax on interest and royalties paid to non-residents. Mr. Speaker, the current payee tax structure has 3 rates and bands applicable to 3.3 million employees. The bands are as follows. 10% is applied to income up to 24,000 per month. 25% is applied to the next 8,333 per month, and while 30% is applied to incomes above 32,333 per month. Mr. Speaker, employees who fall under the first category, who constitute about 42.5% of the total employed workforce and who earn a maximum of 24,000 per month, don't pay any tax to government, as the tax computed from this income is equal to the relief of 2,400 per month under the Act. The second category of employees, who constitute about 37.2% of the total working population and earn incomes between 24,000 per month to 32,333 per month, pay a tax rate of 25%. The third category of employees, that form 20.4% of the total employees, earn incomes above 32,333 per month and pay a tax at the highest rate of 30%. The tax structure for the payee, Mr. Speaker, means that the tax burden falls on 57% of the total employed workforce. The tax structure is therefore regressive, and as an individual employee earning income above 32,333 per month falls within the upper band at the rate of 30%, leaving no significant gap between employees who do not pay tax as a result of tax relief and those earning higher incomes. In this respect, we have to embark on the review of this taxation structure to make the tax bands more progressive, sharing the tax burden more uniformly across income groups. Mr. Speaker, at the start of this journey, I propose to the National Assembly to introduce 2 additional tax bands. A fourth band will be applicable to employees earning incomes between 500,000 per month to Kenya shillings 800,000 per month at the rate of 32.5%. And a fifth band that will be applicable to employees earning incomes above 800,000 per month at the rate of 35%. As a result of this change, the employees who will pay tax at 30% will be 19.5%, while those 2 new tax bands will affect 26.67% of employees, and the last band will constitute. Let me repeat that. As a result of this change, the employees who will pay 30% tax will be 19% of the total, while the 2 tax bands will affect 26,676 employees, who constitute about 0.8% of total employed workers in the country. Mr. Speaker, we shall continue to review the pay structure to make it as progressive as possible and redistribute the burden of tax incidents. Measures to enhance tax administration. Amendments to the Tax Procedure Act 2015, Mr. Speaker. Currently, Kenya Revenue Authority has no visibility on the transactions of trusts, largely due to lack of requirement to report to KRA by trustees. This makes it difficult to ascertain the tax payable on the incomes paid to the beneficiaries of trusts. In this regard, I propose to the National Assembly to amend the Tax Procedures Act to require all trustees administering trusts in Kenya to maintain and avail records required by the Kenya Revenue Authority. Mr. Speaker, in order to enhance the tax compliance by use of technology, I propose to the National Assembly to amend the Tax Procedures Act to require taxpayers to issue electronically generated tax invoices which can be tracked and traced through an electronic tax invoice management system, the e-TIMS. Mr. Speaker, in order to streamline the tax administration and remove pressure to abandon taxes and grant waivers of tax, I propose to the National Assembly to amend Tax Procedures Act to remove powers to abandon tax, as well as waivers on penalties and interest that currently exist in the Act. Mr. Speaker, to encourage taxpayers to pay outstanding tax debts, I propose to the National Assembly to introduce a one-year tax amnesty on penalties and interest on the accrued tax debts up to 31st December 2022. In order to benefit from this amnesty, taxpayers will be expected to clear principal taxes between 1st September 2023 to 30th June 2024. And now I take this opportunity to urge all taxpayers to take advantage of the one-year amnesty to clean their tax ledgers by paying all tax arrears. Mr. Speaker, in order to enhance the power of the Commissioner General to correct taxes from non-compliant taxpayers using agency notices, I propose to the National Assembly to amend Tax Procedures Act to expand the scope of agency notices to cover default in payment of installment taxes, installment taxes, and in situations where taxpayers has made self-assessment and submitted tax returns but has failed to pay the taxes on due date. Mr. Speaker, submission of manual tax information to the Commissioner General poses administrative challenges and delays the decision making. I therefore propose to the National Assembly to amend the Tax Procedures Act to require the Commissioner General to provide a data management and reporting system that will allow taxpayers to electronically submit standardized transactional data on real-time basis. Mr. Speaker, impersonation of the Kenya Revenue Authority officers is an offense under the Penal Code and poses revenue risks. We have witnessed increased cases of impersonation of Kenya Revenue Authority officers. In order to curb this vice, I propose to the National Assembly to amend the Tax Procedures Act to provide for offenses and sanctions relating to impersonation of Kenya Revenue Authority officers. Mr. Speaker, in order to enhance the efficiency in administration of tax refunds and boost cash flow of businesses, I propose to the National Assembly to amend the Tax Procedures Act to allow taxpayers who overpay taxes to utilize overpaid tax to offset both outstanding tax debt and future tax liabilities. In addition, I propose to the National Assembly to amend the Tax Procedures Act to provide an additional 30 days for the determination of complex tax cases. This will provide more time for the Commissioner General to complete audit and investigate processes for complex tax refunds cases. Further, Mr. Speaker, I propose to the National Assembly to amend Tax Procedures Act to require Kenya Revenue Authority to pay approved refunds within 6 months. In instances where approved refunds are not paid within this period, I propose to the National Assembly to further amend the Tax Procedures Act to provide for automatic offset of the approved refunds against outstanding tax liabilities in other tax heads or even future tax liabilities. Let me turn to amendments to the Miscellaneous Fees and Levies 2016. Mr. Speaker, let me turn to the proposed amendments to miscellaneous fees and levies. I had earlier stated that the government is committed to lower cost of liquefied petroleum gas, LPG. In addition to removal of VAT on LPG, I propose to the National Assembly to remove import declaration fees, IDF, and railway development levy on LPG. Mr. Speaker, the Kenya Defence Forces and the National Police Service are exempted from import declaration fees and railway development levy in respect to equipment, machinery, motor vehicles for their official use. However, this does not extend to other goods for official use, such as material supplies. In this regard, I propose to the National Assembly to extend the exemption to all goods purchased or imported for official use by the Kenya Defence Forces and the National Police Service. Mr. Speaker, the aviation sector is critical in supporting tourism and transportation of passengers and cargo. Currently, some aircrafts and parts of the aircraft are exempt from import declaration fees, IDF, and railway development levy, RDL. To further support this industry, I propose to the National Assembly to extend the exemption to cover all aircraft, helicopters, aircraft engines, and aircraft spare parts. Mr. Speaker, currently the imported goods are subject to import declaration fee at the rate of 3.5% and railway development levy at the rate of 2%. On the other hand, raw materials and inputs imported by registered manufacturers are subject to a lower rate of 1.5% for both import declaration fee and railway development levy. These differentiated rates pose administrative challenges and are avenues for revenue loss. In order to address these challenges, I propose to the National Assembly to harmonize these rates at 2.5% for import declaration fee and 1.5% for railway development levy applicable to all goods imported into the country. I now turn to amendments on Betting, Gaming and Lotteries Act Cap 131. Mr. Speaker, currently the Kenya Revenue Authority has not been able to enforce tax correction from betting, gaming, prize competition and lotteries activities due to lack of an enforcement provision in the Betting, Gaming and Lotteries Act. In this regard, I propose to the National Assembly to amend this act to allow KRA to apply the provisions of Tax Procedures Act in enforcing tax correction. Let me now turn to amendments to the Employment Act. Mr. Speaker, in order to provide funds for the development of affordable housing and associated social and physical infrastructure, as well as the provision of affordable home financing strategy, I propose to the National Assembly to introduce an affordable housing levy through an amendment of the Employment Act 2007 to provide a monthly levy payable by the employer and the employee at 1.5% per month for an employee's gross monthly salary. Mr. Speaker, given that the construction industry is labor intensive, we expect every housing unit constructed to create new among the professionals, youth, MSMEs in general along the production value chain of affordable housing. In order to support enterprises and businesses operating in the special economic zone, Mr. Speaker, through government support, the special economic zone and export processing zone continue to position our manufacturing sector at a pace as pace setters in the region through exports and manufactured goods. Presently, Mr. Speaker, the goods sold from these zones to the domestic market are subjected to import duty and other applicable taxes similar to goods imported from outside the East African Community region. This taxation does not differentiate whether the inputs or raw materials used to produce such goods originate from the customs territory or from outside the customs territory. In order to enhance the market access, I propose to the National Assembly to amend the Export Processing Zone Act and the Special Economic Zone Act to exempt from import duty goods produced from the Special Economic Zone and Export Processing Zone that use inputs or raw materials originating from the customs territory when sold into the domestic market. This will encourage enterprises operating in the zones to purchase raw materials or even inputs from the domestic market. Mr. Chairman, in conclusion, Mr. Speaker, in conclusion, it is clear that Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, in conclusion, it is clear that we face many socio-economic challenges. The global economy may take a long time before output gap is closed, and the cost of living may take a long time to be felt. To address these challenges, the government has initiated policy, legal, and institutional reforms to address these issues. His Excellency the President has already led the way. Under his leadership, we have already laid a firm foundation for the bottom-up economic transformation agenda. The policies spelled out in this budget builds on a momentum for the envisaged transformation that will lead to improved livelihoods for all Kenyans. I therefore urge Kenyans to join hands in making this transformation journey a reality. Thankfully, our country is endowed with the necessary resources and human capital to confront the contemporary economic and social challenges and create a momentum for not only a higher and sustainable but also inclusive growth trajectory, but also create decent jobs, reduce poverty significantly. Mr. Speaker, this budget underpins the country's resolve and commitment to fulfill its social contract to Kenyans by progressively improving their welfare. At this point, Mr. Speaker, allow me to express my sincere gratitude to His Excellency the President, Dr. William Samoei Ruto, the President of the Republic of Kenya, and the Commander-in-Chief of Defense Forces, and His Excellency the Deputy President, His Honorable Mr. Rigathi Gachagua, for their counsel, guidance, and support during the entire process of laying foundation for the bottom-up economic transformation agenda and finalizing this budget. I also want to thank Her Excellency Madam Lecho Luto, the First Lady of the Republic of Kenya, and Her Excellency Pastor Dorcas Gachagua, the Second Lady of the Republic of Kenya, for their support and contribution to the implementation of government initiatives, especially on the environment and climate change action, financial inclusion, and women empowerment. My special appreciation goes to the Prime Cabinet Secretary, the Attorney General, and my fellow Cabinet Secretaries their respective Principal Secretaries and accounting officers and staff in the government, ministries, departments, and agencies for their support and contribution in making contributions to this budget. I also extend my gratitude to the Chairman of the Presidential Council of Economic Advisors, Dr. David Day, and all economic advisors under the Council for their critical inputs and guidance in supporting the bottom-up economic transformation agenda. This is one team that used their diverse frontier knowledge and worked closely in developing the Kenya Kwanza Administrative Manifesto, the PRAN, in the run-up to the 2022 general election. We have produced and pulled most of the materials for this policy outturn from the PRAN. And that guidance has been very, very critical. And so, more specifically, I gained a lot of support from my colleague and friend, Dr. Kameme, Senior Advisor and Head of Fiscal Affairs and Budget Policy at the Executive Office of the President, and currently he's the Governor Designate for the Central Bank of Kenya. I wish him and pass his congratulations. My sincere appreciation first to the Honorable Speaker of the National Assembly and your counterpart in Senate, the majority and minority leaders and the entire House leadership, including the respective class for the National Assembly, for the approval process and the budget estimates for the financial year 2023 and related documents. Second, to honorable chairs and members of both the Budget and Appropriation Committee, Finance and National Planning Committee, and all departmental committees in this House that help me in terms of, and help us and my team to finalize the budget propositions. Third, I recognize and appreciate the management and staff of the National Treasury and Economic Planning who have worked tirelessly for long hours, including weekends, to ensure that this budget and supporting documents meet the legal guideline. Fourth, the Kenya Revenue Authority, Central Bank of Kenya, the Attorney General's Office, Commissioner of Revenue Allocations, Financial Sector Regulations, and various agencies under the National Treasury and Economic Planning, they have made contributions, and we appreciate their contribution. Fifth, my gratitude goes to the multilateral and bilateral development partners for their continued technical and financial support. Further, I thank the private sector for the sustained contribution to the growth of our economy and even contributions to the debate in terms of the tax measures and policies. Sixth, I wish to appreciate the media and the non-state actors for their active engagement and participation in this financial year and even in the process of budget process making. Mr. Speaker, I remain immensely grateful to my family for their support and inspiration as I execute my duties as the Cabinet Secretary for the National Treasury and Economic Planning since the appointment. And finally, Mr. Speaker, my utmost gratitude goes to all Kenyans for their contributions, proposals, and suggestions we received during the finalization of the budget. We have covered acres and acres of materials that provided propositions coming from Kenyans, and we are happy that what we have provided is a synthesis and balance of what they presented. Mr. Speaker, before I resume my seat, you will recall that I have already submitted to this House the budget estimates and the Finance Bill 2023, together with accompanying documents as required by the Public Finance Management. Today, I further submit the following documents to the August House and request that you graciously receive them. First, the budget policy statement for financial year 2023-24 was presented. The 2023 budget policy statement, estimates of revenue, grants and loans, financial statements for 2023-24 budget, medium-term debt management strategy, budget highlights for Mwananchi Guide for the financial year 2023-24, statistical annex for the budget statement for the 2023-24 financial year. So I do present the remaining documents to you, Mr. Speaker, sir, before I assume my position. Thank you, Your Honorable Speaker. I now take my seat.
Honorable members, I wish to thank the Cabinet Secretary for the National Treasury for ably making a public pronouncement of the budget policy highlights for the national government for the financial year 2023-24 and the medium term and the revenue raising measures. It took 3 hours and 20 minutes to be exact. In this regard, honorable members, I confirm that in conformity with the provisions of sections 39 and 39A of the Public Finance Management Act 2012 and Standing Order 244C, the Cabinet Secretary has already submitted to the National Assembly the relevant legislative proposals necessary to actualize the revenue-raising measures to finance the 2023-2024 budget. This has since culminated in the Finance Bill 2023, which is under consideration by this House. Honourable members, it's now my pleasure to invite all honourable members, the Cabinet Secretary for the National Treasury, the Prime Cabinet Secretary, other Cabinet Secretaries, and all invited guests to a reception at the Parliament courtyard hereinafter. Honourable members, now you may be upstanding. The House now stands adjourned until Tuesday, 20th June 2023 at 2:30 p.m.
Well, that is the conclusion of the pronouncements of the...
Ni Minister wa Kigina Professor Jogona Dongo thutha wa gukorwo agithoma budget ya bũrũri mbica icio ramũkĩra cia ambunge rĩu makiuma thĩinĩ wa cikaro icio kũrĩa magũgĩthikagĩrĩria ũhoro wĩgiĩ budget mathaa matatũ na ndagĩka 20 budget ĩrĩa ĩronekana tarĩ yo yanakorwo ndaihu mũno hihi matukũ-inĩ maica ikuhĩ no nĩ tũgũkorwo tũkĩmenya ũhoro ũcio kũrĩ amwe ataramu arĩa manakĩrũmĩrĩra maũndũ ma nahau gabere ũrĩa kwahanaga no nĩ agĩkorwo na maũndũ maingĩ mũno budget ya mũigana wa tiririoni 3.7 ĩrĩ na maũndũ maingĩ marĩa mendekithĩtio nĩ minister ũyũ wa kĩgĩna maũndũ megemainie na magoti maũndũ megemainie na ũgai wa kĩgĩna na maũndũ matiganĩte marĩa thirikari yagĩkorwo kĩendekithio ũrĩa ĩgũgĩkorwo ĩkĩhũthĩra mbeca ciayo thĩinĩ wa mwaka ũyũ wa kĩgĩna wa 2023 na 2024. Ĩno nĩyo budget ya mbere ya President William Ruto kuma aingĩra thĩinĩ wa wathani na nĩ ihinda rĩragĩetereirwo na njĩra nene mũno tondũ no kũragĩkoretwo kana nĩ gũgĩkoretwo na mateta maingĩ kuma kũrĩ a Kenya megemainie na ngarama ya mũtũrĩre na hihi gũgakĩonekana ta wona thirikari ĩno yaheana budget yayo hihi mamwe ma maũndũ maya kũhũthahũtha na njĩra ĩmwe kana njĩra ĩrĩa ĩngĩ. Nĩ tũgũkorwo tũkĩũrania haha na mũtaramu ũrĩa ndekĩrĩ nake gũkũ studio ũhoro wĩgiĩ kana maũndũ marĩa makĩendekithio thĩinĩ wa budget ya mũthenya wa ũmũthĩ hihi marĩ na anja ya ciũria nyingĩ iria cikoretwo cikĩyumĩria ciegemainie na ngarama ya mũtũrĩre gũkũ bũrũri-inĩ wa Kenya na ningĩ ũhoro wĩgiĩ magoti no kaũndũ kangĩ nako gagĩkoretwo gakĩrehe ũrugarĩ na warĩ mwarĩ Kenya makĩenda kũmenya nĩ atĩa hihi thirikari ĩrakĩenda gũbanga ũhoro wĩgiĩ magoti na ũrĩa marĩgĩkoragwo makĩrĩhwo nĩ andũ matiganĩte hihi arĩa makĩandĩkĩtwo na kana hihi ona arĩa makĩrĩ thĩinĩ wa biacara. Kũrĩ na maũndũ matano marĩa thirikari yonekana kũrongoreria mũno marĩa hihi marakĩonekana atĩ wona angĩkorwo nĩ magwĩkĩka na njĩra ĩrĩa thirikari ĩtanyĩte maya gũkorwo magĩteithĩrĩria na njĩra ĩmwe kana njĩra ĩrĩa ĩngĩ gũkorwo magĩkinyanĩria muoroto wa thirikari gũcokia ngarama ya mũtũrĩre na thĩ na ihinda-inĩ oro rĩu gũkorwo ĩgĩkinyanĩria ũthii wa na mbere na maũndũ matiganĩte marĩa yereire mũingĩ hĩndĩ ya campaign cia gĩthurano kĩnene kĩa mwaka wa 2022 na maũndũ macio nĩ ũhoro wĩgiĩ kũgũithia ngarama ya mũtũrĩre ũhoro wĩgiĩ kũng'ethanĩra na wagi wa mawĩra ũhoro wĩgiĩ mathirĩ na ũhoro wĩgiĩ magoti na ningĩ ũhoro wĩgiĩ ungumania na gũkĩrwo na mĩtaratara ĩrĩa na sekta iria ciarongorerio mũno atĩ wona sekta icio ciamũrĩkwo na njĩra ĩrĩa yagĩrĩire nĩ cigũgĩkorwo cigĩteithĩrĩria gũkinyanĩria maũndũ macio. Bwana ST Wainaina nĩwe mũtaramu witũ hwainĩ wa mũthĩ nĩ gũkorwo agĩtũteithia na njĩra ĩmwe kana njĩra ĩrĩa ĩngĩ gũkĩmenya nĩkĩ gĩkĩ twakĩrwo tondũ rũthiomi rwa kĩbiacara nganaruo no rũragĩbatara gũtaũrwo ona mũndũ akĩrũiguaga ona ko ni urakĩigua nĩ rũthiomi rwa gĩthũngũ no nĩ rwagĩbatara ũtaũku wĩho na nĩkĩo twĩna ST Wainaina mũtaramu wa mathabu na maũndũ ma mbeca na nĩ ngatho mũno nĩ ũndũ wa gwĩtĩkĩra kũnyitana na ithuĩ hwaĩ-inĩ wa mũthĩ bwana ST riuma ihinda iraihu mathaa matatũ na ndagĩka 20 na maũndũ maingĩ marĩa magwetwo na njĩra ya hamwe wĩta mũtaramu wa maũndũ ma kĩmbeca na wĩta Mũkenya no ũkĩmenyaga hihi ona mateta marĩa a Kenya makoretwo namo na ũrĩa thirikari ĩkoretwo ĩgĩbanga nayo nĩ ũrona ta budget yo ya thomo ĩgũkinyanĩria maũndũ macio mothe marĩa makoretwo ho.
Nĩ ngatho mũno Oscar njokerie Kameme TV nĩ ũndũ wa invitation ĩno hamarĩtwa njĩtagwo ST Wainaina ndĩ mũrutani wa maũndũ ma biacara ndĩ mwandĩki wa mabuku na ndutaga wĩra na kambuni ĩtagwo Dream Credit gũkũ Nairobi tũkoragwo Queensway Kauda Street. Kweli budget ĩyo yuma ndaihu mũno ngwĩciria tondũ nĩ ya 3.6 trillion o trillion ĩkũheagwo ithaa tondũ ya akĩnina mathaa matatũ na ndagĩka 20 tondũ mũthuri ũcio CS onake nĩ anoga ona ithuĩ nĩ tũkĩnogire nĩ gũthikĩrĩria na nĩ wamenya gatũrũ kohoro gokaga ndagĩka cia mũico maũndũ maya mangĩ makoragwo kũheana the background na koragwo rĩ rũgano rũraihu mũno no ngwĩciria mwananchi wa kawaida ũrĩa ũgwetereire aigue maguta ma kũruga nĩ magũa mũtu nĩ wagũa cukari nĩ wagũa nĩ tũraigua cukari rĩu kiro 2 ũrauma ciringi 400 na kĩndũ ngwĩciria mũndũ ũcio nĩ atuĩka disappointed tondũ maũndũ maingĩ magwetwo no marege mũndũ wa kawaida ona warege kũmarirĩti na ũrĩa megũkorwo makĩmũhutia. Kĩrĩ budget very ambitious na nĩ gĩkoretwo ĩkĩarĩrĩrio mũno no kaũndũ kamwe ndanoti nĩ atĩ public participation ndĩkoragwo ĩhoro wa gũte mahinda kĩrĩro kĩa mũingĩ nĩkĩonekana budget-inĩ ĩno nĩ gũkoretwo na kĩrĩro kĩnene mũno gĩkoriĩ kaũndũ karĩa kararĩ meciria-inĩ ma andũ mũno nĩ ũhoro wa 3% ya house development levy ya affordable housing kũrarĩ na kĩhĩngĩca kĩingĩ mũno mara mũkerwo nĩ savings mũkerwo nĩ mũgacokerio mbeca arĩa matakaheo nyũmba within 7 years na kĩ no rĩu nĩ tuona rĩti ĩrĩa ĩraproposwo tondũ finance bill ndĩrĩrarĩka nĩgetha ĩtuĩke watho nĩ tuona CS nĩ auga rĩu handũ ha 3% ruo nĩ rwanyihanyihio rũke 1.5 for both mwandĩkwo na mwandĩkani no rĩu nĩ levy gũtirĩ kĩndũ ũgacokerio kana nĩ wone nyũmba kana ndũkona ng'ũ rĩu nĩ igoti
nĩ
cia Kaisari na ũndũ ũngĩ nĩ atĩ tondũ nĩ mbeca irĩrengagwo mũcara-inĩ irĩrengagwo gross pay ti ũrĩa kweragwo nĩ basic na andũ arĩa maratũthikĩrĩria andũ arĩa makĩandĩkĩtwo nĩ moĩ ũtiganu wa basic pay na gross pay slip harĩa rũgongo biũ ĩkoragwo yandĩkĩtwo basic pay nĩ tuge ũheagwo 30,000 ĩgacokaga ĩgacokererwo allowances kĩndũ kĩa mbere ĩkoragwo house allowance ongorwo nĩ ũheagwo airtime ĩgekĩrwo hau ongorwo nĩ ũheagwo commuter allowance ĩgekĩrwo to allowance tuothe twekĩrwo hau rĩ rĩngĩ mũcara ũgoka ngugĩte basic nĩ 20 nĩ 30 yongererwo tũnyamũ tũu tũngĩ tuothe rĩ rĩngĩ igoka 42,000 rĩu 1.5 ĩrĩ ya purayagwo to 42,000
nginya karĩa kauma ka
airtime arĩa mahetwo allowances cia kwandĩka watchman na security ciothe ikonganĩrĩrio Kaisari akoya 1.5 koguo na kaberi ĩrarĩ ya mbere tondũ ya mbere ĩreragwo maximum ya both employer na employee ĩrarĩ 5,000 rĩu ĩno gũtirĩ ũguo
bwana ST nĩ tũgũikara ũguo tũgĩthiaga mwena ũrĩa wa mbunge tondũ nĩ ndĩramenya CS wa kigina Professor Njuguna Ndung'u ni agukorwo akiariria andiki a mohoro hihi gukigeria gutheria mamwe ma maundu na nomo ona ithuĩ tũrakigeria gũgĩtarĩria haha koguo ona ambĩrĩria kwaria nĩ njũĩ nĩ tũkorwo tũgĩthiĩ mwena ũcio na tondũ nĩ wambĩrĩria hau ha nyũmba tũtanagweta maũndũ maya mangĩ reke twambe tũhatherio ro hau he kaũndũ ndona na no wega hihi ũtũthererie nĩkĩ gĩatũma rĩngĩ thirikari ĩke ũguo atĩ kana mũingĩ nĩ ũrarigagwo atĩrĩrĩ rĩrĩ nĩ igoti kana nĩ levy kana nĩ contribution nĩ gwagĩtherio no rĩu gacĩra karĩa magerera na ndĩramenyithio twambe tũthiĩ kũrĩa bunge twambe tũthikĩrĩrie CS Professor Njuguna Ndung'u agĩtheria mamwe ma maũndũ marĩa aria kũrĩa thĩinĩ wa bunge.
I'm very happy that we have delivered the first Kenya Kwanza budget. It's also the first budget that is coming under bottom-up economic transformation agenda, which is quite important for us as a bottom-up economic transformation agenda. And I would like to emphasize to you what is it, what are the highlights that we anticipate that we are informing this budget. And one of them is what are the policy priorities of the bottom-up economic transformation agenda. Of course, that is also informed by the kind of economic challenges that we have come from in the last 8 months or so. And that economic context is very, very important because it is the one that has driven the economic recovery agenda. The bottom-up economic transformation agenda, part of that is actually economic recovery program. And the second part of it is to say, how do we resuscitate and correct the structural effects that have come from sustained multiple shocks? The third dimension for this is actually to look at the policy and legal institutional reforms that will underpin and support bottom-up economic transformation agenda. We have highlighted most of those, and that is, for me, is very, very important. But of course, you cannot have all those policies and proposals and propositions in one budget. It means it's a continuing space that we have to look at. We have to look at that continuing space. We start off with the recovery. What measures do we need now for the economic recovery? The second thing is, how do we need to ignite institutional reforms that will sustain that recovery? And then the third one is, how do we create that momentum? More importantly, those are legal and institutional reforms that will be required. But more importantly, we have also looked at the legal framework, the fiscal framework that should support better. On one side, we have constraints in terms of financing, but on the other hand, we also have borrowing constraints. So in a sense, we're asking ourselves, how do we optimize the better priorities, even given those constraints? That's why you found that we are very, very we touched briefly on revenue raising measures, but also made sure that we rationalize even the tax proposals that we put in. And the other one is actually resource allocation. That's very, very important. The most important thing that will come back to us all the time is that we focused on sectors that have the largest impact. It means that once we have that large impact that creates the initial recovery and then creates momentum, then we can now go to other sectors that we did not prioritize even though we supported them. That's one aspect you should remember, so that you don't say, why did you focus on 5 sectors? What about the others? The first thing is that you want economic recovery. The second stage, you want that recovery to be sustained. So that is where you'll need other sectors plus institutional and policy and institutional reforms. That will be very, very critical. And of course, after that, we want now to say, how else can we do better in terms of that? I want to refocus so much because most of the avenues that we raise, for example, the housing project, is going to be very, very important in raising jobs. What are the most serious constraints that we face? Poverty is one aspect. Cost of living is part of that. But actually raising or creating jobs for the youth is very, very critical. So essentially, we have taken more time. If you read, and you're going to get this press briefing, we have taken more time to look at the bottom-up economic transformation agenda. We want it to be understood. Wherever you are, whichever sector you are, you should know the importance of the sector that you're reading. We want to showcase why we are emphasizing on those sectors and why we are emphasizing on bottom-up economic transformation agenda is because it's very critical for us. That's why we have gone from human capital to jobs creation and to poverty reduction. And the third aspect of it is that climate change is going to be very, very important for us. How do we take advantage of climate change and taking advantage of climate finance, for example? How do we resuscitate our food sector, because I think the devastating consequences of food security and climate change was actually devastating. It's something that we can write a lot of stories about that, but we know that we need to deal with that. And after that, we have gone into specific. For example, agricultural transformation for inclusive growth is very, very important. Transformation of MSMEs, micro and small enterprises, to support the economy, that sector is very, very important. It houses most of the people. It can create jobs. And for us, that becomes extremely important in all the aspects that we do, in all the areas that we cover. You'll find startups in IT, those are still in MSMEs. You'll find them in agricultural sector, those are still MSME. Housing and settlement, again, we have argued the strong impact in terms of pulling the economy with you, and all those enhanced digital superhighway. Let me talk about why are we emphasizing value chain. Value chain for us is very, very important. We want to make sure along the value chain you can see the end product. You can see the end product, and then in the process you want to go back to the value chain and see whether you have funded all the stages of that value chain. There should be no gaps in terms of resource allocation. There should be no duplication, so that somehow, somewhere, nothing happened because you are waiting for another institution to take up. So that is very, very critical. So in the end, what are we really trying to say? We are actually trying to support the markets, both the markets of the intermediate products and the market of the final product. The moment you support markets, then you know that you can ignite production and productivity. When you support markets, what you see downstream is increased production and productivity, because it is in the marketplace that we see economic land being shared and distributed. So for us, that is very, very important. So when you look at the markets, then it means that you are going to produce what the markets want and you can sell. And secondly, you can increase productivity. So when you look at markets functioning, when markets are properly functioning, then you ignite production and increase productivity. And then what you look at the markets, when you look up, you will see increased income for you as a producer. So that's why we kept on emphasizing so many of those sectors, because at the end of those sectors and even their performance is actually very, very important to see the functioning of markets. And after that, it is how to safeguard and to make sure that that is actualized. I think we have copies of this for the media, or which, huh? We have. What do we have? Oh, we have the beta version. Oh, we have prepared them. We have sent this already. Oh, this is sent already, which is a summary. So I think what I can do is maybe take a few questions. Make sure that the questions are focused. Don't go, yeah.
With regard to the proposed debt policy, how convinced are you that this will work for us? And we've been having quite a bit of reliance when it comes to domestic growth.
The reliance on
domestic growth. And then just a question, what's the worst that can happen if MPs fail to approve this discussion? Are we going to default on our debt?
So by the time when I want to answer your question, sometimes it's to educate you, because no, forgive me, because we did not change anything, isn't it? We are actually saying, like all other countries internationally, best practice is have a debt anchor. It's just like we have inflation target, isn't it? The role of inflation target is to show you, at any one point you can say, what is the inflation rate today? You know the inflation, I mentioned it, isn't it? It's 8%, isn't it? From the previous month. From the target, it should be 5% within a range of 7.5%, isn't it? So in a sense, what we have is a policy. Inflation should be a target 5%, but you have a policy that it should be in the range of 2.5% to 7.5%, isn't it? It is the same strategy for debt. That we say that we should have a debt anchor at 55%. But then, from a policy perspective and operationalization of that policy, we should have a range. Now, for you, when you look at it, you can tell where is Kenya in relation to the debt anchor. So you can say, oh, it is above 55%, isn't it? So it means its debt carrying capacity needs to reduce. Or suppose it is below 55%, its debt carrying capacity is telling that it can increase the debt, isn't it? So the whole issue, first of all, in terms of law, you cannot default on debt, on public debt in Kenya, isn't it? Do you know that? That's why I said I need to educate you a bit, because that is clear. It has the first charge. But what we want to do is, we want to create an information platform that wherever you are, you can see that the National Treasury is moving towards liability management to reduce the debt carrying capacity, because it is already over-indebted. Or it is trying to borrow more because that it is below its debt carrying capacity. If you make an assumption that you are actually provisioning debt to finance public investments, mostly the public goods type of investment, then it is important that you can take them up. So essentially, it's a policy. We are defining a clear-cut policy that you can look at objectively even yourself. You'll be asking, just like you objectively, you can say inflation is high today. Why is it high? It is above the 7.5%, isn't it? Suppose inflation was 2%. What would you say? Inflation is slow. It means that the central bank has an option to expand monetary policy, isn't it? The converse of contracting monetary policy is when it is at 8%. It is the same principle. But what are we doing? We are trying to give policy flexibility. You have a policy space. The parliament may tell us, okay, the debt anchor is 55, but we are going to give you an operating range of between 50 and 60%, isn't it? That's an operational range. That's a policy range. It gives you policy flexibility. Okay. The final point, the point that you made about domestic, we are going to rely on domestic debt. We have, everywhere we go, there is a market for debt, isn't it? Our bond market is a market for debt. And that debt can be sold. The private sector can sell its debt in that market, isn't it? So debt is, there's nothing wrong with the debt. If you sit with me one day, I will tell you growing with the debt, and I can refer you to my own literature on growing with the debt in African economies. You can find it in Journal of African Economies. Okay? Growing with the debt is an established concept, starting from the Marshall Plan, isn't it? So there's nothing wrong with incurring debt. The most important thing is, did you get value? Did you provide public goods? And then, because all of us are going to pay the public debt, it means we have to benefit from the debt that was in. We have to benefit from the investment that was made with debt. So we are closing the gap in terms of capital accumulation by borrowing to provide debt. We need infrastructure for us to lower transactions cost and invest in private sector, isn't it? But the government cannot roll out those investments. What do? We buy. So debt market is a market. Okay. Yeah.
Right. What I say is Jim Bogo from KTN. Now, you spoke about a revenue target for the revenue of about 2.9 trillion, which 2.53 is going to recurrent expenditure. So, in essence, you're telling us that we have a budget that is going to be financed through appropriation in aid and borrowing. Maybe you can just help us understand what is happening, because if revenue majority of it is going back to recurrent expenditure, then what are we going to fund the budget in terms of development?
But the debt we categorized into all components. There is recurrent cost, there is development, isn't it? That's what we did. And then we said, how is it financed? So I don't think I get your question, because unless you didn't get the components, all the components were there. What we did was to say that if there is the revenue gap was going to be financed by borrowing internationally and borrowing domestically, isn't it? But the components were all given. The recurrent expenditures, the development expenditures, isn't it? So I don't know why your question now, because all those components were there. Now, do you get my point? Because there is the current expenditure, there is development expenditure. then the whole issue is how is it financed? Okay, we finance with the current revenue, which is you're getting from tax revenue. And the second one is you are also borrowing internationally. There is appropriations in aid, but also you're borrowing domestically and internationally. Borrowing domestically or internationally is what I have described as debt market. So because you have to bridge the gap between your savings and your resources, isn't it? That's what happens. That's what I'm saying. But there is development expenditure and there is recurrent expenditure. We do believe, even in times of crisis, and this is something that I have said for many years in Kenya, even in times of crisis, you have to protect development spending so that you have capacity for future growth. If you don't protect development spending, then you miss out capacity for future growth. That is maybe the component that you wanted me to bring out. Yes.
The ministry recently gave a note for the importation of duty-free edible oils. Of course, KRA is losing billions to that. What is the rationale of increasing taxes and also allowing duty-free oil to be duty-free edible oils to be imported into Kenya? And of course, now the larger scheme of things in trying to do away with the tax waivers and of course show up more tax revenue. My last question is on climate change, and Dr. Chris Kiptor severally spoken so passionately about this back in the Ministry of Forestry and then now here about climate financing. As recent as yesterday, we saw carbon trading market open here in Kenya. We understand that the ministry has given an incentive on the same, 15% tax incentive on carbon trading. We're going to see more of that happening, so that also is an option for us to combat climate change. Now that Africa takes the biggest hit, yet contributes the least to that.
Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you for your first question. We have rationalized, and I spent a bit of time trying to show that we're trying to close the gap on the supplies in the domestic market and the demand, and why cost escalation has come in. So most of the products, I don't know why you specifically focus on some, most of the products like maize, for example, we don't have the supply. We know the season will come, isn't it? But for now, for us to lower the cost of living, we had to bring in supplies. Those supplies must come duty-free because the impact itself will be reduced. And that is why the essence, oh, okay. I was facing the guy who asked the question. Can you tell him to go there? No, I'm joking. No. So the essence of importation duty-free is actually to resolve the supply. Why do we want to do that? Because most of the time you have supply constraints, then the scarcity value kicks in. Scarcity value means the prices, domestic prices rise, isn't it? We are complaining about cost of living, isn't it? So that is one avenue of saying, in the short term, let us import duty-free so that we lower the cost. We bring in the supplies in the market, we lower the cost while we wait for our season to come through. That's very, very important. The second question you have asked is very, very important. Don't forget we have environment summit under His Excellency the President. That is going to be in September. So it means that we are slowly coming to formalize. And don't forget also, we have really emphasized a lot of climate finance kind of propositions, and what is happening, the development in this area is becoming very, very important. So in a sense, as we build towards, and let's say, the carbon market, the carbon credit market is working very well. We are actually trying to formalize, because before that there were informal markets that are not really working very well. So we have a big chance to really formalize this market. One of them is to make sure that we go back into our mitigation and adaptation because of the climate, the severity of the climate. In fact, there is nobody in Kenya who can now deny the severity of the climate change. But then how do we benefit from that climate action now that the markets are reforming themselves? So in a sense, as we build up towards September 4th to 6th in the summit, we really want to see how we can actually formalize that market. It will become a very important market for us. And that is something that we want to build on. There are others who are queuing for you.
My name is from K24. I'm layman in finance. My question is, how certain are you
that there are going to be adequate revenues to finance the budget. Other people are saying it's too ambitious. It's just an opinion. But according to you, considering the hard economic times that everyone is, is facing, businesses are not doing quite well. You also consider the aftermath of the corona. How certain are you we're going to do this?
Taxation is generated from economic activity. Period, isn't it? You don't need to know even that. You're saying you are ignorant, but you see, you pay taxes because you are having business. Business is running. Our analysis and projections are showing that the economic recovery will be coming soon. That's why we start with showing what is the growth trajectory, isn't it? We start by showing what is the growth path and which sectors are giving us that growth path. Okay? It is on the basis of that then you say, because economic activity is going to produce revenue through taxation, that's the only way you can start projecting other things. So in a sense, there is a lot of analysis that has been done. We first of all, if you listen to the debate carefully, we started by showing how much is the growth expected, isn't it? What is growth to you? It's a series of a summary of economic activity. And if it's a summary of economic activity, it means that those economic activities are generating some value addition, some value added, isn't it? And so they are taxable. So we start from there. So if our analysis showed that growth in next year will be negative, then we cannot be sure about the revenue that we are raising. But we are now sure about the growth trajectory. And if we continue with that growth trajectory, we are talking about economic vibrancy. And so it means that we are going to generate the resources that we actually need, the tax resources that we actually need. So tell your friend who says that it is ambitious, we started with the growth. If next year the growth is not 5.8%, it's 10%, we will also change our targets. So we start from estimating and analyzing what is the growth prospects. And then after that, because the growth is a summary of economic activity or a summary of economic activities that are coming from value addition, then you can project on the tax revenue. Yes. Asante sana kwa hiyo maswali. Umeuliza maswali mengi, lakini wacha niseme kwanza, for me to explain the bottom-up economic transformation agenda is first of all to understand that we want to make sure that tunasaidia ule Mkenya ako chini sana. Umeshaona na Hustler Fund, si ndio? Hustler Fund imemsaidia, anaweza kupata kiasi ya pesa, anaweza kulipa na ile the affordable interest. The most important aspect of the foundation of economic transformation agenda is to make sure that we are focusing on those people who are the majority but are below, are at the bottom of the pyramid. It means that if we make a well-being or we promote policies that are going to create their well-being, it means that they have a larger impact because they are more and they are going to support us in terms of economic emancipation. So we do know that it is not we have to have the pillars for growth. That is why when we argued about bottom-up economic transformation, we focused on the sectors that have the largest impact. Who are those in those sectors? Some of them is the bottom of the pyramid, and that is why we are very anxious in terms of the bottom-up economic policy, bottom-up economic transformation policies that are going to support and aid this. Watu kina vijana wanatarajia kupata kupata kazi, si ndio? I think there's a very serious mistake from your own conception, because a debt level cannot be a measure of development, because it all depends on what you do with the debt. Let's not confuse two things which are they are not moving target, but they are not conclusive. The debt is accumulated for you to support public goods or investments in public goods. That is why we need to do that, isn't it? But if you are looking at debt as an indicator of who was good or bad, that is not a very good approach. And if you are from the media, I need to sit with you to try and bring you up to speed. It all depends on what you did with the debt, isn't it? All of us will pay the debt. But if you are told that that debt built that dam has provided irrigation, and those people in the irrigation are producing, it means that they are raising resources that they can service the debt, isn't it? That is how it works, okay? But that is not the way. But let me say, we want to provide jobs. Lazima tupatie vijana wetu kazi. Lazima tuwasaidie na kujiendelesha. Lazima to support our education system, to build our human capital development. Hizo ndizo tumeamukia kusema hii bottom up economic better itasaidia vijana. Yeah. You have been talking for 3.5 hours, and you are thank you is to be there. No, we can have discussions, because I have to bring you to speed, so that when even when you talk with my colleagues here, you have to have a level. We have to have a level of convergence. Why? Because the story you write tomorrow has to have a level of convergence, that you understood the content, and you can actually even use it tomorrow to say, yes, I understood this content, but what are we doing now? How are we supporting that? That is the idea. That is the kind of conversation I would like to have. The conversation I would like to have with you is that you understand what I tell you. It's not a question and answer and then you go away. But you have to understand what I tell you, so that tomorrow we catch up with the story, isn't it? The second thing is that, why did you need policy reform? Because you saw policy reform is going to drive this development. That is what we really need to do. It's not just for the sake. Thank you so much.
Asanteni sana. Asanteni sana. We can go. The speaker is waiting. Oh, okay.
Professor Jogona Ndong'o CS kana minister wa kigina agithio na mbere na gutariria mamwe ma maundu maria makire thiini wa budget ino ya mwaka wa 2023 na 2024 na ekwaranagiria hau na andiki ya mohoro. Ni njui mwandiki witũ wa mohoro Mũmbi wa Chege akire hau na ne akiuma ho maundu magithie na mbere uria magugithiaga, na goko studio twina mutaramu wa maundu makigemaini na kigina okugeria guthathaura na njira mwe kana njira ĩrĩa ĩngĩ maundu maya professor arageria gutaura na guthomithania na njira ĩno hutha ni kuga atia arageria kuga atia kuri mwananchi kana Mũkenya wa gĩkĩro gĩa kũrĩa thĩ na Bwana ST Professor he kaundu ageria gukorwo agitariria na heno ndo arenda kuga thiini wa budget ino uhoro wigie ati budget ino ni toro irongoreirio uhoro wa gukinyaniria bottom up no cio niguo ndu uria wari undu munene muno president ahuthirire gweka campaign yake. Ndiwe kana ni wona mibango ya maundu kuringana na uria aria na kioneki gia president niona mibango yote gukinyaniria maundu macio ma bottom up.
To be fair to Professor na the Kenya Kwanza administration, arauga ni foundation ni kiondo maraba tondu riria presidential candidate on a campaign trail ni eranagira maundu maingi na mundu wothe okaga na kioneki kia uria gucenjia bururi. Kioneki kia President William Ruto approach yake yari bottom up. Andu ni maturaguraga muno kumitariria ni kuga atia no riu ni rathauritwo na taru ni tuge taru uria Jubilee iraugaga marari na 4 point agenda, the big 4 agenda. Kenya Kwanza bottom iretwo better bottom economic transformation agenda na itondo na kiondo rithi gutirura gitumagwo kiambatite uguo nyumba ikoragwo pillars foundation pillars cia bottom up agriculture ugima wa mwiri kwena uhoro wa environment na climate change digitization na digitization na ucio ni uhoro wa mitambo ya kiriu hena uhoro wa housing na settlement na uhoro wa SME riu koguo ngiuria uhoro wa bottom up ni kuga atia ituge ithathatu ni icio na riu icio cia supportwo through na policy na policy intervention gucenjia mawatho na gwikira mbeca icio nicio igutuma gucenjia miturire ya andu wanjiriirie na guku thi ikorwo igicenjia koguo hihi mundu akiyuria budget ino wa mirora ri ngirigasha ni hetwo mbeca cia kuigana health ni hetwo mbeca cia kuigana SMEs ni hetwo mbeca cia kuigana uhoro wa environment na climate change ri naguo ra support uga ni uraigua araria maundu very complicated uhoro wa carbon credit uhoro wa mitigation adaptation githungu kirito muno
carbon credit like toguneke na umenyo
wa githomo kirito muno gutwikaga taru ungihanda miti ri ne kuri andu aria the polluters polluters ni aria marathukia riera koguo bagekira na andu acio marathukia riera ri ni tukimoitwo na factory irutaga ndogo na carbon monoxide na ki nake mundu uria wahanda miti ri miti tutukio ni theragia riera koguo we wahanda kindu gya kugeria guteithia gukirini riera kana gutheria riera ri ukaheo iyo carbon credit ti besha asha riu niyo thoko uraigua kigweta ni maundu complicated by environment
ni professor
na
ndaigua kianda nginya gututhomithia tuli andikia mohoro ni akwenda tuikare thi no tondu ucio niguo mwena uria akiri na ugi waguo ri
ni professor wa economics
no nginya tugitanye maundu ta macio
niguo
no agweta maundu macio matandatu maria makiyumiria na ngwiciria ri ni rio rita ria mbere angikorwo ndirahitiana no ununge haha ni ta rio rita ria mbere undu ucio waumira wega ni atia maundu maya marenda gukinyanirio megie uhoro wa bottom up muno agithie akigweta sector thutha wa sector na uria igukiria economy ndiwe kana no wetikanirie na reciria riu
uguo niguo tondu Kenya kwanza ndingi achieve uria mereire andu matangikorwo budget ndui wira budget ni uhoro wa distribute budget ri na ciugo huthu muno ri budget ni kiroto giaku kiria wina kio gitura ugikire mbeca niguo tuga na githungu kiria a budget is a dream translated in monetary terms riu koguo dream ya Kenya kwanza ni ikire in the manifesto riu ino niyo budget ya mbere na ni tuona focus ni gusupport ituge icio riu thutha wa miaka 5 ri tugakorwo tukimoria scorecard yanyu ri ihana atia ni mwatwirire uhoro wa githomo mugwikona ngirigasha ni mwatwirire kiria tondu cost of living ri idrivagwo muno ni bei ya irio cia kuria na uhoro wa energy riu ni uhoro wa thitima na maguta ma ngari ndi tondu mo madriver ma factory na transport riu nĩ tũkamoria indo icio rĩ kweri nĩ ciatuĩkire affordable. Taru rĩrĩa mararia ũhoro wa environment na climate change rĩ, the fact that nĩ meheria VAT yatuĩka duty VAT exempt nyamũ no LPG gas ya kũruga gas nĩ tũra expect kuma July nĩ kũgĩa raithi nĩgetha andũ matige gũthũkia mĩtitũ na nginya ona nĩ ku affect nginya ona ũhoro wa mĩrimũ tondũ no amenya taru mataũni kũrĩa andũ makoragwo maikaraga mahihinyanĩte respiratory diseases nĩ ũndũ wa gũtũmĩra makara na kĩ ikoragwo ci very high. Koguo gas gũtuĩka raithi rĩ nĩ monania commitment ya ũhoro wa environment.
Koguo rĩngĩ twakĩhota gwĩtanya gas ĩrĩa ndiũka yarĩa 500 kana 3.
ĩyo nĩ mwerirwo augire ndiaugĩte ũhoro wa mũtũngi
na nĩkwenda he kaũndũ rĩngĩ reke njuge karabatara gũthathaũrwo na tondũ wĩ haha no wega ũtũgwetere gatagatĩ ka kũ zero rate na kũ exempt.
Okay. Rĩrĩa gĩthomo kĩa VAT nĩ kĩritũ no VAT rĩ nĩ igoti rĩa kũgũra kĩndũ gĩa gũtũmĩra. Mũndũ wothe ũgũra kĩndũ ũngĩtũmĩra goods and services VAT na ngiuga na gĩthũngũ nĩ consumption tax. Angĩkorwo kĩndũ ndũnagũra koguo ndũkũrĩha VAT. Rĩrĩa twauga kĩndũ nĩ VAT exempt nĩ kuga mũndũ ũrĩa ũthondekete kĩndũ kĩu nĩ tuge nĩ ta andũ arĩa mathondekaga mĩgate. Mĩgate ĩngĩkorwo nĩ VAT exempt mũndũ ũrĩa ũragũrire ngano ĩyo na aragũra maratathi ma kũ package no akiremu VAT kuma VAT ĩrĩa arĩhĩte in the value chain. Ngwĩciria no igua professor aratinda akĩaria ũhoro wa value chain tondũ ta rĩu value chain ya ngano rĩ yanjagĩrĩria harĩa mũrĩmi nĩ kũrĩ andũ marĩ mũrĩmĩra mũgũnda nĩ kũrĩ andũ marĩ mwenderia bataraitha ini kũrĩ andũ makĩandĩkĩtwo kũrangĩra mĩgũnda ĩyo na kĩ ngano yatua kũgethwo kũrĩ ene matinga ma kũgetha yagethwo nĩ kũrĩ transporters kuma transporters nĩ yagĩthiĩ kwĩ millers kuma millers rĩ nĩ kũrĩ na andũ angĩ agũ supply packaging material rĩu icio nĩcio areta value chains. Koguo mũndũ ũrĩa ũrathondeka kĩndũ VAT exempt VAT ĩrĩa ĩrĩhĩtwo in the value chain nĩ ahotaga kũmĩclaim na kĩndũ kĩu gĩkagĩa raithi. No rĩrĩa kĩndũ gĩatuĩka nĩ VAT exempt manufacturer kana mũndũ ũrĩa ũrathondeka kĩndũ kĩu nĩ tuge kana nĩ mũgate kana nĩ ngasi ĩrathondekwo kana nĩ ngari kĩndũ gĩatuĩka nĩ VAT exempt ũcio ũrĩhĩte VAT along the value chain ndangĩhota kũmĩclaim koguo amĩrũndaga bei-inĩ ya mũico. Koguo ũngĩcompare indo igĩrĩ ihanaine rĩ kĩndũ kĩrĩa VAT zero rated nĩ cheaper gũkĩra kĩrĩa VAT exempt.
Okay, no gĩthomo o kĩu professor araheana no rĩu reke tũcoke hau he budget ya mũthenya wa ũmũthĩ na kĩũria gĩkĩ nĩ kĩyũragio o hĩndĩ ciothe budget ya thomo na no ngwenda gũkũria wathikĩrĩria professor akĩaria maũndũ marĩa aheana mũbango harĩa tũgĩtaga arĩa makĩgunĩka na arĩa makĩhinyĩrĩrĩka winners and losers so to speak nĩ acio kũringana nawe.
Ũhoro wa budget formulation rĩ harĩ principles igaidaga ũhoro wa magoti na principle ĩmwe nĩ kũgeria achieve equity kana fairness na nĩkĩo ũiguire rĩrĩa gũtaragĩria pay as you earn rĩ ekugaga andũ arĩa makoragwo mĩcara-inĩ Kenya rĩ nĩ andũ mũndũ othe wĩ payroll-inĩ kana nĩ private companies kana county public sector kana civil service augire ni andu 3.2 million na niguo kugaga andu aria marihaga 10% pay as you earn mundu wothe ora ni kuma ciringi mwe nginya ciringi 24,000 per month acio marihaga pay as you earn ya 10%. No andu acio gutire igoti marihaga tondu mundu wothe we payroll-ini ni aheagwo personal relief. Riu aya gwatuika igoti ria 10% hari 24,000 ri 10% of 24,000 iri 2,400 na personal relief every month ikoragwo 2,400 kwoguo acio pay as you earn is zero. Agacoka ukauga andu aria me in the next category aria marihaga 25% pay as you earn ri mundu wothe urani kuma 24 nginya 32 na magana matatu ri ni 37% of the total payroll employees. Na andu a muico bandi ya muico ikoragwo aria marihaga top rate ya 30%. Mundu wothe urani kuma 32 o mweri thirikari yoyaga 30% ya income yaku. Riu niguo ekugaga nyamu ino ni ronania ndiri na equity, ndiri na fairness na nikio mara introduce kiria irathi igiri ati mundu wothe wanaga kuma 32 kiria kuma 500 nginya 800 nacio ni ma MP ma senators judges na kina andu aria me mishara minene in the private sector. Riu handu ha kurihaga 30% riu maririhaga 32.5 nake mundu wothe wanaga makiria ma 800 tene era proposal ya finance bill yari a bracket that 5%. Riu maririhaga 35%. Ino nayo ni evidence yegi ati mawoni maria twetitio public participation tondu ani ndatumire email. It was not a waste of time. Parliament ni rathikiriirie riu koguo ri aruti a wira hau ni marusi bajara membe share mwana ithe ndwajuria winners and losers. Aruti a wira ni losers. Twathi uhoro wa housing levy tondu riu ni etwo housing levy, aruti a wira na employers they are losers tondu payroll tondu we muruti wa wira ndakurenga 1.5 of your gross pay. Iyo ndekire income burden kuriwe na nie ga contribute ga match an equivalent 1.5. Kuogo employers yothe payroll yao ne ya increase na ni ukuona ringi me employers yangi ni mekunyihia ruti ya wira ni gukugea na retrenchment. Kuogo employers and employees are losers ni undu wa nyamu iyo. Kenyans yothe ni losers tondu gutire mundu utatumagira maguta either paraffin ongoro ndutumagira paraffin ni utumagira thitima iria nene ira generatwo ni IPP ya ku generatwo na generators ithe matiragitumira maguta na mundu wothe indagithiaga na ngari ona to muthi ngurokete mochari tugithi kuhurukia mundu ithe no amugio na mundu uri okuite arakuo ni ngari ndia
ona ngerathia akirehaga magoti riu ri ndiramenyithio tuguthi uguo turikitie no chamu hendagike mwe tu turie kiuria ki haha gatagati ka ongethikiriria miario ira irakoretwo kuo debate nyingi iria cirakoretwo kuo ri uhoro wegie magoti ni uraumirire na njira nene muno na still uhoro wegie mathire riu the balancing ya maundu macio meriri kuoya magoti na gucoka kunyihia mathire ona CS ame balance atia
ni hara itanetekananiria na proposals ici cia budget ri na nituona professor ri ni uhoro wa economic recovery and inclusive growth ati othe ni metekaniritie ati economy ni rirwaru riu ri rira economy iri rwaru ri ni magoti mongagirirwo kana ni kunyihia nigetha o stimulate economy. Taru riria we murwaru na warorwo thibitari ukaiguika wekwo diagnosis ni uhinyiririkite wina marasmus blood nduri na thakame ya kuigana ni thakame mundu athiaga na mbere kurutwo kana ni kuhewa heagwo intravenous na thakame riu ri bururi angikorwo ni murwaru ri for recovery kwagirirwo economic stimulus unyihie magoti nigetha andu magie na spending power nigetha stimulate demand tondu bururi ukuraga andu makigura indo nigetha ma factories mandike andu koguo hau ni ndona hena contradiction.
All right, Chamo adindekire no ngindora uguo na ni ukuona gutugo githii uguo tondu ri adindekire ni ngatho muno bwana ST ni ingiatanya ni tungiakorwo na ihinda riegega ria guthie maundu-ini maya na njira ndikadikiru no hihi ngwicirwo nawe no akionera CS muthi ni athie ni agucia kiria muno gukira uria tumenyerete no tugukigia na kanya kau tondu kwambiria rucio guthii uguo na mbere maundu macio no tugukorwo tukimaririria na tugukiuga ni ngatho muno ni undu wa gwitikira gutwarana hamwe na ithuĩ kuma riria twambĩrĩirie uhoro ũyũ wa umemerekia wa imwe kwa imwe kuma kuria mwena wa bunge andiki aitũ a mohoro othe aria matunyitirira na aria mari kuria thiini wa matura matiganite na county citiganite na aria othe makiuma guku thiini wa wabici nene ya DSM kuria Kameme TV ikoragwo tugakiuga ni ngatho muno ni undu wa gwitikira gutwarana hamwe na ithuĩ mwiroreri wa Kameme TV. Ritwa riakwa ni Kimani wa Ngũnjiri na Chamo dio ikinya riu ringi ni ungia njira no wega ne reke tulikirie hau ne njoi thiini wa mutaburu kwa mohoro ni gukorwo na muruna wakwa Kimani Njoroge wa Kimani ni gukorwo agikunengereria riboti citiganite iria cikirehetwo na njira iria ugukihota kunyita ni kigethire na mbere haha ni kigethire na mbere haria ni kikirirwo hana haria tugicemanie hindi ingi raria thayo.
Kameme TV, muthegi wa ruriri.
Cheza kama wewe na cheza sita. Wihotanire nginyagia maita 5,000 ma beti yaku teke. Yes, ni uhuthu. Hihinya *675# uthake na namba 6 cia munyaka kuuma 1 nginya 6. Ikira muigana wa beti yaku kuwihotanire nginyagia maita 5,000 hau. Cheza kama wewe na cheza sita. Wigire mweke muhari miekene ya gutuika muhotani. Hihinya *675# uthake o riu. Mundu utakinyetie miaka 18 ndagathake. Thaka na uigirereki. Itangatho riri ni rihitukie ni BCLB.
Tena muhotani wa shopping ya 100k kuma Lotto. Muthuri witagwo atia?
Witagwo Charles Derito.
Charles Derito.
Nyumete Ruthigite.
Rosegate. Tene yetagwo Rosegate. Ruthigite oguo ni kuria mwena wa Kikuyu. Shopping ya 100,000. Uga ukurugamira Hage TV.
Hage TV kimwe kinene.
Ni kuhota kinya riri. Kinya kuingira online YouTube na maundu ta macio. Bas, good.
Thank you.
Ugikiuga atia kwi Lotto?
Andu maikara magithakaga na njukie ngatho kuri Lotto tondu wa gucinda.
Over 18s only. Gaming can be addictive. Play responsibly. This message has been approved by the BCLB.
Changamka, cheza Lotto.
Asante kwa kunipigia simu. Simu yako nitaipokea kwa muda usiokuwa mrefu. Na nisipoishika, usijali. Nitakupigia mimi mwenyewe.
Kupata nitakupigia kama sikiza tune yako, piga *811*617#.
Niĩ Sunday ndonire ndandĩkwo namba ya 07 igauka icio ingĩ. Kĩũria Ngai nĩ niĩ. Kĩrwo atĩ wĩkũ. No wethaga tatua nĩ ũkoretwo ũrĩte ngĩmenya nĩ mĩkora kwanyu nĩkũ ngĩmera kĩirathe to gũtirĩ mũndũ no rĩrĩa ndaiguire nĩ ndoyona Kameme FM ngĩona namba ciakwa cia mbere ndeia Ngai wethe no kũrĩra ndarĩrire nĩ ingĩra mũndũ ndakae gũkua ngoro ũthanaga 10 ũthana kĩbaũ ũthana 50 na 100 ũrĩtuĩka mũcindi mũthenya ũmwe.
Over 18s only. Gaming can be addictive. Play responsibly. This message has been approved by the BCLB.